Transcending into the realm of cultivation, Mingzhu possesses an heaven-defying aptitude. Enduring relentless mockery, she faces the heartbreak of her fiancé's withdrawal and abandonment by her sect. Reduced to the role of a mere servant in a firewood room, she suddenly awakens to a divine-grade counterattack sign-in system. Ding! Sign-in successful. Acquired the Sacred Lotus Body. Ding! Sign-in successful. Acquired the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Ding! Sign-in successful. Acquired the Eternal Longevity Art. Thus, each day, as Mingzhu signs in, she embarks upon the path of the powerful. Until a decade later, when demons invade, bringing peril to the sect, a sword shadow descends unexpectedly, striking with the force of thunder, astonishing everyone within the sect. Chapter 1. The activation of the divine-grade counterattack sign-in system commences. Beneath Qingqing Mountain, in the Mingzhu Valley. At this moment, numerous disciples gather in the central square, eagerly awaiting the annual assessment allocation. In Mingzhu Valley, an annual strength assessment is conducted. Those who pass gain the privilege to enter Mingzhu Pavilion and select martial arts techniques, becoming key disciples for cultivation within the valley. Moreover, those who excel will receive recommendations from the valley, granting them the qualification to enter Xianxiaaudiobooks for training. Conversely, those who fail the assessment will be assigned to menial tasks outside the valley. I hereby announce the results of this assessment allocation. The elder standing on the testing platform speaks with indifference. His words will ultimately determine the fate of this cohort of young disciples. Chen Haoyang, 6th layer of Qi refinement, guard of Mingzhu Pavilion. The testing elder announces loudly. Upon hearing his name, a young boy in the crowd immediately displays a look of delight. To be the guard of Mingzhu Pavilion is a coveted position that many dream of. Not only is it effortless, but it also allows for constant access to martial arts techniques. How could he not feel thrilled that such fortune has befallen him? Indeed, many others have begun to exhibit expressions of envy and resentment. Lin Yunfei, 5th layer of Qi refinement, logistics procurement. The testing elder's voice continues to resonate. Upon hearing these 4 words, the previously hopeful young man instantly becomes dejected, for procurement is the simplest and lowest level task within Mingzhu Valley. However, the sole consolation lies in the access to various cultivation resources provided by the valley. Yi Wanwan, 10th layer of Qi refinement, granted qualification to enter Xianxiaaudiobooks. At this proclamation, the surroundings erupt in excitement, as all eyes lock onto a young girl in green attire, their gazes becoming fervent, as if beholding a rare treasure. My heavens, could it be that I am not merely dreaming? Sister Yi has astonishingly reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Impressive indeed. At merely 17 years of age, she has already attained the 10th level of Qi refinement and secured a place in the Qingxian sect. Truly, she is the pride of Mingzhu Valley, destined for an illustrious future. Such an exceptionally gifted individual is indeed unique. I am filled with envy. Indeed, the opportunity to cultivate within the Qingxian sect is a rare privilege in this world. Those fortunate enough to gain admission are regarded as treasures by their respective families and factions. Once one enters that realm, they can undergo a transformation, ensuring a future of boundless possibilities. Upon hearing the praises from those around her, Yi Wanwan's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze sparkling with pride and satisfaction. Yili Mingyufan. Following suit, the elder in charge of the assessment began to announce name after name. Each of these individuals, without exception, was selected as a key disciple for cultivation within the valley. Eventually, only 2 remained. The elder glanced at the list and, without hesitation, proclaimed loudly, Lu Yuan, 9th level of Qi refinement, qualified for entry into the Qingxian sect. Upon hearing the elder's final announcement, the young men and women in the audience erupted with excitement, their gazes filled with envy directed towards the 2 individuals. Everyone, follow me to Mingzhu Palace for registration. As the elder's voice resonated, the crowd began to turn, but suddenly a mocking female voice rang out from among them. Elder, Yi Mingzhu has yet to be tested. Yi Wanwan's lips curled into a teasing smirk. Hearing this, the crowd's attention shifted to the girl in the corner. Clad in white, she possessed striking features that exuded beauty, though a hint of sorrow and helplessness lingered in her eyes. The elder furrowed his brow upon hearing the remark, and, with a tone laced with indifference, replied, "Yi Mingzhu, do you still require testing?" His words dripped with sarcasm. Yi Mingzhu regarded the elder without a word, instead approaching the platform with deliberate steps. According to protocol, she placed her right hand flat upon the testing stone and infused it with her inner energy to discern her strength. Alas! However, the testing stone merely emitted a dull thud, flashing a fleeting glimmer of white light before falling silent once more. Observing this scene, the girl stood awkwardly in place, a hint of bitterness tugging at her lips. Sigh, 3 years have passed, yet it remains unchanged. Yi Mingzhu, Chi Refinement Level 0, failing score. The elder beside the testing stone merely cast a glance at the information displayed and disdainfully announced the result. No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of unabashed mockery surged from the audience. Haha, Chi Refinement Level 0, what a weakling. Indeed, even though her mother has secretly fed her pills over the years, it cannot salvage her abysmal constitution. Who could argue otherwise? Were it not for her mother being the Valley Master, she would likely have been sent to till the fields 3 years ago. Ha. Oh dear, she brings shame to our Mingzhu Valley. At 18, still at Chi Refinement Level 0. This time, even her mother may not be able to save her, for after all, Mingzhu Valley is not solely dictated by her mother. Indeed, this is utterly pathetic. It seems she will be sent to cultivate in the fields. What a pity, for she is quite beautiful. The air was thick with derisive laughter and insults that crashed upon the girl like a relentless tide. Ah, this is the nature of humanity. They revel in diminishing others to elevate their own sense of superiority. Yet, they are destined for disappointment. The girl before them maintained a tranquil demeanor, her calm aura reminiscent of a blooming blue lotus, seemingly untouched by their scorn. Although her strength had not progressed over the years, the countless disdainful glances had forged within her an extraordinary resilience. In truth, Yi Mingzhu had been in the Tianxian continent for 3 years now. She was acutely aware that this was a world where the strong reigned supreme, teeming with formidable beings. On the other side of the mountain lay various esteemed sects, where even a casual breeze could spell her doom. Moreover, the leaders of the major sects were tyrants in their own right, possessing terrifying power. Until she attained a certain level of strength, she had no choice but to remain inconspicuous. Initially, Yi Mingzhu had believed herself no different from other transmigrated heroines, endowed with extraordinary talents and a throng of subordinates. Little did she anticipate that the self who traversed through time would possess an exceedingly rare and lamentable constitution, leading to years of ridicule directed at both herself and her mother. Over the passing years, Yi Mingzhu has gradually come to terms with this reality. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are destined to face derision and disdain if they lack strength. This is the most brutal aspect of this world. Since you have been tested, Yi Mingzhu, you shall serve as a menial laborer in the fire room. The evaluating elder cast a glance and spoke with palpable impatience. Upon hearing the elder's decree, the eyes of those surrounding her fell upon Yi Mingzhu in unison. Their gazes were a mixture of pity and schadenfreude. Serving as a menial laborer in the fire room is a demeaning occupation. Such individuals are unlikely to receive any special consideration, let alone the opportunity to cultivate. Moreover, it is likely that this position was granted as an exception, considering her mother's status as the Valley Master. Otherwise, based solely on her inferior constitution, she would have been unequivocally dispatched outside the valley to till the fields and tend to fish. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. Regardless of her location, Yi Mingzhu is merely a pitiful being at the initial stage of Chi refinement. Yi Mingzhu, you may proceed to the fire room and report to Elder Mu. The evaluating elder coldly concluded with his final words before departing the testing square alongside the other disciples. Only Yi Mingzhu remained, standing solitary in the center of the square, feeling the cool breeze. A menial laborer in the fire room? I wouldn't hesitate to poison you all. With a derisive laugh, Yi Mingzhu prepared to turn away, when suddenly a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Ding! The Supreme Reversal Sign-In system has detected the emergence of the most inept host and is autonomously binding. Binding complete. Congratulations, host, on activating the Supreme Reversal Sign-In system. Even in the depths of despair in your life, do not lose heart. Endure for just one more second and await the arrival of that divine system, which will guide you to a reversal, reborn from the shadows. Chapter 2. The Lotus Saint Body. Upon hearing that voice, Mingzhu's body trembled violently. As a transmigrator, she was acutely aware of the implications of the system. Having a system was akin to embarking on a life of extraordinary advantages. Although the system might arrive fashionably late, it would certainly never be absent. The ridicule and humiliation she had endured over the past 3 years were not in vain. This system is known as the God-level counterattack sign-in system, meticulously crafted for the path of underwhelming players to achieve a remarkable comeback. The host merely needs to sign in at any location of their choosing each day to reap an endless stream of rewards, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Suppressing the excitement within, Mingzhu took a deep breath and inquired about the sign-in process. The host need only silently recite the location where they find themselves. Upon hearing the system's words, Mingzhu felt a surge of joy and hastily intoned, "Sign in at Mingzhu Valley. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the first sign-in reward, a novice surprise gift package." At this announcement, Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with delight as she swiftly opened the surprise gift package with her mind. Instantly, a shimmering emerald green lotus began to swirl ethereally before merging into her third eye. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Lotus Saint Body. In that moment, Mingzhu felt as though she had transformed into a new entity. She could sense her mental prowess, physical strength, and internal energy continuously amplifying. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within her had multiplied exponentially, a force that ignited an urge within her to unleash a triumphant roar to the heavens. What an astonishing Lotus Saint Body! Mingzhu marveled inwardly, astonished by the extraordinary prowess of the Lotus Saint Body, far surpassing her expectations. Indeed, this surprise gift package had instantly elevated her from a mere waste to possessing exceptional talent. At this moment, she could distinctly perceive the terrifying power coursing through her veins. She dared to assert that if she encountered a 10th-level Qi refinement practitioner now, she could defeat them in a mere incense stick's duration. Moreover, with the Lotus Saint Body, her enhancements would undergo a transformative leap, and her future cultivation would progress at an astonishing pace. Mingzhu felt an intangible escalation in her combat strength. As if the efforts she had accumulated were now surging forth like a torrential flood. She even had a premonition that, should she wish, she could wield the formidable power of the Lotus Saint Body to crush all practitioners of the same realm, or even challenge those of higher tiers. This was an overwhelming confidence. After a moment, Mingzhu exhaled deeply, her spirits soaring. Once her aura began to stabilize, she lifted her gaze towards the stone tablet on the testing platform, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Slowly approaching the testing stone tablet, she extended a slender finger and gently placed it upon its surface before closing her eyes in silence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the testing stone emitted a violent tremor, and radiant green rings began to materialize, swiftly enveloping the entire stone tablet until it erupted with a resounding bang. The testing stone shattered into countless fragments, and Mingzhu slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the scene before her, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted within the Mingzhu Palace. All eyes turned towards the direction of the testing square, filled with confusion. What had transpired? It seemed something had gone awry at the testing platform. After shattering the testing stone, Mingzhu quickly exited the testing square, making her way towards the firehouse. The firehouse was located in the southwestern outskirts, where a towering edifice loomed, its summit adorned with a grand plaque inscribed with the words Firehouse. This was a dining hall dedicated to the sustenance of the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. Upon entering, Mingzhu immediately sensed the intense gazes of curiosity and astonishment directed towards her. Isn't that Mingzhu? What is she doing here? What else could it be? She must have failed the assessment and been reassigned here. Her mother is the Valley Master, you know. Shoo, quiet. She's coming this way. Whispers flooded Mingzhu's ears. Ignoring the murmurs around her, she quietly walked forward. The private rooms within the firehouse were empty, likely because the old man Mu had gone off to amuse himself. Mingzhu took her time to report, finding a single room where she sat cross-legged on the bed, stabilizing the formidable power within her. In a brief span, she ascended from the initial level of Qi refinement to the 10th level, merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Such speed would undoubtedly leave the others within the valley astounded. Yet this was indeed the truth. After awakening the Lotus Saint Body, her vital energy surged uncontrollably, as if her previously futile efforts had suddenly begun to bear fruit. This was the boon granted by the Lotus Saint Body. In this world, once achieving the first level of Qi refinement had been an unattainable dream for her, but now, Yi Mingzhu's aspirations reached far beyond. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, mysterious ascension, spirit division, tribulation crossing, and even the legendary celestial immortal. Only by becoming powerful could she protect those she loved and those who cherished her, ensuring happiness and glory for her family and friends. Yi Mingzhu firmly believed that with the god-level counterattack sign-in system, there would come a day when she would stand at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the world as the most resplendent pearl. Pearl, I have brought you some daily necessities. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from outside the door. A regal woman clad in blue entered, exuding an aura of grace. Upon seeing the kind and beautiful woman before her, a warm current surged within Yi Mingzhu, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her exquisite face. This stunning woman was none other than her beloved mother, Yi Xianxia, the Valley Master of Mingwu Valley. In her memories, this mother had always doted on her excessively. Despite Yi Mingzhu's extraordinary talent facing ridicule, in Yi Xianxia's eyes, she remained her precious darling. Thus, Yi Mingzhu had long since acknowledged this mother in her heart. Yet at this moment, a hint of sorrow flickered in Yi Xianxia's gaze as she placed 2 boxes of daily necessities on the table, letting out a remorseful sigh. Mingzhu, you have endured so much hardship over the years. If only you did not have to stay in the firehouse. Mother, it's all right. It makes no difference where I reside. Besides, I am no longer a child. I cannot rely on your care forever. Yi Mingzhu promptly interrupted Yi Xianxia's words, smiling reassuringly. Moreover, am I not doing well now? Alas. Upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's response, Yi Xianxia sighed heavily, her heart filled with guilt. Though she was the Valley Master of Mingwu Valley, she could not fully represent the decisions made within the valley. After all, there were 4 elders in Mingwu Valley who held equal rights. The elders controlled the vast majority of the valley's resources and wielded absolute authority, whereas she, as the Valley Master, merely held a title with limited power, often subordinate even to the elders. In Yi Mingzhu's memories, her mother held a significantly low status within Mingwu Valley, with ordinary matters requiring discussions with the Grand Elder and the other 3 elders before reaching a final decision. By the way, Mingzhu, there will be a banquet in the valley tonight to entertain the disciples of Qingxian Sect. You should accompany me. Yi Xianxia suddenly spoke with a smile. Yi Mingzhu paused for a moment, then nodded with a beaming smile. All right, I will go. Regarding the welcoming banquet of Mingwu Valley, Yi Mingzhu was aware that every year, after the assessment results are released, Qingxian Sect would send representatives to escort the disciples who qualified for entry into their ranks. However, she did not anticipate that this year's arrival would be so prompt. All right, you tidy up first. I shall take my leave. Yi Xianxia said with a smile as she gently patted Yi Mingzhu's shoulder, then gracefully made her way outside. Chapter 3. The arrival of Qingxian Sect after Yi Xianxia departed. Yi Mingzhu resumed her cultivation, solidifying her realm. It wasn't until evening that a disciple came to relay the message, prompting Yi Mingzhu to exit her room and prepare for her journey to Mingwu Tower. Mingwu Tower was situated to the east of the cooking chamber, and it was not a great distance from her location. Before long, Yi Mingzhu arrived at the entrance of Mingwu Tower, entering with familiarity. At this moment, Mingwu Tower was brilliantly illuminated. A glance revealed Yi Xianxia seated at the head table, accompanied by 4 elders. Below them sat the elite disciples of the valley, each a standout among the younger generation, with their powers exceeding the 6th level of Qi refinement. Additionally, 2 men clad in green robes occupied a position on the left. Yi Mingzhu cast a brief glance at them. Among the 2, one was an elderly man, slender in build, with piercing eyes akin to those of a hawk, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Particularly striking were his cold, dark eyes that dared not be met directly. To her astonishment, this individual emanated the aura of a peak mid-stage golden core cultivator, surpassing even her mother's strength. Such prowess suggested he must be a formidable leader in his own right. The other young man appeared somewhat refined, exuding an air of gentility. Yet beneath his composed demeanor lay a subtle glimmer of coldness, embodied with the regal demeanor of a sovereign. This very demeanor, coupled with his intentionally displayed prowess at the pinnacle of late-stage foundation establishment, had undoubtedly enraptured many of the valley's maidens. Being so young, yet already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he promised to be an extraordinary talent in the future. These 2 were none other than Feng Qian, the Grand Elder of Qingxian Sect, and Zhao Mingxian, the chief disciple. Upon seeing their attire, Yi Mingzhu immediately deduced their identities. Although her own strength had been lacking in previous years, she had diligently studied various texts and was well informed. According to ancient texts, the Tianxian continent was once a vast island, which, after many years of transformation, gradually divided into 5 islands: East Island, West Island, South Island, North Island, and Central Island. This also represented the 5 major factions. Mingzhu Valley was located in a place called Qingqing Mountain, which belonged to the North Island. Mingzhu Valley held considerable weight here, being regarded as a dominant force in Qingqing Mountain, yet it paled in comparison to Qingxian Sect. The disparity in power between the two was beyond description, resulting in a profound sense of reverence among the people of Mingzhu Valley towards Qingxian Sect. Mother. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu smiled as she approached Yi Qianxia at the head table, offering a slight bow. Looking at her daughter, Yi Qianxia revealed a gentle smile. Mingzhu, please take a seat. Yi Mingzhu nodded and turned to survey the hall, only to find herself met with a plethora of mocking gazes. The spacious hall was filled to capacity, leaving no place for her to sit. At that moment, Yi Qianxia also noticed the scene unfolding and her delicate face darkened. Just as she was about to question the attending elder, Yi Mingzhu had already made her way to a corner and slowly sat down on the floor. Seeing this, the anger on Yi Qianxia's face gradually dissipated. She glanced at her daughter in the corner and let out a faint sigh. Then, she turned to the young man in green and offered a warm smile. It's been several years. Mingxian has grown so much. Truly a remarkable young man. Thank you for your kind words, Valley Master Yi. Zhao Mingxian replied with a slight bow, exuding politeness. Come, please take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Yi Qianxia said with a beaming smile. Zhao Mingxian did not decline, slowly making his way to the high seat. However, he did not sit down immediately. Instead, casting a glance at Yi Mingzhu in the corner. Valley Master Yi, our purpose for today, aside from escorting the new disciples, also involves a matter of great importance that our sect master highly values. Zhao Mingxian began, his voice warm and soothing as a spring breeze, though it slightly intensified upon mentioning the sect master. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxia's brows furrowed slightly. Qingxian sect was a dominant force on the North Island, and their sect master, Meng Xinghe, was a significant figure of the nascent soul stage with formidable strength. Even the entirety of Mingzhu Valley held him in high regard. Why would such a person require her assistance? Zhao Mingxian's words left Yi Qianxia feeling perplexed. However, being the valley master of Mingzhu Valley, her knowledge and experience vastly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure. Oh, may I inquire what matter holds such importance in the eyes of Sect Master Ming? Zhao Mingxian chuckled lightly, though his expression grew somewhat awkward. Valley Master Yi, as you are surely aware, our Qingxian sect has certain customs. The sect master cares for me greatly, and naturally, he is quite concerned about my marriage. Before he could finish his statement, the elderly man in the green robe abruptly rose and spoke in a calm tone. Valley Master Yi, the sect master holds the young master in high regard and naturally wishes for his future to be boundless. I will speak plainly. Our visit today, aside from escorting the new disciples, is also to request that the engagement between the young master and Yi Mingzhu be annulled. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qianxia slammed her palm down, shattering the dining table before her, sending wine and food splattering across the floor. Her delicate face instantly darkened. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a deathly silence, and even the 4 elders trembled, refraining from making a sound. Moreover, all the disciples of Mingzhu Valley held their breath, for it was common knowledge that discussing the annulment of an engagement was the greatest taboo within the valley. 20 years prior, a similar scene had unfolded with the valley master, Yi Qianxia. Even more tragically, she had been pregnant at the time of her engagement's annulment. Thus, Yi Mingzhu inherited her mother's surname, a constant reminder of Yi Qianxia's lifelong pain and resentment. As for the engagement between Yi Mingzhu and Zhao Mingxian, it had been arranged when they were very young by the previous generation. The late valley master, Yi Chun, Yi Mingzhu's grandfather, had been close friends with Zhao Tianlai, Zhao Mingxuan's grandfather, leading to the betrothal of the 2 children. However, many years had passed, both elders had since passed away, and the matter had fallen into obscurity until now. At this moment, in the corner, Yi Mingzhu was not particularly surprised upon hearing this. Instead, a smirk of derision crept upon her lips. It was likely that her extraordinary aptitude had already spread throughout Qingxian sect. In this world, what oaths and promises were but ephemeral illusions. Without strength, one held no right to voice their opinions. Yet, Zhao Mingxian's public declaration of the annulment was tantamount to a slap in the face to both her and her mother. Furthermore, annulling an engagement was the most detested act by her mother. As these thoughts surged within her, a wave of fury ignited in Yi Mingzhu's heart, her delicate face now etched with frost. At this moment, observing Yi Qianxia's exceedingly grim expression, Zhao Mingxian refrained from speaking, instead choosing to remain silent and wait. Meanwhile, Feng Qian, showing no regard for the tense atmosphere, continued, Valley Master Yi, this matter is of great importance to our sect master. For the sake of Qingxian sect's reputation, let us resolve this engagement promptly. Yi Qianxia's delicate fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Her imposing aura involuntarily radiating, revealing her mid-stage golden core power. Observing her demeanor, Feng Qian's brows furrowed as he swiftly circulated his true energy, unleashing his peak mid-stage golden core strength. In an instant, a formidable aura permeated the entire hall, causing the weaker disciples of the valley to turn pale with shock. Chapter 4. A Letter of Divorce. Yi Qianxia, no, stop this at once. After a brief moment, the stern admonitions of the four elders echoed through the room, rousing Yi Qianxia from her furious reverie. Regaining her composure, she suppressed her imposing presence, yet her tone turned indifferent. Zhao Mingxian, you are destined to be the future leader of the Qingxian sect, with limitless potential. My Mingzhu Valley is merely a remote sect nestled beneath Qingxing Mountain, and Mingzhu's talent is rather mediocre. You truly do not deserve her. Yi Qianxia. Hearing this veiled insinuation, Feng Qian's countenance darkened to an extreme, his anger directed at Yi Qianxia's sharp retort. Zhao Mingxian, however, appeared unfazed, chuckling lightly. Valley Master Yi, to demonstrate my sincerity, I have brought a gift, lest anyone accuse our Qingxian sect of bullying the weak. As he spoke, the ring on his index finger emitted a brilliant flash, and a delicate brocade box, the size of a palm, materialized before everyone's eyes. Upon opening the box, 3 translucent, exquisite pills were revealed. The sight of the items within the box caused the disciples of Mingzhu Valley to collectively gasp in astonishment. Is this a Supreme Foundation Establishment pill? Exclaimed one elder. Yi Qianxia's beautiful eyes also flickered with surprise upon hearing this. The Foundation Establishment pill is an exceedingly precious second-grade elixir, capable of significantly enhancing the success rate of Foundation Establishment for Qi refining stage cultivators, while the Supreme variant guarantees a perfect transition to the Foundation Establishment stage for those at the 10th level of Qi refining. Thus, the Supreme Foundation Establishment pill is a rarity, often withheld even by major sections. The fact that Zhao Mingxian was offering 3 of them was astonishing. Observing the awestruck expressions of the crowd, Zhao Mingxian smiled elegantly and slowly affirmed, indeed, these are 3 Supreme Foundation Establishment pills. He then casually tossed the pills onto the table, adding, this is but a token of my goodwill. I hope Valley Master Yi will accept it. At these words, the entire hall erupted into fervor, with every gaze fixated on the Supreme Foundation Establishment pills, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire and greed. The 4 elders could scarcely restrain themselves, their eyes glued to the pills, their depths brimming with longing. Bestowing such elixirs upon their descendants would be a splendid boon. Seated nearby, Yi Wanwan's expression was filled with excitement as her eyes fixated on the lustrous pills. As she was at the 10th level of Qi refining, the Supreme Foundation Establishment pills were precisely what she needed. How could she not be moved? Just as the crowd contemplated how to distribute the 3 Supreme Foundation Establishment pills, a voice filled with suppressed fury suddenly pierced the silence from a corner of the hall. Humph, what is there to brag about with just 3 Foundation Establishment pills? Mingzhu Valley has no need for them. The hall fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning toward the corner where the voice originated. There, standing resolutely, was Yi Mingzhu. Her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a defiant and icy expression, her eyes filled with disdain. Unable to endure any longer, she declared, it is my bottom line. After a moment, the elder in the lead darkened his countenance, shouting at Yi Mingzhu, be quiet. This is not a place for you to speak. Humph, elder. I am the one being jilted, not you. Why should I silence myself? Or is it that you covet these pills for your granddaughter? Yi Mingzhu's expression remained calm, though her voice was frigid. Yi Mingzhu, the elder, humiliated by the public revelation of his motives, turned crimson with rage. Zhao Mingxian, standing beside the high seat, appeared taken aback by Yi Mingzhu's audacity. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he chuckled lightly. Sister Mingzhu, I understand that the dissolution of our engagement is a heavy blow for you. Yet my master, the leader of Qingxian sect, places great importance on my future. You are aware that in the coming years, I will be the new leader of Qingxian sect, and the disparity between us is indeed vast. However, if you are unwilling, I can still facilitate an opportunity for you to enter Qingxian sect for cultivation. Perhaps one day, you could even break through to the 1st level of Qi refining. Upon hearing this last statement, the disciples of the valley were left in shock. Such a grand offer could drive anyone mad with desire. Gaining entry into Qingxian sect was a dream for countless individuals, yet the sect only accepted 3 newcomers each year. With such an opportunity before them, it would be foolish not to seize it. After laying out this condition, Zhao Mingxian awaited Yi Mingzhu's response, believing that no one could refuse such an enticing proposal. Alas, he was sorely disappointed. Before him, Yi Mingzhu bore a countenance filled solely with disdain. Observing Zhao Mingxuan's lofty demeanor, she revealed a cold smile. Who would covet your doghouse? At these words, Zhao Mingxuan's face flushed with mounting anger, his tone laced with impatience. Yi Mingzhu, do not be ungrateful. If it were not for the goodwill between our families, I would have forcibly annulled the engagement without traveling such a distance to inform you. Furthermore, this matter has my master's consent. Bah, Zhao Mingxian, your overbearing desire to annul our engagement stems solely from the belief that I am unworthy of you. The future sect leader. To be frank, your status, your strength, your appearance, and everything about you fails to impress me in the slightest. I care not for you, nor for Qingxian sect. Yi Mingzhu, unyielding in the face of his veiled threats, raised her voice sharply. Zhao Mingxian found himself rendered speechless by her barrage of incisive remarks. For a moment, he was at a loss for a retort, and the entire hall fell silent, astonished by Yi Mingzhu's unexpected assertiveness. Zhao Mingxian, I advise you to heed my words. Today, you may disregard me, but in the future, you will find it impossible to reach for the brilliance of Mingzhu. Do not presume that being in Qingxian sect grants you the right to bully others. Yi Mingzhu, resolute in her stance, declared unwaveringly. Zhao Mingxuan's expression darkened progressively, his fury boiling over as his voice rose in intensity. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the girl before him. Yi Mingzhu, you, a mere qi refining stage 0, have no right to speak in such a manner. Even if I were to grant you another decade, you could never catch up to me. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of being my partner. Observing Zhao Mingxuan's flustered state, Yi Mingzhu held her head high and coldly retorted, no need for a decade. I find you utterly unworthy. With that, she disregarded the fuming Zhao Mingxian and strode toward the high seat, retrieving pen and paper from the table. Her delicate fingers glided swiftly over the rice paper. As the pen fell, black ink bloomed upon the white surface. Do not think for a moment that you hold any significance in my eyes. This letter of divorce today serves as proof of your expulsion from the Yi family. From this day forth, you, Zhao Mingxian, shall have no ties to the Yi family. Finishing her proclamation, Yi Mingzhu forcefully cast the divorce letter before Zhao Mingxian. Upon seeing the glaring characters on the paper, Zhao Mingxuan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting in disbelief as he stammered, Yi Mingzhu, you actually wish to divorce me? He could hardly fathom that a distinguished prodigy, the future leader of Qingxian sect, would one day be cast aside by a mere qi refining stage 0. It was an utter humiliation beyond measure. At this moment, gazing at the formidable young woman before her, Yi Xianxia, seated high above, found herself momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, she slapped the table, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she chuckled lightly. Ah, this is indeed my daughter, Yi Mingzhu. Subsequently, her expression turned indifferent as she cast her gaze upon Zhao Mingxian and his companion, saying, Hee, young master, I trust the outcome is precisely what you desired. If so, I shall have to bid you farewell. Zhao Mingxian inhaled deeply, suppressing the seething resentment within him. In that case, I shall not impose any further, Aunt Yi. He replied coldly before turning on his heel and departing, with Feng Qian reluctantly following suit out of the hall. Chapter 5. The Qinglian Sword Technique. After leaving the hall, Yi Mingzhu ascended to the summit of Qingqing Mountain as she often did, gazing into the distance. In the past, whenever she felt discontented or troubled, she would come to this peak to let the wind soothe her spirit, alleviating much of the gloom within her heart. Today was no different. As she looked upon the azure sky, a trace of enchantment flickered in her eyes. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze against her face. If only she were a nascent soul expert today, everything might be different, she mused. This was all due to her lack of strength. Taking a deep breath, Yi Mingzhu sat cross-legged on the ground. Her hands spread open as she began to circulate her inner qi. After 2 rotations within her dantian, a slight tremor resonated from a specific point within, and to her astonishment, a vibrant green lotus flower emerged, floating gracefully in the air as if possessing its own consciousness. Upon witnessing this verdant lotus, Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This must be the sacred lotus body, she thought. Indeed, the sacred lotus body possesses a dharma form, is neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure. The lotus represents the heart, the lotus seed serves as the root, and the lotus chamber constitutes the body, capable of repelling foes, providing protection, and facilitating healing. As she marveled at the lotus floating in her dantian, the voice of the system unexpectedly echoed in her mind. She couldn't help but be awestruck by the miraculous nature of this entity. Moments later, she posed a crucial question. How can I break through to the foundation establishment stage? Now, her strength had already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, just a half step away from the initial stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, it seemed her dantian was continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The host possesses the sacred lotus body and does not require foundation establishment pills. One merely needs to unblock the spiritual meridians and expel impurities from within. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mingzhu felt a surge of joy. She promptly seated herself cross-legged, directing her inner qi to flow slowly outward from her dantian. Gradually, threads of qi began to navigate through her meridians, and her countenance grew increasingly pained, as if her meridians were ablaze. Fortunately, Mingzhu's willpower was remarkably resilient. After several minutes of focused effort, she endeavored to unblock her first meridian. As her qi coursed through her body, the pain intensified. It appeared that the first meridian was taking shape, with her spiritual energy in motion. The acupoint of the first meridian began to pulsate, and soon, Mingzhu succeeded in fully opening it, causing a warm current to surge throughout her body. The moment this warmth flowed, she sensed the spiritual energy within her dantian roiling, as if a breach had been opened, and a torrent of spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave. Following this method, the second meridian soon became unobstructed as well. Next, Mingzhu began to regulate her breathing, continuing to push against the second meridian. In an instant, the spiritual energy within her coursed forth like a flood. Subsequently, the energy continuously converted and transformed into true qi, swiftly flowing through the second meridian and onward to the third, fourth, fifth, and 13th. As she felt the tumult of spiritual energy within her, the fatigue on Mingzhu's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile of delight. As time passed, beads of sweat began to dot her skin, and she felt as though she were immersed in a hot spring, enveloped by a wave of comfort that was utterly intoxicating. At that moment, she also realized that the true qi circulating within her had grown purer and more refined, emanating a lustrous glow akin to unpolished jade. Her skin became smoother than jade, translucent and radiant like exquisite mutton fat jade, although her white garments had become stained with dirt, which did little to obscure her beauty. Despite this, Mingzhu did not cease her efforts. She continued to allow her true qi to flow within her body, cleansing and refining it. Only when the dawn revealed the first hints of light did she gradually open her eyes, a weary smile gracing her lips. I have finally achieved it. Stretching her arms wide, she reveled in the boundless spiritual energy surging within her. The strength of the initial foundation establishment stage bestowed upon her a transformative sensation, marking her true entry into the realm of cultivators. With a leisurely stretch, she took the opportunity to sign in. Signing in at Qingqing Mountain. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the long-lost supreme sword technique of the Qingxian sect, the Qinglian sword technique. Upon hearing the notification, Mingzhu nearly stumbled in disbelief. The long-lost supreme sword technique of the Qingxian sect? The Qinglian sword technique, created by the sword Immortal by Go, is an exquisitely profound sword technique of extraordinary power, characterized by fluid and graceful movements, embodying the pinnacle of the Qingxian sect's ultimate skills. However, a century ago, with Bai Ji's disappearance and the untimely death of the previous sect master, the transmission was severed, leaving only 10 forms of the Qinglian sword technique to this day. 10 forms capable of dominating the Northern Isle. One can only imagine the might of the Qinglian sword technique. If one day, Zhao Mingxian were to discover that she had covertly studied their sword technique, what expression would he wear? Contemplating this scenario, a mischievous smile crept upon Mingzhu's lips. The Qinglian sword technique, as its name suggests, is derived from a blue snow lotus, comprising a total of 13 forms, with fierce sword strikes of astonishing power. Representing the apex of swordsmanship in the cultivation world, it is said that upon mastering it, one could kill a person within 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. As the system continued its introduction, a fervent gleam ignited in Mingzhu's eyes. She had been lamenting her lack of advanced martial arts, and now the Qinglian sword technique had presented itself as a divine stroke of fortune. With a mindset of experimentation, Mingzhu promptly snapped a branch from a nearby tree and began to practice on the spot. The sword techniques of the Qinglian sword technique replayed in her mind, and as she moved, lotus-shaped sword shadows manifested around her, blooming and then rapidly wilting, as she executed a series of sword strikes. After completing a set of sword moves, beads of sweat formed on Mingzhu's pristine forehead, and she panted heavily. Given her current cultivation level, reaching the third form was no small feat, especially in light of the enhancement provided by the sacred lotus body. Without such a boon, achieving the second form would have been a mere pipe dream. Yet, Mingzhu remained undeterred. One day, as her strength grew and she possessed sufficient true qi, mastering the 13th form would not be beyond reach. However, the Qinglian sword technique belonged to the Qingxian sect's top-tier secrets. Typically, only the sect master, senior elders, and direct disciples would learn it. Under no circumstances should it be revealed unless faced with life and death, for the repercussions could be dire. After all, the Qingxian sect was a dominant force on the Northern Isle. Until she possessed the strength to contend with them, Yi Mingzhu dared not act recklessly. After practicing once more, Yi Mingzhu prepared to depart. At this hour, old Mu should have returned to the fire room. It was time to report to him. Oh, this also provides an excellent opportunity for everyone to sample my dark culinary creations. As she approached the fire room, Yi Mingzhu could hear a flurry of voices discussing her from a distance. Yi Mingzhu really has quite the audacity. I heard she nearly infuriated the elders in the hall yesterday, and she didn't return last night to report in. Indeed, don't mention it. I was merely a little late. And old Mu scolded me profusely and even punished me with dishwashing. Yet Yi Mingzhu has been absent all day, and old Mu isn't even angry with her. Isn't that a bit too biased? Your father is merely a handyman, while her mother is our valley leader. Can they be compared? Upon overhearing the gossip, Yi Mingzhu approached with an air of nonchalance. The moment the gossiping servants caught sight of her, they fell silent. Ignoring them, Yi Mingzhu strode directly into the fire room. Chapter 6. Food Poisoning. Upon entering, she spotted a frail old man in gray busily tending to a pile of firewood, beside him resting a jug of aged wine. This gray-clad elder was none other than the overseer of the fire room, Mu Qingyang. Grandpa Mu, I'm here to report, Yi Mingzhu exclaimed with a smile. She held a favorable impression of Mu Qingyang. Apart from her mother, he was one of the few elders in Mingzhu Valley who treated her with special care. Hence, she was more than willing to call him Grandpa Mu. Hearing her voice, old Mu turned to glance at her. However, upon seeing her, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Mingzhu. Her entire demeanor seemed transformed, especially her face, which, while still beautiful, radiated an aura of distinct wisdom and confidence that set her apart from before. How has this girl suddenly matured so much? Noticing the dazed expression on old Mu's face, Yi Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa Mu, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Snapping back to reality, old Mu huffed. Humph, you little rascal. There's nothing on your face, but you do smell quite foul. Hurry back and change your clothes. Don't suffocate this old man. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu glanced down and realized she was indeed covered in grime. Her hair was sticky, and her clothes bore numerous patches of dark mud. After clearing her meridians and expelling the impurities from her body yesterday, her attire had become filthy, and she hadn't found the time to wash it. Embarrassed, she quickly dashed out of the fire room. Watching Yi Mingzhu flee in haste, old Mu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This girl has truly grown up. Once back in her room, Yi Mingzhu took a bath to cleanse herself of the dirt before donning a fresh set of clothes, and then stepped out. Upon her return to the fire room, old Mu had vanished, leaving two servants busy at the stove. Seeing Yi Mingzhu, an older servant promptly approached her, saying, Sister Yi, you've arrived just in time. We need to step out for a moment. The pot contains wild game caught by the elder on the mountain. It's nourishing for the kidneys and boosts energy. Make sure to monitor the heat and sprinkle in the spices just before it's done. He gestured toward the large iron pot emitting steam. Yi Mingzhu's gaze fell upon the pot, where the contents bubbled enticingly, releasing an irresistible aroma. All right, no problem. She nodded confidently, accepting the task without hesitation. After a brief absence of about a stick of incense, the broth in the pot had reached a vigorous boil, the succulent meat rolling within, its fragrance wafting through the air and making one's mouth water. It should be about ready, Yi Mingzhu mused, glancing at it. After a moment's hesitation, she scooped a spoonful and tasted it, finding it exceptionally delightful. Next, her eyes turned to the spices on the stove. These were typically used to eliminate gamey flavors, enhancing both tenderness and richness. After tossing in a blend of 17 seasonings, she added a bit more heat to intensify the flavor, completing her task. By midday, after the two disciples had taken the food, Yi Mingzhu exited the fire room. Passing by the front gate of Mingzhu Palace, she happened upon the elder and a group of disciples engaged in discussion. Elder, why does today's food taste so peculiar? A female disciple complained. Yes, it feels as if we're gnawing on thorns. It's truly hard to swallow. The others echoed, their faces contorted in displeasure. The elder frowned, pondering whether old Mu's culinary skills had declined. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly coughed, adopting a stern demeanor, no matter how unpalatable. You must finish it. This wild boar was procured specifically for you. Its tender meat is beneficial for your cultivation, so you must consume it all. The elder's authoritative tone brooked no dissent, compelling the disciples to grit their teeth and gulp down the wild boar meat. Observing their distressed expressions, Yi Mingzhu frowned, wondering just how terrible it could be. At that moment, several disciples, having forced the food down, suddenly clutched their abdomens in agony, their faces turning pale as they doubled over, groaning in pain. It hurts so much. Elder, my stomach is killing me. Noticing their distress, the elder furrowed his brows and hurried over to assess the situation. However, the disciples' conditions deteriorated rapidly. All were clutching their bellies, their faces ashen. Even the elder began to feel unwell, having sampled a piece of the hind leg meat himself. Could it be that the wild boar meat was toxic? All disciples, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, began to circulate their energy to expel the toxins. The elder's expression darkened as he shouted, "Everyone, concentrate and expel the poison." Hearing his command, the disciples immediately sat cross-legged, their expressions easing somewhat, though those of lower cultivation were unable to resist and began to cough up blood, fainting. Mingzhu, witnessing this scene from a distance, raised her eyebrows in concern, her heart filled with confusion. Although she harbored no fondness for these individuals, she was not foolish enough to poison her own kind. Moreover, she had tasted a piece of the wild boar meat and felt no signs of poisoning. Ding. Host possesses the Lotus Holy Body, immune to all poisons. The system's voice rang out unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu suddenly understood. No wonder. It appeared there was indeed something wrong with the wild boar meat. At that moment, the elder surveyed the pale faces of the disciples, his brows knitting in fury as he cast a cold glare around the room, demanding, "Who dares to scheme behind the scenes and harm the disciples of Mingzhu Valley? Step forward if you have any sense." At the sound of the elder's furious voice, the remaining unpoisoned disciples shrank back, too frightened to speak. "Elder, I remember now. It was Mingzhu. She poisoned us. I ran into Hao from the fire room at the market today. He was out buying herbs, and I casually asked him. He told me Mingzhu was in charge of the fire room today. It must be she who, resentful of being assigned to the fire room, resorted to poisoning us." One disciple exclaimed, suddenly animated. The other disciples quickly joined in agreement. "Yes, it must be Mingzhu. Elder, you must seek justice for us." Not far away, Mingzhu looked at the sycophants and malicious accusers with a cold smile. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, her chest out and head held high, and said indifferently, "Which one of you saw me poison anything?" Stunned by her question, the disciples fell silent, at a loss for words. Just then, upon seeing Mingzhu, the elder in charge's expression darkened ominously. "Mingzhu, speak up. Was it you?" His tone was decidedly unfriendly, as if he were certain that she was responsible for the poisoning. "Mingzhu, the elder is asking you a question. Was it you? Speak." A disciple barked. Mingzhu turned to him, her eyes flashing with a frigid glint, and replied in a low voice, "I did not poison anything. The beast itself was venomous." "Nonsense. You clearly poisoned the wild boar meat. This was a supplement specially prepared by the elder for everyone. How could it possibly be toxic?" Sneered a female disciple coldly. "Mingzhu, I advise you to confess quickly, or we will hand you over to the Grand Elder for punishment," echoed the group, their voices rising in unison. "Not only did you poison someone, but you also poisoned your fellow disciples. Your audacity is utterly outrageous. We will not show you any mercy this time." The elder's eyes glinted with a hint of cold light as he demanded harshly, "Mingzhu, was it truly you?" "Indeed, I have long wished to poison you all. It's just a pity I couldn't obtain the poison. If you have any channels, please do let me know," Mingzhu said with a mocking smile. Chapter 7. The Contest for Spiritual Herbs. What audacity, Mingzhu! You dare to openly defy the sect rules and attack the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. You deserve the gravest punishment. The elder in charge roared in fury. "Sect rules?" Mingzhu scoffed at the remark. "The sect rules merely serve to allow the strong to bully the weak. You impose such a grave accusation without understanding the truth. Do you truly deserve to invoke the sect rules?" Mingzhu, don't think that just because you are the daughter of the Valley Master, I am afraid of you. Today, I will ensure you are locked up in the law enforcement hall so that they can teach you a proper lesson." The elder trembled with rage, bellowing. After saying this, he summoned several disciples to approach Mingzhu. Observing their movements, Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, a smirk of derision gracing her lips, as her internal energy began to circulate slowly. However, before any blows could be exchanged, an aged voice rang out, "Stop right there." Everyone turned to see a frail old man with graying hair storming towards them in anger. Upon reaching the crowd, he pointed an accusing finger at the elder in charge. Berating, "You fool. How can you be the elder in charge when you cannot even distinguish between a wild boar and a chrysanthemum pig?" The chrysanthemum pig is a rare second-tier spiritual beast, bearing flower-like patterns on its body. That is its most lethal poison. How dare you bring it back for the clan to consume? Truly, you are the epitome of foolishness. I see you are nothing but a pig. After finishing, the old man threw a handful of herbs and shouted, "If you don't want to die, quickly consume these detoxifying herbs." The poisoned disciples hurriedly picked up the herbs and swallowed them. At this moment, the elder's face turned a mix of pale and green, utterly humiliated, wishing he could sink into the ground. No wonder he felt something was off when he captured that pig on the mountain. It turned out to be a venomous second-tier spiritual beast. His reputation was thoroughly tarnished. "Girl, let us go?" The old man, clearly exasperated, cast a disdainful glance at the elder before leading Mingzhu away. However, Mingzhu found it somewhat surprising that the elder, being scolded so thoroughly by a mere servant, did not dare to retort. Based on his character, he should have at least attempted to save face with a few words. How strange. Upon returning to the servants' quarters, the old man turned to Mingzhu and said calmly, "Girl, it's about time I assign you some tasks to avoid anyone gossiping behind my back about favoritism. Here's what I propose. Go down the mountain to the market and fetch me a pot of aged wine, and also bring back some ingredients for seasoning. I don't know who the careless one was that used up all the spices." After speaking, he tossed her a wine jug and a pouch of coins. Mingzhu caught them, stifling a laugh, and turned to leave. That careless one seemed to be referring to her. The market was located on the western side of Mingzhu Valley, the only commercial area in Qingqing Mountain. The market had always been bustling with business, generally organized by various trading houses, selling all sorts of precious medicinal herbs, elixirs, and more, yielding considerable profits. Upon arriving at the market, Mingzhu headed straight for the wine shop, quickly finding it and handing the jug and 10 gold coins to the attendant. The attendant beamed and promptly filled a jug of bamboo leaf wine for her. After inquiring about where to buy spices, she hurriedly left. The spice shop was called Baichao Pavilion, located on the eastern side of the market, not far from the wine shop, and she reached it in no time. Upon arrival, Mingzhu noticed a crowd gathered in front of the Baichao Pavilion. Among them were not only disciples from Mingzhu Valley, but also individuals from the Xiao Sect. Besides Mingzhu Valley, there were also the Xiao Sect and the Blood Mist Hall on Qingqing Mountain. While Mingzhu Valley appeared to dominate, in reality, the three factions were evenly matched. Thus, it was not surprising to see members of other sects at the market. Ren Xiaodian, is your arrogance so boundless? This ice spirit grass was clearly ours first. What right do you have to take it? Exclaimed several disciples from Mingzhu Valley, surrounding the entrance of Baichao Pavilion and accusing the members of the Xiao Sect. The Xiao Sect members, not to be outdone, glared back at the Mingzhu Valley disciples, among whom stood a young man with an air of arrogance, Ren Xiaodian, the son of the Xiao Sect's leader, Ren Moxing. Beside him was a burly middle-aged man in a purple robe, towering and muscular, with a fierce gaze that swept over the crowd, instilling a sense of dread. "Are you all dissatisfied?" Ren Xiaodian glanced at the Mingzhu Valley crowd and disdainfully remarked, "It's just an ordinary spiritual herb. Why make such a fuss? You think you can contend with us? You are simply too naive. I could crush you all with one hand." At his words, the disciples from Mingzhu Valley trembled with rage. Mingzhu observed the spectacle with a slight smirk. Ren Xiaodian could indeed be considered a prodigy of the younger generation, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement at such a young age, with a promising future ahead. As for the burly man beside him, Mingzhu recognized him as Ren Xiaoyan's henchman, commonly referred to as Big Guy, whose strength was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, impressive in its own right. As the argument unfolded, Mingzhu chose to remain aloof, merely watching the drama unfold. "Ren Xiaodian, is the Xiao Sect not being overly oppressive?" Just then, a girl's voice rang out, breaking through the commotion. Everyone looked up to see a young girl in a green dress striding towards them from the opposite end of the street. While she was not breathtakingly beautiful, there was a strong air of pride in her demeanor. Yi Wanwan, the genius granddaughter of the Grand Elder? The disciples from Mingzhu Valley were instantly exhilarated upon recognizing her. "Junior Sister Yi, you've come at the perfect time. Quickly uphold justice for us. This ice spirit grass was clearly ours first, yet Ren Xiaodian brazenly snatched it away." Stepping forward, Yi Wanwan fixed her icy gaze on Ren Xiaodian and declared, "Ren Xiaodian, by openly seizing our Mingzhu Valley's possessions, are you seeking to instigate conflict between our sects?" Seizing? Ren Xiaodian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How ludicrous! The ice spirit grass was originally my discovery. Do not slander our Xiao sect." A furious disciple from Mingzhu Valley retorted, "Ren Xiaodian, stop your deceit. You clearly seized it from us." Just as the words fell, Ren Xiaodian, with a mocking tone, countered, "And what if I did?" Upon finishing his statement, the burly figure beside him let out a cold snort, squinting his small eyes as a torrent of ferocious energy erupted from him. Instantly, the faces of the Mingzhu Valley disciples paled, and they involuntarily stepped back. Although they were at the 5th level of qi refinement, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the burly man was simply insurmountable. Even Yi Wanwan was shaken, her delicate face turning ashen. Chapter 8, The First Strike. "Teach them a lesson, big guy. Show them what we're made of." Ren Xiaodian sneered. At his command, the burly man stepped forward, transforming into a blur as he launched a powerful punch. Bang! His iron fist shot forth, slicing through the air and unleashing a domineering gust of wind that rattled the surroundings. This is bad. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley were struck with alarm. Boom. At that moment, a girl clad in green suddenly took a step forward, her delicate arm extending to meet the burly man's fist. A thunderous crash resounded as their limbs clashed, creating a wave of scorching air. Following this, the burly man remained unyielding, while Yuanwan was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against a wall and spitting blood, her complexion pale, clearly injured. Junior Sister Yi, quickly, summon the Grand Elder. Several disciples rushed to her side upon witnessing her injury. Ren Xiaotian, how dare you harm Junior Sister Yi? A male disciple shouted furiously, glaring at Ren Xiaotian. Ren Xiaotian took a few steps forward, a sinister expression creeping onto his face as he disdainfully eyed the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. And what of it? The disciples, upon seeing such a malevolent expression on Ren Xiaotian's face, instinctively retreated. What are you afraid of? I'm not here to eat you. Ren Xiaotian laughed heartily. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley felt a mix of shame and indignation, yet given the vast disparity in strength, they could only glare at Ren Xiaotian. Their faces filled with resentment. At that moment, Yuanwan regained her composure, her face etched with fury. Seizing the opportunity while the other disciples confronted Ren Xiaotian, she swiftly took out a pill and swallowed it, causing a radiant blue glow to erupt from her body. This luminescence rapidly enveloped her, forming a blue shield around her. Then, with a flash, Yuanwan darted forward, aiming a strike at the back of the burly man's head. Witnessing this, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley gasped in astonishment. That's a Qi enhancement pill. A practitioner at the Qi refinement stage can triple their cultivation for a brief period. Yuanwan's aura has already reached the peak of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Regrettably, it was still insufficient. To the burly man, her attack was merely a trivial annoyance. Just then, as Yuanwan's delicate hand was about to strike the back of the burly man's head, a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling towards her. The force behind this blow was immense, and Yuanwan felt a sudden constriction in her heart. Momentarily frozen and forgetting to evade, as the burly man's fist descended, a white figure suddenly streaked in from the opposite end of the street, arriving beside Yuanwan in an instant. Yuanwan blinked, then heard a familiar voice command, "Get lost." In the next moment, the white figure unleashed a palm strike, sending the burly man hurtling through the air until he crashed against the eaves of a nearby building, shattering 2 wooden windows. Puff! Blood spewed from the burly man as he lay on the ground, struggling to prop himself up, gazing in horror at the girl standing before him. How is this possible? How could you be this strong? The girl looked down at the burly man with icy disdain, her voice as sharp as a blade. No one from Mingzhu Valley is subject to external punishment. At this sight, the faces of the Mingzhu Valley disciples were filled with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, their expressions utterly captivating. Is that Yi Mingzhu? How can this be? Wasn't she a waste at the Qi refinement stage? Indeed. Wasn't she sent by the elders to do menial tasks in the fire room? The onlookers buzzed with astonishment and confusion. Yi Mingzhu, you are truly impressive. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Ren Xiaotian regarded Yi Mingzhu with a grave expression. Yi Mingzhu ignored him, instead turning to the still-dazed Yuanwan, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" Yuanwan instinctively shook her head, her mind in turmoil. Had it not been for Yi Mingzhu's timely intervention, she could have been severely injured. However, she still found it hard to believe that the seemingly useless Yi Mingzhu had transformed into a coveted foundation establishment adept. This was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that she had hidden her abilities? Such a thought seemed the only way to reconcile Yi Mingzhu's remarkable transformation. Yet, if she truly had concealed her strength, then she was indeed the genius of Mingzhu Valley, not merely a servant in the fire room. Yi Mingzhu, I am speaking to you. At that moment, Ren Xiaotian, seeing Yi Mingzhu's silence, displayed a flicker of anger. He had never been so disregarded. Yi Mingzhu shifted her gaze to him, her expression frosty as she stated, "Rest assured, I won't forget you." Upon hearing this, the gloom on Ren Xiaotian's face slightly lessened. The feeling of being acknowledged was somewhat comforting. However, in the next second, he was left stunned, for Yi Mingzhu made her move again, and this time, he could not evade. Bang! Yi Mingzhu struck out, sending Ren Xiaotian staggering 2 meters back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. You dare to ambush me?" Ren Xiaotian bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage. "Yes, I did ambush you, what of it?" Yi Mingzhu retorted without a hint of courtesy. Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian's face flushed crimson with fury as he shouted, "Yi Mingzhu, do not push your luck. Humph, it's merely a taste of your own medicine." Yi Mingzhu mocked mercilessly. Ren Xiaotian trembled with rage, rising from the ground, intending to flee. He had thought Yi Mingzhu would relent, but unexpectedly, in the next second, she struck again. Slap! A resounding blow landed on his right cheek. The girl's gaze was as sharp as a sword as she coldly demanded, "Hand over the ice spirit grass." Ren Xiaoyan's expression darkened to its utmost as he finally took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he retrieved the ice spirit grass from his storage bag and handed it to Yi Mingzhu. Upon seeing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression momentarily faltered. Then she accepted the ice spirit grass. The ice spirit grass was the primary material for crafting the ice spirit pill, which was mainly used to suppress fire poison. If she recalled correctly, there were indeed individuals within the valley afflicted with fire poison. Otherwise, disciples would not purchase ice spirit grass annually. Thus, it was imperative that Ren Xiaoyan did not seize it. After receiving the ice spirit grass, Yi Mingzhu passed it to the purchasing disciple, then cast a detached gaze at Ren Xiaoyan, declaring, "Those who bully others will inevitably be bullied in return. Now be gone." "All right, Yi Mingzhu, just you wait. The humiliation I suffered today, I shall surely avenge in the future." Having uttered these words, Ren Xiaoyan left without casting a glance back. Chapter 9. The Deception of Yi Qianxue. At this moment, a disciple responsible for procurement in Mingzhu Valley gazed at the ice spirit grass in his hands, his eyes shimmering with delight. Overwhelmed with excitement, he expressed his gratitude to Yi Mingzhu, saying, "Young master, thank you. Were it not for you, we would surely face punishment upon our return." Young master? It had been quite a while since Yi Mingzhu had been addressed by that title. A cold smile flickered in her heart as she cast a nonchalant glance at the disciple and replied, "You need not thank me. I merely cannot abide by the bullying of our disciples. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and strode towards the herb pavilion to procure the ingredients that old Mu required. However, as she passed by Yi Wanwan, the latter unexpectedly spoke in a hushed tone. Sister Yi Mingzhu paused slightly, but ultimately did not halt her steps, continuing into the herb pavilion. Watching her indifferent retreating figure, Yi Wanwan felt a surge of disappointment before she awkwardly departed. After acquiring the ingredients from the herb pavilion, Yi Mingzhu returned to the fire room. Old Mu was diligently working with the herbs inside. Yi Mingzhu retreated to her room, sitting cross-legged to meditate. The earlier confrontation with the burly man, while straightforward and crude, was a result of her cunning. Had she faced him head-on, even with the advantage of the sacred lotus body, she would not have easily overcome him. For her martial skills were limited to the green lotus sword technique, which she could not afford to reveal. Yet, who would have anticipated that among the younger generation of Mingzhu Valley there existed a foundation-building expert? The element of surprise proved to be most lethal. Fortunately, she had dealt a heavy blow to the burly man in one strike. Otherwise, with his formidable physique, it would have been quite challenging to defeat him in a short time. Ultimately, it was her insufficient strength that was at fault. Had she been a golden core expert today, merely exuding her aura would have sufficed to injure him. Time passed, and suddenly Yi Mingzhu opened her eyes, ceasing her meditation. A voice from outside the fire room interrupted her thoughts. "Junior Sister Yi, the Grand Elder requests your presence in the main hall." Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brows slightly, then leapt from her bed and hastily exited her room. It seemed that news of the market incident had reached the ears of the elders, and they were undoubtedly eager to comprehend the details regarding her foundation-building prowess. Yi Mingzhu had never intended to conceal her strength indefinitely. Moreover, the situation had been quite perilous. She certainly did not wish to witness any member of the Yi family perish before her eyes. Upon arriving at the main hall, she beheld her mother, Yi Qianxue, along with Grand Elder Yi Nanxing and several other elders seated at the head, their faces etched with solemnity. Before Yi Mingzhu could speak, an elder serving as the steward bellowed, "Yi Mingzhu, why has your strength suddenly surged? Speak the truth." Recently, he had lost face before Yi Mingzhu due to the incident with the chrysanthemum pig, and now seeing her, he was eager to vent his frustrations. "Do you wish to know?" "I shan't tell you," Yi Mingzhu replied with a playful smirk, her gaze mockingly fixed on the steward elder. At this, the steward elder's complexion darkened, fury radiating from him as he retorted, "Are you provoking me? How dare you be so arrogant? Do not compel me to drag you into the law enforcement hall. Think as you will," Yi Mingzhu coldly snorted, casting a disdainful glance at the steward elder. Hearing her words, the steward elder's expression darkened further, his eyes ablaze with suppressed rage, wishing to seize Yi Mingzhu and subject her to harsh punishment to relieve his pent-up resentment. However, with Yi Qianxue and others present, he refrained from acting out, ultimately having to swallow his anger. Yi Mingzhu observed this and let out a chilling smile. She then swept her gaze around the assembly before it landed on Grand Elder Yi Nanxing, a hint of mockery in her eyes as she asked, "Grand Elder, did you summon me today merely to interrogate me?" Surprisingly, Grand Elder Yi Nanxing did not wear his usual acerbic expression. Instead, a smile graced his face, rendering him somewhat amiable. This unexpected warmth left Yi Mingzhu slightly taken aback. Ahem, at this moment, Yi Qianxue, seated at the head, shifted her beautiful eyes and cleared her throat before stating, "Let me speak." After which, her gaze turned to Mingzhu, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. She was well aware of her daughter's constitution. After consuming countless qi-gathering pills over the years, she remained at the first layer of the qi refinement stage. Yet now, she had inexplicably ascended to the foundation building stage. This rapid transformation was truly unbelievable. Though shocked, Xianxia could not help but feel a twinge of concern. What if her daughter had contravened the rules of Mingwu Valley and practiced demonic arts? She could hardly fathom the consequences. In truth, I have been guiding Mingzhu to conceal her strength all along. A year ago, she broke through to the 10th layer of the qi refinement stage. A few months back, I provided her with an exquisite foundation establishment pill from the family. Thus she has long since smoothly ascended to the initial stage of foundation building. Xianxia sighed. Upon hearing this revelation, the elders present were utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Xianxia's words shattered their preconceived notions. It turned out that Mingzhu was not the waste of talent they had assumed, but rather a prodigy. This information left Mingzhu equally bewildered. She cast a questioning glance at her mother on the dais. However, the steward elder had discerned another critical piece of information from Xianxia's words. "Xianxia, what did you just say? You secretly took the only exquisite foundation establishment pill in the valley and gave it to your daughter?" The steward elder slammed his hand on the table, his fury erupting as he declared, "You clearly have ulterior motives. I see you are unfit to continue holding the position of Valley Master." The other two elders were equally incensed. They had yet to find an excuse to claim the exquisite foundation establishment pill, yet it had been surreptitiously administered to Mingzhu by Xianxia. How could they not be infuriated? Furthermore, given Xianxia's statement, the shattered testing steel in the square must have also been destroyed by Mingzhu. For no other young disciple possessed the ability to shatter a steel designed for foundation building assessment. At that moment, Grand Elder Nanxing, who had remained silent, spoke in a calm tone, "Steward, let it be. It is merely a pill. She has consumed it, so be it seeing this." The steward elder had no choice but to close his mouth, casting a furious glare at Mingzhu before turning and storming away. Once the steward elder had departed, Grand Elder Nanxing turned to Mingzhu, smiling warmly. "Mingzhu, you performed splendidly at the market today. Were it not for you, the ice spirit grass would have been seized by the people of the Xiaoyao sect, and I would have found it exceedingly difficult to suppress this fire poison. Allow me to express my gratitude. Henceforth, you may move back from the fire room to reside here." Mingzhu was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. So, the Grand Elder had been afflicted by fire poison. No wonder Yuanwan had been so desperate. However, she had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would display such a kind demeanor. With a slight smile, Mingzhu responded slowly, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed. The remaining individuals in the hall dispersed as well. Xianxia proceeded to the treasure repository of Mingwu Valley, opening a brocade box containing stored pills. Gazing at the exquisite foundation establishment pill, emanating a rich fragrance, she sighed softly. "My daughter, I hope you do not stray onto a perilous path." With that, the exquisite foundation establishment pill in Xianxia's hand was utterly reduced to powder. Chapter 10. Journey to Mingwu Pavilion in the following month. Mingzhu continued her life in the fire room as usual, dedicating her days to meditation and running errands. Certainly, during this past month, Mingzhu diligently signed in at various locations within the Mingwu Valley, thereby reaping numerous rewards. Her prowess has now ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage foundation establishment, poised to embark upon the late-stage foundation establishment at any moment. Her sole vexation lies in the absence of suitable martial techniques. Although the Qinglian sword technique boasts formidable power, it is a skill that should only be employed in dire circumstances, lest one attract an insurmountable amount of trouble. For it is a supreme art exclusive to the Qingxian sect. It was time, she mused, to visit the Mingwu Pavilion to select a martial technique. Once she completed her chores in the firewood room, she set off towards the Mingwu Pavilion. The Mingwu Pavilion is a quaint structure nestled in the outskirts of the Mingwu Valley, exuding an air of ancient charm and classical elegance. As Mingzhu arrived at the pavilion, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow as the crimson orb sank slowly in the west. At the entrance of the pavilion stood 5 young disciples, each possessing strength exceeding the 6th level of foundation establishment. Upon spotting Mingzhu, one of them stepped forward, disdainfully declaring, "Mingzhu, this is not a place for you. Leave at once." Their attitude was not entirely unwarranted. The duty of guarding the Mingwu Pavilion was a significant responsibility, and these disciples rarely strayed from their posts, possibly unaware of Mingzhu's recent ascension in strength. In their eyes, she was still the feeble cultivator of the 1st level of qi refinement. In response, Mingzhu merely cast a casual glance at the 5 young disciples, disregarding them entirely as she strode into the Mingzhu pavilion. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels, each protected by barriers. It is said that long ago, the ancestral master of the Mingzhu Valley established these barriers to prevent disciples from becoming overly impatient. The first level required only the 5th level of qi refinement for entry, where martial techniques could be freely selected. The second level necessitated reaching the early stage of foundation establishment to gain access, while the third level was rumored to be reserved for those of golden core stage and above. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingzhu entered the main hall of the first level. Witnessing this, the young disciples stationed at the entrance were taken aback, as they had not anticipated her audacity to so brazenly disregard their presence. The leading disciple snorted derisively and stepped forward to obstruct her path, exclaiming, Mingzhu, you possess quite the audacity to intrude upon the Mingzhu pavilion. It seems you have a death wish. Mingzhu, upon hearing this, lifted her beautiful eyes to regard him. The disciple felt an inexplicable chill as her gaze, unlike before, had deepened, sending an unsettling shiver down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. At that moment, Mingzhu coolly glanced at the other disciples before continuing her advance. The leading disciple's expression darkened, and he prepared to pursue her to administer a lesson. However, before he could approach, a young man beside him reached out to block his path, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, Brother Hao, let her pass. With her terrifying strength at the first level of qi refinement, she will likely be overwhelmed by the pressure within before even a single incense stick burns out. Upon hearing this, the leading disciple paused, though his irritation lingered as he muttered, An insufferable fool. I shall see how long she can endure. The other disciples chimed in, their laughter dripping with malice as they eagerly awaited Mingzhu's humiliation. Mingzhu, of course, noticed the expressions of these individuals but remained unfazed, calmly walking into the hall of the first level. Upon entering, her first action was to survey her surroundings. The hall was adorned with a plethora of shelves brimming with various martial techniques, dazzling to behold. However, Mingzhu was disappointed to find that the techniques were rather rudimentary. The highest rank among them was merely mid-level yellow grade, which did not pique her interest. Meanwhile, the disciples outside exchanged puzzled glances. For despite the passage of an incense stick's time, Mingzhu remained composed, showing no signs of being affected by the pressure. Just as they were beginning to wonder, a more astonishing scene unfolded. Mingzhu stepped boldly into the second level of the Mingzhu pavilion. The sight left the disciples wide-eyed and incredulous. They could scarcely believe that Mingzhu had so effortlessly traversed into the second level. It was common knowledge that the barrier of the second level imposed the pressure of early-stage foundation establishment, capable of injuring even those at the peak of qi refinement. How could Mingzhu, a mere first-level qi refinement cultivator, possibly withstand such force? At that moment, the disciples were rendered speechless, their faces etched with shock. Mingzhu, meanwhile, effortlessly strolled into the main hall of the second level, much to the astonishment of the 5 guarding disciples. The selection of martial techniques on this level was significantly reduced compared to the first, yet they were of a higher caliber, all above the Xian grade. Mingzhu casually picked up a junior-level Xian grade technique titled 9 Turns of the Profound In Art, which, when mastered, could refine the physical body, marking it as a first-rate martial technique. Yet, this technique still appeared somewhat beneath her, failing to capture her full interest. Her gaze then fell upon an ancient shelf in the corner, shrouded in dust. The shelf was lined with numerous jade slips, each containing various martial manuals. Mingzhu randomly selected one and began to peruse it. It was a mid-level earth-grade body technique named Godly Steps, perfectly suiting her inclinations. A brief glance revealed that this technique evolved from the primordial chaos at the dawn of existence, boasting unparalleled speed and being notoriously difficult to master, even considered a rare gem among martial arts. Moreover, it was not commonly seen. If utilized adeptly, it could yield impressive combat prowess against formidable opponents. However, its cultivation posed considerable challenges, demanding not only exceptional comprehension, but also considerable innate talent. Otherwise, success would be elusive. Thus, this technique had languished in the Mingzhu pavilion, neglected and unpracticed. Yet, Mingzhu was confident that given sufficient time, she could master the Godly Steps. After reviewing it, she promptly decided to take the technique and prepare to depart. However, at the moment she stepped forward, her gaze inadvertently drifted to the entrance of the third level. The oppressive pressure emanating from there was daunting, causing the very air to warp. Merely approaching it made beads of cold sweat form on her forehead, her complexion turning pale. The might of the golden core stage was indeed extraordinary. After just a few glances, Mingzhu found herself struggling to breathe. Surely, the martial techniques within the third level must be the pinnacle of the Mingzhu Valley. Without hesitation, Yi Mingzhu resolutely turned to leave. Her current strength was insufficient, and she could only bide her time until she could break through to the Golden Course stage. As she departed, she casually activated her sign-in. Sign-in at Mingwu Pavilion. Chapter 11, Xiantian Palm. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the most formidable martial technique of the Mingwu Pavilion, Xiantian Palm. Xiantian Palm. Within the palm lies the universe. With a single strike, heaven and earth tremble, fingers swirling, sun and moon dimming. Unleash a strike, and a golden light surges a myriad of feet high. What manner of martial technique is this? How extraordinarily domineering. Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's voice. In her 3 years at the Mingwu Valley, she had never heard of such a tyrannical palm technique existing within the sect. The Xiantian palm is an ancient martial art passed down from bygone eras, possessing unparalleled might. However, due to its excessively domineering nature, practitioners are prone to falling into madness. It was only after being refined by a master at the Xian Ascension stage that it evolved into a mid-tier, heavenly-grade martial art. The palm technique is uniquely structured, capable of evolving into 9 distinct forms, each more formidable than the last. Ultimately, mastering all 9 forms would allow one to shatter myriad techniques, leading to a significant enhancement in combat strength, doubling, in fact, if one can achieve mastery of all 9 forms. The system's voice elucidated this. Such power? Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Indeed, the adept at the Xian Ascension stage was truly remarkable, capable of refining such a tyrannical martial art. It left her curious about the identity of this extraordinary individual. After absorbing the system's introduction, Yi Mingzhu was eager to commence her training. As she approached the entrance of the Mingwu Pavilion, 5 disciples remained entranced by the earlier revelation, only snapping back to reality when Yi Mingzhu stepped forward. Selecting a martial art at Mingwu Pavilion required registration, so she promptly presented the tome of Xinxing Bu to the attending disciple. Upon seeing the glaring characters of Xinxing Bu, the disciples were taken aback, their expressions betraying disbelief. Yi Mingzhu was here to select such a remarkable agility technique. It is well known that this technique is of earth-grade quality and exceedingly difficult to master. No one within the Mingwu Valley had ever succeeded in its cultivation. Indeed, even the Grand Elder had only grasped its surface. Yi Mingzhu, are you certain you wish to select this agility technique? Although Xinxing Bu is of high rank, it is incomplete, and without extraordinary talent, one cannot comprehend it. Even if learned, it may lack practical combat efficacy. Perhaps you should consider a martial art more suited to your cultivation? An older gatekeeper disciple queried. Incomplete? Yi Mingzhu paused momentarily, casting a careful glance at the cover. It was then she discerned that this volume of Xinxing Bu was merely the first part. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. The speed-oriented Xinxing Bu would be a tremendous boon for her. In confrontations with formidable foes, it could serve as a life-saving ace. I shall take this tome, she declared without hesitation. The elder disciple refrained from further argument and proceeded to complete the registration process for Yi Mingzhu. However, they were perplexed. How could a practitioner at the 0 layer of Qi refining endure the oppressive aura of the 2nd level of Mingwu Pavilion? Chen Haoyang, did you not say she was at the 0 layer of Qi refining? Yet why do I feel as though she resembles a foundational stage expert? One disciple inquired curiously of his companion. Chen Haoyang wore a similar expression of confusion. He had undergone the strength assessment alongside Yi Mingzhu and had personally heard the elder announce the results. Moreover, for years, the entire Mingwu Valley was aware that Yi Mingzhu was deemed a waste at the 0 layer of Qi refining. The irony was that this so-called waste had always maintained an aloof demeanor, leading many disciples to harbor disdain toward her. However, they found the recent spectacle difficult to comprehend. How could Yi Mingzhu possibly have broken through to the foundation establishment stage in just a month, even if one were to constantly immerse themselves in Qi-gathering pills? Such rapid advancement seemed implausible. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu paid them no mind, choosing instead to proceed directly to the back mountain with her martial art in hand. Standing atop the mountain peak, she closed her eyes to gather her thoughts, silently reciting the incantation and channeling the Xinxing Bu formula through her meridians. Gradually, a gentle energy began to circulate through her body, instilling a sense of refreshing ease. Before long, Yi Mingzhu felt a wave of relief. As if her internal meridians were being expanded, a cooling sensation coursing throughout her being. Presently, she felt as light as a feather, capable of effortlessly leaping dozens of meters with remarkable agility. There was a slight drain on her true energy, yet it was wholly agreeable. In a mere incense stick's duration, Yi Mingzhu had comprehended the entirety of the first volume of Xinxing Bu. Now, equipped with the Qinglian sword technique, Xinxing Bu, and the Xiantian palm, she possessed the strength to contend even with a consummate foundational stage expert. As night descended, Yi Mingzhu began her training in the Shintian palm. This technique comprises 9 forms. The first being the Tai Chi seal. With a single palm strike, it can annihilate all. Following the incantation, a mysterious yin-yang fish pattern manifested in her palm, radiating a faint golden glow. Yi Mingzhu attempted to wield the Tai Chi seal, extending her left hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to be instantly siphoned away, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Indeed formidable, Yi Mingzhu marveled. This phenomenon could only be executed by cultivators at the nascent soul stage, yet she was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, Yi Mingzhu believed that given time, once she breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the effects of this Tai Chi seal would be even more astonishing. The left hand represented yin, while the right embodied yang. The yin could absorb all, while the yang could incinerate heaven and boil the sea. These two forces complemented one another, granting this martial art the ability to wield destructive power. Next, Yi Mingzhu shifted her gaze to the palm of her right hand. The same yin-yang fish pattern appeared there, but unlike her left palm, a golden dragon, coalesced from true energy, spiraled above her right palm. The dragon's head was raised high, its eyes fierce and resolute, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Yi Mingzhu stood as its master, the dragon's gaze fixated on the distance, awaiting her command. How domineering! Gazing at the Tai Chi pattern on her right palm, Yi Mingzhu felt a rush of exhilaration. In the next moment, she gathered all her true energy into her right palm and struck forcefully toward the distant valley. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted, causing the very ground to tremble. Before her eyes, a massive crater formed where she had directed her gaze, dust swirling into the air. Remarkable! Yi Mingzhu could not help but exclaim. The sheer power was terrifying, akin to a person's hands gripping a heavy hammer. One strike could send a tank crashing into the ground, the might of which was beyond comprehension. And this was merely the first form of the Shintian palm. As for the second form, Yi Mingzhu felt no desire to attempt it at present. Cultivation should not be rushed, lest it yield counterproductive results. Furthermore, the previous strike had completely exhausted her true energy, leaving her quite fatigued. As darkness enveloped the sky, Yi Mingzhu departed from the back mountain. Just half an incense stick later, a female figure rushed from afar. Clad in white, she possessed stunning beauty, bearing a resemblance to Yi Mingzhu. This individual was none other than Yi Xianxia. Sensing the lingering energy of the Shintian palm, Yi Xianxia momentarily froze, her eyes brimming with infinite tenderness as she murmured, "Tiansu, have you returned?" Chapter 12. Yuanwan is in trouble. A night passed, and Yi Mingzhu rejuvenated herself, preparing to assist the old man Mu with his wine. Just then, a disciple's voice rang from outside. "Junior Sister Yi, you have a letter. It is from Junior Sister Wanwan." Yi Mingzhu paused in surprise. Yi Wanwan and 2 other disciples had departed from Mingwe Valley over a month ago and should currently be at Qingxian Sect for the new disciple entrance examination. How could she possibly be sending a letter? With a hint of confusion, Yi Mingzhu accepted the letter, opening it to reveal a grim message. Cackling, "Your cousin is in our hands. If you wish for her safety, come alone to the dark woods." Inside the envelope lay a wedding ring, which Yi Mingzhu recognized as a birthday gift from the Grand Elder to Yi Wanwan when she turned 16. It seemed that Yi Wanwan was indeed in grave danger. With this thought in mind, Yi Mingzhu wasted no time and promptly made her way to the dark, secluded forest behind Qingxing Mountain. Before departing, she specifically instructed that if she did not return within an hour, the disciples in the firewood room should immediately inform the Grand Elder. This precaution was necessary, as the malefactor was cunning enough to have abducted Yi Wanwan from the Qingxian sect, undoubtedly using extraordinary means. In truth, Yi Mingzhu had already formed a suspicion about the perpetrator. This incident was likely linked to Ren Xiaodian. However, she could not fathom how he managed to capture Yi Wanwan while she was within the confines of the Qingxian sect. Approximately a stick of incense later, Yi Mingzhu arrived at the shadowy forest, where the trees grew abundantly, yet were teeming with snakes, ants, and venomous creatures. It was her first time here. And although her Lianhua sacred body granted her immunity to toxins and venomous insects, she remained cautious. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she eventually stumbled upon a dilapidated thatched cottage beside a towering tree. Standing before it was a youth clad in purple robes, none other than Ren Xiaodian, with whom she had clashed at the marketplace. Upon seeing Yi Mingzhu approach, a sly smile flickered at the corners of Ren Xiaodian's mouth as he said, "Yi Mingzhu, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful. What have you done to Wanwan?" Yi Mingzhu narrowed her eyes and coldly inquired, "What have you done to her?" "Ha, what's the matter? Do you wish to rescue your cousin? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Do you think you alone can save her?" Ren Xiaodian laughed arrogantly. Then his gaze turned vicious as he fixed his eyes on Yi Mingzhu. "I told you I would return, and today you will learn the consequences of offending Ren Xiaotian. Oh, I look forward to witnessing it, Yi Mingzhu replied nonchalantly. Do you think I still fear you? Today, I shall make you submit completely. With that, Ren Xiaotian launched an attack, extending his hands as two blazing flames erupted from his palms. He was a practitioner of fire attributes, and Yi Mingzhu was astonished to realize that in just a month, Ren Xiaotian had advanced from the 8th level of qi refinement to the early stage of foundation establishment. His talent was indeed extraordinary, though it could not be ruled out that he had resorted to using drugs. As the roaring flames surged towards her, Yi Mingzhu's expression remained impassive. She immediately activated her movement technique, her figure vanishing from her original spot, only to reappear behind Ren Xiaotian. What? Ren Xiaotian gasped in astonishment. Before he could evade, Yi Mingzhu's right hand struck his face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, and the force of her blow knocked out several of his teeth. Utilizing 7/10 of her strength, she sent Ren Xiaotian crashing to the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his cheeks swollen and lips cracked. Lying on the ground, Ren Xiaotian stared at Yi Mingzhu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her speed could be so astonishing. Now you understand my prowess. Do you dare to provoke me again? Yi Mingzhu asked, her expression laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaotian scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he roared, You vile creature, how dare you strike my face? Today, I shall tear you to shreds. I await your attempt. Yi Mingzhu replied calmly. With that, she summoned her internal energy and activated her movement technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she charged towards Ren Xiaotian. Not to be outdone, Ren Xiaotian unleashed his Xian-level martial skill, the Fiery Palm. Aiming a strike at Yi Mingzhu, the two palms collided, generating a wave of scorching heat that surged through the air, engulfing the entire space. Unfortunately for Ren Xiaotian, the disparity in their strengths was vast. He had no capacity to resist. With a dull thud, he was sent flying, crashing into a large tree before managing to stabilize himself. The sight left Ren Xiaotian's face etched with sheer horror. How was this possible? He was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not withstand Yi Mingzhu's blow, and the difference in their strengths was not as significant as he had thought. As Yi Mingzhu prepared for another strike, Ren Xiaotian gritted his teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Yi Mingzhu, I must admit, you are quite formidable. But do you think I am alone here? No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly shattered a jade slip, and an ominous aura began to approach. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank, and her expression changed as she sensed the cultivation of the approaching figure. It was at the early stage of Golden Core, a level she could not possibly contend with. In an instant, the terrifying presence drew closer, and before she knew it, a figure cloaked in black stood atop a tree before Yi Mingzhu. Ku. The newcomer laughed ominously. Yi Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, warily assessing this enigmatic figure in black, who emanated a chilling murderous intent, a vengeful aura born from having taken lives. Such a person was certainly no ordinary individual. He was at least a demonic cultivator. No wonder she had felt eyes upon her since entering. It had been this black-robed individual. Who are you, and why do you oppose Mingwe Valley? Yi Mingzhu gritted her teeth and demanded. Humph, mere Mingwe Valley. It would be a piece of cake for our blood mist hall to annihilate it. The figure in black sneered. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression turned ashen. So it was a member of Blood Mist Hall. Although on the surface, Mingwe Valley appeared to be the strongest force on Qingqing Mountain, followed closely by the Xiaoyao sect. It was actually Blood Mist Hall that was the most mysterious. No one knew the true extent of Blood Mist Hall's strength, only that their leader, Lung Jiang, had reached the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage, possessing formidable power, and even his son, Lung Yu, had attained the early Golden Core stage at a young age. Furthermore, every member of Blood Mist Hall was shrouded in mystery, their hands stained with blood. You are the young master of Blood Mist Hall, Lung Yu? Yi Mingzhu asked in a low voice. Cuckoo, you are quite astute. Indeed, I am Lung Yu. Now, be a good girl and become my furnace. The black-robed figure chuckled wickedly. Chapter 13, The Great Battle of the Golden Core Stage. At these words, Yi Mingzhu's expression darkened even further. This fiend was clearly after her. Yi Mingzhu, I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. The black-robed man said with a wicked grin. Become your furnace? Not a chance. Yi Mingzhu declared firmly. Cuckoo, then do not blame me for being impolite. Before he finished speaking, a black, curved knife appeared in the black-robed man's hand, dripping with fresh blood, emanating a deadly aura as if it were a reaper risen from the depths of hell. Yi Mingzhu activated her movement technique and swiftly retreated Zhang, seizing a piece of dried wood. Without hesitation, she gripped the makeshift staff and swiftly traced a circle, unleashing a sharp sword light aimed at the black-robed figure. This was the third form of the Qinglian sword technique. No trace. Although she had only practiced the third form, it had reached an unparalleled level, with both her swordsmanship and movement technique undergoing a qualitative transformation. Every move was exquisite. This sword strike appeared unremarkable, yet it bore immense power, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens. At that moment, the black-robed man's pupils constricted as he swung his black, curved knife, intercepting the sword light. A loud crack echoed as a fine fissure appeared on the black knife's blade. The outcome left Mingzhu utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that merely utilizing the third technique could so effortlessly shatter the blade of the black, curved dagger in Lung Yu's grasp, and with nothing more than a wooden stick. Mingzhu, one must concede your formidable prowess, yet in the face of my might, your defeat is inevitable. Upon uttering these words, the cloaked figure swiftly materialized before Mingzhu. With his right hand firmly gripping the dagger, his left hand swept horizontally towards her. It was a sweeping strike, imbued with an overwhelming momentum, utterly unstoppable. Mingzhu's heart raced with terror, and she hastily raised her stick in defense. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the wooden staff was severed in half. She staggered back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her complexion paling noticeably. Mingzhu recognized that her current technique was no match for Lung Yu's formidable skill. With Lung Yu at the early stage of the Golden Core realm and possessing abundant combat experience, she was acutely aware that her strength and battle acumen fell far short of his. Under such circumstances, merely enduring one of his strikes was a remarkable feat. With a sigh of resignation, Mingzhu pondered, "Is this where I meet my end today?" Mingzhu, those who recognize the tides of fate are truly remarkable. I offer you a chance at survival. Willingly become my furnace, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Should you choose to be obstinate, do not blame me for draining you dry. That will surely lead to your demise. Lung Yu's voice dripped with malice. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's delicate features darkened. Her inherently stubborn nature had never known the taste of surrender. She would rather perish than bow. Thus, unperturbed by his threats, she coldly retorted, "Dream on." At her words, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in Lung Yu's eyes. Since you refuse the gracious offer, I shall dispose of you first." With that declaration, he lunged at her once more, the black dagger now resembling a venomous serpent, weaving through the air with increasing speed. Mingzhu barely had time to react as the dagger surged towards her. So swift, her heart raced, and she instinctively raised a wooden stick across her chest to block the impending strike. A resounding crack echoed through the air, the stick shattered instantly, and the dagger's tip pressed against her fair neck. "What now? Do you still believe you can resist?" Lung Yu sneered, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and greed. Mingzhu, with her flawless figure and skin as pale as snow, possessed an extraordinary beauty. As she had heard from Xiao Tian, she was the prodigious girl of Mingyue Valley. If she were to become his furnace, he would no longer need to drain others' essence to elevate his cultivation, but could simply indulge in her every night. The thought fueled a flicker of desire within Lung Yu's gaze. Yet, Mingzhu, facing the lethal blade inches from her throat, exhibited no fear, instead allowing a subtle yet sinister smile to grace her lips. "You remain rather composed," Lung Yu remarked coldly, his wrist flicking as he pressed the blade closer. Now mere millimeters from her throat. "What will it be? You have 5 seconds to decide." Mingzhu maintained her serene demeanor, fully aware that she and Lung Yu were not equals. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. However, his earlier words sparked a daring idea within her. The notion of draining resonated deeply. She had yet to reveal her trump card, the Xiantian Palm. The Xiantian Palm consumed more vital energy and spirit than the Qinglian sword technique, and Mingzhu would not resort to it lightly. Yet, the current predicament demanded decisive action. The Xiantian Palm, with its left hand embodying yin and the right hand embodying yang, absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for her own use. While its offensive power could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. From her initial practice of the Xiantian Palm, Mingzhu had grasped its essence. Thus, upon hearing Lung Yu's words, she made an audacious decision to drain a living being. She intended to siphon every ounce of his vital energy, rendering him utterly powerless. Mingzhu, the 5 seconds are up. Upon hearing this, an enigmatic smile crept across Mingzhu's face. In the next instant, before Lung Yu could respond, her beautiful eyes turned icy as her left hand opened the Tai Chi seal, the yin-yang symbol spinning relentlessly. A powerful force surged from her hand, piercing into Lung Yu's body in an instant. The moment her hands made contact with him, Lung Yu felt a sudden numbness coursing through him, as if struck by lightning. An overwhelming force seemed to invade his dantian. In that fleeting moment, he realized his vital energy was rapidly depleting, and panic gripped him. Looking at Mingzhu's smile, Enlightenment dawned upon him. With her astonishing agility, it became clear that she had no intention of being swiftly defeated. Every action had been a prelude to this bizarre technique of absorption. Mingzhu, how dare you deceive me? Realizing the gravity of his situation, Leng Yu was engulfed in a mix of fury and dread, yet he could not escape her grasp, forced to watch helplessly as his vital energy drained away. Moreover, the black dagger in his right hand had been snatched away the moment the absorption began. Now, he could only helplessly witness his own energy being consumed while feeling utterly powerless. Mingzhu's left hand, like an insatiable abyss, ravenously devoured his vital essence. And in mere moments, she had siphoned away 70 to 80% of his energy. Mingzhu, how dare you betray me? I will not let this go unpunished. He snarled through gritted teeth. However, no amount of shouting could change his fate, for the Xiantian palm had slipped from her control. At this moment, Mingzhu experienced even greater discomfort than he. Her delicate face had turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down her brow. The incessant absorption and transformation of vital energy overwhelmed her, inducing a sensation of unbearable torment. Yet, while this suffering might be intolerable for an ordinary individual, for Mingzhu, blessed with the sacred lotus body, it was merely a trial. The absorbed energy would ultimately purify into primordial true energy, enhancing her strength. Thus, this ordeal became a painful yet exhilarating experience for her. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Masked Man. Soon, Mingzhu sensed a significant surge in her power, approaching the threshold of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, while Leng Yu grew increasingly feeble. Mingzhu, release me at once. I no longer wish for you to be my furnace. He roared. Mingzhu remained unresponsive. Even if she could control the Xiantian palm, her heart would not yield. If the roles were reversed, would Leng Yu have spared her? Release me at once. I swear I no longer want you as my furnace. He bellowed in desperation. Humph. Too late. Mingzhu retorted coldly. As her words fell, the last remnant of his vital energy was consumed by her, not only resulting in his hair turning significantly gray, but also aging his appearance by decades. No, this cannot be. What have you done to me? Leng Yu questioned in terror, disbelief etched across his features. At this moment, Mingzhu had retracted her left hand, yet Leng Yu's body felt utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of vital energy. Moreover, the pallor of Leng Yu's countenance deteriorated progressively, ultimately becoming ashen, resembling that of a decrepit elder on the brink of death. This dismal state plunged Leng Yu into a profound panic. He could not fathom the malevolent sorcery that Mingzhu had employed to reduce him to such a woeful condition. He refused to believe that he, a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, could possibly be vanquished by Mingzhu, a mere mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable, and he could scarcely accept it. At that moment, Mingzhu was poised to inquire about Wanwan's whereabouts, but upon turning her head, she discovered that Ren Xiaodian had inexplicably fled. With no other option, Mingzhu directed her gaze towards Leng Yu, her voice cold as she demanded, "Where have you taken Wanwan?" Upon feeling Mingzhu's piercing gaze upon him, Leng Yu's heart chilled, and he instinctively pointed in a direction. Seeing his compliance, Mingzhu did not press him further and promptly leaped deeper into the woods. Watching Mingzhu's receding figure, a flash of malice and resentment crossed Leng Yu's face. Mingzhu, if I cannot make you my cultivation furnace in this lifetime, I vow I shall not live as a man. Alas, he would have no opportunity to fulfill this vow. Just as Mingzhu departed, a mysterious figure clad in black and masked appeared before him. Who are you? Leng Yu was instantly struck with terror, retreating hurriedly, his eyes brimming with dread, for the aura of the masked man was utterly terrifying, even surpassing that of his father. Leng Jiang. The masked figure remained silent, merely raising his left hand, revealing a colossal yin-yang symbol upon his palm. Upon witnessing this, Leng Yu was rendered speechless. It was precisely this bizarre martial technique that Mingzhu had used to drain his vital energy, and now this man wielded it as well. Whoosh. Without waiting for any reaction from Leng Yu, the masked man's palm was already aimed at his dantian. In the next instant, Leng Yu felt a constriction in his breath as his golden core was forcibly extracted from him, landing in the palm of the masked man. Leng Yu cried out in agony, for his golden core had disintegrated into a pile of powder, rendering his physique weaker than that of an ordinary person. Who are you? Leng Yu questioned in terror. You are not worthy of knowing my name. The masked man's voice was cool and detached. With that, he pressed a finger to Leng Yu's brow. A domineering stream of colorless true energy surged into Leng Yu's body. Within moments, Leng Yu's meridians were devastated, and he felt as though he were being pierced by countless needles, his expression shifting from terror to a grimace of pain. In the end, Leng Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice echoing hauntingly through the forest. Meanwhile, Yi Mingzhu had ventured into the heart of the dense woods. Before a great tree, she finally located Yi Wanwan. Seeing her bound to the trunk, yet unharmed, Yi Mingzhu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sister. After the ropes were untied, Yi Wanwan felt a surge of emotion and immediately collapsed into Yi Mingzhu's embrace. It's a relief that you're safe. Yi Mingzhu offered a faint smile, preparing to pat her back in comfort, but ultimately refrained. Observing her demeanor, Yi Wanwan was overcome with guilt and self-reproach. At that moment, she deeply despised her former self. Had she treated Yi Mingzhu differently, perhaps they would have been the closest of sisters. Sister, I was wrong before. I'm sorry. Suppressing her pride, Yi Wanwan finally mustered the courage to speak softly while biting her lip. Yi Mingzhu's expression remained largely unchanged. She merely smiled lightly before saying, "It's all right. Let's head back to the Xianxian sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Wanwan's face reflected a hint of panic as if recalling something. "Sister, it's bad. Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan haven't come back." Hearing those names, Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. If her memory served her correctly, both were disciples of the Mingyue Valley, who had entered the Xianxian sect alongside Yi Wanwan this year. Yi Wanwan hastily recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Yi Mingzhu realized why Ren Xiaotian had managed to capture Yi Wanwan. It turned out that today marked the final assessment for the new disciples of the Xianxian sect. The criterion for this assessment was to see who could procure the most spiritual herbs of the highest value within a day. Yi Wanwan, Lu Zhiruo, and Lu Yuan had formed a trio, but unexpectedly, they had wandered into the Spirit Beast Mountain and encountered fierce spirit beasts. Though all three possessed considerable strength, they suffered greatly under the beast's onslaught. In the end, Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan had to cover Yi Wanwan's escape, allowing her to return to the Xianxian sect for help while they sought refuge in a cave, awaiting rescue. Unfortunately for Yi Wanwan, she was captured by Ren Xiaotian on her way back, leading to the subsequent threat letter he had sent to Yi Mingzhu. "Sister, we must go rescue them. With your strength, those 3 first-tier Red Crest cranes are no match for you," Yi Wanwan implored anxiously. Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brows in thought, hesitating for a moment before replying. "I will go rescue them. You return and fetch reinforcements." "All right. Sister, please be careful." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yi Wanwan's face, and she obediently nodded before turning to dash towards the darkened woods. Yi Mingzhu sighed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. It was not that she was unwilling to assist. After her battle with Lung Yu, although she had drained his vital energy, she had not fully refined it. Furthermore, she now realized that the malevolent energy mingled within Lung Yu's vital energy was difficult to assimilate. Thus, she needed to expeditiously refine this sinister energy to prevent future complications. Nonetheless, the urgency of rescuing others took precedence. During her time in the Mingyue Valley, although her interactions with Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan had not been particularly close, they had notably refrained from treating her with the same cold disdain as others. This endearing aspect had fostered a degree of goodwill towards them in Yi Mingzhu's heart, and she could not bear to witness their demise at the hands of the spirit beasts. Moreover, with merely 3 first-tier spirit beasts to contend with, even if she could not defeat them, her swift footwork would allow her to retreat unscathed. Resolute in her decision, Yi Mingzhu proceeded in the direction indicated by Yi Wanwan. Chapter 15. The Battle Among Nascent Soul Experts. The territory of the Spirit Beast Mountain was vast, and the terrain complex. After employing her swift footwork for about half an hour, Yi Mingzhu finally arrived at a lush thicket. Observing the dense trees nearby, she furrowed her brow and scanned her surroundings swiftly. This should be the place. I hope Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan are unharmed, Yi Mingzhu thought to herself. Cautiously, she moved to the outer edges of the forest, surveying the environment for potential dangers. Once assured of safety, she stealthily advanced deeper, as Yi Wanwan had indicated that Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan should be hiding in a cave ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Emerging from the dense forest ahead was a massive crimson flame leopard, its body ablaze with intense flames. Towering and formidable, its eyes glinted like bronze bells, and it unleashed scorching waves of fire from its mouth. This crimson flame leopard, engulfed in flames, was evidently a fire attribute spirit beast of considerable strength. Upon sighting this creature, Yi Mingzhu's expression darkened. It was, in fact, a 4th-tier fire attribute spirit beast. Just as she prepared to evade, her expression froze momentarily. Surprisingly, the crimson flame leopard was not charging at her. Rather, it appeared to be fleeing. As expected, she discerned a tall figure pursuing the beast at great speed. Who could this formidable individual be? How astonishing it is that one could so easily put the 4th-tier crimson flame leopard in such a disarray. Witnessing this scene, Yi Mingzhu could not help but swallow hard. This was a 4th-tier fire attribute spirit beast, its strength comparable to that of a nascent soul expert. She could hardly fathom the identity of such a remarkable individual, as Mingzhu was engulfed in shock. The elegant figure pursuing the crimson flame leopard was already within arm's reach. Clad in a snow-white robe, the man's handsome visage was unparalleled. His eyes deep like the starry sky, and his lips perfectly proportioned, exuding an air of grace and nobility with every subtle movement, stirring Mingzhu's heart profoundly. At this moment, the man in white had caught up with the crimson flame leopard. He extended his right hand, pinching his index finger and thumb together. And in an instant, a white light flickered, coalescing into a moon-white long sword in his palm. Subsequently, this formidable blade was aimed at the crimson flame leopard. As the sword was unleashed, the air erupted with the sound of whistling winds. However, the crimson flame leopard was no ordinary foe. It roared furiously, its body ablaze with an inferno that surged violently, then opened its gaping maw, unleashing torrents of flames towards the man in white. Unperturbed by the oncoming flames, the white-clad man waved his arm, enveloping the sword's edge with a layer of azure true energy. This energy then transformed into a massive azure dragon that collided fiercely with the advancing flames. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The flames and the azure dragon annihilated each other, while the residual force sent the crimson flame leopard staggering back several paces. At this moment, Mingzhu stood transfixed, her heart racing with shock, for at the instant the man in white struck, the terrifying aura radiating from him was unmistakably that of a mid-nascent soul, perhaps even stronger. Such youth, and yet already a nascent soul powerhouse. Her mind raced at the boundless potential that lay ahead. Roar! Perhaps sensing pain from the man's strike. The crimson flame leopard let out an enraged roar, its flames intensifying further. With a crackling sound, the flames coalesced in mid-air into a colossal flame leopard, towering at a staggering 5 zhang. As this fiery behemoth appeared, the temperature around it surged several-fold, causing the nearby trees to wither, while the grass below quickly turned yellow. The air thick with the scent of burning. Awoo! The flame giant leopard howled defiantly, leaping forward in a single bound toward the man in white. Whoosh! At that moment, the sword in the man's hand glimmered and transformed into an azure sword dragon, hurtling towards the fiery giant. Bang! 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 The sword dragon collided violently with the flame giant, sparks flying, and the flame giant was sent reeling, yet the sword dragon surged on, undeterred, towards the crimson flame leopard. The crimson flame leopard, unwilling to yield, opened its mouth and exhaled a torrent of raging flames, once again confronting the azure sword dragon. Bang! This time, as the sword dragon met the flames, a thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the surrounding trees and nearly causing Mingzhu, perched atop a treetop, to lose her balance and fall. These two beings were formidable beyond measure. She feared that she might unwittingly become collateral damage. Alarmed, she hastily retreated several hundred meters. Awoo! The crimson flame leopard roared once more, sending waves of fire toward the azure sword dragon. Boom! Boom! The azure sword dragon clashed furiously with the crimson flame leopard, the explosions echoing in succession, causing the entire forest to tremble. The outcome remained unchanged. The crimson flame leopard was at a disadvantage, forced to retreat again and again. Roar! The beleaguered crimson flame leopard, now thoroughly enraged, howled repeatedly, its eyes glowing crimson with fury. Witnessing this, Mingzhu was further astounded. This spirit beast possessed a fierce temperament, refusing to flee and instead choosing to fight to the bitter end. At this juncture, the man in white wielded his sword once more. Swish! The azure sword dragon expanded again, lunging fiercely at the crimson flame leopard. The crimson flame leopard, undeterred, unleashed another fiery torrent. Boom! Boom! The two terrifying forces collided yet again, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, flames soaring high. Roar! The crimson flame leopard bellowed in fury, pushing off with its hind legs, expending all its might to pounce upon the man in white. Observing this, the man remained unfazed, his moon-white long sword flicking gracefully, the white light at its tip flaring brightly into a slice of sword energy. Full moon slash. As the sword energy was unleashed, the white light suddenly contracted, transforming into a radiant full moon. Sensing the imminent danger, the crimson flame leopard attempted to evade. But the speed of a nascent soul's sword energy was far beyond its capabilities. It was too late for the crimson flame leopard to dodge. With a piercing sound, the sword energy pierced through its chest, cleaving it asunder. A colossal surge of energy erupted within, shattering its bones completely. Bang! With a dull thud, the crimson flame leopard collapsed, never to rise again. This battle, though brief, was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable nature of the crimson flame leopard. Not only was it tough-skinned and muscular, but it also wielded flames to attack, proving to be an exceptionally tenacious adversary. Just as Yi Mingzhu prepared to leap down from the tree to seek out Lu Zhua and Lu Yuan, a sudden furious roar reverberated through the forest. How dare you disturb my slumber, vile humans? Chapter 16, Enigmatic Spirit Cat. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. Could there be an entity more terrifying than the Crimson Flame Leopard? As she fretted, another furious roar echoed from the nearby forest. Awoo! The might of this voice made Yi Mingzhu's eyelids flutter. The pressure it emanated was even more formidable than that of the previous Crimson Flame Leopard. Moreover, this spirit beast seemed akin to a tiger, the king among beasts. Most astonishingly, it could articulate human speech, indicating an even greater strength. However, a puzzling thought crossed her mind. Why did it seem to be charging directly toward her? This is it. Yi Mingzhu's complexion paled, anxiety gnawing at her. Why was she so unfortunate? Was this place a trial set by the heavens? Awoo! Another roar made her heart constrict painfully, and this time, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Yet, the next second, as the spirit beast came into view, Yi Mingzhu found herself in utter disbelief. It was a small tiger, or more accurately, a cat masquerading as one. This feline was of a size comparable to a domestic cat, entirely snow-white, with a small tuft of purple fur atop its forehead. Despite its diminutive stature, it appeared remarkably robust and fierce, and its eyes were now wide open. Its eyes were a striking blue, with deep sockets, the pupils shimmering with an eerie blue glow, lending it an otherworldly appearance. Gulp! Yi Mingzhu swallowed hard, internally speculating if this might be the rumored mutated spirit beast. After all, such a creature was not documented in the Spirit Beast Compendium, suggesting it might have inherited a unique talent, endowing it with a degree of intelligence. Just then, the spirit beast sprang into action, leaping directly toward Yi Mingzhu. Witnessing this, Yi Mingzhu was horrified, her complexion draining of color. This was a fifth-tier spirit beast, not to be mistaken for an ordinary house cat. She hastily activated her divine movement technique to retreat. However, the spirit beast was incredibly swift, appearing before her in an instant, extending its claws toward Yi Mingzhu. Yet, instead of the anticipated pain, she felt a warm sensation brushing against her cheek. Yi Mingzhu opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of a mystical beast resting delicately on the edge of her cheek, tenderly licking her face as if it were utterly enamored with her visage. Meow! The creature nudged her with its head, its eyes brimming with an insatiable longing. Stunned, Yi Mingzhu could only stare in disbelief, her heart racing with trepidation, rendering her immobile. Observing her frozen demeanor, the man in the white robe across from her spoke up, revealing, "It is an anomalous spirit beast. If my memory serves me correctly, it appears to be a charmed spirit cat. This exceedingly rare variant possesses soul power and boasts a remarkably high intelligence, though its sole shortcoming lies in its lack of combat prowess." Upon hearing the white-robed man's words, Yi Mingzhu exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her chest as she murmured, "So it's merely a defenseless little cat. How it frightened me." Seemingly offended by her remark, the charmed spirit cat bared its teeth and let out a low growl directed at the man in white. "Meow, wretched human, why must you speak so freely?" The man, however, maintained a placid expression and slowly turned to depart. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu noticed the evident wound on his waist, a vivid stain of crimson blood marred by the claw marks of a scarlet flame leopard. It seemed that the recent battle had taken its toll on him as well. Yet, considering his formidable strength, she presumed he had means of healing. Moreover, his aloof demeanor discouraged her from inquiring further. Instead, her attention turned to the charmed spirit cat nestled in her arms, pondering its curious affection towards her. The cat emanated an aura characteristic of a fifth-tier spirit beast, yet it lacked combatability, suggesting it had long ruled these mountains with an air of superiority. What perplexed Yi Mingzhu was why this charmed spirit cat seemed so intimately drawn to her. "Meow, my master, I have finally found you." The cat suddenly leapt onto her shoulder, its expression one of profound grievance. The abrupt declaration of master left Yi Mingzhu utterly baffled. This was their first encounter. How had she become its master? "Why do you call me master?" Yi Mingzhu inquired. "Meow, dear master, you truly are a forgetful one," the charmed spirit cat replied, pouting in an endearing manner. "Do you not recall? 20 years ago, at the South Island Spirit Beast Conference, you saved me when I was but a small kitten, and you healed my injuries." Yi Mingzhu was further confounded. 20 years ago at the South Island Spirit Beast Conference? She had not even been born then. "Meow, I would recognize my master's essence anywhere," the charmed spirit cat asserted confidently, rubbing against her affectionately. Yi Mingzhu could only manage a wry smile, realizing that the charmed spirit cat must have mistaken her for someone else. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The host's constitution is the Lotus Blossom Sacred Body, originating from the same source as the charmed spirit cat's former master, the Lotus Blossom Fairy. Thus, The charmed spirit cat's attitude towards the host is exceptionally unique. The Lotus Blossom Fairy? Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had encountered this name within the pages of an ancient tome. It was said that the Lotus Blossom Fairy was the first spirit beast to ascend to human form. A profound celestial being whose whereabouts remained a tantalizing mystery. Many had sought her tutelage, yet none had unearthed any trace of her for decades. How fortuitous it was to stumble upon the pet of the Lotus Blossom Fairy. With this revelation, Mingzhu couldn't suppress a smile. A talking cat would indeed be a delightful companion on her arduous path of cultivation. Ah, now I remember, she said, beaming at the charmed spirit cat that was still licking her face. The cat, upon hearing her acknowledgement, assumed a demure demeanor, nuzzling its head against her palm and gently cleaning her fingernails with its tongue before looking up with its azure eyes. Master, as long as you haven't forgotten Little Bai, I shall accompany you from now on to enjoy a life of ease. Very well, Mingzhu replied, her heart brimming with joy. Caring for a cat would be a simple task, especially one that could potentially assist her. Though it lacked combat strength, its agility suggested it was no ordinary creature, and its primary ability to bewitch others could prove invaluable in encounters with foes. Thus, she decided to take the charmed spirit cat under her wing. Meow meow. The charmed spirit cat purred excitedly, nuzzling against her. Just then, Mingzhu inquired, Little Bai, did you happen to see two young disciples from the Xianxian sect when you came from that direction? The cat scratched its head thoughtfully before replying, Indeed. I saw two little rascals being herded into a cave by a flock of scarlet-crested cranes. Let us go quickly, Mingzhu urged. The prolonged entrapment of the two disciples indicated their peril. She needed to rush to their aid. Sensing her urgency, the charmed spirit cat obediently scampered ahead to guide her. Under the cat's lead, Mingzhu dashed forward. Master, we are approaching the gathering place of the scarlet-crested cranes. These creatures are peak first-tier spirit beasts, and their combined strength is formidable. Should you charge in with your current power, you risk grave danger. Allow me to handle this, the cat advised confidently. Recognizing the cat's assurance, Mingzhu prudently stepped back. After all, it was a fifth-tier spirit beast. Its formidable aura alone would suffice to intimidate the flock of scarlet-crested cranes. Without further ado, the charmed spirit cat leapt gracefully into the air, soaring towards a throng of the cranes. As it ascended, it emitted a powerful roar that exuded an overwhelming pressure. The scarlet-crested cranes, sensing this formidable presence, trembled in fear and began to retreat. With the surrounding cranes subdued, the cat let out a triumphant meow. Mingzhu sighed in relief. The number of cranes was far greater than 3. There were dozens. Without the charmed spirit cat, rescuing Lu Zhiro and Lu Yuan would have been exceedingly difficult. Observing the retreating cranes, Mingzhu hurried to the entrance of the cave. Chapter 17, Spirit Beast Inner Pill. Inside the cave, a man and a woman lay unconscious on the ground. Lu Zhiro, Lu Yuan. Mingzhu called out anxiously, but they showed no signs of awareness. Without hesitation, she retrieved 2 pills from her pocket and administered them to the pair. These were the rewards she had earned from a month of sign-ins. Known as minor recovery pills, designed to heal minor injuries. After feeding the pills to Lu Zhiro and Lu Yuan, she channeled her true energy into them to alleviate their wounds. Gradually, their pallor began to normalize. Relieved to see they were not gravely harmed, Mingzhu quietly sighed in relief. Are you both all right? As they opened their eyes and realized it was Mingzhu who had saved them, both were astonished, never expecting her to be their rescuer. By the way, senior sister Yi, have you seen junior sister Wanwan? Lu Zhiro asked, rubbing her heavy head. Rest assured, she is unharmed and has already gone back to the Xianxian sect to get help, Mingzhu reassured them. Hearing this, the two visibly relaxed. Meow meow. An irate cat's voice suddenly resonated from the corner. In the next moment, the entirely snow-white spirit cat leaped before Mingzhu, glaring fiercely at Lu Zhiro and indignantly exclaimed, You wretched humans! Your master has saved you, and yet you cannot even muster a simple thank you? Upon witnessing this scene, both women were left utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. This cat could actually speak. Lu Zhiro's face was one of sheer astonishment. Could it possibly be a demon? Lu Yuan also wore an expression of incredulity. This spirit cat was exceedingly peculiar, its eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow. How absurd. You are the true demon. I am the Cat King. Upon hearing this, the spirit cat's azure eyes instantly filled with a flicker of anger, and it darted onto the shoulders of the two women, leaving 2 small paw prints upon their faces without mercy. Both were so startled by this display that they let out shrill screams. The cat's speed was astonishing, and they barely grasped its movements. At that moment, Mingzhu directed her gaze at the spirit cat and, clearing her throat, said, Xiao Bai, cease your antics. Hearing Mingzhu's reprimand, the spirit cat lowered its head in a display of contrition. Witnessing this, a warm sensation surged within Yi Mingzhu. The spirit cat possessed a high degree of intelligence and was grateful, which was precisely why she had chosen to take it in. Now, seeing the fierce demeanor of the white cat, the two women dared not utter another word and promptly clasped their fists in gratitude towards Yi Mingzhu, saying, "Thank you, Junior Sister Yi, for saving our lives." Yi Mingzhu, unfazed, smiled gently and replied, "It was merely a trifling effort, nothing worth mentioning." In light of her demeanor, their gratitude deepened. "Junior Sister Yi, we truly appreciate your help this time. No matter what, we shall remember this favor. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us," Lu Yuan stated earnestly. Yi Mingzhu, not wishing to draw out the matter, nodded and said, "Since all is well, you should leave this place promptly. It is unwise to linger here, lest other spirit beasts are drawn to us." "Very well, Junior Sister Yi. Until we meet again by chance." After bowing in farewell, the two departed the cave. Yi Mingzhu did not linger either, cradling Xiaobai as she made her way outside. As she passed the corpse of the crimson flame leopard once more, the spirit cat suddenly leaped down, quickly ascending the lifeless body and, after a few shakes of its small paws, a round, glistening, crimson orb emanating a searing heat rolled free from the carcass. Witnessing the spirit cat's actions, Yi Mingzhu paused momentarily, as if struck by a realization, murmuring, "Could this be the inner core of a spirit beast?" In the next instant, the spirit cat bounced over, presenting the orb to her. Yi Mingzhu extended her hand to catch the orb, examining it closely. She discovered it was oval-shaped, somewhat translucent, with flickers of flame dancing within, and it exuded a potent spirit beast aura. This was undoubtedly no ordinary inner core, but one infused with the essence of a top-tier fire attribute spirit beast. "Master, your current strength is far too feeble. This inner core can significantly enhance your power," the spirit cat remarked, patting Yi Mingzhu's shoulder with its paw. Indeed, this object was a treasure. Had she known it was the inner core of a fourth-tier spirit beast, the energy contained within was likely beyond imagination. Should she refine it, her strength would surely ascend to new heights. With this thought, Yi Mingzhu quickly stowed the fire attribute inner core away. She was neither a saint nor a bodhisattva, incapable of harboring benevolence for all beings. She merely wished to grow stronger, powerful enough to safeguard her own realm. After securing the inner core, Yi Mingzhu prepared to return to Mingyue Valley with Xiaobai, but just as she took a few steps, her pace abruptly halted. Ahead on the grass lay a figure she recognized. It was the white-robed man she had encountered in the forest. The sight of him now was utterly tragic. His clothing was tattered, his body marred with blood, and two deep claw marks marred his shoulder, indicative of severe injuries. Yet, despite this, his innate nobility could not be concealed. He lay motionless, though his chest exhibited faint rises and falls, suggesting he was merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness. What sort of individual could inflict such harm on a nascent soul expert? Upon noting his injuries, Yi Mingzhu felt a wave of perplexity wash over her. She hesitated, taking a few cautious steps closer. To save, or not to save? That was the question. This man did not appear easy to deal with. What if he were ungrateful for her assistance? Moreover, she had no obligation to save someone she barely knew. Yet, this was still a living being. How could she abandon him so thoughtlessly? Furthermore, she had just taken the inner core he had procured. Just as Yi Mingzhu grappled with her dilemma, the spirit cat leaped down, scampering over to the white-robed man, gently nudging him before sniffing at him. Suddenly, it declared, "Master, he has been injured by a monster from the mountains." "A monster?" Yi Mingzhu inquired, puzzled. "Are there monsters in these mountains?" The spirit cat pointed into the distance and replied, "Deep within the spirit beast mountain range, there resides a particularly ferocious monster. It is the strongest entity of this mountain." "What does this monster look like?" Yi Mingzhu asked further. "It is enormous, many times my size. As for its true form, I have never seen it. The only glimpse I caught was of a shadow marked in black and white." At this, an image of a creature flashed through Yi Mingzhu's mind. "A giant panda? Master, his meridians are damaged, and his aura is faint. If we do not rescue him, he may perish here," the spirit cat continued. "You are fortunate," Yi Mingzhu thought. Casting another glance at the white-robed man, her resolve solidified. She swiftly approached, hoisting his disheveled, yet still dignified form onto her back. The warmth radiating from his back and the feeble breaths near his left ear caused her cheeks to flush with heat. Carrying this individual slowed her pace significantly, and her arms began to ache. Yet Yi Mingzhu gritted her teeth and persevered. Despite his gaunt appearance, he felt surprisingly heavy, and the trek felt laborious for her. Chapter 18. Healing. After carrying him for several hundred meters, Yi Mingzhu finally halted in a cavern. She laid him down upon a large stone and seized the opportunity to scrutinize his features. He possessed a handsome visage, with well-defined features, sword-like brows, starry eyes, a prominent nose, and thin yet alluring lips. However, his air of nobility was particularly irksome to Mingzhu, as it reminded her of a man she utterly despised. After another glance, seeing the severity of his injuries, she retrieved a great recovery pill from her pocket, prepared to place it in his mouth. Meow, master, that will be futile. The great recovery pill is too large. He may choke before being saved, the spirit cat interjected hastily. Then what should I do? Mingzhu asked, puzzled. Meow. You can remove his clothing, the spirit cat suggested, crush the great recovery pill, apply it externally to staunch the bleeding, and then use your true qi for healing. Remove his clothing? Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's face flushed scarlet, and she stammered, Tatish, that's not appropriate. To be honest, this was her first experience being so intimate with a man, and physiological reactions were inevitable. Meow. Master, you cannot hesitate at this moment. Quickly assist him in removing his clothing. Delaying further might result in him losing his life. The spirit cat urged. Heeding the spirit cat's words, Mingzhu bit her lip and finally summoned the courage to begin unfastening the white-robed man's belt. As his garments gradually slipped down to his waist, Mingzhu's face grew even more crimson. At this moment, the man's flawless physique was almost bare before Mingzhu's eyes. His body was robust and well-defined. She had never been so close to a man before. This was a body that possessed an exquisite texture, causing her heart to race. A faint blush involuntarily spread across her cheeks. Subsequently, Mingzhu's fingers glided over the man's skin, delicately applying the crushed elixir to his wound. Her movements were gentle, as the injury was severe, and she feared awakening him from his pain, just as she was exerting utmost control over her strength. The man in the white robe slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to sense something unusual about his surroundings, and when his gaze fell upon the delicate, soft hands resting on his chest, his pupils dilated in surprise. Noticing this, Mingzhu paused her actions and quickly withdrew her hand. It seemed that he recognized her, and, assured that she meant him no harm, he let out a sigh of relief. Do you require more medicine? Mingzhu hesitated momentarily before asking in a soft voice. A faint flush appeared on the man's face, and without speaking, he merely nodded slightly. Mingzhu could see that his injury was quite grave. It was likely that he had awakened due to the pain. Without further hesitation, she resumed applying the medicinal powder to his skin. A tingling sensation spread from her fingertips, and with each touch, both their faces flushed, their heartbeats quickening in sync. Seemingly in unison, the two remained silent throughout this intimate moment. However, the severity of the wound caused the man's sturdy body to tremble slightly with each application, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. Yet, he did not utter a sound, enduring the pain with remarkable fortitude. It was only when the spirit cat, half asleep, let out a meow that the atmosphere shifted. That's it. Once the medicine is applied, you can take another elixir and cultivate to heal, and that should suffice. Mingzhu stated as she handed him the last elixir. The man's face flushed deeper, seemingly unable to meet her gaze. He simply murmured an acknowledgement as he accepted the pill. Observing his bashfulness, Mingzhu found it amusing. This seemingly noble man appeared to have never experienced romantic affection, rendering him even more bashful than herself. Thank you, he said, receiving the elixir, then inquired, what is your name? I am Mingzhu, and you? She replied with a smile. Menglang, he responded softly. As he spoke, he quickly retrieved a white robe from his spatial ring and donned it. Menglang? Mingzhu's expression turned somewhat peculiar, feeling that the name bore a certain oddity. She dismissed the thought and suddenly asked, by the way, how did you get entangled with the monsters in the mountains? It sent the Crimson Flame Leopard to steal my ice blood armor and injured my family, which is why I pursued it here. As he mentioned this, a flicker of anger crossed his face. From his explanation, Mingzhu gathered some understanding. Though she was astonished that such a creature could inflict such severe injuries on a nascent soul expert, she couldn't help but wonder what manner of monster it was. Mingzhu refrained from further questioning, and the cave once again fell into silence. As darkness descended, she abandoned her plans to descend the mountain and instead sat on a nearby stone slab to cultivate. She had yet to fully refine the cold and aggressive true energy within her. Leaving such a potent force within her body could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, it was imperative to refine it completely. Moreover, she was eager to discover what level of power she would attain once the malevolent energy was fully assimilated. Closing her eyes, Mingzhu began her cultivation. However, after only 2 hours, she felt an unsettling sensation within her. What was happening? Suddenly, a wave of scorching energy surged through her body, leaving her feeling overheated. What was this? Hadn't she already refined this mass of true energy? Why was there an unexpected sensation of heat? And why could she not control it? Mingzhu was taken aback, realizing that this true energy possessed immense power, if it were to explode. Even a golden core expert would be unable to withstand it. She quickly attempted to suppress the energy, but unfortunately, this strange force was too domineering. As she exerted all her strength to contain it, the energy ignited explosively like a powder keg. Mingzhu hurriedly activated her mixed element true energy, but it proved ineffective. The flames seemed to be battling against her true energy, creating a stalemate with no clear victor. Seeing this, Mingzhu felt a throbbing headache. This situation seemed to have roused the drowsy spirit cat. Meow? Oh no, Master has fallen into a frenzy. The spirit cat exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, Mingzhu was drenched in sweat, her face flushed. Her gaze had become somewhat dazed, and her mind was affected. She hadn't anticipated that Cold Feather's true energy would be so aggressive and sinister. It seemed she could no longer recklessly absorb others' true energy in the future. Mingzhu desperately wanted to cease the refinement of this energy, but she found herself utterly incapable of doing so. It felt as though a small monster within her was voraciously devouring her strength. If she did not refine it quickly, she might just burst apart. Just as she felt lost in her struggle, a pair of warm hands suddenly rested on her back. Then, a wave of cool, true energy permeated her body. Instantly, she felt the searing flames within her being subdued and her entire being relaxed. The sheer relief elicited a low moan from her lips. This sound seemed to plunge the atmosphere of the cave into an awkward silence. Time passed, and before she knew it, Mingzhu succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening, she found the spirit cat nestled peacefully in her arms, while the man had vanished without a trace. However, he had left a few words inscribed on the wall. Thank you for saving my life. I must return now. Consider this sword on the wall as my token of gratitude. Until we meet again. Chapter 19. A person, a cat, and a sword. Reading these words, a sense of inexplicable melancholy rose within Mingzhu. Yet she would not seek out the man simply due to their brief acquaintance. She was a woman of considerable pride, since he had already departed. She would not shamelessly pursue him, lest he misunderstand her intentions. Stealing her emotions, Mingzhu picked up the moon-white long sword hanging on the wall. The sword was entirely translucent, its blade shimmering with a faint silver light, emanating an unmatched sharpness. The hilt was adorned with a lifelike white crane standing upon a silver moon, as if it were poised to take flight at any moment. Mingzhu recognized this sword well. It was the very weapon the man in the white robe had wielded during his battle with the crimson flame leopard. At that time, she had been awestruck by his exquisite swordsmanship, and now, in a blink, he had gifted this precious sword to her. Meow? Master, this is a magnificent sword. The spirit cat exclaimed excitedly. Oh, you are familiar with this sword? Mingzhu replied, astonished. Meow, the spirit cat nodded. It is known as the Radiance of the Moon, a legendary treasure said to have descended from the moon god, forged from the essence of the moon itself. It is a weapon that can be encountered but never sought after, personally crafted by the moon god. It is rumored that this sword possesses the ability to connect heaven and earth, resonating with the stars and the moon above. Should one be able to wield it, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. The charming spirit cat remarked with an envious expression. Such a precious artifact. Mingzhu marveled inwardly. This was the first time she had encountered the concept of a deity. Perhaps a deity was merely a cultivator who had transcended the mundane realm, soaring through the skies. Regardless, she now possessed a supreme weapon, a delightful surprise indeed. With this thought in mind, Mingzhu secured the sword upon her back. Lacking a spatial ring, she had no means to store the sword, so she had no choice but to carry it with her. Thus, the trio, a girl, a cat, and a sword, set forth towards Moonlit Valley. After parting from the cave, Mingzhu was astonished to realize that she had spent 3 days within its confines. According to the spirit cat, Meng Lang had accompanied her during this time, suppressing the tumultuous, malevolent energy within her. Mingzhu had not anticipated that Lung Yu's true energy was so sinister, nearly leading her to the brink of madness. Fortunately, this dark energy had been completely refined, resulting in a significant enhancement of her own power. Currently, she had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Once she condensed her golden core, she could strive to break into the golden core stage. Her gratitude towards Meng Lang deepened with this realization. If fate permitted their paths to cross again, she would surely invite him to share a drink in celebration. Meow, Master, there are numerous powerful auras ahead. At that moment, the spirit cat perched on her shoulder suddenly gazed warily towards the direction of Moonlit Valley. Is someone there? Mingzhu was taken aback. One of the presences is exceptionally formidable, likely nearing the nascent soul stage, along with several golden core experts. The spirit cat squinted its blue eyes and stated. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu immediately became alert. Although her perceptive abilities were not lacking, they paled in comparison to the innate sensitivity of the spirit cat. Thus, upon the cat's warning, Yi Mingzhu adopted a cautious demeanor. It seemed that uninvited guests had arrived at Moonlit Valley today, silently infiltrating the periphery of Moonlit Valley. Yi Mingzhu concealed her presence and crouched beside a stone wall. The girl and the cat lay atop the wall, observing the scene below. The sight that greeted Yi Mingzhu was one of sheer astonishment. At that moment, the central plaza of Moonlit Valley was teeming with hundreds of formidable figures clad in black robes. These individuals were robust and intimidating, each wielding a black, curved blade. Their gazes fixed menacingly upon every disciple within the valley. In the center of the plaza, alongside the throng of black-robed experts, stood a white-haired elder in black robes. Hovering in midair, his expression one of cold malice as he fixated on the crowd of Moonlit Valley. Surrounding him, the black-robed figures exuded a fierce and oppressive aura, their black blades glinting ominously. These individuals are incredibly powerful. This was Yi Mingzhu's immediate impression. Meanwhile, the disciples of Moonlit Valley had gathered together, adopting a defensive stance. Among them, Yi Mingzhu spotted her mother and 4 elders. Master Long, what brings you to our humble abode today? As the two sides faced off, a woman in blue stepped forward, calmly addressing the white-haired elder in black robes. This woman was none other than Yi Xianxia, the leader of Moonlit Valley, while the white-haired elder was Lung Jiang, the leader of the Blood Mist Hall. Haha, Leader Yi. I have come today to apprehend Yi Mingzhu in retribution for my son, Lung Jiang replied with a sinister smile. Surely, you do not wish to endanger the entirety of Moonlit Valley for the sake of one individual? With these words, Lung Jiang's face was filled with fury. Did I hear correctly? Yi Mingzhu has incapacitated Lung Yu? How could that be possible? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Indeed, Lung Yu is a golden core expert. How could Yi Mingzhu possibly defeat him? It seems that the Blood Mist Hall is merely seeking trouble, based on Yi Jr.'s sister's abilities. She certainly could not overpower Lung Yu. Master Long, you cannot make such baseless accusations. How could my daughter possibly defeat your son? Yi Xianxia retorted coldly. Moreover, even if she had truly harmed Lung Yu, it would be a case of your son reaping what he has sown. Yi Xianxia, you are truly courting disaster. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Blood Mist Hall? Lung Jiang replied with narrowed eyes, his voice low and threatening. Master Long, while my Moonlit Valley may not rival the strength of the Blood Mist Hall, we will not cower before you. If you dare lay a finger on my daughter, I shall ensure that you regret it. Furthermore, your son's predicament has nothing to do with my daughter. Yi Qianxue declared defiantly. Haha, Leader Yi, you are quite spirited. But the facts remain indisputable. Lung Jiang sneered, gesturing behind him. In the next moment, a black-robed individual hurriedly approached, accompanied by a young man in purple robes. Uncle Lung. Upon seeing Lung Jiang, the young man immediately bowed respectfully. At that sight, Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brow. What was Ren Xiaodian doing here? If he had come to testify on her behalf regarding the incident with Lung Yu, that would be one thing. However, the claims of depleting his golden core and severing his meridians were feats beyond her current capabilities. Moreover, she had left hastily after drawing out Lung Yu's true energy without inflicting any further harm. Leader Yi, I was present at the scene. I can testify that it was indeed Yi Mingzhu who injured Lung Yu and drained his true energy. Ren Xiaodian stepped forward, his expression resolute. Impossible. At this declaration, Yi Qianxue's voice rose sharply, her beautiful eyes flashing with murderous intent. Are you not aware of my daughter's cultivation level? Lung Yu is a golden core expert. How could she possibly defeat him? If you continue to spout such nonsense, do not blame Yi for being merciless. Ren Xiaodian, upon hearing Yi Qianxue's rebuke, could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He had anticipated skepticism, yet he had witnessed the truth with his own eyes. Lung Yu had indeed been defeated by Yi Mingzhu. Leader Yi, Ren Shixi speaks the truth. This matter is indeed related to Yi Mingzhu. If you do not believe me, let her come forth to confront it. Lung Jiang declared, casting a glance at Yi Qianxue. At these words, Yi Qianxue's expression darkened. She could tolerate Lung Jiang's bullying, but she would not allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of her beloved daughter. However, doubt began to creep into her mind regarding the events involving Lung Yu, though she was certain that the methods of incapacitating his golden core were beyond Yi Mingzhu's abilities. Given the extent of Lung Jiang's actions, it was likely that he was intent on uncovering the truth behind this incident. Chapter 20, The Sect War. Leader Yi, I advise you to relinquish Yi Mingzhu willingly, lest you incite hostility. Understand that Moonlit Valley cannot withstand the onslaught of the Blood Mist Hall. Should we resolve to annihilate Moonlit Valley, you would be powerless to resist. Lung Jiang remarked ominously. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qianxue's eyes narrowed. Regardless of whether Yi Mingzhu was involved, she would never surrender her to the Blood Mist Hall. Once given over, there would be no hope of survival. Seeing her resolve, a sinister smile crept across Lung Jiang's lips. Since Leader Yi remains obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Suddenly, Lung Jiang raised his hand, commanding his subordinates to prepare for action. The contingent from the Blood Mist Hall numbered over 100, arrayed on either side, wielding black, curved blades. And they surged towards Yi Qianxue and her companions with the evident intent to obliterate the Mingzhu Valley in one fell swoop. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qianxue's delicate visage instantly turned ashen. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley rushed forth, ready to fight to the death against the cloaked men. Seeing this, Yi Qianxue urgently shouted, "All of you retreat." The disciples of Mingzhu Valley were no match for this group. A head-on confrontation would only result in catastrophic losses. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, she could not afford to compromise. "Yi Valley Master, do you still wish to resist?" Lung Jiang inquired with a sinister smile, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. Yi Qianxue gritted her teeth and coldly replied, "What do you want for you to relent? Do you truly believe that Mingzhu Valley has no trump card?" "Haha." Lung Jiang threw his head back in laughter. "I have stated it clearly. As long as you hand over Yi Mingzhu, I shall not pursue the culpability of the other disciples of Mingzhu Valley." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxue's countenance darkened significantly. "Impossible," she resolutely rejected. "Then do not blame me." With those words, Lung Jiang bellowed. At that moment, a burly man strode in from outside, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The moment the disciples of Mingzhu Valley beheld this man, their pupils constricted. He was Lung Jiang's most formidable aide and adopted son. Known as Lung Shui, a peak mid-stage golden core warrior who had mastered a powerful body-refining technique. The instant he appeared, an overwhelming sense of threat enveloped them. "Lung Shui," Lung Jiang commanded, his meaning clear. "Yes, adoptive father," Lung Shui replied, then turned his icy gaze towards the disciples behind Yi Qianxue, declaring, "You all shall perish." "Humph." Yi Qianxue scoffed disdainfully. "I have never encountered such arrogance." "Then prepare to die," Lung Shui sneered, swiftly lunging towards Yi Qianxue. In an instant, a blood-red fist radiance erupted, seemingly poised to shatter the very fabric of space. As he unleashed his fist, the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced, forming a colossal blood dragon that lunged ferociously at Yi Qianxue. With a cold snort, Yi Qianxue retaliated with a palm strike, a beam of white light erupting from her jade-like hand, meeting the ferocious blood dragon head-on. In that fleeting moment, the massive blood dragon disintegrated into countless specks of crimson light. Remarkably, Lung Shui found himself forced back 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qianxue shouted and surged forward, her palm weaving through the air as she aimed for Lung Jiang's head with astonishing speed. Seeking death, Lung Jiang's expression darkened slightly as he raised his hand to strike, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that kicked up a storm of dust, forming a colossal palm imprint. This attack was immensely powerful. Should it connect with Yi Qianxue, it would surely inflict grave injury. Concurrently, behind her, Lung Shui swiftly channeled his true energy into his right fist, launching a brutal strike towards Yi Qianxue. Noticing this, Yi Qianxue's gaze turned icy as she deftly withdrew her palm to evade Lung Shui's strike. Then, she swiftly regained her stance, darting forth like lightning, her palms striking in rapid succession, each blow leaving behind shimmering afterimages aimed squarely at Lung Jiang's chest. Faced with Yi Qianxue's ferocious onslaught, Lung Jiang did not even flinch. He merely raised his arm and struck at Yi Qianxue's wrist. Bang! The clash of their energies sent Yi Qianxue careening 5 meters away, while Lung Jiang remained utterly unyielding, not even ruffling the hem of his garment, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Witnessing this, the 4 elders, who had remained on the sidelines, could no longer restrain themselves. "Valley Master, I will assist you," they cried in unison, brandishing their respective weapons as they charged towards Lung Jiang. Seeing this, Lung Jiang's eyes narrowed as he unleashed another palm strike. Boom! A piercing gust of palm wind swept forth, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders were forced back several paces. What a formidable palm technique, they thought, their hearts trembling in secret. Lung Jiang smirked, his gaze shifting back to Yi Qianxue as he taunted, "Who else can save you now? If you are wise, hurry and hand over Yi Mingzhu. I do not wish to resort to mass slaughter." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qianxue's eyes sharpened, a murderous intent surging forth. "No matter what, I shall not allow any harm to come to my daughter today. Even if your strength surpasses mine, I will fight to the bitter end." Such arrogance. "Prepare to face my wrath." Lung Jiang's tone darkened. Swish. With that, he swiftly drew a soft whip from his waist, brandishing it towards Yi Qianxue. Upon seeing the whip, Yi Qianxue's brow furrowed. It was an extraordinary weapon, its purple length crackling with faint blue lightning energy, exuding immense power. Realizing this, Yi Qianxue's expression dimmed. Lung Jiang was wielding a lightning attribute weapon. Such weapons were exceedingly rare, and lightning cultivators even more so, leaving many present in shock. Valley Master, be careful. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley cried out urgently, hoping Xianxiaaudiobooks would evade the strike. Yet, instead of retreating, Xianxiaaudiobooks boldly advanced to confront Lung Jiang. Seeking death. Lung Jiang growled, the lightning energy on his whip intensifying, amplifying its might. With a sharp crack, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a jolt of excruciating pain as a blood-red whip mark appeared upon her arm, tinged with residual lightning energy. Seeing this, Lung Jiang's gaze turned icy. Let us see how much longer you can endure. With that, he swung the whip again, aiming to strike Xianxiaaudiobooks with renewed ferocity. Witnessing Lung Jiang's frenzied whip technique, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a surge of anger and defiance rise within her as she sensed her strength waning. Yet, she could not falter. Retreating meant certain death for the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. Thus, she gritted her teeth and pressed on, determined to hold out until the aid from Qingxian Sect arrived. No matter the circumstances, Mingzhu Valley had deep ties with Qingxian Sect, although a previous fallout with Zhao Mingxian over a broken engagement had soured relations. It did not negate their bond. Meanwhile, hidden atop a wall, Mingzhu felt a weight in her heart. Her mother and the four elders were being forced back, clearly at a disadvantage. Lung Jiang was a peak golden core warrior, a rare lightning attribute cultivator of immense strength. Moreover, aside from Lung Shui, there were 7 or 8 other members of Blood Mist Hall who were also golden core experts. In contrast, aside from her mother and the 4 elders, all other disciples of Mingzhu Valley were below the golden core stage, utterly incapable of contending with Blood Mist Hall. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks was finally forced to spit out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale. Yet, even in this dire state, she refused to retreat, clenching her lips and steadfastly holding her ground. Lung Jiang observed this, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery. It appears the fighting capability of Mingzhu Valley is rather lacking. I advise you to hand over Mingzhu obediently, otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Not a chance, Xianxiaaudiobooks declared resolutely. She knew she was in a precarious position, yet she would not surrender, because she recognized that if she were to relinquish her stand, the entire Moonlight Valley would surely meet its demise. Yet, a puzzling thought lingered in her mind. Why had it been over half an hour since the message was sent, yet no sign of rescue from the Qingxian Sect appeared? A wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within Xianxiaaudiobooks. At this moment, witnessing Xianxiaaudiobooks' unwavering defiance as she stood resolutely before him, Lung Jiang could not help but feel a flicker of anger. After all, he was a consummate Golden Core master, while Xianxiaaudiobooks was merely in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily crush her. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks' resilience exceeded his expectations, and he found himself unable to subdue her in that instant. Since you insist on drinking the penalty wine rather than the celebratory one, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. After uttering these chilling words, Lung Jiang snapped his soft whip forward, and in an instant, a streak of purple whip shadow surged through the air. Upon seeing that violet whip shadow, Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils contracted as she sensed the impending threat of death. Boom. Yet, the spectacle that the Blood Mist Hall had anticipated did not unfold. For just as the purple whip shadow was within 2 inches of Xianxiaaudiobooks, it was abruptly intercepted by a powerful palm technique. Chapter 21, The Sword Approaches. As the crowd gasped at this astonishing scene, a slender figure emerged at the center of the square. The girl bore a moon-white long sword on her back, a white cap perched on her left shoulder. Her attire pure as snow, with black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely captivating, as if she had descended from the celestial realms. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet her gaze remained cold and devoid of warmth. Upon encountering this figure, everyone present stood dumbfounded. Good heavens, is that not Mingzhu? It truly is her. How is this possible? At this moment, the onlookers finally discerned the girl's visage, their eyes widening in disbelief as they fixated on her. They had never anticipated that Mingzhu had just intercepted Lung Jiang's purple whip. Beside her, Xianxiaaudiobooks also wore an expression of shock. Had that palm not halted the approach of the violet whip shadow, her right arm would likely have been rendered useless by now. Yet, how could that palm technique be the second form of the Xiantian palm? With this thought, a trace of doubt flickered in Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart. Witnessing this turn of events, Lung Jiang was equally astounded, for he had not expected the girl before him to possess such formidable strength. He even suspected that Mingzhu might be a master of the Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, this only solidified his belief that the matter concerning Lung Yu was inextricably linked to Mingzhu, and he was determined to take her away today, come what may. Mingzhu, your timing is impeccable. I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself right into my hands. Truly a path to self-destruction. Today, I shall not let you escape. Lung Zhang's sinister laughter filled the air, his eyes glinting with malice as he gazed at Yi Mingzhu. In response to this, Yi Mingzhu merely regarded Lung Zhang with indifference and stated, "You are not a match for me, and besides, assistance from the Qingxian sect is imminent." Do you genuinely believe that the Blood Mist Hall can challenge the might of the Qingxian sect, the overlord of the North Island? Upon hearing this, Lung Zhang's expression darkened. "You insolent girl, do not be so arrogant. Even if the Qingxian sect sends reinforcements, what of it? I only seek your life to avenge my son. What do they have to say about it?" Yi Mingzhu, however, merely chuckled lightly, unfazed by his threats. "Master Lung, do not allow your hatred to cloud your judgment and make you a pawn for others." The reason she spoke thus was to buy time to recover her true energy, as a thin sheen of sweat had begun to form on her forehead. The palm technique she had just executed was indeed the second form of the Xiantian palm, known as the Xiantian finger. This technique concentrated all her true energy into the tip of her finger, unleashing tremendous power upon attack. However, despite its strength, it was exceedingly depleting on her energy, and given Yi Mingzhu's current prowess, executing it was already a commendable feat. What she needed now was to stall for time and restore her true energy to ensure her own safety. As for whether the Qingxian sect would come to her aid, she had never held out any hope for that. "You insolent girl, what do you mean by that?" Lung Zhang was momentarily taken aback by her words, then questioned ominously. Yi Mingzhu replied coolly, "Master Lung, you should not be a fool. I believe you have discerned my level of strength. Even if I manage to outsmart Lung Yu, do you truly think that a foundation establishment cultivator like myself could achieve such a feat as incapacitating a golden core expert? Moreover, the reasons behind it are not as you imagine. Regardless, this matter is of great relevance to you. Ren Xianxi has witnessed it with his own eyes. You might as well surrender and accompany me to the Blood Mist Hall to accept your punishment." Lung Zhang retorted with a cold smirk. Yi Mingzhu, however, scoffed at him. "Master Lung, I apologize for misjudging you. You must be a fool, or else you would not have been so easily manipulated while remaining oblivious." With that, Yi Mingzhu turned her mocking gaze towards Ren Xiaodian, who was hiding in the crevice of the wall. "Ren Xiaodian, you indeed possess great audacity. Utilizing the entire Blood Mist Hall for your own selfish motives. Dare you come forth and recount the events as they transpired?" At this moment, Ren Xiaodian, concealed in his hiding spot, felt a tremor of fear and did not dare to speak. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Mingzhu had already instilled a shadow in his heart, compelling him to remain in the corner, pretending not to have heard her words. Indeed, he had entertained thoughts of exploiting the Blood Mist Hall, and Lung Yu had been lured by him. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lung Yu would be defeated by Yi Mingzhu. As for the sequence of events, he had exaggerated the truth, directing all blame towards Yi Mingzhu. In reality, he had not witnessed the later developments and could not believe that a foundation establishment cultivator like her could be powerful enough to incapacitate a golden core expert's core. Moreover, upon returning, he had discovered other footprints nearby, suggesting that Lung Yu had likely been disabled by someone else. However, in his desire to vent his frustration, he chose to frame Yi Mingzhu. At this juncture, Yi Mingzhu chortled once more. "Master Lung, you have witnessed it. Ren Xiaodian is too guilty to come forth." Upon hearing this, Lung Zhang's brows furrowed tightly as he cast a glance at Ren Xiaodian, who remained huddled in the wall crevice. His heart ignited with fury. "Ren Xianxi, what is the meaning of this?" Upon seeing Lung Zhang's wrath, Ren Xiaodian hastily scrambled out, quickly recounting the true sequence of events, including how Lung Yu had intended to capture Yi Mingzhu as a cultivation furnace. After listening, Lung Zhang narrowed his eyes, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly cast a venomous glare at Yi Mingzhu, stating, "So it is you who drained Yuer of his true energy, leading him to fall victim to treachery and become a cripple. In the end, you are the root of this calamity. Today, I shall undoubtedly capture you to avenge her." With that, his black robe billowed as Lung Zhang's figure abruptly vanished from his original spot, hurtling towards Yi Mingzhu with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously arriving beside her, his claw reaching for her throat. Sensing the gale of his assault, Yi Mingzhu's mind raced, and she swiftly activated the divine movement step to evade. In an instant, she found herself several meters away, while Lung Zhang's grasp fell empty, failing to strike her. This scene clearly surprised him. However, he did not cease his attack, continuing his onslaught against Yi Mingzhu. Observing this, Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brow slightly. While she could evade Lung Zhang's attacks, his cultivation level was far superior, and she was not his match, relying solely on the divine movement step to temporarily evade. Yet, she could not fathom Lung Zhang's audacity. Knowing that Lung Yu was not incapacitated by her, he still refused to relent. Thus, there remained no choice but to engage in battle. Yi Mingzhu's eyes narrowed, her feet activating the divine movement step, tracing a graceful arc through the air, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared 3 meters in front of Lung Jiang. The sword approaches. With a sharp command, the moonlight-colored longsword behind swiftly flew out of its sheath, emitting a piercing whistle that sliced through the air, conjuring a formidable aura of swordsmanship. In the next moment, Mingzhu struck, aiming her sword directly at Lung Jiang's throat. Startled, Lung Jiang swiftly retreated, simultaneously launching a punch towards Mingzhu. She nimbly evaded his blow, her wrist twisting as the blade shimmered. The fourth stance of the Qinglian sword technique, the illusory sword dance. This particular maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse by Mingzhu, the sword light cascading like a torrent, its force unyielding. In an instant, a swirl of azure sword radiance enveloped Lung Jiang, who appeared trapped in a mire, unable to extricate himself. Seizing the opportunity, Mingzhu unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 thrusts, relentlessly targeting Lung Jiang's vital points, her technique exquisite. Meanwhile, the onlookers were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld Mingzhu's formidable swordplay, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of admiration. Her mastery over the sword was indeed extraordinary. Yet this was not the end. Again, with another soft command from Mingzhu, the sword in her grasp erupted into a multitude of gleaming blades, hurtling towards Lung Jiang, instantly engulfing him in a tempest of sword light. The flashing blades tore through his garments, exposing his skin. Shocked, Lung Jiang's countenance shifted as he sensed a hint of death's approach. At that moment, his expression darkened. He suddenly extended his arms, lifting his head, his palms crossing over his chest as he murmured, "Fiery fist of the divine, break." Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a barrage of fist shadows erupted. Mingzhu's sword aura was immediately dispersed, while Lung Jiang stood firm like an iron tower. The force of the fist shadows sent Mingzhu sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. With a flick of his sleeve, Lung Jiang coldly remarked, "Your strength is formidable, yet it remains insufficient." Mingzhu gritted her teeth, beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. The previous technique had drained her entire reservoir of true energy, leaving her utterly fatigued and incapable of further combat against Lung Jiang. At that instant, Lung Jiang seized the moment, his figure flickering as he appeared before Mingzhu, his right fist crashing towards her chest. "Do not harm my daughter." Just then, a clear voice rang out, and in the next moment, a jade-green sword erupted forth from in front of Mingzhu, thrusting towards Lung Jiang. A fierce sword intent surged from the blade's tip, resembling a serene autumn stream. "Humph, mere trifles," Lung Jiang scoffed, his left hand opening wide, fingers resembling eagle claws, as he swiftly grasped the longsword in Xianxia's hand. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the jade-green sword was seized, unable to advance further. With a disdainful laugh, Lung Jiang unleashed a torrent of inner strength into Xianxia's grip, shattering her sword. Uffed! Xianxia coughed up blood, her body hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd from Mingzhu Valley displayed expressions of urgent concern, yet none dared to intervene. They knew all too well that their leader was buying time for the rescue from Qingxin Sect. Any rash actions would only lead to greater casualties. Mother! Upon seeing Xianxia injured, Mingzhu's heart sank, and she hurried to her side. "Humph, the combat prowess of Mingzhu Valley is merely mediocre. I can easily eliminate you all." Lung Jiang sneered, his figure shifting as he swung his arms wide, fingers collapsing inward, a powerful pulling force emanating from his fingertips. Attempting to draw Mingzhu into his grasp, the hearts of the Mingzhu Valley crowd sank at this sight. The 4 elders had already begun to channel their true energy, ready to fight to the death. If Mingzhu were taken, it would mean certain doom. Had this been the past, when Mingzhu was merely at the qi refinement stage, they might have expressed gratitude towards Lung Jiang. However, it was different now. The formidable strength she exhibited commanded their utmost respect. It could be said that Mingzhu was undeniably the genius of Mingzhu Valley and the hope for the future of their sect. If Lung Jiang succeeded in taking her, Mingzhu Valley would lose a prodigy. At this moment, Mingzhu felt a surge of helplessness in the face of Lung Jiang. It seemed she would have to resort to that technique once more. Yet, she wondered if she could endure it this time. With a soft sigh, Mingzhu swiftly began to channel the Taiji seal. Her left palm immediately took on the form of the yin-yang fish symbol. However, before she could activate the Taiji seal, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly surged from the center of the square. "Meow, that wretched old man, do not harm my master." In the next moment, a completely snow-white spirit cat appeared before Mingzhu, its azure eyes glaring fiercely at Lung Jiang, exuding a fierce resolve to confront him. Upon seeing the white cat, Lung Jiang's heart raced, his expression shifting dramatically, his movements involuntarily halting. Not just him, but every onlooker was equally astounded. The terrifying aura had caused some of the weaker disciples to turn pale. This aura emanated from a fifth-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a master at the human Xian ascension stage. Even Yi Qianxue and the four elders were left in shock. They had never anticipated such a formidable being would be by Yi Mingzhu's side. At that moment, the oppressive pressure continued to envelop the area, and within moments, several disciples from Blood Mist Hall were forced to spout blood under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Staring at the white cat, Long Jiang felt a surge of fear, prompting him to activate his techniques in resistance. He never expected that the seemingly inconsequential cat was, in fact, a fifth-tier spirit beast capable of human speech. Such a formidable existence, even two of him would not suffice to contend with it. As he pondered how to manage the situation, Cold Blood cast a cold glance at Yi Mingzhu and suddenly whispered to Lung Jiang, adoptive father. It seems that the moonlight-colored sword in Yi Mingzhu's possession belongs to Qingxian Sect, and her sword technique just now closely resembles Qingxian Sect's Qinglian sword technique. Upon hearing this, Lung Jiang's brows furrowed in contemplation, hastily directing his gaze towards Yi Mingzhu. The moment he did, shock flooded his face. Moonlight's radiance, how could this be? That sword was not supposed to belong to Ming. Today, he had dared to approach Mingyue Valley precisely because he had learned through his connections in Qingxian Sect about a certain matter, specifically, Yi Mingzhu's engagement to Zhao Mingxian. It was said that Zhao Mingxian had come to Mingyue Valley with the intention of dissolving the engagement, only to be publicly rejected by Yi Mingzhu, humiliating him as the future sect master of Qingxian Sect. Thus, the two families had completely severed ties. If Mingyue Valley encountered trouble, the Zhao family would not offer assistance, and Zhao Mingxian would certainly not allow the backing of Qingxian Sect to aid Mingyue Valley, especially given Zhao Mingxuan's prominent status within Qingxian Sect. However, something felt amiss. Lung Jiang's brow furrowed deeply. If Qingxian Sect remained Mingyue Valley's ally, then Blood Mist Hall currently lacked the strength to contend, likely leading to their own destruction. With this thought, Lung Jiang's gaze fell once more upon the white cat. This spirit beast could speak human language and was undoubtedly a fifth-tier spirit beast. Its power surely formidable. Should he forcibly take Yi Mingzhu today, it would likely bring calamity upon himself. We must retreat. Lung Jiang sighed inwardly, gritting his teeth as he withdrew from Mingyue Valley. After Lung Jiang's departure, the members of Mingyue Valley finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous little kitten could possess such formidable power, saving the entire sect. However, what astonished them even more was that this white cat referred to Yi Mingzhu as its master. In a moment, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Yi Mingzhu. Without offering an explanation, she, along with several elders, helped Yi Qianxue to her feet and returned to Mingyue Palace. In the main hall, Elder Yi Nanxing swiftly summoned all the elders and elite disciples for a meeting. The threat posed by the Blood Mist Hall was formidable, and Mingyue Valley needed to implement precautionary measures to avoid encountering such perilous situations again. Meanwhile, Yi Mingzhu was in a room healing. Although Lung Jiang's strike had not been fatal, her injuries were indeed severe. Just as she was about to channel her energy for recovery, the Azure Lotus within her body began to rotate autonomously. In no time, Yi Mingzhu felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her injuries healing at an astonishing pace. And the lotus in her dantian seemed even more solidified. Could this be the effect of the sacred body of Lotus? Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. She was uncertain about the nature of this state, yet she vaguely speculated that this must be the wondrous benefit brought by the sacred body of Lotus. With that thought, Yi Mingzhu settled into a meditative state, wholly immersing herself in the process of mending every inch of her wounded body. As time flowed slowly, it wasn't long before Yi Mingzhu's injuries had nearly healed, and her strength had approached the Golden Core stage. Once she completed her Golden Core, she would undoubtedly break through to the initial stage of Golden Core. The mere thought of this stirred excitement within her. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Little brat, it's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Yi Mingzhu beamed as she opened the door. "Grandpa Mu, you've come." The visitor was none other than the steward of the kitchen, Mu Qingyang. "Ah, little brat, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly," Mu Qingyang remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a hint of surprise flickering in his aged eyes. "Yes, I'm much better now. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Mu. I'm perfectly fine," Yi Mingzhu replied with a smile, not elaborating further. "That is good to hear. However, I've heard that rascal Lung Jiang is causing trouble again. You should stay indoors and not wander about, lest you attract more trouble," Mu Qingyang advised with worry. "Rest assured, Grandpa Mu, that scoundrel Lung Jiang has already been frightened off by Little White. He won't be returning anytime soon," Yi Mingzhu chuckled, then added, "By the way, Grandpa Mu, I need to go check on my mother." At this moment, Yi Mingzhu's greatest concern was her mother's safety, and she felt compelled to see her. "Little brat, There is no need to worry about your mother. She is protected by the Mingzhu technique and will be fine. Mu Qingyang reassured her. Then, taking advantage of Yi Mingzhu's distraction, he produced a jade token from his sleeve and handed it to her. Take this jade token. If there is an emergency, use it to contact me. Do you understand? Mu Qingyang instructed. Yi Mingzhu nodded, glancing at the jade token in her hand. It appeared quite ancient, reminiscent of something from a bygone era. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, Grandpa Mu, what is the function of this jade token? Mu Qingyang stroked his white beard, smiling as he replied, Little brat, this is a teleportation token. As long as you possess it, in times of danger, you can shatter it, and your Grandpa Mu will arrive by your side to protect you. No Lungjiang, no cold-blooded fiend can compare. Oh, so that is how it is. Yi Mingzhu exclaimed in realization. It made sense why the token seemed so familiar. She had seen something similar before. In the forest, during her confrontation with Ren Xiaodian, he had used a similar jade token, shattering it, and in an instant, Lung Yu had appeared before her. However, Yi Mingzhu suddenly found herself puzzled. Wasn't he Grandpa Mu the steward of the kitchen? How could he possess such a token? Moreover, from the tone of his words, it seemed he did not regard someone of Lung Zhang's caliber as a threat. With this thought, a thread of curiosity arose within Yi Mingzhu, and she wished to uncover his true identity. Yet, as she lifted her head, she found that the frail figure had vanished. Gazing around, she still could not see any trace of Grandpa Mu. Yi Mingzhu could only smile wryly as she secured the jade token and made her way to Yi Qianxia's room. Inside the room, Yi Qianxia was seated in a meditative posture on the bed. Hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Yi Mingzhu enter, her face blossomed with a radiant smile. Mingzhu, did your Grandpa Mu bring you some healing elixirs? Have you taken them? Startled, Yi Mingzhu paused. No wonder she had encountered Grandpa Mu earlier. It turned out her mother had already arranged for him to deliver healing elixirs. But now that her injuries had healed, he must have noticed and opted not to give her the elixirs, instead providing her with a teleportation jade token. As this realization washed over her, a warm current surged within Yi Mingzhu. She nodded and smiled, saying, Mother, I've taken them, and I'm perfectly fine now. That's wonderful. Yi Qianxia smiled, then took Yi Mingzhu's hand, her fingers gently probing her pulse for reassurance before she sighed in relief. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu suddenly inquired, Mother, who exactly is Grandpa Mu? Ever since the steward elder had been reprimanded by him, Yi Mingzhu had been curious, and today, she was even more convinced that Grandpa Mu was no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxia hesitated, a complex glimmer passing through her eyes. She gazed at Yi Mingzhu for a long while before finally letting out a sigh. Mingzhu, I won't hide it from you any longer. Your Grandpa Mu is quite extraordinary. Who is he? Yi Mingzhu pressed, feeling a knot of tension form in her stomach as she sensed the mystery surrounding him. He is just then, Yi Qianxia was about to respond when a voice echoed from outside, belonging to Elder Yi Nanqing. Qianxia, we have devised a strategy and need you to come out to make a decision. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxia's words were abruptly cut off, and she chose not to reveal more. Yi Mingzhu silently thought that Grandpa Mu's identity must be quite significant if even her mother refrained from speaking openly about it. Instead of probing further, she followed Yi Qianxia out of the room. In the living room, Yi Nanqing and several other elders were present, while Yi Mingzhu stood quietly to the side. At this moment, Yi Nanqing surveyed the crowd before his gaze landed on Yi Mingzhu. Mingzhu, have your injuries healed? Much better. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Yi Mingzhu replied with a faint smile. That's good to hear. You must seize this opportunity. Once you elevate your strength to the Golden Core stage, you will become the second genius in our Yi family to break through to the Golden Core before the age of 20. This is a tremendous honor and a blessing for our clan, a sign of our ancestors' protection. Yi Nanqing beamed. In response, Yi Mingzhu smiled and said, Elder, you flatter me. I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently. Even without his prompting, Yi Mingzhu had already planned to refine her Golden Core soon, aiming for a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, believing that her strength would soar to new heights. Hearing this, Yi Nanqing nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Yi Mingzhu's determination. He then turned to Yi Qianxia and said, Valley Master, we have reached a consensus on a decision. Please listen. Afterward, the elder on the left cleared his throat and stated, we have decided that for the safety of Mingyue Valley, Yi Mingzhu cannot remain within the valley. Indeed, the Blood Mist Hall is known for its ruthlessness and treachery. Today, their audacity to threaten our sect could lead to further troubles, so Yi Mingzhu must leave. Several elders on the right echoed, I object. As soon as the words fell, a frost settled upon the delicate visage of Yi Qianxia, who spoke in a low voice. Though the Blood Mist Hall possesses formidable strength, we of the Bright Moon Valley are not intimidated. Furthermore, had it not been for Mingzhu and that enchanting spirit cat's assistance today, Would anyone present here have been able to withstand the onslaught of Longjiang? Seeing Yi Qianxua so assertive, the Grand Elder Yi Nanxing cast another glance at Yi Mingzhu and chuckled. You misunderstand. We have not forsaken her, but rather advised her to refrain from appearing near Bright Moon Valley. Yi Qianxua furrowed her brows in confusion. The Grand Elder continued. We intend to send Mingzhu to the Thought Reflection Cliff for a period of training to hone her skills. Upon her return, her strength will surely see a significant surge. And there, no one will be able to find her, not even Longjiang. Indeed, the Thought Reflection Cliff is guarded by our valley's spirit beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for even Longjiang to breach. Several elders expressed their agreement. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxua fell silent, contemplating for a while before nodding. Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed as the Grand Elder suggests. Given Mingzhu's unique status and Longjiang's vengeful nature, it was plausible that he might seek her out again. Moreover, it was concerning that Mingzhu had furtively learned the Qinglian sword technique from the Qingxian sect. Should the sect's master and elders discover this in the future, it could bode ill for her. Thus, Yi Qianxua decided for Yi Mingzhu, concluding that the Thought Reflection Cliff was indeed the safest place. Mingzhu, what do you think? At this moment, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Yi Mingzhu, his eyes brimming with hope. Hearing these words, Yi Mingzhu, without hesitation, replied, Since my mother and the esteemed elders have made this decision, I have no objections and shall follow the arrangements made by my elders. Upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's response, smiles broke out on the faces of the elders. Even the usually disdainful elder in charge softened considerably. Subsequently, Yi Mingzhu bid farewell to the elders and returned to the firewood room to pack her belongings. In truth, the journey to the Thought Reflection Cliff aligned perfectly with her intentions, as she was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage and sought a tranquil and comfortable place to cultivate. The following day, in the early morning, a woman clad in blue stood at Yi Mingzhu's door. Mingzhu, I have brought you some things, Yi Qianxua said with a gentle smile. Yi Mingzhu opened the door to find her mother holding a satchel wrapped in white cloth, which appeared to contain clothing, along with a delicate box that seemed to hold some elixirs and precious items. Mingzhu, you are heading to the Thought Reflection Cliff today. I have brought you some necessities. The woman in blue smiled, and this sapphire storage ring is for you, containing what you will need. Hearing this, Yi Mingzhu felt a warmth in her heart, surprised by her mother's thoughtfulness in preparing everything for her. Thank you, mother. Foolish child, what is there to thank? We, as mother and daughter, need not be so formal. Yi Qianxua chuckled. Yi Mingzhu nodded in agreement, then embraced Yi Qianxua, for it was only in her mother's presence that she could be a carefree child. Yi Qianxua gently patted her daughter's back, feeling a deep sense of contentment. After packing her belongings and bidding farewell to the disciples in the firewood room, Yi Mingzhu, under her mother's guidance, arrived at the Thought Reflection Cliff. The Thought Reflection Cliff, perched atop the back mountain of the Bright Moon Valley, was an immense peak. Before the peak lay two massive iron chains extending down to the foot of the mountain, seemingly endless. On the opposite side of the chains, a clear stream gurgled, sparkling in the sunlight and casting a kaleidoscope of colors, a sight to behold. Yi Qianxua and Yi Mingzhu stepped onto the iron chains, leaping toward the Thought Reflection Cliff. The chains stretched forward until they reached a towering cliff, beneath which lay an unfathomable abyss, and atop it stood the Thought Reflection Cliff. We have arrived. After steadying herself, Yi Qianxua beamed. At her words, Yi Mingzhu looked up at the cliff top, admiring the beautiful scenery that filled her with a sense of tranquility. Yi Qianxua added with a smile, This Thought Reflection Cliff is truly a treasure of feng shui for our Yi family. Cultivating here will double your progress. Mingzhu, seize this opportunity to strive for an early breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, for that is when you shall truly stand on your own. Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Her mother referred to it as the Yi family's treasure, yet did not mention it was the Bright Moon Valley's sacred ground. Was it possible that this was the forbidden area she had heard about 2 years prior? She had been informed that the back mountain of the Bright Moon Valley held a forbidden zone accessible only to direct descendants of the Yi clan, and anyone else attempting to enter would face the backlash of the barrier. Now, with the Grand Elder's words from yesterday, it seemed that the Thought Reflection Cliff was indeed the forbidden area of the Bright Moon Valley. Nodding, Yi Mingzhu smiled and said, Mother, do not worry. I will diligently cultivate. Good, go ahead. I must return now, Yi Qianxua gently said before turning to leave. As she gazed at her mother's receding figure, Yi Mingzhu felt a wave of emotion wash over her at the thought of their parting. She wondered how long her seclusion would last and hoped that during this time, neither her mother nor the Bright Moon Valley would encounter any troubles. Should the Blood Mist Hall come knocking again, they could only rely on Xiaobai to intimidate them. But such a tactic would eventually be seen through. Only by strengthening her own power could she ensure her safety. With this thought, Yi Mingzhu's resolve grew stronger. Xiaobai, we have arrived. She called out to the satchel behind her. In the next moment, the enchanting spirit cat darted out, its adorable little head peeking out. Its paws resting on her shoulders, curiously gazing ahead. Meow. Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle as she ruffled its fluffy head, then stepped into the thought reflection cliff. As she entered the cave, a gentle breeze brushed against her face, bringing with it a sense of comfort, along with a rich aroma of herbs that invigorated her spirit. However, after walking a short distance, Mingzhu suddenly halted. The scene before her was not the picturesque landscape she had envisioned. Instead, it was desolate and eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. The oppressive stillness enveloped her, creating a sense of unease. Just as she pondered this, she heard Xiao Bai's excited voice. Meow, meow, meow. Master, look. There's a cave up ahead, and I can smell the fragrance of top-grade spirit herbs. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu felt a surge of joy and quickly ran towards the source. Meow. Xiao Bai bounced excitedly behind her, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at the entrance of the cave. Arriving at the door, Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation upon seeing the tightly shut entrance. For she too had caught the scent of exquisite spirit herbs, and it seemed there were quite a few. With a creak, Mingzhu pressed the mechanism, and the door slowly opened. Instantly, a wave of fragrant spiritual energy rushed towards her, intoxicating her senses with the rich aroma of herbs. What a potent fragrance! As she savored the delightful scent, a smile crept onto Mingzhu's lips. She had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. The air was thick with the aroma of herbs. She was certain this was undoubtedly a garden of top-grade spirit herbs. Let us go, Mingzhu exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Bai nodded in agreement and, alongside Mingzhu, dashed into the herb garden. This modest medicinal garden was surprisingly spacious, filled with an array of rare and precious spiritual herbs that dazzled the eyes of the enchanted spirit cat. Mingzhu was equally elated. She had never encountered such a wealth of rare spiritual herbs before. This was indeed a significant windfall for her, as possessing these herbs would allow her to elevate her strength at a much faster pace. However, before Mingzhu could even begin to gather a few, a series of beastly roars echoed through the air, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 25. The Guardian Spirit Beast of the Sect. Xiao Bai, we must flee, exclaimed Mingzhu, as she scooped up the enchanted spirit cat and sprinted towards the exit. Mew. Xiao Bai, seemingly reluctant, pouted but, as a parting gesture, extended its tongue and snatched a heart-cleansing three-leaf herb. Alo. Just as they reached the cave's entrance, Mingzhu hesitated, her heart racing as she beheld a colossal creature before her. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet, a massive bear with striking black and white fur loomed, its rugged hide and formidable stature exuding an aura of ferocity. At first glance, Mingzhu found herself involuntarily reminded of a national treasure-level protected species. Furthermore, she recalled Menglong's previous encounter and wondered if this bear was the very monster he had faced. How unfortunate could her luck be? At that moment, the bear's round, copper-like eyes fixated on the enchanted spirit cat perched on Mingzhu's shoulder, releasing a series of furious roars. Mingzhu's face paled as she felt the bear's overwhelming strength, fearing that one misstep could lead to her being flattened under its paw. Mew. Xiao Bai, undeterred by the bear's menacing demeanor, retorted, "What are you glaring at? It's just a little spiritual herb I took." Alo. The bear, incensed by Xiao Bai's audacity, pounded its chest in a display of rage. Mew. Mew. Startled, Xiao Bai quickly nestled closer to Mingzhu, exclaiming, "Master, this is the great monster of the mountains. I never expected it to be the guardian spirit beast of your Mingwu Valley." Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's face registered astonishment. "Xiao Bai, are you saying that it is indeed our Mingwu Valley's guardian spirit beast?" Mew, mew, mew. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed." The barrier of the thought reflection cliff was crafted by a master at the peak of the spirit division stage. Only those of your Yi family bloodline can enter. The presence of this behemoth confirms everything. At this point, Mingzhu was utterly bewildered. She could hardly believe that these exquisite spiritual herbs belonged to this bear, and that it was, in fact, the guardian spirit beast of Mingwu Valley. Seeing her shock, Xiao Bai dismissed it with a flick of its whiskers. "Master, you overestimate it. These spiritual herbs aren't it merely pilfered them." "Awo, awo." The bear, exposed by Xiao Bai, roared in fury, swiping its powerful paws and sending a gust of wind towards the spirit cat. In the face of this fierce gale, Xiao Bai vanished in a flash, reappearing atop the bear's back, stealthily stepping like a cat until it stood proudly on the creature's head. Witnessing this scene, Mingzhu gasped and urgently called out, "Xiao Bai, get down. Though it may be a guardian spirit beast, it does not know us. It might mistake us for herb thieves and strike us down." Mew, mew, mew. Xiao Bai, brimming with confidence, playfully taunted the bear with a cheeky grimace. Yi Mingzhu could only smile wryly at the sight. Only Xiaobai would dare to act so brazenly towards such a powerful beast, given its peculiar agility that likely rendered it untouchable by the bear. As Xiaobai pranced about, the bear's eyes flared with rage, yet it found itself unable to retaliate against the spirited white cat. Mew mew. Sensing the bear's escalating irritation, Xiaobai reveled in its triumph, circling the bear's ears before returning to Yi Mingzhu's side. Despite her lingering anxiety, fearing the bear might suddenly strike, Yi Mingzhu was taken aback when the anticipated aggression did not transpire. Instead, the bear merely sniffed her with its snout and then ambled away. It just left? Yi Mingzhu's lips twitched in disbelief. Noticing her astonishment, Xiaobai explained, it likely detected the essence of the Yi family bloodline on you. Otherwise, given its temperament, it would have surely raided you of your treasures, particularly that moonlight blade. You mustn't let it catch sight of it, or it may snatch it away before you know it. Wait, it can eat the sword too? Yi Mingzhu's lips twitched again, feeling utterly bewildered. Xiaobai leaped to the ground, its eyes gleaming as it gazed at the patch of spiritual herbs while saying, yes, this creature feasts on dark iron, which is why I call it a monster. Feasts on dark iron? Could it be the iron-eating beast recorded in ancient texts? Yi Mingzhu suddenly inquired. Yes, Xiaobai. Yi Mingzhu paused, slowly turning around, only to become numb with shock as her gaze fell upon Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you. Looking at the now barren herb garden, Yi Mingzhu was rendered speechless. At that moment, Xiaobai was crouched on the ground, its paws clutching a piece of 8-pointed ice grass and shoving it into its mouth, followed by nibbling on a rare celestial chrysanthemum. Witnessing this sight, Yi Mingzhu felt tears welling in her eyes. It hadn't left her a single herb. Mew mew mew. Xiaobai seemed to sense Yi Mingzhu's displeasure and purred softly, as if attempting to console her. Xiaobai, how could you do this? Do you not understand the value of these spiritual herbs? You've consumed them all, what a waste. This is too much. Yi Mingzhu exclaimed indignantly. It wasn't that she was stingy, but rather that it was her first encounter with such precious spiritual herbs, only to have them devoured entirely. After finishing the last herb, Xiaobai licked its paws, expressing satisfaction. The treasures this big guy brought are indeed delightful, though a tad lacking. Yi Mingzhu was utterly at a loss for words. After consuming such a bounty of precious herbs, Xiaobai still complained of insufficiency. In comparison, it was the true monster. No wonder when she fed it at Mingzhu Valley, it refused to eat. It must have found the food unpalatable. Xiaobai, if you continue like this, I can't afford to keep you. Yi Mingzhu sighed. Xiaobai tilted its head, looking at her with an expression of innocence. Mew mew mew. Does the master no longer want me? Fine, since you enjoy it, go ahead and eat. But in the future, I must pick the herbs first before you indulge. Seeing Xiaobai's eager expression, Yi Mingzhu couldn't help but affectionately stroke its fluffy head. Mew mew. Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically. At this moment, a hint of a smile finally graced Yi Mingzhu's face. In the path of cultivation, the intricacies of fate and fortune are indeed elusive. Sometimes, a single spiritual herb can alter one's destiny, even leading to a complete transformation. If these herbs were not intended for her, their high grade would not matter. Letting Xiaobai consume them would be acceptable. Yet, she feared that if these herbs were crucial to her, and Xiaobai consumed them, it could hinder her cultivation. Yi Mingzhu would surely weep over such a loss. Mew mew. Master, come quickly. There are secrets within this cave. Just as Yi Mingzhu was lost in thought, Xiaobai suddenly leaped up, excitedly pointing towards the depths of the cave. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Yi Mingzhu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The direction Xiaobai indicated led to the very heart of the cave, where a black stone staircase descended into a profound, shadowy cavern. Gazing into the depths of that dark abyss, Yi Mingzhu's heart raced with anticipation, pondering whether it might house the cultivation techniques coveted by martial artists in novels. Master, come quickly, Xiaobai urged, darting into the inky void of the cave. All right, Yi Mingzhu replied, promptly following suit. Inside the cavern, the darkness was so thick that Yi Mingzhu struggled to see, yet Xiaobai, moving cautiously ahead, seemed to tread with trepidation, as if wary of potential dangers lurking ahead. Meow? Meow meow. Suddenly, Xiaobai emitted a warning cry, prompting Yi Mingzhu to quicken her pace. Xiaobai, what's wrong? She inquired as she caught up. Meow meow meow. Xiaobai continued to meow, its eyes fixed warily on the path ahead. Chapter 26. The Secrets of the Cave. Following Xiaobai's gaze, Yi Mingzhu spotted a circular black hole in the stone wall ahead, emanating an eerie chill. How could there be a cavern here? She wondered, observing that the walls were unnaturally smooth, devoid of any protrusions, as if excavated from thin air. As she approached the opening and touched the rocky surface, a wave of coldness surged through her sleeve. Xiaobai, do you think this could be the dwelling place of our Yi family's ancestors? She asked. Xiaobai shook its head, indicating uncertainty. Mingzhu chose not to press further and continued deeper into the cave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps. After a considerable distance, she finally reached the cave's apex and came to a halt. Meow, meow, meow. Master, come over here, there's a treasure. Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, pointing eagerly ahead. Following the direction of Xiaobai's paw, Mingzhu beheld a luminous night pearl shimmering with silver light. This pearl, a soft azure hue, radiated a gentle glow within the murky cavern, illuminating it brilliantly. Surrounding the pearl were metal railings, and the inner walls of the cave were adorned with exquisite jade stones. To Mingzhu, the translucent jade appeared to be of immense value, and the night pearl undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. Approaching, she delicately picked up a piece of jade. The stone was icy to the touch, smooth and slippery, as though carved from ice itself. Upon further inspection, she discovered it contained an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. Meow? Wow, master, this is actually celestial spirit jade. Just as Mingzhu was about to store the jade in her spatial ring, Xiaobai erupted in excitement. Celestial spirit jade. Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Though she was not well versed in jade, she could ascertain from Xiaobai's words that this was an exceedingly rare treasure. In the realm of cultivation, even ordinary spirit stones commanded exorbitant prices, let alone this illustrious celestial spirit jade. Master, celestial spirit jade is exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Its worth is comparable to 100 top-tier spirit stones. Moreover, it possesses potent supportive qualities that can greatly enhance a cultivator's progress. These jades will be immensely beneficial for your training. Mingzhu had not anticipated that this cave would conceal such treasures. Thanks to Xiaobai's keen sense of smell, she would have otherwise overlooked this hidden sanctuary. It seemed she would need to rely more on its treasure-seeking abilities in the future. As for the glowing night pearl, she sensed it was of exceptional significance, though its nature remained a mystery to her. Meow, wait. Master, there are inscriptions on the wall. Just as Mingzhu prepared to collect the treasures, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed. Inscriptions? Mingzhu raised her gaze to the wall, where she noticed an unusual pattern etched in a pale green hue, covered in dense script, piquing her curiosity. Extending her finger, she lightly tapped the wall, and a line of text materialized before them. The grave of the sinner Yi Xian of the Yi family. Let future generations not forget. Stunned, Mingzhu stood frozen in place. This was indeed the burial site of an ancestor of the Yi family. However, no records of this tomb existed in the family history. Intrigued, she turned her gaze to a nearby stone tablet, behind which she found detailed accounts. It revealed that the ancestor Yi Xian had left the Yi family at the age of 20 to venture into the world alone. In just 50 years, he had become a formidable figure in the Tianxian continent, ultimately elevating the Yi family to a first-rate power. Yet, a single grave error had nearly led to the annihilation of the Yi family during a great war, leaving only one direct descendant, Yi Mingzhu's grandfather Yi Chun, and the great elder Yi Nanxing's forefather, to be saved by Yi Xian at the cost of his own life. In the end, Yi Xian succumbed to his injuries on Dong Island, his remains buried here by the surviving descendant, who later established Mingyue Valley in this secluded locale. It seemed this barrier of the Cliff of Remorse was laid by the sole surviving ancestor, and the inscriptions on the wall were likely carved by him. Yet, Mingzhu pondered what grave mistake Yi Xian had committed that led to the family's near extinction. Furthermore, if she recalled correctly, the clan records indicated that Yi Xian was nearly at the xianxian level. How could he have encountered such a dire fate? It was truly perplexing. Regardless of Yi Xian's past actions, they had become history, and she could only set aside thoughts of the Yi family for the time being. At that moment, Xiaobai perched on a stone wall, murmuring, any descendant of the Yi family who successfully receives the Spirit Pearl's inheritance may enjoy all the treasures within the cave. Meow, master. I understand. The essence contained within that night pearl is the spiritual imprint of our ancestor. Spiritual imprint? Could it be a memory inheritance? Mingzhu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, that night pearl was left by our ancestor, and his spiritual mark lies within it. I believe it holds more than just memories, after all. This is an existence close to the xianxian level. Master, you must attempt to connect with that night pearl. I shall try now. With that, Mingzhu closed her eyes, channeling her mental energy towards the night pearl. However, before her consciousness could approach the pearl, she felt an immense repulsive force emanating from it, sending her hurtling backward. It appeared that the pearl held little regard for her perfected foundational cultivation. A wry smile crept across Mingzhu's lips as she contemplated. Perhaps I must wait until I advance to the golden core stage before I can attempt it again. Meow? Seeing your failure, master, try again. Xiaobai urged. Mingzhu took another shot, and though she failed once more, this time she sensed a faint, latent connection forming between herself and the night pearl. The sensation was subtle, yet undeniably clear. Nevertheless, her perfected foundational strength remained insufficient to penetrate the pearl's depths. Mingzhu did not rush to achieve her goals. She believed that once she successfully condensed her golden core, she would be able to delve deeper into the secrets held within the pearl. Chapter 27. 5 Golden Cores. Xiaobai, guard the entrance for me, and ensure that no one approaches this place. Meow. The charmed spirit cat nodded and obediently retreated to the cave entrance to stand watch. At this moment, Mingzhu settled into a cross-legged position, circulating the true energy within her body to begin her cultivation. She needed to enhance her strength swiftly. Only with greater power could she protect herself and her mother. Otherwise, she would remain trapped in this cave indefinitely. Her immediate goal was to break through to the initial stage of the golden core. The prerequisite for advancing to the golden core stage was to condense the golden core. Only by attaining the strength of the golden core could she freely communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming her body and granting her formidable combat prowess. Following the method of true energy circulation, Mingzhu gradually adjusted her breathing, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. She repeatedly cleansed her body, opening every pore to facilitate a smoother gathering of energy. Slowly, a layer of red patterns emerged on her skin, resembling clusters of small red beans that shimmered incessantly. As time passed, waves began to ripple outward, spreading and forming whirlpools of spiritual energy around her, enveloping her in a grand vortex, a phenomenon that lasted for an entire hour. After another incense stick's worth of time, Mingzhu noticed that her previously unchanged dantian was now swelling, and a faint golden glow flickered within. This sight filled her with excitement. Could she be on the verge of condensing her golden core? Mingzhu speculated in her heart. With this thought, she promptly circulated her true energy, fervently absorbing the incoming spiritual energy, making the faint golden glow in her dantian grow brighter. As the speed of her energy absorption increased, Mingzhu finally caught a glimpse of the true form of that soft golden light. It was a golden core formed from the condensation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The golden core appeared semi-transparent, reminiscent of a lustrous pearl, gleaming brilliantly. Moreover, it was the size of a pigeon's egg, exhibiting a golden hue akin to metal, with intricate metallic inscriptions adorning its surface, remarkably peculiar. Was this the breakthrough to the golden core stage? Sensing the existence of this golden core, a smile of joy spread across Mingzhu's face. Yet, the next moment, an expression of confusion crossed her delicate features. What is happening? Why do I still possess the strength of a perfected foundation establishment despite having condensed the golden core? Mingzhu's face was filled with bewilderment. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and it seemed that there were no relevant records in ancient texts. For a moment, she could not fathom the reason. Meow. Observing Mingzhu's perplexed demeanor, Xiaobai lazily lifted its small head and said, Master, how could you have forgotten everything over the years? You have always possessed a 5-element spiritual root. Thus you must condense 5 golden cores to break through to the initial stage of the golden core. 5-element spiritual root. So, my constitution embodies 5 attributes? Mingzhu asked in astonishment after hearing Xiaobai's words. Meow indeed. Your spiritual root is exceedingly weak, and most cannot sense it. That is why those fools from Mingzhu Valley regarded you as a waste. But they never anticipated that you possess the rare 5-element spiritual root, an extraordinary talent for cultivation. If they knew, they would likely treat you like royalty. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Mingzhu was utterly stunned. Individuals with a 5-element spiritual root were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, and to think she belonged to such a unique category. However, in Mingzhu's mind, this 5-element spiritual root was likely intricately linked to her Lotus Blossom Sacred Body. It was probable that activating her Lotus Blossom Sacred Body had triggered the emergence of her 5-element spiritual root. As for Xiaobai's assertion, it had already completely accepted her as the Lotus Fairy. Noticing the smile curving at the corners of Mingzhu's lips, Xiaobai hurriedly urged, Master, you should condense the golden core first to avoid any mishaps later. In response, Mingzhu nodded and closed her eyes to meditate. Soon, her breathing steadied, and the spiritual energy around her began to stabilize, gradually converging towards her dantian. Subsequently, a golden sphere of light slowly coalesced within her dantian, rotating gently. This golden spiritual sphere gradually expanded until it reached the size of a pigeon's egg. Mingzhu formed hand seals, guiding the spiritual energy within her body to merge with the golden sphere. This process was lengthy. However, for someone like Mingzhu, who possessed the Lotus Blossom Sacred Body, she could complete it in just 1 hour. Before long, everything concluded smoothly. Phew, I've finally condensed another golden core. Feeling the surging power within her, Mingzhu was thoroughly satisfied. With the experience from her previous 2 condensations, This time she found it effortless, managing to condense 2 golden cores in just over an hour. Once she condensed her 5th golden core, she would break through to the golden core stage. Looking at the golden cores floating within her, Mingzhu smiled. At that moment, she also noticed that each golden core emitted a faint glow that continuously flowed like waves, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. However, these were not ordinary waves, but rather infused with potent attribute inscriptions, likely corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, and fire. Fueled by her current determination, she resolved to swiftly condense the 5th golden core. With renewed resolve, Mingzhu once again mobilized her true energy, channeling spiritual energy into the nascent golden sphere in her dantian and guiding it to circulate. This time, her speed of operation was several times faster than before. Before long, the glow of the golden core became increasingly radiant, emanating an intensely scorching heat, akin to that of a sun. Immediately, the spiritual energy on the golden core rapidly condensed into various symbols, which began to combine upon the golden core. In no time, Mingzhu discovered that there was now yet another golden core within her dantian. Now, all she needed to do was draw in the energy and fully charge at the bottleneck to enter the initial stage of the golden core. However, should she fail in her advancement, her golden cores would dissipate and her strength would regress. Thus, Mingzhu remained vigilant throughout the process, wary of making even the slightest mistake that could lead to ruin. Continuing to sit cross-legged, Mingzhu directed her true energy to her dantian, guiding it along her meridians. Simultaneously, her body began to rapidly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy continually flowed into her dantian, Mingzhu gradually felt her golden core swelling within. At that moment, she could sense an immense power surging within her dantian, akin to a flood rampaging through, causing her waves of pain. Yet, this pain was also a form of training, the most fundamental step in cultivation. Those who could endure it would achieve far greater accomplishments than the average person. A resolute expression appeared on Mingzhu's face as she controlled her true energy, directing the force within her dantian to gather and strike, all while gritting her teeth against the pain. Before long, another hour passed. Mingzhu's complexion had turned pale, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from her forehead, and her eyes had turned bloodshot. Nevertheless, even in such a state, she gritted her teeth and persevered, refusing to give up. At this moment, she was drenched in perspiration, her entire body soaked, yet she still could not break through the bottleneck. This sensation filled Mingzhu with a profound sense of helplessness. Each time she was on the verge of shattering that barrier, she felt an acute lack of spiritual energy. It seemed that she had no choice but to employ this particular technique, Mingzhu mused inwardly. In the next instant, the Tai Chi seal gradually manifested in the palm of her left hand, and then the luminous symbol of yin and yang began to flicker, illuminating half of Mingzhu's delicate face, which was imbued with resilience and determination. Although this technique absorbed somewhat chaotic spiritual energy, there was no better alternative at the moment. If she were to give up now, the 5 golden elixirs she had previously formed would be rendered futile. Taking a deep breath, Mingzhu abruptly raised her left hand, aiming it at the expanse of the world beyond the cave. Instantly, a powerful suction force surged from her palm, drawing spiritual energy from all directions with great speed. At this moment, Mingzhu dared not be negligent. She hastily guided the energy into her body, subsequently directing it towards her dantian. Chapter 28. Sign in, the art of the rising tide of the Azure Sea. This state persisted for a full day and night, only concluding when the sky began to brighten the following morning. Mingzhu slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through her pupils. She stood up and stretched her body. Throughout this day and night, she had maintained the same posture, not moving an inch. However, heaven does not forsake the diligent. 2 hours prior, a violent rumbling erupted within the cave. This sound was the result of Mingzhu breaking through to the early stage of the golden elixir. In the following 2 hours, to Mingzhu's astonishment, her strength continued to soar, directly reaching the pinnacle of the mid-phase of the golden elixir, a mere step away from the late phase. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Feeling the abundant power within her dantian, a subtle smile graced Mingzhu's lips as she believed that in a few months, she would be able to break through to the great perfection of the golden elixir, bringing her one step closer to the Yuaning stage. The thought of soon challenging the Yuaning stage filled Mingzhu with indescribable excitement. Yet, now was not the time for celebration, as she still needed to consolidate her peak mid-phase of the golden elixir. This enhancement had granted her immense benefits. She could sense that all her bodily functions were experiencing rapid growth, making this breakthrough the most significant of her journey thus far. Next, it was time to solidify her mid-phase of the golden elixir. Mingzhu took a deep breath and closed her eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, the sun had risen high, its rays spilling into the cave, enveloping it in a layer of golden luster. Mingzhu concluded her cultivation session, and in just that brief morning, she not only solidified her strength at the peak of the mid-phase of the golden elixir, but also enhanced her 5-element spiritual roots by 2 or 3 times. Such efficiency in cultivation could likely only be achieved by those legendary individuals with extraordinary talents. Mingzhu gradually stood up, stretching her limbs and relieving her numbness, while simultaneously activating the sign-in mode. Sign in at the Cliff of Reflection. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the long-lost supreme technique, the art of the rising tide of the Azure Sea. The art of the rising tide of the Azure Sea? Mingzhu rejoiced. Now, she possessed the Lotus Saint Body, alongside the Azure Lotus Sword Technique and the Xianxian Palm. Yet she lacked an internal cultivation method. To her surprise, this venture to the Cliff of Reflection had rewarded her with a top-tier technique. The art of the rising tide of the Azure Sea. The art of the rising tide of the Azure Sea is profound and boundless when practiced to its highest level. It grants eternal beauty, everlasting youth, and longevity akin to the heavens. Hearing the system's description, Mingzhu was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. She had not anticipated that the art of the rising tide of the Azure Sea would be so remarkable. This technique was nothing short of extraordinary, promising eternal beauty and longevity. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, the ultimate pursuit of all practitioners is immortality. To think that she had effortlessly acquired such a divine art would surely incite envy in others if they were to discover it. However, Mingzhu did not allow excitement to cloud her judgment, for the notion of immortality felt rather illusory at her current stage. Thus, this technique seemed somewhat superfluous for her at present. Next, Mingzhu began to practice the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. With her abundant true qi now at the peak of the mid-phase of the golden elixir, perhaps she could elevate her swordsmanship further. Summoning the moonlight, she initiated the sword technique, channeling her true qi into the blade, which instantly radiated a formidable power that enveloped the entire sword. The blade hummed, vibrating and emitting a dazzling white light. Mingzhu executed the first 5 moves in seamless succession, her technique fluid and graceful. However, upon reaching the 6th move, she felt a stagnation of her true qi, indicating that this 6th move had reached her limit. After a brief recovery, Mingzhu proceeded to practice the Xianxian Palm. Now, she had mastered the first move of the Tai Chi seal, and even the second move, the Xianxian finger, was effortlessly within her grasp. Yet, the 3rd move remained unpracticed. This 3rd move, known as the return to the void of all phenomena, was derived from the insights of predecessors gleaned from the diagram of all phenomena. Mingzhu tentatively executed this move, feeling an immense power surge from the center of her palm. She sensed her consciousness transforming into a sharp blade, slicing through the void. This sensation was remarkably surreal, as if everything had vanished. With each subsequent motion, the feeling of manipulating true qi with her consciousness intensified. Strangely, as she performed the return to the void of all phenomena, the objects around her seemed to slow down in their movements. Finally, upon completing a motion, Mingzhu felt her hand become ethereal and insubstantial. At that moment, the power began to coalesce, ultimately forming a gigantic palm print that surged forward with great speed. Boom! With a single strike, the towering trees on the opposite mountain crumbled to dust. What immense power! Mingzhu could not help but exclaim in awe. However, the true essence of this palm strike lay not in its destructive capacity, but in the debilitating effect it imposed on adversaries. During a confrontation, foes would be heavily constrained, perceiving everything around them in a sluggish state, unaware that what they envisioned was merely an illusion, broken only by those of formidable strength. Meow? Just as Mingzhu was immersed in her understanding of the return to the void of all phenomena, a sleepy little kitten suddenly dashed over. Master, I just saw that night pearl in the cave seemed to be quivering. Shouldn't you give it another try? Hearing this, Mingzhu's heart stirred. Now that her strength had reached the peak of the mid-phase of the golden elixir, she should no longer face rejection when approaching that ancestral pearl. With this thought, Mingzhu quickly made her way forward into the cave. At that moment, the night pearl still flickered with a faint glow. Mingzhu examined it closely, then extended her hand to touch its surface. Whoosh! In that instant, the pearl emitted a soft sound, then suddenly soared into the palm of Mingzhu's hand. Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. She then observed that the pearl was entirely emerald green, radiating a soft blue luminescence. At its center, a thread as fine as a gossamer strand glowed a deep blue, seemingly establishing a connection with Mingzhu. She could clearly sense the presence within the pearl and felt that the soul imprint contained within it yearned to communicate with her. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaobai's eyes widened, and raising its right paw, it exclaimed repeatedly, "Meow, meow, meow. Master, hurry, hurry, hurry. Now is the prime moment to receive the inheritance. It must not be missed." Chapter 29. The Ancestral Guardian of the Yi Family. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu nodded and placed her palm atop the gem. Instantly, a soft radiance emanated from within the jewel, enveloping Yi Mingzhu in its glow. In the next moment, she felt a mysterious gravitational pull between herself and the gem, as an immense energy surged forth towards her. Yi Mingzhu was immediately filled with an intoxicating sense of power. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds erupted from within the jewel, and Yi Mingzhu observed a fine crack appearing on the surface of the luminous pearl. The fissure widened until, with a resounding explosion, it shattered completely. As the sound of the explosion echoed, Yi Mingzhu felt a sudden chill envelop her, followed by a deluge of information flooding her mind, overwhelming her with a barrage of fragmented thoughts that left her in a stupor. What is happening? Yi Mingzhu thought, dazed, as a throbbing pain surged in her head, akin to an impending explosion. After a brief moment, she quickly summoned her primordial energy to resist the pain, which gradually subsided, allowing her mind to settle. Before her eyes, a majestic palace materialized, exuding an ancient and profound aura. What is this? Yi Mingzhu gazed at the grand palace, perplexed. At that moment, a melodious song danced through her ears, its clarity reminiscent of a babbling brook, enchanting and uplifting, bringing a sense of joy to her heart. Yi Mingzhu lifted her gaze towards the source of the song, only to behold an exquisitely crafted sculpture before her, adorned with enigmatic symbols that hinted at unfathomable mystery. Behind this sculpture stood the palace, which left Yi Mingzhu utterly astounded, for the grand entrance bore the imposing inscription, Yi Family. Could it be that this is the ancient Yi family? Yi Mingzhu murmured to herself, momentarily awestruck by the magnificence of the structure. However, the song grew increasingly jubilant, each note seemingly urging her to enter the palace. Go inside. Your destiny is to inherit the legacy of the Yi family and restore its former glory. As the melody reached its crescendo, a resonant voice echoed. This voice seemed to transcend time, emanating from a distant past, reverberating within her heart. Compelled to move forward, Yi Mingzhu then noticed that she stood in a splendid courtyard, featuring a stone table adorned with tea sets, from which the fragrant aroma of freshly brewed tea wafted gently. Yi Mingzhu, still in a state of bewilderment, stared at the courtyard, her brow furrowed in confusion. Come in, the strong voice beckoned once more. Yi Mingzhu glanced around her surroundings, pondering that since she had entered this state, it was the perfect opportunity to delve into the history of the Yi family. With that thought, she hastened toward the hall. As she stepped into the grand chamber, Yi Mingzhu was taken aback by the stunning sight before her. The walls of the hall were adorned with a colossal mural depicting an endless expanse of grassland, clearly crafted by a master artist. Although she had never encountered ink and paper, she understood the value of such an exquisite piece. In the mural, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes confronted a middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair. The man stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing skyward as if lost in thought, his face etched with compassion, his white robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of profound solitude. As Yi Mingzhu beheld the mural, an inexplicable sadness washed over her. What calamity had befallen the Yi family? Who were these black-robed figures? Yi Mingzhu pondered silently. If she was not mistaken, the middle-aged man in the white robe was none other than Yi Xian, the ancestor of the Yi family. While the identities of the enigmatic black-robed figures remained a mystery, yet, she was certain that a cataclysmic battle had transpired in the depicted locale. Lost in thought, Yi Mingzhu was suddenly enveloped by a brilliant golden light that grew increasingly radiant and blinding, seemingly intending to draw her into the mural. At that moment, a plethora of memories concerning the Yi family flooded her mind, tales of its illustrious past, and the sacrifices of countless ancestors who had dedicated their blood to protect the lineage. Simultaneously, she perceived the sorrowful figure once more. He stood in his white robe, his visage stern, yet resolute, emanating an aura that commanded respect. As she gazed upon him, Yi Mingzhu felt a surge of reverence rising from the depths of her being. At that moment, the middle-aged man turned to face Yi Mingzhu, a gentle smile gracing his features. You have arrived, he stated, as if he had anticipated her presence all along, without a hint of surprise. Hearing his warm and sincere tone, Yi Mingzhu felt momentarily disoriented, pausing for several seconds before she could not contain her curiosity. Senior, are you the ancestor Yi Xian of the Yi family? Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As Yi Mingzhu looked at him, her heart swelled with emotion. In the past, perhaps she would not have felt such a connection. However, the recent influx of memories about the Yi family had transformed her perspective. Now, Gazing at the man before her, Mingzhu did not hesitate to bow respectfully. I am Mingzhu, a descendant of the Yi family, paying my respects to my ancestor. Witnessing this scene, Xian smiled faintly and gently assisted Mingzhu to her feet. You must have many questions about why I have brought you here, am I correct? Xian regarded Mingzhu with a soft smile. Mingzhu nodded. Her curiosity was indeed piqued. This world is not simple at all, Xian sighed. Do you know why our Yi family was once regarded as the foremost clan? Why? Mingzhu inquired. Hee. Xian chuckled softly. You will understand once you take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Mingzhu noticed that the surroundings had transformed. She now found herself standing in a vast desert. The temperature in the desert was frigid, plunging below freezing, devoid of sunlight or warmth. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down Mingzhu's spine, as she felt her spiritual energy being suppressed, rendering her akin to an ordinary mortal. Moreover, a layer of gray mist floated throughout the desert, imparting a sense of imminent danger that made her hesitant to tread further. Ancestor, what is going on? Mingzhu furrowed her brow and asked. Chapter 30. Accepting the Inheritance. In truth, within our Yi family, besides myself, there exists another formidable practitioner. The sculpture outside the Yi family gate commemorates this remarkable individual, who once vanquished numerous powerful foes, leaving behind a legend in this realm. We were later referred to as the Yi family's twin heroes. For as long as we stood, the Yi family would not encounter any misfortune. Alas, he departed from the Yi family not long after, vanishing without a trace, and from that moment on, the news of his departure attracted the attention of a mysterious group. Xian lamented. Now I see. After listening to the middle-aged man's narrative, Mingzhu suddenly grasped the situation, but then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Ancestor, why did you not relocate the members of the Yi family to another place? Upon hearing Mingzhu's question, Xian could not help but sigh. This desolate expanse of sand is our final refuge. At these words, Mingzhu's heart sank in astonishment. This land, once a flourishing pasture teeming with cattle and sheep, had transformed into the barren desert it was today following the invasion of those enigmatic figures in black robes. Moreover, the Yi family had met their demise in this catastrophic conflict. So it was thus. Mingzhu was profoundly shaken, realizing that this was indeed the site of the Yi family's former migration. She now comprehended the inscriptions on the cavern walls. The reason ancestor Xian had been branded a sinner by a predecessor of the Yi family was likely due to a grievous error in judgment, namely, the decision to relocate the family here, which ultimately led to their annihilation. Ancestor, what is the origin of these individuals? Even you were no match for them? Mingzhu pressed further. These beings are referred to as the Soul Clan. Their origins are shrouded in mystery, and they are formidable warriors. Each time they strike, they indiscriminately slay innocent civilians and other practitioners, even going so far as to capture their souls for refining. Thus, whenever they appear, a great massacre ensues. Xian replied after a moment of contemplation. Soul refining? Mingzhu gasped at the revelation, horrified by such a brutal method. Indeed, soul refining is a reality. Even some formidable beings at the spirit-severing stage are not exempt from its grim fate, Xian remarked with a bitter smile. That even the esteemed figures at the spirit-severing stage could not escape such doom left Mingzhu astounded. Child, my time is running short. Your encounter with me is a stroke of fortune. Now I shall impart my final remnant of consciousness to you. As soon as he finished speaking, before Mingzhu could react, Ancestor Xian extended his right hand, infusing a pure essence of power into her being. Instantly, Mingzhu felt a surge of information enter her consciousness, a fragment of Ancestor Xian's memories, and astonishingly, a wondrous technique known as the Soul Art. This was her first encounter with a method of soul cultivation. However, after absorbing the Ancestor's memories, she comprehended that the Soul Art was a technique he had devised specifically to combat the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan not only possessed immense strength, but were also adept at soul attacks. There had been instances where individuals at the spirit-severing stage had been grievously injured by the soul assaults of those from the Soul Clan. Only those with formidable soul power stood a chance against them. The time has come. I must take my leave. The future of the Yi family rests in your hands. With that, Xian abruptly waved his right hand, sending forth a burst of violet light from his palm that struck Mingzhu's forehead. In an instant, a purple rune was imprinted upon her brow. As soon as the rune was inscribed, it radiated a peculiar wave, enveloping Mingzhu in a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Her soul began to tremble violently, but soon, it calmed, and a tremendous force surged into her mind. This overwhelming energy penetrated the depths of her soul, refining it and imparting to her a newfound clarity and strength, deepening her understanding of soul attacks, much to her delight. Is this truly the legendary method of soul cultivation? It is indeed immensely powerful, Mingzhu mused inwardly, her admiration for Yi Xian swelling as she marveled at the remarkable soul art he had created. "Thank you, Ancestor." Mingzhu bowed deeply, yet received no further response. The scene before her gradually faded, returning her to the cavern. Following this encounter, Mingzhu's heart was in tumult. Her emotions stirred to a degree that left her restless. The plight of the Yi family weighed heavily on her, perhaps resonating with her bloodline. Or perhaps due to a hidden yearning for her kin, instilling within her a profound sense of belonging to the Yi family. Should she gain the strength and the opportunity, she yearned to avenge those fallen members of the Yi family. Taking a deep breath, Mingzhu gradually regained her composure, then seated herself upon the ground, gently closing her eyes to commence her cultivation. This time, she did not hastily absorb the fragmented memories left by her ancestor. Rather, she chose to calm her mind and meticulously delve into them, piece by piece. As time passed, Mingzhu remained in serene meditation within the stone chamber. For 2 long months, she continued her cultivation undeterred, her soul power growing increasingly refined and formidable, believing that it would not be long before she could manifest a human form through her soul. Until one day, a violent commotion erupted from above the cliff of reflection, rousing Mingzhu from her meditation. "Meow? Master, this is bad. There are formidable beings at the transformation stage battling near the cliff top," Xiaobai exclaimed, rushing down in a panic. "Transformation stage beings?" At this, Mingzhu nearly faltered, astounded that such powerful entities would manifest at the cliff of reflection. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to emerge, cradling Xiaobai as she hid within the crevices of the rocks to observe. The scene before her was one of utter chaos. With a cacophony of martial techniques intertwining, the sounds of their battle echoing fiercely, indicating a fierce confrontation. Witnessing this spectacle, Mingzhu was struck with awe. Both combatants were indeed formidable figures at the transformation stage, though the cloaked figure seemed to possess greater strength. The other combatant was an elderly woman, also clad in black robes. Her countenance was ashen, exuding a chilling aura that instilled a sense of trepidation even in Mingzhu, who remained concealed within the cavern. Chapter 31, The Battle of Titans. The prowess of these 2 combatants was truly staggering. The grove atop the cliff had been reduced to dust. Were it not for the barrier set by the ancestors of the Yi family at the cliff of reflection, both she and Xiaobai would have surely become collateral damage. Gazing at the scene, Mingzhu was filled with dread. Although she had not witnessed the battle up close, she could still sense the terrifying intensity of each move exchanged between the 2 transformation stage titans. Such a confrontation dwarfed even the fiercest clash of 10 peak stage nascent soul practitioners. Who were these 2 formidable beings, and what brought them here? Just then, as Mingzhu pondered, the elderly woman seemed to sense her presence, her piercing gaze sweeping towards Mingzhu, sharp and icy, as if daggers were aimed directly at her. Startled by the chilling stare, Mingzhu quickly lowered her head and concealed herself within the rock crevice. What a powerful sense of perception. She could detect my presence from such a distance. Mingzhu was inwardly astonished, hastily cloaking her own aura. At that moment, seemingly seizing the opportunity as the elderly woman was distracted, the masked figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, the elderly woman felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. She deftly sidestepped, evading the attack, but simultaneously, a forceful strike surged toward her heart. "Humph, such trifling skills dare to show off before me," the elderly woman coldly retorted, her form shifting slightly as her right arm extended back, unleashing a jet of black flames from her sleeve to meet the incoming strike. 2 formidable attacks collided violently in the void, producing a resounding explosion that seemed to shake the entire cavern to its core. Witnessing this, Mingzhu and Xiaobai, who were hiding behind the crevices of the rocks, hurriedly covered their ears and inched further back, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they gazed at the unfolding battle. At that moment, the black flames clashed with the finger technique, unleashing an intense wave of searing heat that caused the surrounding air to boil instantaneously. What a terrifying display of power, Mingzhu thought, overwhelmed with shock. Such destructive force, if unleashed, could potentially level the entire mountain. Boom. Just then, a series of violent explosions reverberated, and the finger technique, upon making contact with the black flames, was unexpectedly consumed in the blink of an eye, vanishing into an endless inferno. The might of this black fire was indeed formidable. As she sensed the terrifying aftershocks in the air, Mingzhu felt a deep sense of awe. She knew all too well that had she been the target of such an attack, she would have stood no chance of resistance. Even a practitioner at the xianxia stage would struggle to withstand such a blow. Although this strike had been thwarted, the old crone's brow furrowed in concern, for she had failed to perfectly deflect the finger technique. A fine scar appeared on her right shoulder, blood gushing forth, revealing the depth of the wound, which was rapidly spreading. The power of that finger was astonishing. Who exactly was this opponent? Seeing that her black flames had not secured her advantage, the expression of the old crone turned grim as she fixed her gaze on the masked man. Asking in a low voice, "Who do you think you are?" "You are not worthy to know," the masked figure replied coldly, his tone laced with a palpable warning. The old crone's expression hardened, her eyes flashing with a chilling glint. "Are you truly intent on meddling? If you seek death, I shall grant it to you." At this, the masked man let out a cold chuckle, flipping his hand to reveal a pitch-black magic sword, which appeared rather ordinary, akin to a mundane weapon. However, the moment it landed in the masked man's grasp, it erupted with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, sending shivers down the spines of Mingzhu and Xiaobai, compelling them to lie flat on the ground in fear of drawing the masked man's attention. "Die!" the masked man bellowed, gripping the ebony sword tightly as he swung it down towards the old crone. Whoosh! A streak of dark light sliced through the night sky, arcing like lightning towards the old crone. In response, she did not dare to hesitate. With swift motions, she conjured several black flames from her body, enveloping herself in a defensive firewall. Boom! The resounding crashes echoed continuously as the masked man's pitch-black sword relentlessly struck the firewall, causing it to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound emerged, and the black flames surrounding the old crone completely disintegrated under the might of that single strike. The black magic sword continued its forward trajectory, aiming for the old crone's neck, imbued with destructive energy and moving with lightning speed. The old crone's expression changed drastically. She had not anticipated that her opponent wielded such a sharp sword. Instantly, she retreated, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Thud! A dull thump resonated as the ground beneath her feet was cleaved open, revealing a long chasm, a testament to the sword's immense power. At that moment, the masked man swung the magic sword once more towards the old crone, and this strike tore through the fabric of space itself, creating minute fissures as if he were attempting to split the entire mountain in half. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted as the old crone's hastily raised hand collided with the black magic sword. Puffed! Blood spewed forth as the old crone was propelled backward. Sensing the masked man's overwhelming strength, her expression darkened, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. She refrained from counterattacking, instead opting to retreat swiftly. Meow. This old crone is no match for him. It seems her only option is to flee. Under the might of that twin dragon shadow sword, she stands no chance of survival. Xiaobai exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. "You recognize that black sword?" "Indeed. That sword is known as the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword, a top-tier celestial artifact. It is said to be sealed with 2 terrifying black dragons. The legends state that when the twin dragons appear, the heavens and earth will transform. I never imagined this masked man could wield such a sword. It is truly terrifying." Xiaobai spoke in a tone of astonishment, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Hearing Xiaobai's revelation, Mingzhu felt a profound sense of shock. This world was indeed teeming with powerful beings. Thinking to escape? It won't be that simple. At that moment, the masked man shouted coldly, pursuing the old crone while channeling his energy into the twin dragon shadow sword. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of slaughter permeated the air, enveloping the surroundings, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily, their bodies trembling with an instinctive fear. This aura felt like the very essence of death, suffocating and despairing, as if facing the grim reaper. Once ensnared by its presence, escape was impossible, and those who fell into it would remain trapped in this terrifying realm of death forever. Feeling the malevolent aura, both Mingzhu and Xiaobai couldn't help but gasp in shock, as they beheld such an eerie manifestation of power for the first time. Boom! The masked man wielded the twin dragon shadow sword, swinging it down as sword energy soared into the sky, tearing apart the void as though it could cleave a mountain in two. This strike was immensely powerful. Even a practitioner at the divine sense stage, caught off guard by the residual force, would suffer severe injury or even perish. Confronted with such a strike, the old crone dared not be complacent. She retreated swiftly, her hand seals transforming as she executed a complex series of gestures, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a massive black hole materialized, enveloping her. A brilliant black light erupted from within the black hole, forming a swirling vortex that encased the old crone and began to shrink rapidly, threatening to vanish from the masked man's sight. Noting the old crone's attempt to flee, the masked man did not immediately pursue, but remained still, his dark eyes betraying an air of indifference. Then, with a swift gesture of his left hand, a colossal yin-yang symbol manifested at its center, spinning with an intricate design of various patterns, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Finally, the masked man struck out with his left palm towards the old crone. A torrent of terrifying suction emanating from his hand, drawing the old crone towards him as though she were caught in an enormous vacuum. As she drew closer, the old crone's pupils constricted, her face displaying a hint of dread. She immediately summoned her energy to resist with all her might. Unfortunately, it was too late. Transforming his palm into a claw, the masked man's arm trembled, amplifying the suction, and in an instant, the old crone was pulled into the swirling yin-yang vortex, reaching the masked man's front in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the black magic sword darted forth like a flash of lightning, ruthlessly slashing at the old crone's back, the sharp blade piercing through her chest, blood gushing forth. A chilling scream reverberated through the air, as the aged woman's corporeal form, along with her nascent soul and spirit, was instantly shattered. Blood gushed forth, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy that swept through the surroundings with unparalleled ferocity, reducing the nearby flora to mere splinters. In her final moments, her countenance was marked by sheer horror as she gazed at the masked figure, her eyes brimming with disbelief, exclaiming, "It's you." Not only the old woman, but at that moment, Mingzhu's heart was equally laden with shock, for the masked individual had just employed the Tai Chi seal from the Xianxian palm. How could he possibly? Mingzhu's brows knitted together in perplexity. Just then, as she witnessed the old woman's dissolution, the masked figure prepared to depart when a slender silhouette unexpectedly materialized behind him. Mother? Mingzhu, concealed behind a crevice, widened her eyes in astonishment. Chapter 32, A Storm Approaches. Xiaobai, quickly listen to what they are saying. Given that her mother seemed to recognize this enigmatic masked figure, Mingzhu felt a surge of curiosity. In her recollection, her mother had never ventured beyond Mingwu Valley, so how could she possibly be acquainted with such a formidable presence? Meow, Xiaobai nodded, promptly positioning itself at the cave's entrance to concentrate its spiritual energy and probe the situation. However, moments later, it regretfully shook its head. Master, it's too far, I can't hear. Oh, yet, I seem to have detected a profound affection in your mother's gaze. It resembled the look in Little Black's eyes when it pursued me. As Xiaobai rambled on, dragging in Little Black, Mingzhu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was well aware of her mother's history. Many years ago, when Xianxia was pregnant, they had anticipated a double joy, but unexpectedly, on the day of the wedding, the ungrateful man publicly annulled the marriage in front of countless witnesses, opting instead to become the prince consort of Shidao. Since then, Xianxia had long since relinquished her feelings, never stepping foot outside Mingwu Valley, harboring an intense hatred for that scoundrel. The incident had become a forbidden topic within the valley. Thus, it was inconceivable for her mother to engage with another man. This mysterious masked figure might merely be an acquaintance of the Yi family's ancestors. Soon after, Xianxia turned to leave, and the enigmatic masked figure vanished without a trace. The valley fell silent once more. However, a mere incense stick's worth of time later, a throng of individuals surged into the battleground. These individuals were either from the three major sects beneath Qingqing Mountain or wandering cultivators. Perhaps the aftermath of the recent battle had been so overwhelming that it roused the nearby masters, compelling them to gather in curiosity. Mingzhu paid little heed to them and instead delved deeper into the cave, examining the celestial grade spirit jades. The spiritual energy contained within these jades was remarkably dense, far surpassing the spirit stones she had encountered in the marketplace, truly a treasure of immense value. If auctioned in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of competition. However, Mingzhu had no intention of selling them. These celestial spirit jades were exquisite treasures prepared by her ancestors for their descendants. Should they come to light in the present, they might stir a tempest of bloodshed. Although her current strength was insufficient to absorb them all, preserving them to gift to her mother in the future would be a gesture of filial piety. In the ensuing period, Mingzhu diligently practiced her cultivation on the thought reflection cliff, striving to enhance her abilities. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed quietly. Each morning, she would stroll with Xiaobai, signing in at various locations, while the afternoons were dedicated to earnest cultivation. As the days rolled by, she not only refined the Qinglian sword technique and Xianxian palm, along with other martial arts acquired over the past 3 years, but after absorbing 5 celestial spirit jades, her cultivation had drawn perilously close to the initial stage of Xian ascension. Most importantly, the soul technique left behind by her ancestor, Yi Xian, had been cultivated to the pinnacle of the late Xian realm. Throughout these 3 years, Qingqing Mountain remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any signs of powerful confrontations. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath this serene facade lay a turbulent undercurrent, brewing a tempest of chaos. One day, the first rays of dawn illuminated the cave where Mingzhu resided, and she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, a soft blue radiance flickered within her gaze, reflecting her significantly enhanced strength. Exhaling a breath of stale air, A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes as she murmured, "Since you've arrived, it's just the right opportunity to hone my skills." With that, she spread her right hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that gradually coalesced into a figure strikingly similar to herself. Meow. The manifestation of the Master's soul is becoming increasingly proficient, Xiaobai remarked, watching in awe, truly astonished by Mingzhu's rapid progress. Over the past 3 years, while enjoying a life of leisure alongside Mingzhu, Xiaobai had not grown in size but had ascended to a 6th-tier extraordinary beast and even assisted Mingzhu in taming a steel-eating beast. At this moment, the humanoid figure formed from her soul energy, following Mingzhu's command, swiftly darted off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Let us go, everyone. We must see for ourselves," Mingzhu declared, leaping onto the back of the steel-eating beast in pursuit of the figure. Meow. Xiaobai, not wanting to lag behind, sprang onto Mingzhu's shoulder. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Mingwu Valley, a group of black-robed cultivators wielding scythes rushed towards them at breakneck speed, appearing at the valley's entrance in an instant. "Halt! Who dares trespass into Mingwu Valley?" At that moment, the guards stationed at the valley shouted fiercely, drawing their swords and eyeing the approaching group warily. However, the intruders seemed oblivious, barreling straight into Mingwu Valley. Witnessing this, the guard erupted in fury, ordering the other disciples to intercept them, but the speed of the dozen or so individuals was overwhelmingly swift. Moreover, the leader, a Midshian ascension expert armed with a black blade, exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent. Once they entered, they wreaked havoc within Mingwu Valley like wolves among sheep, with numerous weaker disciples having no chance to resist, falling victim to their onslaught. In a matter of moments, the valley was stained crimson. These individuals radiated a palpable aura of menace, resembling malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Observing the situation, many disciples within Mingwu Valley fell into disarray, overwhelmed by fear at the sight of these formidable and mysterious assailants, some trembling uncontrollably. Just then, an elderly figure in a blue robe hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the chaos at the entrance, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares trespass into Mingwu Valley?" His authoritative voice momentarily halted the black-clad intruders. The leader of the black-robed cultivators sneered coldly, turning to face the elderly man, and spoke in an icy tone, "Are you a descendant of Yixian?" "A descendant of Yixian?" Upon hearing the name, the blue-robed elder momentarily faltered, his pupils constricting sharply as he declared, "I am Yinanqing, the Grand Elder of Mingwu Valley." "Who are you?" The black-clad cultivator replied with a mocking laugh. "You only need to know that we are enemies of Yixian, and the descendants of the Yi family should have perished long ago." As the words left his lips, a formidable aura of malevolence erupted from the black-clad monk. The moment the elder Yinanqing sensed this oppressive energy, his expression transformed into one of sheer horror. The intensity of the malevolence was so piercing that it made his very soul tremble uncontrollably. "Could it be that you are Yinanqing?" murmured, his face as pale as a sheet. "Today shall be the day of your tribulation." The leading black-robed monk let out a cold snort, then swung his dark blade towards them with lethal intent. Swish, swish, swish. The attacks came in a relentless torrent, akin to a torrential downpour, descending upon them with overwhelming ferocity. Elder Yinanqing was thrown into a panic, hastily attempting to parry these assaults. However, the disparity in strength proved too great, and soon his defenses were significantly compromised, leaving him with several deep gashes from which blood flowed profusely. In that instant, he finally recognized the peril posed by this group, and without even activating the protective formation of the sect, he shouted, "Everyone retreat immediately. Save yourselves while you can." Alas, scarcely had his words left his mouth when a series of thunderous booms reverberated from within the valley. He then witnessed the young guardians within the valley being violently hurled backwards, each one bleeding from their mouths, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Meanwhile, the commotion from the main conflict drew the attention of others throughout the Mingwu Valley. "What is happening? Has the protective formation of Mingwu Valley been breached? Quickly, go investigate and discern the identity of these intruders." Before long, nearly all the inhabitants of Mingwu Valley congregated, their faces etched with confusion as they peered into the valley, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Even the disciples from the kitchen and those guarding the Mingwu Pavilion hurried over, but upon witnessing the scene within the valley, their expressions shifted dramatically, revealing a profound sense of dread. Chapter 33, The Pill God, Mu Qingyang. Inside the valley, the disciples who were supposed to activate the protective formation were nowhere to be found. Instead, bloodied and weakened figures lay scattered on the ground. The sight filled the onlookers' hearts with terror. These foes were far too formidable. We stand no chance of resisting. It's over, it's over. Mingwu Valley is doomed. In an instant, despair washed over the disciples, and they began to retreat, seeking to escape Mingzhu Valley. The leading black-robed monk frowned, his gaze icy and penetrating. He swept his eyes around and then bellowed, "Everyone, obey my command. Search Mingzhu Valley immediately. If anyone obstructs you, eliminate them without mercy." "Yes." The black-robed disciples responded with respectful compliance. Subsequently, they transformed into mere shadows, racing towards the disciples within the valley. Before long, these black-robed monks stood before the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. The sight sent waves of terror through the Mingzhu disciples, robbing them of the courage to even draw their swords. At that moment, an elder suddenly appeared before the black-robed monk, his gaze sharp and his presence exuding an air of authority, as if a divine being had descended, compelling all to bow in reverence. The first to be astonished by the elder's appearance were not the black-robed intruders, but rather the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. Their faces were painted with shock, for the elder radiating such formidable energy was none other than the cook they often looked down upon, Elder Mu. How can this be possible? Indeed, how could Elder Mu possess such power? In an instant, the young disciples of Mingzhu Valley gazed in astonishment at Mu Qingyang, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. They were acutely aware of Elder Mu's capabilities. In the grand hierarchy of Mingzhu Valley, he was ranked among the least competent. "Who are you?" Mu Qingyang's piercing gaze locked onto the black-robed monks as he inquired. The lead black-robed monk did not answer immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Mu Qingyang for a prolonged moment before sneering, "I did not expect this place to harbor such a significant figure. The pill god, Mu Qingyang. The pill god, Mu Qingyang." Upon hearing the black-robed monk reveal Elder Mu's identity, the surrounding crowd was once again taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. The title of pill god is reserved for those who have reached the transformation realm and possess an alchemical mastery of at least the 7th rank. Such individuals are coveted by all factions, wielding immense influence and power. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley could hardly fathom that the legendary pill god Mu Qingyang was merely an old cook within their own ranks. As the black-robed monk observed the astonishment on the faces of the Mingzhu disciples, a glimmer of mockery and disdain flickered in his eyes. Indeed, these individuals are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to recognize the pill god Mu Qingyang. "Who are you?" Mu Qingyang inquired. His hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly, emanating a frigid aura of menace. "Humph." The black-robed monk snorted coldly and replied, "We only seek to eliminate the Yi family. Pill god, if you are wise, you will join our ranks. Considering your alchemical abilities, perhaps you could even secure a position as a branch leader. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." "Such audacity." Enraged, Mu Qingyang retorted, "If that is the case, allow me to send you on your way to the afterlife." With that, he abruptly extended his right hand, striking fiercely into the void. In an instant, his thin, withered palm radiated with an overwhelming and terrifying energy. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's expression was grave. He knew that with his current strength, he was insufficient to defeat such a multitude of black-robed monks. He could only hope that the mysterious masked figure from 3 years ago atop the cliff of reflection would arrive in time to offer assistance. Meanwhile, the fierce gust of energy bore down upon the black-robed monk, an unstoppable force akin to a tempest sweeping across the land. Sensing this overwhelming momentum, the black-robed monk's expression shifted to one of seriousness, sneering, "Pill god, you were once a renowned master of the North Island. But you are no longer in the transformation realm. With your current strength, you are incapable of contending with me." As the words fell from his lips, the black-robed monk swung the dark blade in his hand upward, unleashing a surge of black blade energy that cleaved through the air. The space itself seemed to succumb to the razor-sharp energy, tearing apart as a suffocating aura erupted forth, howling like a rampaging dragon. The blade energy collided with the palm strike, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward, propelling the disciples of Mingzhu Valley into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the Mingzhu disciples as their faces turned ashen, their eyes wide with terror. Witnessing this scene, Mu Qingyang's expression also changed, and he swiftly retreated. The black-robed monk, however, relentlessly pursued him, launching continuous assaults. Although Mu Qingyang had also attained the Xian Ascension stage, he found himself retreating under the onslaught of the black-robed monk, ultimately forced to unleash his trump card, executing his most potent attack. In an instant, Mu Qingyang's palm transformed into a long azure sword, and he thrust it forward. A blinding sword beam erupted from the azure sword, soaring into the sky, and slashing towards the black-robed monk with lethal intent. The sword beam, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, surged forth like an azure dragon, ready to pounce with ferocity. Upon witnessing the scene, the black-robed cultivator's expression instantly transformed, his countenance paling as he sensed the peril emanating from the sword technique intertwined with the essence of alchemical fire. Hastily, he raised the obsidian blade in his grasp to confront the imminent threat. Clang! The weapons clashed violently, producing a resounding echo of metal striking metal. In an astonishing turn of events, the black blade erupted into fragments, dissipating into the void. With a single strike, Mu Qingyang's radiant sword aura flawlessly shattered the black blade, inflicting injury upon the black-robed cultivator. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the very moment the black-robed cultivator was forced back, a thick, inky black liquid, reminiscent of ink, suddenly burst forth from within him, surging towards Mu Qingyang with lethal intent. Upon noticing this, Mu Qingyang's pupils constricted slightly. He could sense the formidable power of the black mist. Should it touch him, his physical form would undoubtedly perish. Reacting swiftly, Mu Qingyang channeled his Dantian energy, enveloping himself in a protective aura. However, when the black mist collided with his energy, it behaved as if encountering a sworn enemy, struggling violently before ultimately breaking free from Mu Qingyang's body, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness that sought to envelop him. At that moment, Mu Qingyang's body shuddered violently, as if his very soul had become ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him immobile. The black mist seemed to possess an insatiable hunger, voraciously consuming his vital energy upon contact. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingyang felt his energy deplete at a visible rate, his body growing increasingly rigid, as if on the verge of collapse. Damnable fiend! Mu Qingyang's expression darkened. He realized that his vital energy was vanishing at an alarming speed, over 70% consumed in mere moments. In that instant, he clearly perceived that the black mist had all but eroded his energy reserves. Observing this scene, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley were filled with terror. Even the newly arrived Yi Qianxia's countenance shifted dramatically, her heart filled with dread. As the disciples of Mingzhu Valley recoiled in fear, the black-robed cultivator erupted into laughter, declaring, "Indeed, the prowess of the alchemist god is formidable, but today you cannot escape calamity. I shall seize your soul and torment it at my leisure." With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed an overwhelming force, aimed at extracting Mu Qingyang's very soul. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, followed by a colossal handprint descending from above. Chapter 34, The Soul Clone. As the handprint descended, the black-robed cultivator was struck by an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon him, suffocating in its intensity. To his shock, under the weight of the handprint, everything around him seemed to slow, even his thoughts grinding to a halt. He felt as if he were mired in a swamp, utterly unable to move. This is impossible. The black-robed cultivator's face paled as he desperately channeled his energy, attempting to break free from the immense pressure, but to his dismay, no amount of effort proved effective. In that instant, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. Boom! The massive handprint crashed down upon the black-robed cultivator's head. Crash! With a resounding impact, the cultivator's entire body was forced into the imprint's indentation, blood splattering forth in a gruesome display. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley looked on in shock. Yet relief washed over them as they realized the black-robed cultivator was the strongest among the assailants, and with his demise, the remaining minions posed little threat against the combined might of their valley master and elders. However, before they could savor their victory, a sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the indentation. Haha, I never anticipated there would be such a formidable presence in Mingzhu Valley. The black-robed cultivator emerged from the hollow, his garments tattered and stained with blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, his aura was now ominously peculiar, shrouded in a malevolent darkness that rendered him terrifying. His eyes glimmered eerily with a crimson hue. Fixated on a slender figure standing atop the valley's wall, a woman clad in flowing white garments, her visage obscured by a veil. The very hand technique that had descended from the heavens was performed by her. Gazing at her silhouette, the black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Pray tell, who are you that you do not dare reveal your true form?" Upon hearing his challenge, Yi Mingzhu, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of astonishment. As expected of one from the Soul Clan, to discern my soul clone in a single exchange. Alas, the clone's power is too feeble. Had it been stronger, that hand would have surely dealt a grievous blow to him. Meanwhile, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley stared in shock at the figure in white on the wall. The silhouette felt hauntingly familiar, yet disbelief clouded their minds. If, as the black-robed cultivator claimed, this was merely a soul clone, then it could not be Yi Mingzhu. For only those of the divine spirit stage could solidify a humanoid form using soul force. Yi Mingzhu had only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage before her fall, and even with the finest elixirs, it was illogical for her to ascend to the divine spirit stage within a mere 3 years. At that moment, A cruel smirk crept upon the black-robed cultivator's lips as he continued. Do you truly believe that a mere clone can withstand my onslaught? I am most curious to see how long your clone can endure. As the words left his lips, a terrifying power erupted from within him, sweeping outward in all directions. Boom! This terrifying force enveloped Mingzhu upon the wall. Sensing the overwhelming might, the clone stumbled backward, swiftly extending her arms. Fingers dancing as waves of energy surged forth, directed at the black-robed cultivator in a bid to suppress him. Observing this, the black-robed cultivator scoffed before deftly summoning a long, dark scythe that materialized in his grasp. A flash of black light illuminated the air as it transformed into a torrent of blades, annihilating the devastating energy strikes aimed at him. Then, with scythe in hand, he lunged toward Mingzhu's clone. Swish! As the scythe sliced through the air, a wave of dark energy surged forth, cleaving the very fabric of reality as it descended upon the clone with overwhelming force. In response, the clone's expression hardened, and she swiftly formed seals with her hands, condensing the surrounding space with her energy. In the next moment, she clapped her hands together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying sound wave erupted from her palms, spreading outward in concentric ripples. It was the sound wave technique of the illusionary sound workshop. Puff! The oncoming dark energy blades were shattered by the sonic waves, and the remnants of that sound wave, undiminished, struck the black-robed cultivator squarely in the chest. Bang! A low grunt resonated through the air. The black-robed cultivator's body was hurled away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the distant woods, creating a deep pit upon impact. Simultaneously, as he was sent flying, the ebony scythe in his grasp slipped from his hand, spinning relentlessly towards the avatar of Mingzhu. Whoosh! The scythe carved arcs of darkness in the air, aiming directly for Mingzhu's doppelganger. Just then, the doppelganger conjured a sword of true energy, and with a flick of her wrist, a dazzling sword aura erupted from the blade, akin to a shooting star, hurtling towards the black scythe. Bang! The piercing sword aura collided with the ebony scythe, and in the blink of an eye, a resounding explosion echoed. As a terrifying blast resonated, two formidable shockwaves surged forth like a tempest, sweeping in all directions, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky and blocked the vision of onlookers. The scene fell into a profound silence. Finally, after a moment, as the dust settled, the gaze of the people from Mingzhu Valley converged once more. Yet, what they beheld was the black-robed cultivator, scythe in hand, wearing a sinister smile, while the figure clad in white had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, the faces of the Mingzhu Valley crowd turned ashen. If even this enigmatic woman in white could not contend with him, then surely Mingzhu Valley was doomed today. Observing the expressions on their faces, a smug grin crept onto the black-robed cultivator's countenance as he declared, "Humph, a mere soul doppelganger dares to oppose me. She is likely grievously wounded from backlash and has little time left." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expressions darkened further. "Kill them all, leave no one alive." The black-robed cultivator commanded coldly, his tone frigid as ice. At his words, the group of black-robed figures nodded in unison, their forms flickering as they charged towards the people of Mingzhu Valley. Watching this horde, the faces of Mingzhu Valley's people turned even paler. They understood that a massacre was imminent, and Mingzhu Valley was on the brink of annihilation. "Let us fight back," someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a spark of defiance. Rather than await their demise, they resolved to take a stand. In the next moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the four elders were the first to confront the black-robed assailants. However, before they could close the distance, a streak of sword light suddenly descended, crackling with power. With a soft chime, a moon-white longsword, radiating an aura of sharpness, plunged into the ground between the two factions, emanating a chilling energy that deterred any from approaching too closely. Chapter 35, A Sword That Slays the Ascendant. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the moon-white longsword, the expressions of the black-robed cultivators shifted slightly, halting their advance as they warily surveyed their surroundings. Meanwhile, the people of Mingzhu Valley were enveloped in astonishment upon recognizing the moon-white longsword before them. Though they may not have fully understood its significance, they had witnessed the sword wielded by Mingzhu 3 years prior during the battle against the Blood Mist Hall. It was indeed the same sword. This meant that Mingzhu had returned from the Cliff of Reflection, possessing formidable power. As this thought crossed their minds, their eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, the long mist figure soon came into view. The young woman, garbed in white, sat astride a colossal beast of black and white, a terrifying white cat perched upon her shoulder. Her bright gaze fixed upon the black-robed cultivators before her, filled with intense murderous intent, as if containing boundless fury that sent chills down their spines. It was the first time they had witnessed Mingzhu exuding such a powerful aura of death. Upon seeing Mingzhu, Yi Qianxue's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with bitterness and guilt. These past 3 years, her daughter must have endured immense hardship. Otherwise, her strength could not have surged so rapidly. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu coldly surveyed the black-robed cultivators. Having absorbed the memories of her ancestors, she understood deeply the cruelty and bloodlust that characterized these foes. Had she not revealed herself today, Mingzhu Valley would surely have perished, with all its inhabitants laid to waste, even their families unable to escape. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator felt a sudden tremor of fear as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Mingzhu. He felt an imminent threat approaching, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent, sending an icy chill throughout his body. This sensation filled him with foreboding. As for the white cat that had been fixated on him, the black-robed cultivator paid it little mind, dismissing it as merely a creature of impressive presence without real power to harm him. However, the imposing black and white beast evoked a sense of suffocation within him. "Who are you?" he asked, taking a deep breath, his gaze locked onto Yi Mingzhu, his voice low and serious. "The one who will kill you," Yi Mingzhu replied, her tone devoid of emotion, each word articulated with chilling clarity. Upon hearing this, the black-robed cultivator's expression shifted. For reasons he could not fathom, a wave of fear washed over him, but he quickly dismissed it. How could this be? He clearly sensed that the woman before him was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, incapable of posing a threat. Yet, to avoid complications, the black-robed cultivator still stated, "We only intend to kill the descendants of the Yi family. I hope you will refrain from meddling." "I am a descendant of the Yi family," Yi Mingzhu replied directly, her voice icy to the core. Her declaration caused the black-robed cultivator's face to change dramatically. In the next moment, he swiftly stepped back, a vicious gleam in his eyes. "In that case, you shall die," the black-robed cultivator said as he brandished the ebony scythe towards Yi Mingzhu. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a piercing sword cry suddenly rang out. The moon-white longsword, which had been embedded in the ground, erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and under Yi Mingzhu's command, it transformed into a streak of light, instantly piercing through the void. Hurtling towards the black-robed cultivator, the sword was as swift as a shooting star, piercing directly into the cultivator's brow. Thud! With a dull thump, the black-robed cultivator was impaled through the heart, along with his inner nascent soul, blood erupting forth. The sword's instantaneous annihilation of a mid-stage ascendant expert left the people of Mingzhu Valley in stunned silence. This scene was nothing short of shocking. The black-robed cultivator, upon being pierced, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. However, in the moment of his fall, a wisp of black mist quietly emerged from his brow. Swish, swish, swish. The next instant, the black mist rapidly coalesced into a grotesque, dark visage. This black face represented the black-robed cultivator's soul. He had never anticipated that the speed of that sword would leave him no means of escape. Now, he sought to flee, knowing that if he could evade capture, his formidable strength would allow him to swiftly restore his physical form. Yet, Yi Mingzhu would not grant him such an opportunity. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant sword aura surged forth, instantly obliterating that wisp of black soul. A cry of anguish echoed as the black-robed cultivator met his demise. Witnessing this scene unfold before them, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. Though they speculated that Yi Mingzhu would have made significant progress over the past 3 years, they never could have imagined that she would possess such formidable strength. With a single strike, she had slain a mid-stage xianxiang expert. This revelation was utterly shocking. The members of Mingzhu Valley were taken aback, and the dozen or so black-cloaked figures were equally astonished by Yi Mingzhu's displayed prowess. In an instant, they began to contemplate retreat. If their branch leader could be dispatched so swiftly, how could they possibly stand a chance against Yi Mingzhu? Just as they resolved to withdraw, Yi Mingzhu moved with alacrity, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, instantly severing the neck of one black-cloaked individual. A scream erupted from him as he watched his head soar away, blood gushing forth, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, the very essence of his soul obliterated. At that moment, wielding the radiance of the moonlight, Yi Mingzhu surged forth, enveloped in an aura of relentless sword energy. With a sweeping strike, she decapitated another black-cloaked adversary. The swiftness of her movements caused the eyes of all remaining foes to widen in disbelief. Yi Mingzhu's power had far surpassed their expectations. Although her aura merely indicated the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, she was capable of effortlessly dispatching mid-stage xianxiang masters. This signified that she now possessed combat prowess on par with xianxiang experts. Such strength was indeed terrifying. As they stood in shock, Yi Mingzhu transformed into a streak of light once more, hurtling towards them with uncanny agility. Each of her maneuvers was unexpected, her attacks imbued with overwhelming ferocity. Every blade of her sword energy could effortlessly rend the fabric of the void, rendering defense futile. The Qinglian sword technique emanated piercing currents of sword energy, relentlessly penetrating the forms of her opponents, each strike equipped with the ability to pierce the very soul. Caught off guard, the black-cloaked figures could not muster any resistance as they were swiftly pierced by Yi Mingzhu's sword energy. In the blink of an eye, several more of them fell to her might. With only 7 remaining, Yi Mingzhu prepared to eliminate them all, but to her surprise, these last 7 did not flee. Instead, they produced black tokens, pressing them against their chests. In an instant, a burst of black light radiated forth, enveloping them in lifelike skeletal armor, thick with ominous energy. This was a secret technique of the Soul Clan, allowing them to seamlessly merge their sinister aura with skeletal armor, dramatically enhancing their strength in a brief period. Such a technique was exceedingly rare. At that moment, the power of these 7 surged from late-stage golden core to late-stage nascent soul, a staggering leap across an entire tier, leaving all witnesses astounded. Their sinister laughter echoed, chilling the air, as the 7 shadows spread their eerie black light, enveloping an area of several hundred feet. Within this radius, all present felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them. They had entered the domain of the 7 black-cloaked figures. This domain was not merely a manifestation of physical pressure, but a true exertion of mental force. The realm's power was mercilessly crushing the minds of all present, seeking to invade their souls and wrest control from them. Not good. They are assaulting our souls with mental power. If this continues, we will surely descend into irretrievable despair. Several elders sensed the anomaly and shouted warnings. However, their words came too late, as the weaker disciples had already succumbed to the mental onslaught. In that instant, they felt their consciousness ripple violently, followed by waves of excruciating pain, prompting them to clutch their heads in despair. Some of the less resilient disciples even fell into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xianxia and the 4 elders' expressions darkened considerably. Yi Mingzhu felt a pang of worry. She had not anticipated the Soul Clan would prove so formidable. It was no wonder that even her ancestors, who had reached the 9th layer of tribulation, had faltered against them. This mental domain was sustained by immense soul power. And now the soul strength of these 7 was comparable to her own. To overcome them, she needed to disrupt their mental faculties. Thus, she resolved to unleash her newly comprehended Moonlight sword technique. Chapter 36, Illusory Sword Art. This sword technique, known as Illusory Sword Art, was an exceptionally potent form of swordplay. Once executed, it would conjure powerful illusions capable of utterly shattering the enemy's will. Accordingly, Yi Mingzhu had named this technique Illusory Sword Art. It was not a skill that ordinary practitioners could master, as it was a unique mental technique requiring extraordinary talent. Without cultivating the soul formula, Yi Mingzhu would have found it nearly impossible to comprehend. With a swift motion, the tip of Yi Mingzhu's sword erupted in blinding white light, akin to a resplendent moon illuminating all directions. In a flash, that beam of sword light streaked across the heavens, as if cleaving through the very firmament, a dazzling arc shimmering through the air. In that moment, all present beheld a moon-white longsword that truly resembled a radiant moon, pure, warm, bright, and imbued with a hint of melancholy. Such a sword light resembled a beam of sacred sunlight cascading down, casting tranquility and serenity upon the hearts of the onlookers. Upon witnessing this sword strike, the 7 figures' expressions shifted dramatically, for they sensed a formidable intent to kill lurking within. What is this? How can it possess such terrifying and bizarre sword momentum? The 7 were filled with trepidation as they hastily summoned their sinister energy. Boom. Yet, they were a moment too late. The moon-white sword light shattered their domain mere inches away, directly striking their bodies. In that strike, they felt as though their flesh was about to explode, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Screams of agony reverberated through the air. In that instant, their souls suffered grievous harm, as if purified by the moon-white sword light. Such injuries were undeniably fatal. With a cough, each of the 7 expelled a mouthful of blood before being hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Their eyes lost focus, and their consciousness began to fade into chaos. Such injuries, even for a late-stage nascent soul expert, would be challenging to heal, as they inflicted damage upon the soul itself. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Mingzhu's brow, indicating that the previous technique had indeed drained a significant portion of her mental energy. Seizing the opportunity before the black-cloaked cultivators succumbed, Yi Mingzhu employed the soul-searching technique on one of them, seeking to delve into their memories. The individual let out a harrowing scream, convulsing on the ground, a visage of profound agony etched upon his face, clearly the victim of a soul invasion. Yi Mingzhu did not pause. After inheriting the memories of her ancestors, She discerned that this group of individuals was merciless, committing heinous acts without regard for humanity, sparing neither the old nor the young. Yet, a perplexing mystery lingered. These individuals possessed blank memories, devoid of any recollection. Just as Mingzhu pondered this enigma, an elderly voice emerged from the crowd, lamenting, "Child, their memories have been erased. Your efforts are in vain." Taken aback, Mingzhu marveled at the existence of someone capable of erasing memories. What level of mastery must such a being possess? However, rather than inquire further, she turned her attention to the injured individuals. "Grandpa Mu, allow me to tend to your wounds," she declared, promptly channeling her primordial true energy to heal the crowd. The calamity that befell Mingzhu Valley would have resulted in far greater losses had she not sensed the impending danger and arrived in advance. Fortunately, they had evaded a dire fate. 2 hours later, tranquility returned to Mingzhu Valley as the Grand Elder, Yi Nanxing, summoned all disciples. "Esteemed colleagues, our beloved Mingzhu Valley has faced a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. We have failed to protect our sanctuary, and our disciples have suffered greatly. I am deeply ashamed." Yi Nanxing sighed heavily before continuing. "After deliberation with the Valley Master and the Elders, we have resolved that, effective immediately, Mingzhu Valley will be disbanded. Each of you must seek your own paths henceforth." Upon hearing this news, everyone momentarily fell into a stupor. Although most disciples were of outside lineage, a significant number had grown up within Mingzhu Valley, fostering a profound loyalty and affection for the Valley Master and the Elders. The announcement left them in disbelief. Yi Nanxing understood their sentiments but recognized that to minimize unnecessary casualties, disbandment was the only viable option. "Please gather your belongings and prepare to depart," he sighed, refraining from mentioning the Soul Clan, hoping to spare the disciples from living in fear and hatred. Yet, as soon as his words fell, an uproar erupted among the crowd. "Grand Elder, we are willing to stay and follow the Valley Master, vowing to defend Mingzhu Valley unto death, even if it leads to our obliteration." A chorus of voices echoed, "Indeed, Mingzhu Valley has treated us with unparalleled kindness. I cannot abandon our sect for the sake of my own survival. Furthermore, those black-robed figures have slain my senior sister. I bear an irreconcilable grudge against them." The clamor grew louder, with the majority expressing their unwillingness to leave Mingzhu Valley. Yi Nanxing sighed again, fully aware of their unwavering loyalty. However, a choice had been made, and it was irrevocable. "I understand your devotion to Mingzhu Valley, but this situation is grave. If you remain, you will not only be of no assistance, but may become a burden, endangering your lives. It would be wiser to strengthen yourselves and revive the sect when the time is right." Upon hearing Yi Nanxing's words, the disciples fell silent. Indeed, Mingzhu Valley had suffered a devastating blow and could no longer sustain itself. Remaining would only serve as a liability, potentially dragging everyone into peril. At that moment, a young disciple rose, proclaiming, "The Grand Elder speaks truthfully. We are ill-equipped to face the return of those black-robed figures. It is better to diligently cultivate our strength, so that when we are powerful, who would dare to threaten Mingzhu Valley?" His impassioned words resonated with the crowd. Yes, Brother Gu is correct. The day we become strong will herald the resurgence of Mingzhu Valley's glory. Another added, "In avenging Sister Hao, I cannot perish now. I support the Grand Elder's counsel." "So do I." Thus, one by one, the disciples were persuaded to depart from Mingzhu Valley. Observing their exodus, a somber expression crossed the faces of the elders. "Elders, you should also leave," Yi Qianxue sighed as the disciples dispersed. The remaining elders exchanged glances, resolute understanding reflected in their eyes. "If that is the case, until we meet again," the attending elder declared. "Until we meet again," the others echoed, turning away, as they watched their figures fade into the distance. Both Yi Qianxue and Yi Nanxing were enveloped by a sense of sorrow. This farewell left them uncertain of when they would reunite. As the crowd gradually disappeared from sight, Yi Mingzhu suddenly interjected, "Mother, Grand Elder, let the remaining members of the Yi family reside at the Sorrow-reflecting cliff." Yi Mingzhu comprehended that, while the Sorrow-reflecting cliff appeared to serve as a place of punishment for the Yi family's wrongdoers, it was, in truth, a sanctuary bequeathed by their ancestors. Over the past 3 years, Yi Mingzhu and Xiao Bai had explored the barrier surrounding the cliff, discovering it could withstand the full force of a perfected soul separation phase cultivator. Moreover, the spiritual energy there exceeded that of the surrounding areas by several magnitudes, rendering it an ideal location for cultivation, a veritable haven. Exchanging a glance, Yi Qianxue and Yi Nanxing nodded in agreement. However, before they could issue instructions, an anxious voice from outside interrupted, "Valley Master, Grand Elder, it's bad. The Blood Mist Hall has returned." Chapter 37, Seeking Humiliation. Yi Qianxue and Yi Nanxing furrowed their brows and promptly led their disciples outside. Soon, They arrived beyond the valley, where they beheld hundreds of men clad in black, their visages twisted in malice, the minions of the Blood Mist Hall. Upon witnessing their arrival, Xianxiu sensed impending doom. The Soul Clan had just been eradicated, and Mingzhu Valley had recently disbanded its disciples. Now, Lung Jiang had come to exploit their vulnerability. Lung Jiang, how despicably opportunistic of you to seek annihilation in our moment of weakness. Grand Elder Yi Nanxing rebuked coldly. In response to Yi Nanxing's scorn, a man from the Blood Mist Hall erupted into laughter, declaring, Yi Nanxing, I hear your Mingzhu Valley suffered grievously at the hands of unknown assailants. After today, Mingzhu Valley will be nothing but a memory. What right do you have to lecture me? Ha! Lung Jiang, do you truly believe Mingzhu Valley is a soft target? Yi Qianxiu retorted icily, a wave of formidable pressure emanating from her, instilling dread in all who stood nearby. As the overwhelming force enveloped him, Lung Jiang's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Ah, Valley Master Yi, I never expected you to reach the pinnacle of the early nascent soul stage in just 3 years. It seems your Mingzhu skill has advanced considerably. His tone was calm, lacking any significant emotional fluctuation, before he continued, however, to think you can thwart me with such mere strength is rather naive. Hand over Yi Mingzhu, and do not presume I have forgotten the grudge from 3 years past. With that, Lung Jiang's hair billowed wildly as his aura surged dramatically, revealing that he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Impressive. The members of Mingzhu Valley were taken aback by the terrifying energy radiating from Lung Jiang, their faces reflecting shock at his rapid ascent over the past 3 years. It was no surprise, considering the abundant resources at Blood Mist Hall's disposal and the ruthless methods they employed to enhance their power. At that moment, Yi Qianxiu inquired in a low voice, What do you desire? A cruel smile flickered at the corner of Lung Jiang's mouth as he replied, Naturally, I intend to capture Yi Mingzhu and avenge my son, Lung Yu. However, before Yi Qianxiu could respond, a melodious voice resonated from within Mingzhu Valley. 3 years have passed, yet you still think of me. As the voice echoed, a graceful figure clad in white emerged before the crowd. The enchanting silhouette was none other than Yi Mingzhu. She approached with measured steps, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of frost, casting a chilling gaze upon Lung Jiang. Yi Mingzhu. Upon her appearance, Lung Jiang's eyes brightened momentarily, but fury soon contorted his features. 3 years ago, I was driven away by that detestable charmed spirit cat, allowing you to escape unscathed. Today, I shall see who can save you. With that, Lung Jiang raised his hand and struck. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive black skeletal handprint, imbued with a cataclysmic aura, surged toward Yi Mingzhu at lightning speed. Be careful, Yi Nanxing shouted. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, his pupils dilated in disbelief as he witnessed Yi Mingzhu effortlessly countering the black skeletal handprint with a casual wave of her palm. Crack! In the next instant, the formidable black skeletal imprint shattered under the force of Yi Mingzhu's strike. Impossible. Lung Jiang's complexion paled as he realized the extent of Yi Mingzhu's power. She had effortlessly neutralized his full-force attack with a single maneuver. The scene was utterly surreal. Yi Mingzhu, undeterred by further conversation, swiftly closed the distance to Lung Jiang. With a flick of her arm, a long sword materialized, and a brilliant beam of sword light coalesced, which she then thrust fiercely toward Lung Jiang's shoulder. The sword light sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound that heralded its lethal intent. Lung Jiang's expression hardened, and he evaded to the side, while simultaneously striking with both palms. With a series of sharp claps, he managed to dissipate Yi Mingzhu's sword light, then unleashed a swift kick aimed squarely at her chest. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Mingzhu showed no signs of evasion. Instead, she stood her ground with an air of calmness, even allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Lung Jiang's pupils constricted in alarm as he sensed the temperature around Yi Mingzhu plummet, as if enveloped by an icy shroud. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain beneath his feet. He looked down to see Yi Mingzhu merely extending a finger, piercing through the sole of his foot. With a dull thud, he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the stone tablet at the valley's entrance. Coughing up blood, Lung Jiang's face turned ashen as he struggled to prop himself up, gazing at Yi Mingzhu with terror etched across his features. You are actually at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Self-humiliation, Yi Mingzhu scoffed, raising her hand once more to deliver another palm strike. This time, Lung Jiang could not evade and was struck directly, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily outside the valley, creating a deep crater upon impact, raising a cloud of dust. Clearly injured, Yi Mingzhu merely cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Lung Jiang. Her current strength had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, rendering Lung Jiang's abilities utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon her. Their brazen attempt to take advantage of her was nothing more than an exercise in futility. Though Yi Mingzhu did not intend to let them off so easily, she recognized that this grudge must be resolved today. In the next moment, she extended her left hand, and a massive yin-yang symbol materialized at the center of her palm, spinning incessantly. As the yin-yang symbol rotated, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged forth, swiftly forming a vortex around her left hand, intensifying with each passing second, before suddenly directing itself toward the pit where Lung Jiang lay. Whoosh! In an instant, a tremendous pulling force erupted from the vortex. Under this immense suction, Lung Jiang's body began to lift off the ground, drawn inexorably toward Yi Mingzhu. At this moment, fear consumed Lung Jiang's heart as he trembled and stammered. "What do you intend to do?" "Take me to the Blood Mist Hall," Yi Mingzhu replied coolly. "What? You wish to go to my Blood Mist Hall? Do you truly believe you can emerge unscathed?" Upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's intent, Lung Jiang's eyes narrowed in surprise. "That is not for you to worry about," Yi Mingzhu responded, her tone calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Seeing this, Lung Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of cunning sparked in his eyes. He understood that Yi Mingzhu possessed not only remarkable talent, but also a formidable will. Yet, he believed she underestimated the might of the Blood Mist Hall. In that case, he chuckled, "Very well. I shall take you to witness the power of my Blood Mist Hall." Meanwhile, Yi Qianxue and Yi Nanxing exchanged worried glances upon hearing that Yi Mingzhu intended to visit the Blood Mist Hall. They were acutely aware that the Blood Mist Hall was the most formidable force among the three major sects of Qingqing Mountain, and Yi Mingzhu would be entering alone, placing her in grave peril. "Mother, do not fret for me. With Xiaobai by my side, I shall be safe. You should take the other clansmen and leave first." Yi Mingzhu reassured her mother with a smile, sensing her concern. "Meow, fear not. With me here, my master shall be unharmed," Xiaobai's voice chimed from atop the roof. Yi Qianxue refrained from further protest. After 3 years, her daughter's strength had already surpassed her own. Now that her daughter had matured, she no longer required her protection. "Be careful, and if you encounter danger, remember the teleportation jade pendant your grandfather Mu gifted you. We will come to your aid," Yi Qianxue cautioned. Though she did not fully comprehend her daughter's motives for venturing to the Blood Mist Hall, her maternal instincts urged her to offer advice. Rest assured, mother." Yi Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Her journey to the Blood Mist Hall was not a matter of whim, but rather a well-considered plan. 3 years prior, Lung Yu had been crippled and his meridians severed, and in his inability to find the culprit, Lung Jiang had reckoned all blame upon her. For the past 3 years, she had spent her days in solitude at the Thought Reflection Cliff, evading the Blood Mist Hall. During this time, she had occasionally slipped out of the barrier, only to discover that Xiaobai had detected a familiar scent in the very place where she had clashed with Lung Yu. The scent bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the mysterious masked individual from their battle atop the cliff. This revelation left Yi Mingzhu astounded. She then recalled the conversation between her mother and the enigmatic masked figure at the cliff's summit, igniting a bold speculation in her mind. This speculation suggested that the powerful masked individual might have been secretly safeguarding Mingyue Valley, or perhaps herself, though she remained unaware of this person's true identity. 2 years prior, Yi Qianxue had visited the Thought Reflection Cliff to check on her, during which Yi Mingzhu had seized the opportunity to inquire about the mysterious masked figure. However, her mother seemed reluctant to delve into the matter, prompting Yi Mingzhu to refrain from pressing further. Of course, all these speculations hinged upon whether Lung Yu was indeed the one injured by that mysterious figure. If not, then their encounter atop the cliff might merely have been a coincidence. Chapter 38, Journey to the Blood Mist Hall. Lead the way. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu released her hold on Lung Jiang and spoke with a detached calmness. Upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's words, Lung Jiang's gaze darkened slightly as he snorted coldly and turned towards the Blood Mist Hall. The Blood Mist Hall is situated on the western side of Qingqing Mountain, not far from Mingyue Valley. A group of over 100 individuals hastened their way, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Blood Mist Hall. The headquarters of the Blood Mist Hall sprawls extensively, far more grandiose than Mingyue Valley. At first glance, the entire structure appears as though it has been stained with fresh crimson blood, instilling a chilling and fearsome aura that makes one hesitate to approach. In the center of the plaza within the Blood Mist Hall, a multitude of disciples clad in black garments gathered, their expressions fierce and menacing, exuding an intimidating presence. At that moment, one disciple spotted Lung Jiang and, displaying a respectful demeanor, reverently exclaimed, "Greetings, Hall Master. Disperse." Lung Jiang waved his hand dismissively before striding into the main hall of the Blood Mist Hall. Subsequently, he guided Yi Mingzhu to Lung Yu's quarters, which were adjacent to his own. Upon entering the room, Yi Mingzhu beheld a young man reclining in a wheelchair. Lung Yu appeared pallid, his lips tinged with purple, his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of death, and his eyes reflected a void devoid of hope. Only a lifeless gaze remained. For cultivators, having their golden core destroyed and meridians severed is a torment more profound than death itself. However, to her astonishment, as soon as Mingzhu's figure crossed the threshold, the young man in the wheelchair's eyes suddenly sparkled with life. There was no anger, no hatred, nor any trace of vengeance in his gaze. Instead, it brimmed with joy, excitement, and various other emotions. In that moment, Lung Yu's voice trembled as he exclaimed, Mingzhu, you have finally arrived. His voice was hoarse, as if he had not had a drink of water for many days, evoking a sense of discomfort, yet it was unmistakably laced with intense excitement. Meow, master. His eyes resemble Xiaohei during those long-lost moments. Xiaobai suddenly interjected. Yet, before it could finish its thought, it was silenced by Mingzhu's stern gaze, swallowing the remainder of its words. At this juncture, Mingzhu's attention shifted to Lung Yu's face, noting his emaciated, frail, and worn appearance. She first channeled a trace of primordial true energy to him. Subsequently, disregarding Lung Yu's fervent gaze, she instructed Xiaobai, your sense of smell is keen. Go and detect if there is any trace of that individual. Meow, Xiaobai responded, immediately leaping up and darting to Lung Yu's side, crouching down to sniff intently. After a moment, it seemed to find no trace and leapt onto Lung Yu, pressing its nose against his dantian. Meow meow. In an instant, Xiaobai exclaimed, leaping off Lung Yu's body. What did you find? Did you detect the mysterious person's aura? Mingzhu inquired eagerly. Meow meow. Indeed, it is identical to the masked figure's aura. Xiaobai nodded vigorously, its tone unwavering. At this revelation, Mingzhu was taken aback. To confirm further, she suddenly extended her left palm, and a vast yin-yang fish insignia began to spin incessantly in her palm. Her gaze then locked onto Lung Yu as she began to question, did the person who harmed you also employ this technique? Yes, it is precisely this bizarre absorption technique. Lung Yu replied, trembling, his complexion ashen, and sweat beading on his forehead. 3 years prior, he had been subjected to this very method by the mysterious individual, who had siphoned away his golden core and severed his meridians, rendering him a cripple. Such an event was not one he could easily forget. Retrieving the Tai Chi seal, Mingzhu gained clarity. She had witnessed that enigmatic masked figure utilize the Tai Chi seal from the Xiantian palm, and now, with Lung Yu's confirmation, everything aligned. This mysterious master was likely protecting her from the shadows. Yet, she could not help but wonder who they truly were and the motives behind their actions. Cold Master, Lung Yu has just mentioned that you should have clarified by now. His injuries were not inflicted by me. Mingzhu turned her gaze to Lung Jiang, stating calmly. Humph. At this, Lung Jiang emitted a cold snort without retorting, clearly having been aware of the truth, yet choosing to place the blame entirely upon Mingzhu. Xiaobai, let us depart. Mingzhu regarded Lung Jiang with indifference before addressing Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai meowed softly, leaping onto Mingzhu's shoulder, ready to leave. However, before they had taken 3 steps, a shadowy voice from behind them echoed. Do you truly believe that the Blood Mist Hall allows you to come and go as you please? As the words fell, Lung Jiang bellowed towards the entrance. Where are the blood-armored troops? Instantly, a multitude of figures sprang forth, each donned in blood-red battle attire, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in those who beheld them. Observing this, Mingzhu merely curved her lips into a faint smile. She was already well aware of the blood-armored troops and the methods the Blood Mist Hall employed to forge their armor. The blood armor, refined from the essence blood of cultivators, significantly enhanced the combat prowess of the blood-armored troops tenfold. Such inhumane practices should not exist. Moreover, after absorbing the memories of her ancestor Yixian, Mingzhu realized that the progenitors of the Blood Mist Hall hailed from the blood race, an exceedingly malevolent lineage with an insatiable thirst for blood, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. While the blood race and the soul race were not of the same ilk, their natures bore striking similarities. Both were bloodthirsty beings. Furthermore, the annihilation of the Yi family was inextricably linked to the blood race, thus leaving Mingzhu with a deeply unfavorable impression of them, accompanied by a profound aversion. Today, her purpose in visiting the Blood Mist Hall was not only to verify the identity of the masked individual, but also to seek an opportunity to sabotage the Blood Demon Cauldron. This cauldron was utilized by the Blood Mist Hall to augment their power and forge blood armor, serving as the very lifeblood of the entire organization. In recent years, Lung Jiang had undoubtedly wreaked havoc upon countless innocent lives using it. Mingzhu was no saint. Yet she could not bear to witness her fellow disciples' corpses being discarded into that Blood Demon Cauldron. To eradicate future threats, the Blood Mist Hall must pay a grievous price today. Seize her, Lung Jiang bellowed. Immediately, the blood-armored troops surged forward. In response, Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing her lips as she stepped forward boldly, then unleashed a palm strike amidst the multitude of gazes fixated upon her. All phenomena returned to the void. In an instant, a torrent of formidable palm wind erupted from her palm, sweeping outward like a cataclysmic wave, engulfing all in its path. The blood-armored troops suddenly perceived the surroundings slowing down, their movements becoming sluggish. Yet, by the time they reacted, the palm winds had already reached them, sending their bodies flying. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the blood armor worn by the blood-armored troops shattered into fragments, blood gushing forth. Their flesh reduced to a gory pulp. As the armor was destroyed, threads of crimson blood energy seeped from their forms, causing their figures to gradually vanish, ultimately transforming into desiccated corpses. Remarkably, this blood energy surged uniformly towards a single direction, coalescing into a singular mass. That location was the forbidden ground of the Blood Mist Hall, the very repository of the Blood Demon Cauldron. In mere moments, the blood energy converged into a mass, taking the shape of a colossal shadow. The figure loomed at an imposing height of 2 meters, clad in a blood-red battle robe, with a cascade of thick, raven-black hair framing a visage marred by grotesque markings that rendered it fearsome. Upon witnessing this, Lung Zhang's pupils contracted sharply, his countenance shifting to one of grave concern. This is dire. The blood demon has awakened. No sooner had he uttered these words than the disciples of the Blood Mist Hall erupted into a frenzy of panic. The awakening of the blood demon signified an uncontrollable force. Consequently, several weaker disciples fled in terror, their eyes wide with dread, as if confronted by a monstrous flood. At that moment, a piercing cackle reverberated throughout the space. Ah, it has been far too long since I have savored such fresh flesh. With a swift motion of his right hand, the blood demon grasped at the void, causing the space before him to shatter like glass, revealing a gaping black hole from which torrents of sanguine mist surged forth. Accompanied by anguished screams, the fleeing disciples found themselves ensnared by the blood mist, dragged inexorably into the abyss. The remaining disciples of the Blood Mist Hall, witnessing this horror, shrieked in terror, scrambling chaotically towards the exit. Ha ha ha, seeking to escape? Leave yourselves behind. The blood demon's laughter echoed ominously throughout the hall, and with a mere flick of his hand, a colossal bloodied appendage extended from his fist, resembling a serpent of crimson, lunging toward all directions with ferocious intent. Thud, thud, thud. The disciples of the Blood Mist Hall were swiftly consumed by the enormous blood serpent, their forms dissolving into puddles of gore. Observing this, Lung Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Has the recent influx of blood energy been too potent? He clenched his teeth, contemplating the dire implications. At that moment, the blood demon approached Mingzhu, his gaze filled with sanguinary hunger as he licked his lips, declaring, "Delicious human, your flesh and blood are my most favored delicacies." With that, he lunged at Mingzhu with the swiftness of lightning, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Yet, Mingzhu did not flinch. Instead, she stood resolutely, awaiting his advance. Suddenly, a formidable and terrifying pressure emanated from Mingzhu, enveloping the entire void around her. She regarded the blood demon with a cold smirk. "You wish to feast upon my flesh. Do you truly think yourself worthy?" Ha ha. The blood demon threw back his head in laughter, exclaiming, "A delectable human, possessing not only a formidable soul, but also succulent flesh. Truly the perfect meal. This time, I shall consume you whole." With that, the blood demon lunged toward Mingzhu, extending his blood-red tongue to caress her delicate, pale neck, his crimson eyes gleaming with unrestrained greed. Yet, within the depths of her gaze, Mingzhu's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. In the next instant, with a flick of her wrist, a moon-white longsword materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, she unleashed a chilling wave of sword energy, akin to a shard of ice, aimed directly at the blood demon. In an instant, the sword energy collided with the blood demon, producing a resounding clash. Yet, he remained unmoved, even the fabric of his robe unscathed. Witnessing this, Mingzhu's expression darkened, her gaze sharpening as she quickened her assault, sending forth a relentless barrage of sword strikes. Each strike contained immense power, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable of Yuan-Ing practitioners. However, the blood demon's defenses were formidable, and no matter how ferociously Mingzhu attacked, she failed to inflict any harm upon him. Ha ha ha, not bad. This sword technique possesses a rich essence of true energy. However, do you think you can slay me so easily? The blood demon chuckled ominously, continuing, "What a curious flavor your martial art possesses." With that, he inhaled deeply, devouring the sword energy as if it were mere sustenance, crunching it between his teeth with a sound that echoed ominously. Mingzhu's face paled in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the blood demon could be so formidable, able to consume her sword energy with such ease. Cursed fiend. She cursed under her breath. With renewed determination, she unleashed another 3 sharp sword energies. Yet, the blood demon merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking her attacks. Ha ha ha, your strength is woefully inadequate. Human, you are no match for me. Surrender. Humph. Mingzhu retorted defiantly. She then channeled all her spiritual power into the moon-white longsword. With a thunderous roar, a radiant sword beam erupted from her hand, surging toward the blood demon. The speed of the sword beam was astonishing upon seeing it. The blood demon's face twisted into a sneer. Such a crude sword technique dares to present itself? Utterly foolish. He raised his blood-colored hand, and with a resounding crash, the sword beam collided with his arm, producing a dull thud. Instantly, the sword beam shattered as if it were made of mere tofu, vanishing into nothingness, while the blood demon's arm remained unscathed, as if the encounter had been but an illusion. Well done, though your power is lacking. Your sword technique tickles me just right, the blood demon remarked, licking his parched lips. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Mingzhu. With a swift motion, a rush of wind accompanied by a sharp pain struck Mingzhu's left shoulder, blood gushing forth to stain her garment. Glancing down, she discovered a gash on her shoulder, deep claw marks etched into her skin. To her astonishment, in this moment of peril, Lung Jiang charged forth. He neither attacked nor fled but stood resolutely before Mingzhu, gripping the Blood Clan token tightly, and murmured, "My lord Blood Demon, I am of the Blood Clan." However, before he could finish, the Blood Demon struck him squarely in the chest. A surge of dark energy seeped through the cracks of his fingers and into Lung Jiang's chest, pain flickering across his face. With a pained gasp, Lung Jiang spewed forth blood and collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Annoying. The Blood Demon cast a cold glance at the lifeless Lung Jiang before turning his attention back to Mingzhu. A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing sharp fangs that sent chills down the spine. "Consuming you will restore me to my peak. Those wretched insects will pay dearly for this." He extended his blood-red tongue, preparing to devour Mingzhu's delicate skin. As the monstrous maw of the Blood Demon approached, Mingzhu's countenance hardened with resolve. In the next instant, she gripped her moon-white longsword and unhesitatingly executed the 4th form of the Qinglian sword technique, the Phantom Sword Dance. With a flurry of movements, a cascade of sword light surged forth, unleashing a multitude of fierce sword energies that pierced toward the Blood Demon, striking him with unyielding ferocity. Though these sword energies did not penetrate the Blood Demon's corporeal form, they nonetheless inflicted a degree of injury, causing the Blood Demon to shudder and involuntarily retreat several steps. This move is rather impressive. It actually managed to wound me. The Blood Demon regarded the minor lacerations upon his body with indifference. After all, as long as he desired to recover, even a myriad of wounds would pose no obstacle. Yet you are still far from my level. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Chapter 40. Little White takes action. Upon uttering these words, the Blood Demon's crimson eyes emitted 2 beams of scarlet light. Buzzing, these beams of red light whirled incessantly, as if a tempestuous blood cloud was brewing within their crimson glow. As the 2 beams coalesced, a wave of sanguinary aura surged through the surrounding void, sweeping even the corpses of the Blood Mist disciples into its fray. Waves of blood roiled, the stench of blood permeating the vicinity, rendering Mingzhu somewhat nauseated. Breathing became a laborious endeavor. As she gazed at the sanguine radiance surrounding her, an ominous premonition surged within Mingzhu's heart. Before she could react, she observed that the mass of crimson light began to slowly expand, enveloping her. This seemingly modest ball of blood light possessed an overwhelming gravitational pull, incessantly tugging at Mingzhu. Witnessing this scene, Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily activated her cultivation technique, attempting to break free from this formidable force. However, no matter how she channeled her energy, that immense gravitational force remained steadfastly anchored to her. Ultimately, under the relentless pull of the blood light, Mingzhu felt her entire being grow heavy, and she was abruptly propelled into the sky. As she was thrust upwards, a sudden pain radiated from her feet. A bloodied hand had unexpectedly grasped her delicate calf. Almost immediately, her body plummeted back down, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep pit upon impact. Mingzhu felt an overwhelming soreness throughout her body, lacking even the strength to rise. Most crucially, the true energy within her was sealed by a powerful binding. She felt as though her inner strength had been completely siphoned away, leaving her utterly immobilized. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and within mere moments, Mingzhu found herself ensnared in a dire predicament. Haha, little beauty, do not waste your efforts. This is the Blood Clan's blood-devouring curse. Once I obtain your blood, I can seal your Dantian. The Blood Demon's voice echoed with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu quickly comprehended that the wound on her left shoulder had likely allowed the Blood Demon to siphon her blood. Yet, it seemed he had said too much. Originally, Mingzhu believed she was trapped in a hopeless situation, ready to shatter the teleportation jade given by Grandfather Mu. But the Blood Demon's words sparked a realization within her. If this was indeed the blood-devouring curse, she possessed a means to counteract it. In the memories of her ancestor, Xian, there were accounts of battles against the Blood Clan's Blood Emperor, making her well-versed in the intricacies of the blood-devouring curse. With this thought, a faint smile graced Mingzhu's lips. The blood-devouring curse manipulated the human body through the allure of blood. Once her blood underwent a transformation, the curse would unravel effortlessly. Little White, it's your turn. With this, Mingzhu called out to the enchanting spirit cat perched upon the ceiling, and Little White responded with an excited cry, transforming into a silver streak of light that darted past Mingzhu. Hurry, bite me, Mingzhu urged fervently. Meow, Little White replied, and in the next instant, it extended its fangs towards Mingzhu's fair neck. With a sharp sound, 2 distinct bite marks appeared upon her skin. Subsequently, Mingzhu felt a tingling sensation as she sensed tendrils of purple electricity surging through her blood. In mere moments, this purple current coursed throughout Mingzhu's entire being, and the sealed Dantian was instantaneously liberated, unleashing a torrent of immense true energy. As for the purple current, it was the handiwork of Little White. From the first encounter with Little White, Mingzhu had been intrigued by the tuft of purple hair upon its forehead. Upon learning it was a variant spirit beast, she assumed this tuft was its weapon for bewitching foes. However, after 3 years of companionship, Mingzhu discovered that this tuft of purple hair did not represent the essence of its charm, but rather indicated that Little White possessed a lightning attribute. Among all spirit cats, each bore a peculiar tuft of fur on their foreheads, the color of which corresponded to their elemental attributes. Little White, being a variant spirit cat, had a tuft of purple hair, signifying its affinity for the lightning attribute beyond the conventional 5 elements. At this moment, the sanguinary aura was completely severed by the purple current, and Mingzhu regained her mobility. Immediately, she began to channel her technique to heal her wounds while leaping backward. The Blood Demon, however, stood dumbfounded, for the blood-devouring curse had been shattered, and the blood light it had summoned dissipated like the last rays of sunset. How outrageous! Accursed human, accursed little cat. The Blood Demon glared with bloodshot eyes at Mingzhu and Little White, its tone brimming with fury. Mingzhu remained vigilant, observing that the Blood Demon emitted no true energy fluctuations, only a pervasive aura of blood, leaving her utterly unaware of its true power level. Yet, judging by its previous maneuvers, the Blood Demon's strength was at least comparable to that of a human at the Ascended Realm, if not greater. With her current abilities, she likely stood no chance against it. Meow, Master, it's time for me to showcase my true skills. At that moment, a peculiar grin appeared on Little White's feline face as it mewed. In the next heartbeat, its figure flickered rapidly, appearing before the Blood Demon in an instant. Little White's speed was astonishing, and its body was incredibly agile. Before the Blood Demon could initiate a defensive move, Little White's claws were already poised at its throat, sharp talons digging into the Blood Demon's flesh. Though it left only a shallow mark, it was a sight to behold, for a faint purple current now surrounded the wound on the Blood Demon's skin. This sudden injury ignited the Blood Demon's wrath, its crimson eyes radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. With a resounding roar, a mass of blood-red mist surged towards Little White. However, Little White's eerie agility allowed it to evade the attack entirely. Meow, Little White emitted a low growl, then swiftly retracted its claws before launching itself once more before the blood mist could coalesce. Little White's speed was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, it was once again before the Blood Demon, unleashing another strike with its claws. Boom! The blood mist was violently torn asunder by Little White, scattering into countless minuscule fragments before vanishing from sight. You vile little cat, how dare you ambush me? Today, I shall devour you. The Blood Demon fumed, its fury reaching a boiling point as 2 beams of intense blood-red light shot forth from its eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 beams raced towards Little White with alarming velocity. Unperturbed, Little White opened its mouth, emitting a low growl. A visible ripple of energy expanded through the air, and the 2 incoming beams were instantaneously engulfed by the rippling wave. The rippling waves extended far and wide, enveloping an area of several dozen meters within mere breaths, completely dispelling the blood mist. Oh, you are able to withstand my Blood Demon wave. witnessing his formidable attack effortlessly countered by the unassuming little cat. The blood demon's crimson eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment, mingled with a tinge of apprehension. This blood demon wave, conjured through secretive arts, possessed tremendous power and inflicted severe damage upon the soul. Even a master at the human ascension stage would find it challenging to evade such an assault. Yet, this seemingly innocuous little feline had effortlessly thwarted it. The blood demon began to realize that this little white cat undoubtedly harbored considerable strength. However, it quickly regained its composure, determining that if the cat could withstand its blood demon wave, it must unleash even more formidable techniques. With a swift flick of its sleeve, a cloud of blood mist materialized, and the blood demon clenched its fists, launching an assault towards the little cat. Observing this, the cat swiftly dodged. Yet, in that very instant of evasion, the blood demon's attack struck once more. This time, a dark purple orb appeared within the blood demon's bloodied palm. The orb, roughly the size of a thumb, radiated a sinister aura, enveloped in a faint mist, appearing exceedingly ominous. Mingzhu, witnessing this, was instantly taken aback. What on earth is that? Why does it exude such an eerie presence? Xiaobai, be careful, she shouted urgently. Upon hearing Mingzhu's warning, Xiaobai turned to look, and upon grasping the scene before it, gasped in shock. The dark purple orb bore a grotesque, blood-red serpentine pattern, adorned with a ring of black scales at the serpent's tail. What is this? It appears to be an artifact of malevolence. Could it be the blood demon orb? Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Mingzhu, refusing to hesitate, activated her divine movement and rushed to Xiaobai's side, preparing to confront the blood demon. Boom. Yet she was too late. The blood demon orb suddenly detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Mingzhu was sent reeling, spitting a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The abrupt explosion left her head spinning, momentarily plunging her into darkness. Meow? Seeing Mingzhu injured, Xiaobai cried out in concern. Subsequently, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it darted towards the blood demon with lightning speed. Despite its diminutive size, Xiaobai's speed was astonishing, swiftly clawing at the blood demon. In an instant, the wounds across the blood demon's body crackled with purple currents, emitting sizzling sounds, as arcs of purple lightning began to dance around it. Conversely, the blood demon was seething with rage, unable to fathom how this seemingly soft little cat dared to wreak havoc upon it, inflicting significant injuries. Arc, the blood demon howled in fury, a vast surge of bloodthirsty energy radiating outward, enveloping both Xiaobai and Mingzhu. A thin layer of purple shield materialized around Xiaobai, effectively blocking the blood demon's malevolent energy. Mingzhu immediately summoned her inner essence, forming a transparent barrier around her to resist the encroaching bloodthirst. Huh. Two insignificant ants dare to act arrogantly before me. Today, I shall send you to meet your maker. The blood demon sneered. However, as the words left its lips, a brilliant azure light suddenly shot forth from Xiaobai's eyes. There was no escaping it. It was an enchanting spell. In less than a second, the blood demon trembled, its gaze beginning to lose focus. Simultaneously, a long sword pierced through the air. This moon-white sword radiated a pure, luminous light. As if the moonlight itself had descended, the sword's aura was imposing, filled with lethal intent. Just as the blood demon's senses began to return, it saw the icy blade lunging towards it, and in that fleeting moment, its instincts faltered, leaving it helpless to evade as the moon-white sword plunged into its forehead. Crack! The sword pierced through the center of the blood demon's forehead, blood gushing forth. With a final, anguished howl, the blood demon's body exploded, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist that gradually faded away. Witnessing this, Mingzhu finally exhaled in relief, feeling a surge of exhilaration akin to surviving a calamity. Who would have thought that Xiaobai was so formidable? Yet, just as Mingzhu reveled in her fortune, she noticed Xiaobai's body suddenly slumping, its eyelids drooping weakly as it lay prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. Xiaobai, what is wrong? Mingzhu knelt beside it, her concern palpable. Meow. Xiaobai weakly mewed, offering no further response, its breath faint. Mingzhu immediately scooped it up, leaping towards the direction of Mingwa Valley. However, unbeknownst to them, beneath the dissipating blood mist, a blood-red serpent, the size of a finger, slithered towards the room of the wheelchair-bound youth. Chapter 41. Encounter with Lu Zhuo outside Mingwa Valley. A group of individuals gathered, including the Valley Master Yi Qianxia, the elder Yi Nanxing, and several remaining disciples of the Yi family. Each bore a troubled expression, utterly at a loss. They had all witnessed a terrifying battle erupt from the direction of Blood Mist Hall. The magnitude of the conflict had far surpassed their comprehension. Although they had not witnessed the battle firsthand, They could only imagine the cataclysmic scale of the confrontation. Master, Elder, there is no time to waste. Allow me to lead a group to rescue Sister Yi. A descendant of the Yi family urged anxiously. Yi Xianxia's delicate face mirrored her concern, yet she remained composed. If even Yi Mingzhu was incapable of escaping Blood Mist Hall, their intervention would be futile, potentially rendering them a burden. Let us remain vigilant and observe the situation. May Mingzhu be blessed and safe, sighed Yi Nanxing. Hearing this, Yi Qianxue's worry intensified. Let me go take a look. You all stay here at Mingwu Valley. In case Mingzhu returns, she deliberated before preparing to dash towards Blood Mist Hall. Just then, a graceful figure clad in white emerged from the distant woods, leaping towards them. Ah, Sister Yi has returned. The Yi family members exclaimed in ecstatic unison. Upon seeing Yi Mingzhu safe and sound, Yi Qianxue was filled with elation. However, their joy was short-lived as they noticed the frail state of Xiaobai in Yi Mingzhu's arms, its aura alarmingly faint, as if it could perish at any moment. Yi Mingzhu said little, quickly inquiring about Grandpa Mu's whereabouts before hastening towards Mu Qingyang's location with Xiaobai. On the way back, Yi Mingzhu observed something peculiar. Her primordial true energy had no effect on Xiaobai, heightening her concern for its condition. Before long, Yi Mingzhu arrived at the cooking room in Mingwu Valley. Just as she pushed open the door, the old man Mu spotted the feeble Xiaobai and exclaimed, "Child, quickly let me see." He hurriedly placed Xiaobai on the bed, meticulously examining its wounds. After a moment's pause, Mu Qingyang, with a grave expression, proclaimed, "My dear girl, your primordial true qi is ineffective against it, for it falls outside the 5 elements and is of the thunder attribute. The current state of affairs is a consequence of its life force being consumed. It must have employed some formidable secret technique, one that drains its mental fortitude and vitality. Allow me to administer a few medicinal pills before devising a further plan." Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Mingzhu's anxiety intensified. No wonder Xiaobai had never engaged in combat before. Each instance would siphon a portion of its life force. Realizing this, her eyes unwittingly brimmed with tears. That forced, unsightly smile should have been a forewarning. Had she known it would come to this, she would have rather fought desperately, using the Taiji seal to drain the blood demon's essence. It now seemed her only recourse was to entrust Xiaobai to Mu Qingyang. Her 5 elemental spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were of little aid to Xiaobai's injuries. In the ensuing days, Mu Qingyang diligently treated Xiaobai, feeding it precious spirit pills, which gradually restored some of its vitality. At last, Yi Mingzhu's anxious heart found solace. 3 days later, the remnants of the Yi family, under the guidance of the Great Elder, had all relocated from Mingwu Valley to the Sequoia Cliff. Unexpectedly, shortly after their arrival at Sequoia Cliff, Yi Mingzhu encountered a familiar face near Qingqing Mountain. It was Lu Zhiruo, the girl she had rescued 3 years prior in the Spirit Beast Mountain range. At this moment, Lu Zhiruo appeared disheveled, her once pristine garments now caked in dirt, her face marred by dust. Yet, she remained strikingly beautiful, her enchanting eyes sparkling with life. Albeit she seemed somewhat lost, her frame noticeably thinner, her complexion pallid, as if a gust of wind might topple her. Upon spotting Yi Mingzhu, her face lit up with joy. Sister Yi, I finally found you." Lu Zhiruo hastened to Yi Mingzhu's side, her expression radiating relief and gratitude. Observing Lu Zhiruo's condition, Yi Mingzhu could not suppress her frown. "Lu Zhiruo, shouldn't you be a Qingxu sect? How have you come to look this way?" At her words, Lu Zhiruo's countenance dimmed, and with a bitter smile, she replied, "Sister Yi, let us not speak of Qingxu sect. My cultivation has been rendered void. I am now but a mere waste. Moreover, my dantian has been destroyed. It seems I am destined to live as an ordinary person for the rest of my life." "Alas, what? Your dantian has been destroyed?" Yi Mingzhu exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom the misfortune that had befallen Lu Zhiruo. She immediately grasped Lu Zhiruo's wrist, only to find her pulse disordered and devoid of true qi, unmistakably indicating the destruction of her dantian. "Sister Yi, it is not just me. There is also junior sister Wanwan and senior brother Lu Yuan." Lu Zhiruo sighed heavily. What on earth happened? Yi Mingzhu was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. "Sister Yi, all of this was orchestrated by Zhao Mingxuan's partner." Lu Zhiruo clenched her teeth, resolute. Zhao Mingxian's partner? Yi Mingzhu was taken aback. Subsequently, Lu Zhiruo recounted the events that transpired at Qingxu sect in detail. It turned out that 2 years after breaking off her engagement with Yi Mingzhu, Zhao Mingxian had taken on a new female disciple from Qingxu sect as his dual cultivation partner. This was celebrated within the sect, as the two were deemed a perfect match, both being prodigious talents. A year passed, and everything seemed normal. Yet, just a few days prior, Zhao Mingxuan's partner, after a brief conversation with an outsider, erupted into a fit of rage, inexplicably directing her wrath towards the disciples from Mingzhu Valley. Many disciples, left with no choice, had to endure in silence. Only Yi Wanwan dared to confront her, but to her shock, this woman was immensely powerful, wielding an arcane technique that severely injured Yi Wanwan. Lu Zhirua and Lu Yuan merely attempted to intervene with a few words, only to be met with the same fate, rendered powerless and reduced to mere shells of their former selves. Witnessing her cruelty, the other disciples recoiled in fear, wary of attracting her ire. Even more infuriating was that upon discovering Yi Wanwan's lineage, the woman utterly destroyed her dantian and imprisoned her within Qingxiu Sect's dungeons. After hearing all this from Lu Zhirua, Yi Mingzhu's heart sank to the depths, her face a mask of unbridled rage. Could the sect leader truly be so indifferent? In response to Yi Mingzhu's inquiry, Lu Zhirua sighed deeply. We all know that Zhao Mingxian is the sect leader's most cherished disciple, destined for the position of sect leader himself. Moreover, we have not seen the sect leader in 3 years. He has been traveling abroad, and no one knows when he will return to Qingxiu Sect. Thus, for the time being, Zhao Mingxian and his cohorts, along with the great elder Feng Qian and others, have been calling the shots. They are all of a kind, naturally turning a blind eye to one another's misdeeds. I recall that when Mingzhu Valley sent out a distress signal, it was promptly suppressed by Zhao Mingxuan's partner. They had no intention of assisting us. Fortunately, we in Mingzhu Valley managed to escape calamity. Chapter 42. A confrontation approaches. Yi Mingzhu, upon absorbing Lu Zhirua's words, was engulfed in profound fury. She could hardly believe that disciples from Mingzhu Valley endured such dire treatment, with even their plea for help falling on deaf ears, all tied to that scoundrel Zhao Mingxian. How did you manage to escape? Yi Mingzhu, suppressing her inner turmoil, queried Lu Zhirua once more. It was senior brother Lu Yuan who assisted me in escaping to deliver this message. I can only wonder how he is faring now. Lu Zhirua sighed. Yi Mingzhu inhaled deeply, her eyes glinting with icy determination. The past was irrevocable, but the future remained malleable. She would never allow the descendants of the Yi family to be reduced to such a plight. Sister Yi, we must return at once to inform the great elder, otherwise junior sister Wanwan may be in peril. Lu Zhirua urged urgently. Yi Mingzhu calmly replied, no need. Just lead the way. With that, her aura surged dramatically. Sister Yi. Lu Zhirua regarded the escalating intensity emanating from Yi Mingzhu, her eyes widening in astonishment. Let us go. Yi Mingzhu grasped Lu Zhirua's hand, propelling them toward Qingxiu Sect. Sister Yi, just the two of us going would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Moreover, Qingxiu Sect is exceedingly powerful. Lu Zhirua expressed her concerns, hurriedly voicing her apprehensions. Do not worry. I would not embark on this journey without thorough preparation. Rest assured. Yi Mingzhu replied with calm assurance, her voice steady and devoid of anxiety. Lu Zhirua, witnessing Yi Mingzhu's composure, felt a surge of admiration. Although she was unaware of Yi Mingzhu's current capabilities, she knew that Yi Mingzhu was far from impulsive. She surely had devised a plan. Furthermore, judging by the aura she had just sensed, Yi Mingzhu's strength must be at least at the nascent soul stage. With this thought, Lu Zhirua nodded in agreement, obediently following Yi Mingzhu toward Qingxiu Sect. Before long, the pair arrived at the vicinity of Qingxiu Sect. Yi Mingzhu gazed upon the towering Qingyun Peak, a flicker of resolute determination igniting within her eyes. And then she stepped forward. This peak was known as Qingyun Peak, upon which Qingxiu Sect was perched at its summit. At the base of Qingyun Peak lay a lengthy stone staircase that wound its way upward. Yi Mingzhu and Lu Zhirua ascended the staircase, each step deliberate. And within the span of less than half a joss stick's time, they reached the pinnacle of the mountain. Qingyun Peak, as its name suggests, is enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, ethereal and elusive. In the distance, a plaque stands majestically at the summit, inscribed with the powerful characters Qingxian Sect. At this moment, a patrolling disciple from the Qingxian Sect has caught sight of two figures. Upon recognizing Lu Zhirua, his expression shifts slightly, prompting him to rush to the Grand Hall to report this alarming news. What is the matter? An elder clad in white, a senior figure of the Qingxian Sect, inquires with a furrowed brow as the disciple bursts into the hall. Report to the Grand Elder that escaped female disciple has returned, and she has brought another woman with her. The disciple hastily responds. Oh, she dares to return? Where are they? The Grand Elder raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Right outside the steps of the Grand Hall. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. The Grand Elder gestures for the disciple to withdraw. Yes. After the disciple departs, the Grand Elder turns and strides toward the Grand Hall. At that moment, a female disciple clad in green emerges from the hall, gazing at the two outside with curiosity. What do you wish to do? Summon Zhao Mingxian. Yi Mingzhu replies, her expression unchanging, her tone icy. Who are you? What business do you have with our senior brother? The green-clad woman retorts coldly, scrutinizing Yi Mingzhu. Yi Mingzhu narrows her eyes, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her. A powerful pressure enveloping the green-clad disciple in an instant. The latter trembles violently as she feels the overwhelming force. Stand aside, Yi Mingzhu commands sharply. In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy erupts from Yi Mingzhu, crashing toward the green-clad woman with immense force. Before she can react, the fierce pressure sends her flying several meters, her body colliding with the gates of the Xianxian sect. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the Xianxian sect collapse under the sheer impact. Fissures spreading across the entire structure, drawing the attention of all present. Who dares cause a ruckus in the Xianxian sect? Someone bellows angrily. This is bad. Quickly, stop those two. A disciple finally comprehends the situation and shouts. Soon after, a group of over a dozen disciples converges on Yi Mingzhu and Lu Zhira. Observing the encroaching crowd, Yi Mingzhu's lips curl into a cold smile. With a subtle flick of her right hand, a powerful wave of energy surges forth, repelling the surrounding Xianxian disciples. These disciples are utterly unable to withstand the forceful gust, being thrown backward and crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Meanwhile, Lu Zhira, who has been hiding behind Yi Mingzhu, gazes at her with admiration as she effortlessly dispatches so many Xianxian disciples, and in the next moment, she stands proudly beside Yi Mingzhu. Who are you to trespass on the territory of the Xianxian sect? A voice booms, as the words hang in the air. A white-clad elder leaps forth, revealing himself as Feng Qian, the Grand Elder of the Xianxian sect. However, upon landing, he is taken aback. Yi Mingzhu, is that truly you? Feng Qian exclaims in astonishment, recognizing the woman before him. 3 years prior, he had accompanied Zhao Mingxian to the Mingyue Valley to annul an engagement, only to be met with Yi Mingzhu's letter of divorce, leaving them humiliated. Thus, he vividly remembers her. Yi Mingzhu casts a disdainful glance at Feng Qian, replying, And what of it? Summon Zhao Mingxian. At the mere mention of Zhao Mingxian, her heart ignites with seething hatred. Though she had gradually put the annulment behind her, she never anticipated that the disciples sent from the Mingyue Valley would suffer such treatment at the Xianxian sect, with Yi Wanwan even imprisoned in the dungeons. Had it not been for his indulgence as the future sect master, how could they have met such a fate? Gazing at Yi Mingzhu's furious countenance, Feng Qian sneers. 3 years without seeing you, yet you remain so arrogant. Whether I am arrogant or not is of no concern to you. Today, I must settle accounts with Zhao Mingxian. Yi Mingzhu replies coldly, her tone resolute and unyielding. Humph. Very well. Let us see how much you have progressed in these 3 years. Feng Qian retorts with a snort, then swiftly launches an attack toward Yi Mingzhu. Feng Qian possesses formidable strength, being at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Yi Mingzhu, undeterred, channels her energy, swiftly engaging Feng Qian in combat. Boom. The two clash, fists and palms colliding with tremendous force, their energies wreaking havoc as they exchange blows. Though Yi Mingzhu's attacks may lack Feng Qian's seasoned ferocity, they still possess considerable might. Feng Qian attempts to counter her assaults with sheer strength, yet he finds himself at a disadvantage. After an intense exchange, Feng Qian realizes he has not gained the upper hand. His expression darkens as he gasps, You have already broken through to the nascent soul stage? In just 3 short years, Yi Mingzhu has ascended from the initial level of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, a pace that is nothing short of astonishing. This revelation sends a shiver down Feng Qian's spine, for he recalls that at the time of the annulment, Yi Mingzhu was merely a discarded disciple of the sect. In such a brief period, even if she had broken through the qi refinement stage, reaching the nascent soul pinnacle seems excessively far-fetched. Observing the shock on Feng Qian's face, Yi Mingzhu smirks mockingly. Surprised, are we? With a sudden wave of her right hand, a fierce gust of wind sweeps through, knocking down the surrounding Xianxian disciples, who writhe helplessly on the ground. As she surveys the scene, Feng Qian's expression darkens to an extreme, yet he maintains his composure, responding coolly, Humph. Even if your strength has soared, this is the Xianxian sect, where you cannot run rampant. I advise you to surrender peacefully, or I shall not hesitate to take action. With that, Feng Qian unleashes a powerful roar, channeling his spiritual energy, a formidable wave of true energy surging forth, summoning a massive sword in the air to strike down upon Yi Mingzhu. This sword is a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Yi Mingzhu merely glances at it, then smirks derisively, her right hand forming a fist, summoning a moon-white longsword into her grasp. With a swift motion, the sword is drawn, radiating a brilliant azure light, its sharp edge slicing toward Feng Qian. In response, Feng Qian's eyes gleam with determination, his form darting forward to meet the oncoming azure sword light. Clang! The sword light clashes with the massive sword, producing a piercing metallic sound, and sparks erupt as the blades collide. Feng Qian's expression turns grave. He realizes that his specially crafted giant sword is not a mere weapon to be trifled with. Yet, Mingzhu has successfully withstood his attack. At that moment, he notices the moon-white longsword in Mingzhu's hand, slender and delicate, adorned with intricate carvings of a crescent moon and a lifelike white crane perched atop it. Upon seeing this sword, Feng Qian's eyes widen in disbelief. How is it possible? How can the moonlight blade be in her possession? Feng Qian was taken aback, his eyes fixed intently on the moonlight-hued longsword. Without a moment to ponder, he dashed forward, stepping out with a swift motion akin to a blue rainbow. Charging toward Mingzhu, his gaze was filled with fury, and the massive sword in his grip cast a flurry of sword shadows as he swung it viciously at Mingzhu. This strike from Feng Qian bore an overwhelming might, as if countless boulders were hurtling toward Mingzhu's head, exuding tremendous power. Mingzhu regarded Feng Qian with an icy indifference, her right foot pushing off the ground as she swiftly retreated to evade his assault. Trying to escape, Feng Qian's eyes glinted with malice upon witnessing her flight, and he wielded his colossal sword, pursuing her relentlessly. His attacks were ferocious, and his speed was remarkable, though his cultivation was slightly inferior to Mingzhu's. His movement technique was extraordinarily swift, and his strikes were merciless, aimed to be fatal. Seeing this, Mingzhu promptly executed a movement technique, employing the top-tier skill known as xianxiaaudiobooks. With this spell, she traversed several meters in an instant, her figure resembling a specter. And in the blink of an eye, she arrived at Feng Qian's side, her sword poised to stab at him. The sword's light sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound. Feng Qian sensed a sudden, chilling gust beside him, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! A jolt of intense pain shot through his arm, and to his astonishment, the massive sword slipped from his grasp, sending him into a flurry of confusion. Seizing the moment, Mingzhu flicked her wrist, directing her longsword toward Feng Qian's chest. However, just as the sword tip was but an inch from Feng Qian, a figure clad in a noble white robe appeared abruptly before Mingzhu, extending a hand to deftly knock her sword aside. Mingzhu felt a sharp pain in her arm, staggering back a few steps, barely avoiding a fall. Once she steadied herself and discerned the identity of the man in white, she gasped, Meng Lang. This individual was none other than Meng Lang, who had shared a fleeting yet enchanting memory with her 3 years prior in the Spirit Beast mountain range. The moonlight-hued sword had been a gift from him, and he had aided her in refining her chaotic true qi. She harbored an indescribable sentiment towards him. Gazing at the man in white, Mingzhu could not help but ask excitedly, Meng Lang, where have you been all these years? I still wanted to. You have mistaken me, the man interjected, interrupting her with a cool detachment. I am Meng Xingha, the sect master of the Qingxian sect. Upon hearing those 3 words, Mingzhu stood frozen in place. These 3 years, she had constantly reminisced about their brief time together, believing they had forged a friendship. Little did she expect that the person who had stirred her heart was actually the sect master of the Qingxian sect. How remarkably fateful. After a brief moment, she inhaled deeply and managed a strained smile. So, sect master Meng, are you here to oppose me today? Meng Xingha's expression remained devoid of any change. His voice flat as he replied, the sect is in peril. I must step forward. Is that so? In that case, please feel free to make your move. Sect master Meng. Mingzhu retorted with a cold laugh, disappointment lacing her tone. Meng Xingha remained silent, instead launching himself toward Mingzhu, his palm striking fiercely at her chest with astonishing speed. Mingzhu's pupils constricted as she wielded her longsword, unleashing a flurry of sword qi that surged toward Meng Xingha. The air filled with a cacophony of piercing sounds, dense as a torrential downpour of needles. Noticing the onslaught, Feng Qian smirked derisively. Mingzhu, you truly are audacious to challenge the sect master. His eyes glimmered with disdain, convinced she could never withstand Meng Xingha's attack. Mingzhu paid no heed to Feng Qian, her focus solely on Meng Xingha. The sword qi rained down upon him. Observing the scene, Feng Qian scoffed, incredulous that she would dare to resist the sect master's might. She was courting death. As the 2 figures closed in, Feng Qian's body shifted, moving like a gust of wind, and he swiftly positioned himself beside Mingzhu, his colossal sword gleaming ominously as he aimed a brutal slash at her. Junior sister, be careful, Lu Zhiruo exclaimed, her face paling at the sight. Heh, it's already too late. Feng Qian sneered as he took advantage of Meng Xingha's approach, his sword descending toward Mingzhu's neck. Junior sister, no? Lu Zhiruo cried out urgently, her eyes welling with tears. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted as Mingzhu pivoted, her long sword colliding fiercely with Feng Qian's massive sword, producing a deafening roar. Yet she was unprepared for the final shred of hope within her to dissipate with the force of the blow from behind. Bang! The tremendous impact struck her delicate form, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball. Cough! Mingzhu spat out a mouthful of blood, her face paling to a ghostly white. Droplets of crimson trickling from the corner of her mouth onto her pristine white skirt. Her chest heaved slightly, her complexion wan, and her heart ached with intensity. Witnessing this, Feng Qian burst into laughter. Mingzhu, you truly are ungrateful, daring to show disrespect to our sect master. I shall send you to your demise now. With that, Feng Qian summoned his true qi once more, launching a palm strike at Mingzhu. As Feng Qian's hand approached, a sudden flash of cold light shot forth from a distance, hurtling toward him. The glimmer was swift, reaching Feng Qian in the blink of an eye, piercing through his chest. A gaping hole the size of a bowl was left in Feng Qian's torso, blood gushing forth incessantly as his expression froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the elderly figure in a green robe before him, his mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. Chapter 44, Grandpa Mu's Past. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, swift as lightning. The onlookers were caught off guard. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, Feng Qian lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, his life ebbing away in a state of disbelief. The disciples of the Qingxian sect stood in shock. The Grand Elder had been slain in an instant? He was a formidable entity at the late stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, even his nascent soul had been obliterated. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the elderly figure in green flickered and appeared before Mingzhu, adopting a tone of affectionate reproach. You little rascal. You come to the Qingxian sect and don't even call for me. If it weren't for Xiao by spotting you, I wouldn't have known you ventured here alone. As he spoke, the elderly man produced a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Mingzhu. Take this first. Thank you, Grandpa Mu. Mingzhu accepted the pill, a smile gracing her face. Witnessing this, Grandpa Mu's face broke into a radiant smile. Silly girl. There's no need to be so polite with Grandpa Mu. Now, hurry and take the pill to recover. I'll handle things here. Upon hearing Grandpa Mu's words, Mingzhu obediently consumed the pill and promptly seated herself on the ground, channeling her energy to heal her wounds. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's gaze fixated on the man in the white robe beside him, and with a disdainful snort, he remarked, I never expected that the leader of the Qingxian sect would indeed be a generation inferior to the last. Upon hearing these words, Meng Xinghe's expression remained unperturbed, merely casting a sidelong glance at the injured Mingzhu. However, Mu Qingyang had thoroughly incensed the other arriving elders of the Qingxian sect. They had just witnessed this old man in green robes mercilessly slay their grand elder, Feng Qian, and now their hearts burned with indignation as they collectively shouted, You old fool, how dare you wreak havoc in the Qingxian sect? You are courting death. Observing the frenzied demeanor of the Qingxian elders, Mu Qingyang let out a cold laugh, his eyes shimmering with a fierce murderous intent as he solemnly declared, merely a swarm of ants, daring to act so recklessly. As he spoke, Mu Qingyang stomped his feet heavily on the ground, propelling himself forward like a dart aimed at the elders of the Qingxian sect. Form a formation. Came a low command, and the elders hastily surrounded Mu Qingyang at the center. They each summoned their inner energy, activating their formation. In that instant, a thick barrier of formation emerged around them, vast and impenetrable. Even the smallest insect would be barred from entering this domain. Within the air surrounding the Qingxian elders, streams of azure sword energy materialized, whirling about and emitting a buzzing sound as they sliced through the air, exuding a terrifying aura. These azure sword energies, solidifying into tangible blades, relentlessly surged towards Mu Qingyang. Witnessing this scene, Mu Qingyang let out a cold chuckle, a glimmer of ruthlessness igniting in his eyes. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, the sleeves of his garments billowing dramatically, and his figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Heavenly Gang Fist. Mu Qingyang roared, his fists crashing outward with a resounding boom. The clash of two formidable energies reverberated through the air, as if a mushroom cloud had erupted, sending a wave of visible shockwaves rippling outward. Uft! Several of the Qingxian elders felt a sweetness in their throats, and crimson blood spewed forth from their mouths. Their faces turned ashen, their bodies swaying precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. They stumbled back uncontrollably, each step leaving a deep imprint behind. Observing this spectacle, all the disciples of the Qingxian sect were left utterly astounded. The elders of the Qingxian sect, each possessing strength around the nascent soul stage, had combined their powers to unleash a formidable formation, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a formidable xianxiang stage practitioner. Yet, in merely 2 exchanges, they had been rendered bloodied and prostrate on the ground, revealing just how immensely powerful this old man in green robes truly was. You old fools, after all these years, you remain as stubborn as ever, Mu Qingyang coldly admonished, unleashing a tremendous aura that left the elders gasping for breath. As they felt the terrifying pressure emanating from him, the expressions of the Qingxian elders shifted drastically. But it was his next words that sent tremors through their hearts. Did I not hear Yi Mingzhu call you Grandpa Mu? Could it be that you, the pill god Mu Qingyang, have returned? One elder suddenly shrieked in realization. Indeed, it is I. I have concealed myself quite deeply over the years, have I not? Mu Qingyang replied with a cold smirk. The name of the pill god was known to all within the Qingxian sect. Decades ago, pill god Mu Qingyang was not only a legendary figure in the alchemical world, but also a revered elder within their own sect. You, how could you be here? The elders exchanged glances, momentarily unable to fathom the reality before them. Over the years, they had sent people to investigate the whereabouts of the pill god, but they had found no trace of Mu Qingyang. In fact, they did not even know the last place he had been seen. Now, upon encountering him again, although his appearance had changed slightly, had he not revealed his identity, they would never have believed that the old man in green robes before them was the pill god, Mu Qingyang. What brings you here? Are you here for revenge? One elder asked through gritted teeth. The heinous deeds you have committed, deserving of the outrage of both man and deity, but ultimately, the greatest culprit is my dear disciple. It was she who betrayed her master and her ancestors. Mu Qingyang replied with a cold smirk. As for you, you old scoundrels, killing you would be beneath me. Upon hearing Mu Qingyang's words, the elders were filled with indignation. While it was true that their actions had been despicable, they were still elders. And losing face before so many juniors was unbearable. Old man, you seek death. One elder could no longer restrain himself, roaring as he violently waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that transformed into a storm of sword-like blades. A mere parlor trick, Mu Qingyang scoffed, forming hand seals as he recited an ancient and obscure incantation. With a powerful shake of his arms, a column of azure light erupted forth from his hands. The azure beam rapidly expanded in the air, enveloping the entire void, as countless energy blades collided with the azure column, producing a cacophony of clashing metal sounds. And those energy blades shattered into nothingness. As the elders beheld the martial art being executed by Mu Qingyang, their eyes widened in disbelief. This technique was none other than the legendary Nine Heavens grasping the moon. This martial art was a transcendent skill that Mu Qingyang had comprehended after concocting the Nine Heavens Thunderfire Pill. This technique was a formidable blend of offense and defense, capable of both repelling attacks and striking down foes unseen. Nine Heavens grasping the moon. Upon witnessing Mu Qingyang unleash this unparalleled martial art, the expressions of nearly all present transformed dramatically. At this moment, the azure beam descended upon them, casting a radiant light that enveloped their heads, shrouding them in azure brilliance. As the azure light encountered the two elders of the Qingxian sect, their energy was instantly drained, their momentum steadily diminishing until it vanished completely, as if they had never existed. How is this possible? One elder, horrified, cried out as he felt his energy dissipating. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he was powerless to halt the flow of his essence. In mere moments, their energy had evaporated entirely, leaving no trace behind. In the presence of Mu Qingyang, their cultivation felt akin to that of ordinary mortals, utterly devoid of any means to resist. They were as helpless as infants before an adult. Mu Qingyang, if you kill them, you will declare war on the entire Qingxian sect. As they witnessed two of their elders fall so easily before Mu Qingyang, the remaining elders were consumed by rage, glaring furiously at him. And what of it? What can you do to me? Resort to the despicable tactics of 30 years ago. Mu Qingyang replied with a dismissive smile, his face reflecting disdain. Humph. Today, even if you wish to flee, you must leave a leg behind to atone for the sins you have committed today. One elder huffed, his hand sweeping violently. Instantly, dozens of energy blades, swift as lightning, cleaved toward Mu Qingyang's body. As he gazed upon the barrage of dense, ethereal sword blades, Mu Qingyang's expression remained impassive as he let out a cold snort, sweeping his hands to conjure a cerulean shield that materialized before him. This azure barrier resembled a colossal sphere, emanating soft, gentle beams of blue light under Mu Qingyang's command, enveloping his form securely within. Bang, bang, bang. The ethereal sword blades struck fiercely against the shield, producing a cacophony of violent impacts. Each blade was repelled, crashing onto the ground and unleashing thunderous roars that reverberated, shattering the blue stone slabs beneath and reducing them to dust that danced in the air. Astonishingly, every single one of those ethereal blades was thwarted by this azure shield. Witnessing this scene, the elders were rendered speechless. They could not fathom that their full-strength assault had been so effortlessly deflected by Mu Qingyang. What's the matter, you old geezers? Aren't you going to continue your assault? Mu Qingyang sneered, his gaze sweeping over the elders of the Qingxian sect, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes as he regarded them coldly. The elders, feeling the weight of his gaze, were visibly stifled, unable to meet his eyes, and hastily averted their stares. Observing their reaction, Mu Qingyang let out a derisive laugh. Aren't you a bunch of arrogant old fools, believing yourselves to be invincible? Why the hesitation now? Decades ago, these individuals had been just as presumptuous, just as brazen, and just as ruthless. The haunting memories of those bygone days surged in Mu Qingyang's mind, the piercing pain etched into his very being, a pain he would never forget. After years of evasion, he had returned today to settle scores with the Qingxian sect once and for all, and should the opportunity arise, to confront that treacherous disciple who had betrayed his master. We are not refraining from attack. It is merely that your Azure shield is far too formidable. But do not grow too arrogant. Do not forget how you stumbled 30 years ago. One of the elders of the Qingxian sect retorted through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, 30 years prior, he had placed unwavering trust in his beloved disciple, Gua Shuang'er, treating her as if she were his own daughter. Little did he know that at the critical moment of his breakthrough to the separation stage, she would conspire with Feng Qian and these elders to launch a treacherous ambush, leaving him grievously wounded and on the brink of demise. Had it not been for the magical artifact that aided his escape, he would have perished. Yet, even then, his meridians had been damaged in the ambush, resulting in a regression of his strength and cultivation. Ah, is that so? I shall never forget the events of 30 years ago. Today, I have come to exact vengeance for the blood debt of that year. To make you comprehend the consequences of crossing me, Mu Qingyang bellowed, his vital energy surging with fervor as azure mist began to emanate from his being, rapidly coalescing into a colossal azure sword. The massive sword hovered beneath him, spinning incessantly and unleashing sharp, piercing sword chi that was as tangible as steel. Any unfortunate soul that came into contact with it would surely be impaled. Sensing the intensifying aura radiating from Mu Qingyang, the elders, along with the dozen or so disciples of the Qingxian sect, were seized by a profound terror. This overwhelming presence instilled in them a bone-chilling dread. The weaker disciples turned pale, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, for the oppressive energy from Mu Qingyang was palpable and suffocating. The sight elicited furrowed brows and twitching eyelids from the elders. Azure Gale, Sword Chi. Mu Qingyang swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom. Instantly, the Azure Sword shot forth a beam of Sword Chi. Not good. Retreat. The elders' expressions darkened as they hastily scrambled backward. Just as the Sword Chi was about to pierce through the elders, a resplendent beam of sword energy suddenly soared from the horizon, swiftly intercepting the Azure Sword Chi. As this spectacle unfolded, all eyes turned towards the source of the radiant sword light. There, amidst the heavens, stood a young man clad in white, wielding a silver ancient sword, exuding an air of disdainful superiority as he surveyed the crowd, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. It's the senior brother. The disciples of the Qingxian sect erupted in exhilaration upon recognizing his visage. However, upon glimpsing his countenance, Yi Mingzhu's face turned ashen, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, blood trickling down her fingers. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Mingxian, who had publicly rejected her 3 years prior. The memories of that day flooded back vividly. She could hardly believe that 3 years had passed, yet Zhao Mingxian remained unchanged, still perched upon his pedestal, looking down upon others with disdain. The scene of his rejection replayed in Yi Mingzhu's mind, and with each recollection of his haughty demeanor, the flames of resentment ignited within her, a fierce desire to consume him alive rising from the depths of her soul. At that moment, the young man in white regarded Yi Mingzhu with an air of calm, a flicker of contempt in his eyes as he spoke softly. Yi Mingzhu, it was indeed wrong of me to break off our engagement, but there is no need for you to cause a ruckus at the Qingxian sect on my account. Is there? Facing Zhao Mingxian, Yi Mingzhu felt her rage swell anew, her fists tightening as an aura of murderous intent emanated from her. She could not fathom how Zhao Mingxian could express no remorse for his actions, audaciously challenging her with such words. Was he flaunting his strength? Or was he deliberately seeking to humiliate her? Suppressing her fury, Yi Mingzhu sneered. You truly overestimate your own importance. However, I have indeed come to find you today. Where have you imprisoned Wanwan? Zhao Mingxian responded with a sense of entitlement. She has erred and must face her punishment. Do you not think she deserves to learn a lesson? Upon hearing Zhao Mingxuan's words, Yi Mingzhu could no longer contain her rage. Her hands clenched into fists as she glared at him, her voice rising in fury. Zhao Mingxian, you scoundrel. Where have you taken Wanwan? Return her to me at once. Witnessing this confrontation, Zhao Mingxuan's expression shifted to one of impatience. 3 years, and you remain so easily provoked. Yi Wanwan has made a mistake and must be punished. As her elder sister, instead of aiding her in resolving her predicament, you come here to question me. Truly ungrateful. Zhao Mingxian cast a disdainful glance at Yi Mingzhu, snorting dismissively. Zhao Mingxian, cease your nonsense and hand over junior sister Wanwan. Lu Zhiruo, standing nearby, erupted in anger, shouting vehemently. Hearing Lu Zhiruo's words, Zhao Mingxian shot her a contemptuous glance, his eyes filled with derision. You, a mere lackey, dare to shout at me? Truly a death wish. With that, he extended his palm, conjuring an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that ensnared Lu Zhiruo, her face paling as she struggled desperately but found herself unable to escape his grip. In just 3 short years, Zhao Mingxian had ascended to the pinnacle of the early nascent soul stage, mastering the essence of the first 10 forms of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, rendering him an exceptionally formidable adversary. However, he never anticipated that the abandoned daughter of the sect he had scorned 3 years ago had now far surpassed him. At that moment, the graceful figure clad in white on the ground suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. She then lifted her head, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Zhao Mingxian, and coldly declared, Zhao Mingxian, hand over my sister. Upon hearing this frigid voice, Zhao Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon twisted into one of ferocity, his eyes radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty intent. He retorted sharply, Yi Mingzhu, do you truly believe I fear you? If that is the case, let me witness the extent of your transformation over these 3 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Mingxian charged towards Yi Mingzhu like a ferocious beast, transforming into a streak of azure sword light. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Yi Mingzhu, swinging his azure sword towards her arm. Witnessing the imminent strike of the ruthless sword light, Yi Mingzhu resolutely raised her right hand and struck out, sending forth a radiant golden palm imprint to collide with Zhao Mingxuan's attack. A thunderous sound reverberated as Yi Mingzhu's delicate hand clashed violently with Zhao Mingxuan's azure blade, producing a tremendous roar. A wave of overwhelming energy rippled outward. Zhao Mingxian's body, which was not particularly imposing to begin with, was forced back 5 or 6 steps by Yi Mingzhu's strike before he could stabilize himself. Surprised at being repelled, Zhao Mingxian couldn't help but marvel at how, in just 3 short years, the once worthless cultivator at the Qi refinement stage had grown so formidable. Yet, he remained undaunted, his eyes flashing with cold light as he sneered and continued his assault on Yi Mingzhu. He was determined to see just how much she had progressed, to ascertain the extent of her newfound power. Yi Mingzhu, today I shall thoroughly conquer you. With a cold snort, Zhao Mingxian's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he lunged at Yi Mingzhu with astonishing speed, his sword slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning. His incredible velocity left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. In this critical moment, unexpectedly, the usually composed sect leader, Mingxingha, suddenly seized the moon-white longsword from the ground and aimed it towards Yi Mingzhu. However, Yi Mingzhu merely cast a disappointed glance at him before disdainfully swatting the sword away. At that moment, facing Zhao Mingxuan's sudden onslaught, Yi Mingzhu did not flinch. Her face was resolute, unflinching in the face of Zhao Mingxuan's astonishing sword technique. Her beautiful features bore an expression of unwavering determination, as if she were prepared to embrace death itself. The sight left not only Mingxingha, but also the surrounding spectators in shock. They could hardly believe that Yi Mingzhu dared to confront Zhao Mingxuan's Azure Lotus Sword Technique head-on. Zhao Mingxian was momentarily stunned by Yi Mingzhu's audacity, but soon, he erupted in laughter, mocking, Humph, ignorant of your own demise, I shall show you the true power of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. As soon as he finished, Zhao Mingxian surged forward again, transforming into a flash of light as he lunged at Yi Mingzhu. He emanated a terrifying aura. His presence transformed as if he were a god descending from above, radiating a violent pressure. In the face of Zhao Mingxuan's ferocious assault, Yi Mingzhu remained calm. With a cold huff, she suddenly shifted her body and vanished from sight. Her speed was astonishing. She executed her movement technique to perfection, leaving only an afterimage behind as she completely disappeared. Observing Yi Mingzhu's extraordinary agility, Zhao Mingxuan's brows furrowed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated that, over the span of 3 years, Yi Mingzhu would undergo such a dramatic transformation. Just as he pondered this, a gust of wind swept past, and he heard a crisp whooshing sound. When he turned to face the source of the noise, his eyes widened in alarm, his pupils constricting sharply. There stood Yi Mingzhu behind him, her palm imbued with a fierce gust of energy, striking down upon him with great force. In that moment, Zhao Mingxian felt as if he were plunged into the abyss, the chilling aura emanating from her, instilling a suffocating fear within him. How is this possible? Her speed, how could it have reached such heights? Zhao Mingxuan's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief as he looked at Yi Mingzhu, his mind reeling from the shock of her incredible speed. He could not even perceive her whereabouts, let alone track her movements. As he gazed at the slender figure that had appeared before him so unexpectedly, a profound sense of crisis surged within him. He had not imagined that, in just 3 years, he would fall so far behind Yi Mingzhu, nor that her speed would escalate to such an extent. He even harbored the unsettling thought that, even within the same realm, he might not be her equal. This notion swiftly took root in Zhao Mingxuan's mind, flooding him with a deep-seated dread. Bang! Just as his mind was in turmoil, Yi Mingzhu's palm, infused with formidable power, struck him with devastating force. A dull thud echoed as Zhao Mingxian was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Uffed! Crashing down, Zhao Mingxian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. Chapter 46. Rescuing the Captive. You have lost. Yi Mingzhu coldly surveyed the fallen Zhao Mingxian, whose face was ashen and whose lips were stained with blood, and spoke with a tone devoid of warmth. Hearing her words, Zhao Mingxian trembled, his eyes brimming with intense hatred as he glared at Yi Mingzhu, growling through gritted teeth. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that in just 3 years you could ascend from the Qi refinement stage to the peak of the nascent soul stage. It is impossible. His words dripped with disbelief. He could not fathom that Yi Mingzhu's strength could reach such heights in a mere 3 years. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence. Tell me, where is Wanwan? Yi Mingzhu did not answer Zhao Mingxuan's question, but shot him a cold glance. Her voice grave. With a clenched jaw, Zhao Mingxian pointed towards a large courtyard not far ahead. There, he indicated a vacant room, beneath which lay the dungeon of the Qingxian sect, the very place where errant disciples were once imprisoned. Yi Mingzhu immediately darted towards that location. In no time, she arrived at the entrance of the empty room. Upon entering, she quickly discovered a mechanism at the far end of the chamber. She pressed the mechanism, and with a clicking sound, a stone door slowly creaked open. Stepping inside, Yi Mingzhu saw that beyond the stone door, an iron chain led to a wooden cage, within which lay a frail girl, her tattered clothing and numerous bruises revealing her plight. At that moment, the girl was curled up, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion as pale as a sheet, clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness. Beside the cage stood 3 chairs, upon which sat 3 disciples of the Qingxian sect, leisurely enjoying tea and engaged in idle conversation, seemingly oblivious to her arrival. As the sound of footsteps echoed through the air, a look of impatience swiftly crossed the faces of the 3 individuals present. One disciple of the Qingxian sect turned his head towards the iron cage, an expression of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Who are you? Who permitted you to intrude upon our dungeon? Leave at once. Yi Mingzhu's countenance darkened abruptly, and she cast a cold glance in his direction. With a swift motion, her palm struck out, unleashing a torrent of formidable true energy that sent the disciple hurtling several meters away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, incapable of rising. The other 2 disciples of the Qingxian sect, witnessing this, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. What audacity! Who dares to wreak havoc in the Qingxian sect? One male disciple, towering and robust, his dark skin accentuated by a flowing azure robe and a crimson long sword at his waist, rose to his feet, glaring at Yi Mingzhu with a fierce expression. In his eyes, a glimmer of greed and fervor surfaced. To him, Yi Mingzhu was a vision of beauty. Her skin as white and delicate as snow, her features exquisite and flawless, her figure gracefully slender, adorned in a white dress that accentuated her alluring curves, resembling a blossoming flower exuding an enchanting fragrance. Particularly, the hint of defiance and resilience in her gaze stirred a yearning within him, an irresistible urge to conquer and possess her. Yi Mingzhu, feeling the heat of his gaze, couldn't help but express her disdain. She cast him a fleeting glance and coldly commanded, "Release her." "Release? On what grounds? Who do you think you are?" The man retorted with a derisive laugh, extending his hand as if to seize Yi Mingzhu's chest. With a chilling smile, Yi Mingzhu effortlessly deflected his wrist, declaring, "If you do not free her, I shall be compelled to throw you in as well." Fury flashed across the man's face as he was rebuffed. "You insolent girl, who do you believe you are? Truly arrogant and oblivious to your own limitations." With that, he charged at Yi Mingzhu once more. "You are asking for a beating," Yi Mingzhu coldly proclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than she struck again, her fist transforming into a myriad of dazzling punches that rained down upon him. This strike was even more powerful than the last, its might terrifying and its force more concentrated and domineering. The man's expression froze, panic overtaking him as he realized the sheer ferocity of Yi Mingzhu's assault. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. He could only muster the courage to swing his long sword at her incoming blows. In an instant, he was engulfed by the storm of her punches. A sharp crack echoed as his sword shattered. Yi Mingzhu's blows did not relent, and before he could react, her fist collided with his chest. The impact felt as if thunder had struck him, a terrifying force surging into his body. He felt his internal organs shift violently, and with a sudden taste of blood in his throat, he coughed violently. In the next moment, his figure soared through the air like a broken kite, crashing to the ground, struggling futilely to rise. At that moment, the other two disciples of the Qingxian sect finally reacted, their faces reflecting sheer horror upon witnessing their companion defeated in a single move. Almost before Yi Mingzhu could utter another word, they hurriedly rushed to unlock the iron cage. As the cage swung open, Yi Mingzhu rushed in anxiously. Upon seeing Yi Wanwan, her expression shifted, sorrow flashing in her eyes. Yi Wanwan was bound tightly with ropes, her body resembling a cocoon, covered in gruesome whip marks. Her clothes were soaked in blood, tattered and torn, presenting a pitiful sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Mingzhu's heart ached. Wanwan, Wanwan. She knelt down, enveloping the trembling figure of Yi Wanwan in her arms. Perhaps her familiar voice reached Yi Wanwan's ears, for she opened her eyes wide. Sister. Upon recognizing Yi Mingzhu, her face lit up with excitement, and her body shook violently as tears streamed down her cheeks, sobbing. I was so scared. I truly thought I was going to die. Everything is all right now, Wanwan. I will take you home, Yi Mingzhu reassured her, fearful of plunging her sister back into despair. As she comforted Yi Wanwan, she deftly untied the ropes that bound her. Once freed, Yi Wanwan immediately leaped into Yi Mingzhu's embrace, holding her tightly and weeping uncontrollably. Yi Mingzhu held her close, her eyes slightly reddening. Sister, I was so frightened. It's all right, Wanwan. I'm here now, Yi Mingzhu soothed, hastening to reassure her. With Yi Wanwan in her arms, she exited the iron cage, casting a resolute glance back at it, determination gleaming in her eyes. Chapter 47. The appearance of the soul mistress. Cackling. What a touching display of sisterly affection. I wonder just how much this bond of sisterhood is worth. At that moment, a chilling female voice echoed, laced with mockery and derision. Yi Mingzhu frowned and turned to see a woman clad in black, her face veiled, long hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon sighting her, Yi Wanwan instinctively trembled in fear, though her eyes burned with hatred and fury. Realizing the identity of the woman before her, Yi Mingzhu's expression hardened. This was the very person who had shattered her dantian and tormented her. With a steely gaze, Yi Mingzhu addressed the figure in black, her tone icy and sharp. Who are you? The black-clad woman erupted into a mocking laugh, brimming with arrogance. She did not respond immediately, instead directing her gaze towards Yi Wanwan in Yi Mingzhu's arms, a cruel smile curving her lips as she said, why not ask her? She should know. Yi Wanwan trembled at her words, clearly bearing the heavy psychological scars inflicted by this veiled woman. Yi Mingzhu's eyes grew colder. She had begun to suspect the identity of this woman. If her assumptions were correct, this veiled figure was Zhao Mingxian's current dual cultivation partner. Yet she felt an unusual sense of unease regarding her. Seizing the moment, Yi Mingzhu observed the woman, seemingly aiming to provoke her, and sneered. Zhao Mingxian's taste is rather lackluster if he settles for someone like you. At her words, the veiled woman's expression shifted, rage flooding her features as she seethed. You wretched girl. With that, she lunged at Yi Mingzhu. Upon witnessing her approach, Yi Mingzhu did not linger in battle. Instead, she swiftly embraced Yi Wanwan and darted out of the dungeon. The veiled woman, observing this, hastened her pursuit. As they reached the entrance, Yi Mingzhu promptly summoned her inner energy and executed the mystical technique known as the divine movement step, her form reminiscent of an agile rabbit, leaving behind a fleeting shadow before vanishing entirely. When Yi Mingzhu reappeared, she found herself within the grand courtyard of the Qingxian sect. After entrusting Yi Wanwan to Lu Jiyue, her gaze turned icy as she fixated on the rapidly approaching black silhouette. In a matter of moments, the figure of the cloaked woman materialized before Yi Mingzhu, towering over her with an air of superiority. The instant she appeared, Lu Jiyue glared at her with gritted teeth and warned Yi Mingzhu, Sister Yi, it is she. She is the one who crippled our dantians. Yi Mingzhu inhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest of rage within her, and cast a cursory glance at the veiled woman, inquiring, Are you of the Soul Clan? This question seemed perplexing, leaving the gathered crowd momentarily bewildered. Lu Jiyue, still in shock, replied, Sister Yi, she is Zhao Mingxuan's partner. Only Mu Qingyang, present among them, fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the cloaked woman, as if attempting to pierce through her very essence. Ah, how surprising. You have discerned my unusual nature. The veiled woman cackled, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon, you shall all meet your demise. Yi Mingzhu, unfazed, retorted coldly, Oh, is that so? The last Soul Clan member who uttered such words met their end by my sword. The cloaked woman, upon hearing this, scoffed. her eyes narrowing dangerously. In an instant, she unleashed a torrent of black mist, her form transforming into a mere afterimage as she charged at Mingzhu. Witnessing her assault, Mingzhu's expression darkened, and she met the oncoming attack with a decisive palm strike, colliding fiercely with the opponent's force. A thunderous boom echoed through the air, causing Mingzhu to stagger back several paces. Yet, her countenance remained composed, even tranquil, her lips pressing into a thin line. As she had suspected, this woman was indeed a member of the Soul Clan. During their initial encounter in the dungeon, Mingzhu had sensed her abnormality, and the recent clash had allowed her to intimately perceive the unique aura of the Soul Clan. For one who had cultivated the soul art, such an insidious race was unmistakably discernible. However, what astonished her was that Zhao Mingxian had chosen this person as his partner and that she had infiltrated the Qingxian sect. At that moment, as the black mist dissipated, the crowd finally beheld her visage, a stunningly beautiful woman, ensconced in a form-fitting black attire that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, dark hair flowed gracefully, exuding an irresistible charm. Particularly striking was her exquisitely delicate oval face, with eyes that sparkled brighter than the stars, seemingly capable of discharging electricity. It was evident she was an enchanting beauty, a temptress of formidable allure. Upon this revelation, many men found themselves captivated, their gazes filled with desire, as if they longed to consume her whole. Yet, there were also those whose expressions soured, for they were well aware of the infamous reputation of the soul mistress. Now, observing the veiled woman whose beguiling face bore a trace of resentment, Mingzhu understood that her adversary would not relent. However, even in the face of this knowledge, Mingzhu remained unperturbed, calmly addressing her. I find it curious that, as a member of the Soul Clan, you would infiltrate the Qingxian sect. Are you not afraid of being discovered and subsequently eliminated? Ha! The soul mistress laughed heartily, then abruptly ceased, her expression morphing into one of savagery as she fixed her cold stare upon Mingzhu. Eliminate me? With these mere mortals? They are not worthy. No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed another palm strike, the winds howling with the intensity of her dark mist, hurtling toward Mingzhu with ferocity. Mingzhu's pupils constricted as she sensed the immense energy surging within the attack. If she were to withstand it, the black energy would undoubtedly inflict harm. Without hesitation, she swiftly retreated to evade the lethal blow. As her feet hit the ground, the soul mistress advanced once more, her palm coalescing with formidable energy, aimed directly at Mingzhu's head with alarming speed. Realizing the imminent danger, Mingzhu deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the vicious strike. In that instant, the soul mistress flickered, reappearing behind Mingzhu, her palm striking toward her spine. Mingzhu's expression shifted slightly, and she evaded again, this time choosing to counter with a punch aimed at the soul mistress, seeking to clash their physical forms. The soul mistress regarded Mingzhu's boldness with a chilling smile, her form blurring as she struck again, this time to Mingzhu's right side, moving with such speed that she soon reappeared on her left. Mingzhu's countenance altered slightly. The soul mistress's strength was unfathomable, seemingly surpassing that of the Soul Clan members who had invaded the Mingzhu Valley. Yet, despite this, she remained composed, her hands weaving intricate seals as a powerful force surged within her, manifesting into a torrent of immense true energy that coursed into her palm. 5 Qi returning to origin. With a resounding crash, Mingzhu's palm collided fiercely with the soul mistress's formidable hand, producing a cacophony of sound. A wave of unparalleled power radiated from their point of contact, warping the surrounding space, which seemed on the brink of rupture, as fissures spread throughout the air. Moments later, a muffled thud echoed, and Mingzhu was propelled backward, while the soul mistress remained grounded, gazing coldly at her. Chapter 48, Alliance. In the brief skirmish that had unfolded, Mingzhu's heart sank slightly. In close combat, she found herself utterly outmatched by the soul mistress. Furthermore, the soul mistress's movements were exceedingly enigmatic, her strikes lightning fast and her attacking style exceedingly unpredictable, leaving Mingzhu vulnerable to numerous strikes, nearly falling into the traps set by her foe. Seeing that her consecutive assaults had failed to defeat Mingzhu, the soul mistress furrowed her brow, her eyes darkening as she regarded Mingzhu. I did not expect you to be such a formidable opponent. It seems I cannot vanquish you so easily. As she spoke, the malevolence emanating from the soul mistress intensified, her mesmerizing eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty glint, her dark attire billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, a surge of overwhelming power radiating from her being. Whoosh! With a low exclamation, the soul mistress transformed into a streak of black light, surging toward Mingzhu. Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure. A powerful surge of true energy erupting from her body, coalescing in her palm as a resplendent lotus formed within her grasp. as the lotus blossoms. An aura of pure sanctity radiates forth, and that formidable power instantly coalesces into a tangible form, enveloping her and significantly augmenting her presence. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. What a fearsome aura! How could this lotus possess such terrifying power? This technique, named Blossoming of 100 Flowers, was the first manifestation of Mingzhu harnessing the primordial force of the sacred lotus body. Boom! In an instant, the lotus bloomed, vibrant blossoms unfurling in the air, exuding a pure and sacred essence. This untainted aura stirred a sense of comfort among many present, as if their pores opened wide, causing all worries, sorrows, pains, and negative emotions to vanish in an instant, leaving behind a refreshing sensation. What a terrifying aura! Feeling the emanation from Mingzhu, Han Yangzi's eyes flickered with incredulity. She shuddered and quickly retreated, eager to distance herself from Mingzhu. However, just as she withdrew several meters, a multitude of lotuses blossomed anew, descending upon her like a torrential storm. These lotuses appeared delicate and harmless, yet the moment they unfurled, a powerful pressure enveloped Han Yangzi, rendering her motionless. Unlike ordinary lotuses, these bore sharp edges and emitted a chilling gleam. Should they pierce the skin, the essence would immediately infiltrate, harming bones and tendons. Han Yangzi had not anticipated that Mingzhu possessed such a razor-sharp technique, putting her in peril. Nonetheless, she refused to be outdone. Humph! With a cold snort, she waved her arms, conjuring a pitch-black barrier before her that blocked the onslaught of lotuses. Clang! Clang! A series of piercing collision sounds rang out as the lotuses struck the barrier, producing crisp echoes before shattering into motes of spiritual energy. Witnessing this, Mingzhu's expression darkened. At that moment, Mu Qingyang soared into action, positioning himself protectively behind Mingzhu, his gaze fixed on Han Yangzi with a frigid intensity, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Han Yangzi, you shall not leave today? Heh! A wicked smile curled at the corner of Han Yangzi's lips as she coldly retorted. Dan God, if you had the qualifications to utter such words in the past, you no longer possess that opportunity. With that, she moved like a specter, appearing before Mu Qingyang in an instant. Her delicate alabaster hands, imbued with a wisp of ghostly fire, lunged toward his chest with ferocity. Confronted with Han Yangzi's sudden assault, Mu Qingyang's expression turned grave, his eyes glinting with seriousness. Without hesitation, he extended his palm to meet hers. In the next moment, a resonant clash echoed as a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from where their hands met, sending ripples of powerful force radiating outward, causing the surrounding onlookers to retreat several paces in alarm. Crack! A soft sound followed, and a fissure suddenly appeared in Mu Qingyang's palm, unleashing a torrent of force that propelled his hands apart. A fierce backlash surged from within him, compelling him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. Uft! The internal backlash jolted through him, and Mu Qingyang coughed up blood, his body swaying precariously, his complexion pale as death, clearly gravely injured. Grandpa Mu, are you all right? Mingzhu rushed forward to support him, her concern evident. In response, Mu Qingyang waved his hand, managing a bitter smile. I'm fine, just a minor injury. I won't perish. Though his cultivation level was at the Xian Ascension stage, lingering injuries from years past had diminished his prowess significantly, rendering him incapable of contending with Xian Ascension masters. Had it not been for his possession of the myriad phenomena technique, he would have surely been obliterated by that force. Mengxinghe, let us join forces, Mingzhu declared, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. She turned to the man in the white robe beside her. Mengxinghe said nothing but drew his sword, coldly regarding Han Yangzi, an overwhelming aura emanating as he locked onto her figure. Seeing this, Mingzhu's gaze flickered as she also retrieved a long sword from her spatial ring. Observing the swords in their hands, Han Yangzi's eyes glinted with malice as she stared at the duo. The tips of their swords aligned, emanating a chilling radiance that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, the atmosphere grew extraordinarily tense. Humph! Since you two seek death, I shall grant your wish today. Han Yangzi sneered, brandishing a dagger shrouded in black mist, which she violently slashed toward Mingzhu. Although this black mist appeared weak and insipid, it concealed a terrifying intent to kill. Should one become tainted by it, even a Xian Ascension master would meet a swift demise. Confronted by the onslaught of black mist, Mingzhu's countenance turned grave. Gritting her teeth, she flicked her wrist, sending her sword shooting forth like a streak of light to engage the black mist in battle. Clang! Bang! The two attacks collided midair, producing a series of sharp sounds. Despite its seemingly gentle nature, the black mist harbored a horrifying suction force. Upon contact, Mingzhu's sword light was swiftly engulfed, dissipating into nothingness. Ultimately, she was no match for Han Yangzi's power. With a single strike, she was sent flying 10 paces back, barely managing to steady herself, her pale complexion betraying her fragile state. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already approached within a mere yard of Mingzhu, her dark claws reaching for her head. Whoosh! In that instant, a sword's cry pierced the air as a silvery sword light surged forward, swiftly reaching Xianxia. This silver sword light contained boundless coldness, capable of freezing space itself, instilling dread. Sensing the terrifying chill and sword intent emanating from the silver light, Xianxia's pupils constricted, and she dared not act carelessly. With haste, she retracted her right claw, swiftly evading the silver sword light. Nevertheless, she was still grazed by the blade, a trickle of blood cascading down her arm. As this strike landed, Mingzhu was taken aback. It was none other than the 9th form of the Qinglian sword technique, flowing light. She had not anticipated that Mingxia would wield this technique with such divine mastery, achieving an impeccable execution. Moreover, the power of this strike surpassed the original technique, reaching an entirely new realm, leaving Mingzhu thoroughly astonished. Chapter 49, Retribution. Unwittingly courting death. As she felt the pain radiating from her injured hand, the spirit lady's expression darkened, her gaze piercing with icy intensity. A tremendous aura surged forth from her, sweeping ominously towards Mingzhu. Boom! A colossal wave of energy rippled outward, causing the very air around them to tremble, with tiny fissures rapidly spreading across the ground. Both Mingzhu and Mingxia were forced back several steps, crimson blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Hee, do you truly believe that such meager skills can thwart my actions? The spirit lady coldly surveyed Mingzhu, declaring, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails." With a furious shout, she launched herself at Mingzhu like a bolt of lightning. Mingzhu, taken aback by the oncoming assault, steeled herself and transformed her sword into a flurry of over 100 glimmering sword lights, meeting the spirit lady's attack head-on. Clang! Clang! The air was filled with the jarring sounds of their fierce collision, sparks flying as the fierce sword energy collided with the spirit lady's dark mist, producing a cacophony of shrill friction. Their elegant forms danced through the air with breathtaking speed, and for a moment, it seemed they were evenly matched. Mere trifles. The spirit lady scoffed, her dagger lunging once more towards Mingzhu. As the dagger came hurtling towards her, Mingzhu parried with her sword while retreating. Simultaneously, Mingxia began to wield his sword with fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the spirit lady, forcing her to halt and engage in a fierce struggle with him. In that moment, Mingzhu and Mingxia exhibited a seamless coordination, unleashing a relentless barrage of terrifying sword energy that pushed the spirit lady back several steps, each time narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, she possessed a peculiar footwork that allowed her to barely withstand their onslaught, avoiding imminent peril. Damn it! How can such terrifying sword techniques exist? The spirit lady's expression soured as she glared at Mingxia, cursing internally. Despite her strange footwork, she found it increasingly difficult to defend against the sharpness of the sword energy, and she was forced to retreat step by step, feeling the pressure of Mingxia closing in. At that moment, Mingxia abruptly ceased his attack, stamping his feet against the ground with tremendous force and charging forward at an astonishing speed. A wave of formidable energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire being. As he raced towards her, the spirit lady furrowed her brow, a sense of inexplicable dread creeping into her heart, an ominous premonition that tightened her chest. However, she was not an ordinary foe. Despite her unease, a cold smile remained on her lips. With a flick of her fingers, she launched a black elixir that transformed mid-air into a dark sphere, morphing into a skeletal figure that lunged menacingly towards Mingzhu. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the black skeleton collided with the silvery sword energy, creating a mushroom cloud that obscured the sky, blinding everyone present. As the smoke cleared, figures emerged gracefully, landing on the ground. It was Mingxia, Mingzhu, and the spirit lady. Gazing at Mingzhu through the dissipating smoke, the spirit lady's expression darkened like a stormy sky, her eyes glinting with malice as she ominously declared, "You from the Yi family truly possess remarkable luck." Managing to evade once more. With that, she surged forward again, her dagger morphing into a lethal stream of sword energy aimed directly at Mingzhu. Mingzhu's expression hardened. If this continued, she would surely exhaust her vital energy before a victor emerged. She could not afford to delay further, or she would find herself in dire straits. Resolving herself, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she swung her sword downward, unleashing a dazzling sword energy that cleaved through the air. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air, sparks flying as the sword energy met the dagger, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, startling all who witnessed it. Mengxingha, why do you linger? Yi Mingzhu urged, casting a glance at him. Flowing clouds over peaks. The man in the white robe swiftly infused pure spiritual energy into his sword. In the next instant, Mengxingha's sword traced an arc of profound mystery, its tip erupting with radiant blue light as a terrifying sword energy surged forth, charging towards the spirit lady with unstoppable force. Feeling the chilling pressure, the spirit lady's expression shifted, and she hastily brandished her dagger to counter Mengxingha's sword energy, engaging in a fierce clash that produced a series of metallic collisions. At that moment, a sly smile crept onto Yi Mingzhu's lips. Seizing the opportunity while the spirit lady was preoccupied with Mengxingha, she unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at her. All things returned to the void. With a commanding shout, a colossal phantom handprint suddenly manifested from Yi Mingzhu's palm. Crashing down upon the spirit lady, caught off guard by the immense handprint, the spirit lady felt as though the world around her had slowed, and time itself seemed to stretch. Not good. An illusion. She realized too late. Thud. The handprint struck her with tremendous force, a muffled sound echoing as blood erupted from her mouth. Simultaneously, a brilliant sword energy shot forth from Mengxingha, piercing through her right shoulder. Ah! A shrill cry escaped her lips, a searing pain coursing through her body. As the echoes faded, two swords were pressed against her pale neck. Without hesitation, Yi Mingzhu executed a technique that invaded her dantian, wreaking havoc within her internal energy and leaving her in excruciating torment. Witnessing this brutal scene, the onlookers gasped in shock, while only Yi Wanwan and Lu Zhihua displayed a glimmer of joy at the prospect of vengeance. Spirit lady, you reap what you sow. Did you ever imagine that one day you would be reduced to this? Yi Mingzhu taunted, her expression laced with mockery. In response, the spirit lady's face shifted between rage and despair, her body trembling violently, consumed by an overwhelming fury, her eyes ablaze with a fierce fire. Yi Mingzhu, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Your entire clan will soon meet their demise. She hissed through gritted teeth, locking her gaze onto Yi Mingzhu. You will be the first to perish, Yi Mingzhu declared with a cold smirk. Without heeding the gazes of those around her, she seized the ghost lady and descended into the dungeon below. The three disciples, upon seeing Yi Mingzhu again, were immediately struck with fear, especially upon noticing the captive in her grasp. The dungeon was remarkably soundproof and situated a considerable distance from the main courtyard, leaving them oblivious to the recent battles that had transpired within the Qingxian sect. What do you intend to do, Yi Mingzhu? The ghost lady exclaimed in panic as she found herself shackled to the iron restraints. Haven't you always desired for us to pay the price? Now, I shall grant you the opportunity to experience firsthand the torment of being imprisoned in a dungeon and lashed. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Yi Mingzhu's face. With that, she produced a crimson whip from her storage ring. Crack! Without an ounce of mercy, the whip lashed out, striking the ghost lady's face with ferocity, leaving a vivid red mark that contorted her features in agony. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the dungeon as the ghost lady wailed. Her beautiful eyes filled with vengeful light, fixating hatefully on Yi Mingzhu, wishing nothing more than to rend her to pieces. You wretched creature, I will kill you. The ghost lady shrieked furiously, her cheeks flushed with rage, her eyes blazing as if a volcano were about to erupt. She could hardly fathom that a branch leader of the Soul Clan would one day be imprisoned and whipped. It was an utter humiliation. Yi Mingzhu regarded the thrashing ghost lady with a mocking expression, her lips curling into a frosty smile as she swung her arm once more, delivering another brutal lash. Crack! Crack! Each strike tore into the ghost lady's skin, leaving a trail of wounds across her body. Yi Mingzhu, if you have the guts, kill me. The ghost lady screamed in hysteria, her eyes filled with venomous rage directed at Yi Mingzhu. To kill you would only be granting you a mercy you do not deserve. Yi Mingzhu retorted with a cold laugh. No sooner had she finished speaking than another whip struck the ghost lady with brutal force. Crack! Each lash was heavy, each stroke breaking flesh and drawing blood. The ghost lady's cries of agony resonated throughout the dungeon. As Yi Mingzhu relentlessly continued to strike, the scene became increasingly horrific. With the ghost lady drenched in blood, a sight too ghastly to behold. The expressions of the three Qingxian sect disciples turned pale as they watched, some even turning away, unable to bear the sight. Yet, rather than feeling sympathy, they experienced an exhilarating sense of vindication, relishing the spectacle of her comeuppance. After all, who among them had not suffered at her hands? Witnessing her receive retribution brought them immense satisfaction. Following her grim task, Yi Mingzhu exited the dungeon, returning to the courtyard where many had already dispersed. Have you seen senior brother Lu Yuan? Lu Zhihua inquired anxiously. Despite her frantic search throughout the Qingxian sect, she had failed to find Lu Yuan, which filled her with dread. The remaining disciples shook their heads, and Yi Mingzhu followed suit. Perhaps he has already left the Qingxian sect, she comforted, noting her distress. Child, this place is no longer safe. We should depart swiftly. Mu Qingyang suddenly suggested to Yi Mingzhu. She nodded in agreement, but before leaving, she cast a glance at Zhao Mingxuan's location, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed ominously in everyone's ears. You believe that after killing our elder, the Qingxian sect can be entered and exited at will? The voice was as frigid as ancient ice, sending shivers down their spines. Yi Mingzhu and the others instinctively turned to see a frail old man clad in black, hands folded behind his back, slowly entering from outside the courtyard. His cold gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Yi Mingzhu, a sinister smile creeping across his shadowy face. This man was none other than the revered elder of the Qingxian sect, Mingwu, the most formidable presence within the sect. Typically, the Grand Elder would only emerge in dire circumstances, yet today he had appeared, seemingly with a purpose directed at Yi Mingzhu. This unexpected encounter caused Yi Mingzhu's brow to furrow, a sense of foreboding rising within her. As he appeared, the disciples who had previously departed quickly regrouped. Yet the sect leader, Meng Xinghe, was conspicuously absent. Meng Wu's gaze fixated on Yi Mingzhu, his expression growing increasingly sinister, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Before he could speak, Mu Qingyang stepped protectively in front of Yi Mingzhu, frowning as he addressed Meng Wu. Elder Meng, what do you intend to do? Mu Qingyang, today's events were instigated by you. You even murdered Elder Feng. Do you think the Qingxian sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? Meng Wu's eyes bore into Mu Qingyang with a menacing glare, laced with a palpable intent to kill. Hearing Meng Wu's threatening words, Mu Qingyang's brow knitted in concern as he replied coldly, what do you intend to do? He had resolved to protect Yi Mingzhu at all costs. Her safety was the hope of the entire Yi family. Nothing must go awry. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Meng Wu's gaze intensified. Mu Qingyang, are you truly willing to shield Yi Mingzhu? I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I will not spare you either. Mu Qingyang's expression darkened further. His eyes fixed firmly on Meng Wu, resolute in his determination to protect Yi Mingzhu. Witnessing this, a cruel smile crossed Meng Wu's face as he ominously warned. Do you understand that by opposing the Qingxian sect, you are inviting dire consequences? His icy gaze shifted toward Yi Mingzhu, revealing a brutal intent that left no room for doubt. He could not fathom that they would be unable to deal with a mere Yi Mingzhu. Mu Qingyang's expression hardened at Meng Wu's words. You need not threaten me, Meng Wu. If the Qingxian sect wishes to act against me, I will stand my ground. Even if I perish, I will protect this girl for a lifetime. His countenance was grim, eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. Seeing this, Meng Wu's brow furrowed in contemplation, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If that is your stance, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, his gaze sharpened, and a fierce sword aura erupted from within him, enveloping both Mu Qingyang and Yi Mingzhu in an instant. Feeling the oppressive energy of Meng Wu's sword aura, Yi Mingzhu's pupils constricted slightly. A sense of extreme danger washed over her as the aura emanated an ominous threat, instilling a deep sense of dread. This overwhelming feeling of peril signified that the elder before her was an extraordinarily formidable opponent. Her heart was already filled with dread, never expecting that the Qingxian sect would dispatch such a formidable expert to oversee the situation. This individual had reached the initial stage of the transformation realm, truly a force to be reckoned with. Quickly, you must flee, Mu Qingyang exclaimed gravely, his gaze scanning the surroundings as he shouted at Yi Mingzhu. His voice carried a tinge of tragic urgency. Although he was at the Xian Ascension stage, he was far inferior to Meng Wu. If it came to a life-or-death struggle, he knew he would stand no chance against Meng Wu, and they would surely perish at his hands. His own demise mattered little. What he lamented was the fate of Yi Mingzhu. You must go. I will hold them off, Mu Qingyang shouted once more. No sooner had the words left his lips than he propelled himself towards Meng Wu with great speed. Upon seeing Mu Qingyang charge at him, Meng Wu's face contorted into a smirk, followed by a disdainful snort as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of surging true energy directed at Mu Qingyang. Sensing the impending danger, Mu Qingyang swiftly evaded the horrific assault. Just as Meng Wu prepared to strike again, a resounding clamor suddenly erupted from outside the Qingxian sect. Almost immediately, a distinct mewing sound pierced the air. Meow. Hearing that familiar sound, Yi Mingzhu's face lit up with joy. It was Xiaobai? How dare anyone threaten my master? I shall annihilate their entire lineage. A thunderous roar emanated from the entrance of the Qingxian sect, where Xiaobai appeared, flanked by a motley crew of companions. The first to catch the eye was a large panda with a black and white coat, upon whose head stood a proud figure, Xiaobai. Flanking them were nearly 100 spirit beasts, completely encircling the entrance of the Qingxian sect. What shocked everyone was not merely their numbers, but the overwhelming aura emanating from several of the beasts. The black and white bear was a 7th-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a human at the divine separation stage, while the seemingly inconspicuous white kitten was a 6th-tier spirit beast. Surrounding them were several 5th-tier beasts providing support. This formidable assembly was more than sufficient to dominate a region, and could even lay claim to the Northern Isle. Most astonishing, aside from the might of Xiaobai and the bear, were the extraordinary spirit beasts of exceptional attributes accompanying them. Among them were 4 flame lions at the 4th-tier level, 4 frost giants at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, and 2 5th-tier fire cloud eagles. Each of these beasts possessed remarkable combat prowess, particularly the fire cloud eagle, whose scorching temperature radiated like a sea of flames, transforming the surrounding air into something akin to molten lava. Observing this formidable gathering of spirit beasts, Mingzhu's expression shifted to one of trepidation, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. At that moment, Xiaobai and the spirit beasts advanced. Their overwhelming presence was enough to crush the disciples of the Qingxian sect. If each beast were to unleash a fireball, it could easily topple the grand Qingxian sect. Meow, old man, what were you just attempting? Xiaobai's bright blue eyes suddenly sparked with intensity, coldly fixing Mingzhu with a murderous glare. Seeing Xiaobai's fierce demeanor, Mingzhu stumbled back a few steps, fear evident in his eyes as he stammered, I meant no harm. After uttering those words, his aged face flushed crimson. A dignified elder of the sect, a powerful figure at the transformation realm, had been frightened to such a degree by a mere assembly of spirit beasts. This is utterly absurd. Mingzhu's mind erupted in indignation. He felt as though he had never experienced such humiliation in his life. This was an unparalleled disgrace. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for them, and thus could only endure in silent frustration. Chapter 51, Meeting the Ancestor. Xiaobai, how did you manage to gather so many friends? Along the way, Mingzhu asked curiously. Xiaobai chuckled and replied, Master, it's all thanks to the bear's might. Who would dare ignore its roar? Mingzhu was somewhat speechless. Soon, amid laughter and chatter, they returned to the thoughtful cliff. The spirit beasts were then dismissed by Xiaobai, and Mingzhu felt immense gratitude towards them. Without their intervention, it would have been exceedingly difficult to escape the Qingxian sect. Near the thoughtful cliff, Lu Zhuruo gazed at Mingzhu with reluctance. Sister Yi, I must take my leave. I wish to find Brother Lu. With no place left to call home, her Dantian destroyed, unable to return to the Qingxian sect, and with the Mingzhu Valley disbanded, she found herself adrift, uncertain of what to do. Mingzhu, unable to provide much assistance, had tried to help Lu Zhuruo and Yi Wanwan restore their Dantian, but unfortunately, the Hunyuan True Qi was ineffective. The Lotus Holy Body was indeed useful, but it could not be transferred. Take care on your journey. Mingzhu sighed and gently patted Lu Zhuruo's shoulder. Lu Zhuruo smiled faintly before turning to leave Qingqing Mountain. Watching her retreating figure, Mingzhu felt a sense of melancholy wash over her. This parting left her uncertain when they might meet again, or if they ever would. With a soft sigh, Mingzhu made her way alone to the valley behind the mountain. Beneath a waterfall, Mingzhu plunged into a serene lake. The cool, refreshing water enveloped her, cleansing her pores and bringing extraordinary comfort. As she soaked, warmth spread throughout her body, alleviating her pain, while her previously tormented meridians began to heal, leaving her spirit increasingly rejuvenated. Feeling her condition improve, a gentle smile graced Mingzhu's lips. After some time in the lake, she slowly emerged, her clothes clinging to her form. Her figure was graceful and alluring, the damp fabric accentuating her curves and hinting at her enticing silhouette. A faint blush adorned her fair skin, enhancing her allure. After a while, Mingzhu retrieved a clean set of clothes from her storage ring and changed, stepping to the cave entrance and gazing at the expansive, azure lake before her. Suddenly, her heart felt tranquil. Reflecting on the day's events, she realized how impulsive she had been. Without the assistance of Grandpa Mu and Xiaobai's timely support, escaping from the Qingxian sect would have been nearly impossible. As for that so-called Meng Lang, it was merely a fleeting dream. With a faint smile, Mingzhu donned a veil and conical hat and ascended the mountain peak. The fatigue that had weighed upon her had nearly dissipated, and her spirits were considerably lifted. Half an hour later, Mingzhu arrived at the summit of Qingqing Mountain, preparing to summon her sword, the Moonlight. She suddenly remembered she had already returned it to its owner. Their paths had diverged. Subsequently, she took out a green blade from her storage ring and began her sword practice. Today, the Qinglian sword technique demonstrated by Meng Xinghe had imparted new insights to her understanding. Recalling those movements, a smile graced Mingzhu's lips. Though the Qinglian sword technique is renowned as the most formidable martial art of the Qingxian sect, it does not reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. Over the years, she has immersed herself in the study of various sword techniques. yielding substantial rewards. She has diligently researched numerous ancestral martial arts manuals, and now possesses a considerable mastery of the techniques passed down by her forebears, rendering her unafraid even in the face of skilled adversaries. However, the utmost priority now lies in refining her practice of the Qing Lian sword technique to a greater level of proficiency. As her strength has grown, so too has her vital energy, allowing her to execute the techniques of the Qing Lian sword with increasing finesse. Presently, she has fully mastered 13 forms of the Qing Lian sword technique, though she refrains from employing them lightly. During today's battle, Mingzhu has restrained her swordplay, opting instead to utilize techniques from other sections. As for the Xiantian palm, its potency is overwhelmingly fierce and exhausts vital energy excessively. At this point, Mingzhu has only practiced it to the 5th form. At this moment, Mingzhu once again grasped the Qing Feng sword and commenced her practice of the Qing Lian sword technique. Bang, bang, bang. Upon reaching the 6th form, the sword in Mingzhu's hand shimmered with light, emitting a series of sharp, whooshing sounds, each stroke sending forth splashes of water. The sword light crisscrossed like a delicate rain falling from the sky, dense as a tempest. Within the brilliance of the sword light, there were glimmers of silver, akin to snowflakes blooming in the heavens. A cascade of dazzling radiance illuminated the world around her. These silvery beams flowed like silk, tracing magnificent arcs in Mingzhu's grip, forming a breathtaking and resplendent web of swordplay. Each movement encapsulated a unique aesthetic. As the sword light flickered and intertwined, upon completing the 10th form, Mingzhu suddenly lifted the Qing Feng sword, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, within that circle, streams of sword light coalesced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen beams of sword light, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, shot forth like a multitude of meteors, striking the surrounding foliage. And a sturdy tree was instantly cleaved in two. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the thicket was ravaged, stones flying in disarray. This display of sword light seemed to possess far greater power than when she had just mastered it. Gazing at the wreckage of the underbrush, Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing her face. This technique was none other than the 11th form of the Qing Lian sword technique, known as falling stars. It also represented the long-lost portion of the Qingxian sect. Next, Mingzhu proceeded to practice the 12th form. With an upward sweep of her arm, radiant beams of sword light erupted from the Qing Feng sword, resembling a shower of blooming fireworks, splendid and captivating. Whoosh, crack. As Mingzhu moved, the unleashed sword lights transformed in midair into slender, sharp blades, slicing through the vegetation around her. Each blade possessed the capability to sever gold and iron, incredibly sharp. This technique was the 12th form of the Qing Lian sword technique, known as 3 flowers gather at the crown. As for the 13th form, it stands as the most powerful strike of the Qing Lian sword technique. This move is called the blooming Qing Lian, the sword light sword, akin to the furious blossoming of the Qing Lian, unfurling in all its glory. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 13 beams of sword light formed a colossal vortex, wildly spinning and shredding all obstructing flora to pieces. Crack, crack. Ancient trees, sturdy and tall, fell to the ground in an instant. In a fleeting moment, the entire grove was reduced to flatland. Observing the scattered remnants, Mingzhu felt a tremor of shock. The power of this technique surpassed her previous swordsmanship by leaps and bounds. Should she unleash her full potential, its might would undoubtedly escalate further. Just as Mingzhu prepared to practice the Xiantian palm, a somewhat familiar voice unexpectedly echoed nearby. Ancestor. Turning toward the sound, Mingzhu beheld Zhao Mingxian standing not far away, his gaze burning with intensity. His former lofty demeanor utterly vanished, replaced by an unmistakable excitement etched on his face. Before Mingzhu could react, Zhao Mingxian hurriedly approached her, dropping to his knees with the eagerness of a devoted dog, and spoke with utmost reverence. Zhao Mingxian, the 38th chief disciple of the Qingxian sect, pays homage to the Ancestor. His voice was resounding and filled with conviction. Mingzhu found herself momentarily stupefied, standing frozen in place, at a loss for words. To think that in his lifetime, Zhao Mingxian would encounter the Ancestor amidst the mountains. Truly, a fortuitous encounter. Disciple bows again before the Ancestor, he exclaimed, punctuating his words with 3 respectful bows. Ancestor, your swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. Your techniques are remarkable, and I am in complete awe. You are the pride of our Qingxian sect. Zhao Mingxian spoke in a flurry of excitement, his words tumbling over one another. The earlier display of sword techniques had left him utterly mesmerized. Ancestor, you may not yet know that within our sect, the Qing Lian sword technique only comprises 10 forms, with the mightiest 3 having long been lost. Just now, Witnessing you unleash those 3 techniques, their power was nothing short of devastating. Zhao Mingxian continued. If you would be willing to instruct me in those final 3 forms, I shall ensure the glory of our sect. Alas, I shan't hide anything from you, Ancestor. Just today, my former fiancé, consumed by resentment over our broken engagement, has yet to release her hold on me after 3 years. Today, she forcibly intruded into our Xianxian sect, injuring several disciples and proving a match even for the elders. I, too, fought with all my might, but alas, my incomplete swordsmanship rendered me powerless against her. If I could master the final 3 forms of the Qing Lian sword technique, I assure you, no one would dare challenge the Xianxian sect henceforth. Upon hearing this last proclamation, a chill swept over Yi Mingzhu's beautiful face, and she nearly struck him in exasperation. Nevertheless, she restrained herself, allowing a teasing smile to play at the corners of her lips. Raising the Qing foam sword, she unleashed a few sword energies toward the stone wall before her. With a resounding crash, several clear characters were etched into the stone surface. Upon seeing these characters, Zhao Mingxian, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly bowed before Yi Mingzhu. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this task. His earnestness nearly caused Yi Mingzhu to burst into laughter. To maintain her disguise, she feigned a profound cough and inscribed 2 additional characters upon the stone wall before soaring away. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxian, blissfully oblivious, set off to complete his task, likely facing considerable peril. In the ensuing days, Yi Mingzhu spent each day at the reflective cliff until the 5th day, when she felt the threshold of the Xianxiang stage drawing near. She then summoned Xiao Bai and ventured to a secluded location, preparing for her breakthrough. This place lay to the west of the entire Qingcheng mountain. The terrain here was steep, and the mountain harbored numerous treasures of heaven and earth, even housing a few spiritual herbs. Finding a small cave, she instructed Xiao Bai to guard her, and sat cross-legged to commence her cultivation, entering a state of seclusion. A torrent of intense spiritual energy surged into her body, converging in her dantian and gradually transforming into a pure essence of spiritual power, condensing and evolving. As her dantian solidified, waves of surging force collided within her, continuously merging to form a new strength. This burgeoning power ultimately coalesced within Yi Mingzhu's nascent soul. In that very moment, Yi Mingzhu's nascent soul underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from its previous palm-sized form into something far more refined and exquisite. At this juncture, the exterior of the nascent soul became increasingly luminous, resembling a glass orb that emanated a delicate spectrum of colors, translucent and imbued with an air of mysterious charm. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Mingzhu swiftly retrieved a piece of celestial-grade spiritual jade from her spatial ring to absorb its essence. A resonant hum filled the air as a rich aura of spiritual energy surged from the jade, swiftly cascading towards the nascent soul, which absorbed it into her being. Yi Mingzhu's nascent soul ravenously devoured the energy contained within the jade, continually expanding in power, and as it grew, a vibrant halo of myriad colors gradually coalesced around it, resembling ripples in water, incessantly encircling her. This state persisted for several hours until, in a final moment of brilliance, a blinding white light flashed, and Yi Mingzhu finally opened her eyes. An exceedingly profound sensation enveloped her. She felt as though she were the sovereign of the world, with both the celestial laws and all living things compelled to adhere to her will, granting her the ability to wield control over everything. This was a realm of profound mystery, a manifestation of immense power. With but a flick of her hand, she could obliterate an expanse of land. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Mingzhu opened her eyes, a smile of joy illuminating her face. Though the distinction between the great perfection of the nascent soul and the initial stage of the profound ascension was but a fine line, in reality, it represented a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. Upon reaching the profound ascension stage, she not only possessed formidable prowess, but could also manipulate the natural forces of thunder, lightning, flames, and storms. Furthermore, the strength of the profound ascension stage not only boasted earth-shattering capabilities, but also enabled communication with the cosmos, allowing her to draw upon the powers of heaven and earth, thereby elevating her combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Her combat ability had surged tenfold compared to when she had first entered the nascent soul stage, marking a qualitative metamorphosis, more stable and robust. Naturally, such a transformation brought Yi Mingzhu immense joy. Now, even in the face of peak martial artists in the late profound ascension stage, she felt she possessed the strength to contend. A confident smile graced her visage as the night swiftly passed in the cave. As noon approached the following day, Yi Mingzhu and Xiao Bai prepared to descend the mountain, but were unexpectedly confronted by a descendant of the Yi family. Noticing his frantic demeanor, Yi Mingzhu hurriedly followed, inquiring, "Brother Yi Hao, what troubles you?" Upon seeing Yi Mingzhu, the man's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Sister Yi, it's dire news. Manager Mu has been captured." "What?" Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted dramatically. Grandfather Mu had been seized. How could this be? Even if he bore old wounds, he was undeniably a formidable expert in the profound ascension stage. What sort of person could possibly capture him? "Did you see clearly? Who took him?" Yi Mingzhu asked, astonishment evident in her tone. "It was a woman, and she appeared quite young. She had 2 attendants with her," he replied hastily. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. If even Grandfather Mu could be taken, the strength of the assailants must be terrifying. "Are you certain he was captured against his will? Or did he willingly accompany her?" Yi Mingzhu inquired again. "I am certain. I witnessed with my own eyes as the woman released a cloud of poisonous smoke, causing Manager Mu to faint, and he was swiftly taken away." Suddenly, a figure flashed through Yi Mingzhu's mind. This individual was Guoshuanger, Grandfather Mu's disciple. On that day at Qingxian Sect, she had overheard conversations between Grandfather Mu and several elders. It was Guoshuanger who had conspired with others to injure Grandfather Mu. Now, she had abducted him. What could her intentions possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Mingzhu resolved to investigate further. Once she confirmed the direction, she and Xiao Bai hastened onward. With Xiao Bai's assistance, they should swiftly locate Grandfather Mu's whereabouts, approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later. Following the indicated direction, Yi Mingzhu and Xiao Bai neared a bustling marketplace. "What is the situation, Xiao Bai? Have you detected anything?" Yi Mingzhu inquired eagerly. Xiao Bai's feline ears twitched, and after sniffing the air a couple of times, its azure eyes suddenly fixed on the center of the marketplace, declaring, "It's over there." It raised its paw, pointing toward the grand signboard of the Wanxiang Tower. Yi Mingzhu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Why here? Of all places. Chapter 53, The Eerie Wanxiang Tower. The establishment known as Wanxiang Tower was one of the largest pleasure houses in the area, primarily catering to the affluent and powerful, offering companionship from exquisite maidens. While some might deem such a place unsavory, it did not deter wealthy young lords from seeking merriment within its walls. It was said that the ladies here were breathtakingly beautiful and untouched, coveted by all wealthy families and formidable individuals alike. "Let us proceed and take a look." Yi Mingzhu sighed, reluctantly making her way toward the Wanxiang Tower. The structure rose 4 stories high, sprawling and adorned in opulent gold and brilliant decorations, with bright lights illuminating its bustling interiors. As soon as Yi Mingzhu and Xiao Bai touched down, they instantly attracted the attention of the crowd, particularly after the sight of Yi Mingzhu in her attire, which sparked glimmers of greed in the eyes of onlookers. Clad in a gown as white as snow, her figure was graceful and enchanting. Her skin was like delicate jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, accentuating her fair complexion. Such an ethereal beauty, adorned in such alluring attire, could undoubtedly ensnare countless hearts, especially with her captivating eyes, more radiant than the moon above, and her gently upturned lips exuding an intoxicating allure, reminiscent of a glimmering ruby that dazzled the eyes. In an instant, a multitude of men were spellbound, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with admiration. This woman was a divine gift, a delectable treat bestowed upon them by the heavens, and they felt fortunate to witness and perhaps indulge in the presence of such a stunning beauty. Yi Mingzhu, aware of the gazes upon her, felt her cheeks heat up, yet she paid them no mind. The enhancement of her abilities had not only improved her strength, but also her demeanor and skin. And with the effects of the Azure Tides Rising technique, it was only natural that ordinary individuals perceived her as a celestial being. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu strode directly toward the main hall of the Wanxiang Tower, drawing the attention of all present. Dressed in her immaculate white robes, she appeared ethereal and otherworldly, like a celestial maiden who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. Heavens, that girl is too beautiful. She seems to have stepped out of a painting. Indeed, she is exquisite. I can hardly bear to look directly at her. If I could one day marry such a stunning beauty, I would gladly welcome death. Surrounding men whispered in fervent discussion, their gazes ablaze with desire. Who is she? I have never seen a girl of such beauty before. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Could she be the daughter of a prominent family from a hidden sect? Who knows? In an instant, speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Yi Mingzhu paid no heed to their chatter as she confidently made her way deeper into the hall. For the common folk, the grace and beauty of cultivators are indeed unparalleled. However, for the vast majority of practitioners, their focus lies not on external appearances, but rather on the cultivation of spiritual energy, its intensity rather than superficiality. Thus, they are not overly preoccupied with aesthetics. Yi Mingzhu and Xiao Bai approached the front desk of the Wanxiang Tower. Upon noticing them, The guard quickly inquired with utmost respect, "Miss, are you here to purchase something or seek other services?" "To purchase," Mingzhu replied dismissively, retrieving a mid-grade spirit stone from her spatial ring and handing it to the guard. "Very well, please wait a moment," the guard said courteously as he accepted the spirit stone, although he did not recognize Mingzhu. Her elegant white attire and the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist suggested a person of considerable status. Moreover, her noble demeanor further indicated that she was not of ordinary background, which compelled the guard to treat her with utmost deference. After a brief wait, a burly man clad in a red robe, sporting a handlebar mustache and possessing a somewhat unsavory appearance, approached them. This man, named Sun Hu, was the general manager of Wanxiang Tower. Having reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, he cast several glances at Mingzhu, observing her youthful, ethereal charm and striking beauty, which stirred inappropriate thoughts within him. He licked his thick lips and grinned. "My dear lady, may I inquire from whence you hail?" "Wanxiang Tower is the most luxurious establishment in the vicinity. I am looking for someone." "Have you seen an elderly man with a goatee?" Mingzhu replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Sun Hu. Upon hearing her question, Sun Hu furrowed his brow in concentration, rummaging through his memories but yielding no results, evidently. He had not heard of any frail old man with a goatee. Mingzhu's brow knitted slightly in concern. Could it be that Grandpa Mu is not here? "Xiaobai, are you certain this is the place?" she asked. "Absolutely, it must be Wanxiang Tower," Xiaobai affirmed with a nod. "Let us check the second floor." "All right," Mingzhu agreed, following Xiaobai up the stairs. As they departed, Sun Hu, seemingly reluctant for reasons unknown, cast a lingering glance at Mingzhu but did not pursue them further. The second floor was even more opulent, with lavishly furnished rooms and walls adorned with exquisite paintings and books, all of considerable value. Furthermore, the second floor was fortified with arrays and restrictions, ensuring that even Golden Core experts could not trespass at will. Mingzhu gazed at this luxurious level, inwardly astonished. Wanxiang Tower was indeed more extravagant than a royal palace. Within this establishment, not only were there male patrons, but an array of enchanting beauties, each exuding allure and seduction. It was truly a paradise for romantic encounters. As Mingzhu was about to head towards a private room on the second floor, she noticed two scantily clad maidens at the staircase entrance, seemingly engaged in luring customers. Both young women were strikingly beautiful, yet they exuded an overtly provocative demeanor. A strong scent of perfume wafted toward Mingzhu, prompting her to wrinkle her nose slightly. "Oh dear, what delightful offerings do we have today? Do share, so I may indulge," exclaimed a portly man in a red robe, grasping one of the flirtatious maidens. The maiden, upon noticing, shot him a coy glare and playfully retorted, "Oh, you naughty man. I am but an innocent soul. How could I possibly entertain other men?" With that, she turned her gaze toward Mingzhu, offering a flirtatious smile. "Are you new here, dear lady?" Mingzhu frowned, choosing to ignore her. The maiden appeared surprised by the lack of response, but quickly regained her composure, swaying her hips as she returned to enticing other patrons. Mingzhu cast a disapproving glance at the two maidens, suppressing a scoff. She surveyed the second floor, noting that every private room was occupied, with doors and windows securely closed. Shaking her head slightly, she felt a flicker of disappointment. If Grandpa Mu were present, Xiaobai would have sensed him by now. Just as Mingzhu was about to leave in disappointment, a tall, refined young man emerged from a room around the corner on the second floor, clad in a gray long robe and holding a cup of tea. He moved with a grace and steadiness that suggested exceptional skill. Upon seeing him, Mingzhu experienced an inexplicable sensation, a strange feeling that she could not quite articulate. "Meow? Master, I can smell Grandpa Mu's presence distinctly. He is on the second floor," Xiaobai exclaimed, having detected the familiar scent. Mingzhu's attention snapped back to the second floor, and as she caught sight of the youth in green attire, his tall, handsome figure smiling and nodding at her, a look of confusion crossed her face. Without further thought, she and Xiaobai quickly made their way towards the source of the scent. Finally, Xiaobai halted at the door of a room at the corner, saying, "Meow, master. I can smell him. It's in here, let us hurry." With that, Xiaobai pushed open the door, but as soon as he took a couple of steps inside, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Observing the smoke within the room, Mingzhu's expression darkened. Fortunately, her lotus flower's sacred body rendered her immune to toxins, or she might have fallen victim in such a trivial setting. Moreover, she sensed that the smoke was no ordinary substance. Unsure of what these individuals were up to, she decided to play along. With that thought, Mingzhu feigned a headache and collapsed beside Xiaobai. While pretending to faint, she discreetly administered an antidote pill to him. Seizing the moment before anyone arrived, she used her spiritual sense to quietly assess the situation in the room. Inside, there was nothing but a table and a stool, void of any other embellishments. as if the room were entirely uninhabited. In the center of the room sat a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, who had evidently just entered. It seemed the smoke was undoubtedly linked to him. At that moment, the middle-aged man gazed at Mingzhu, his eyes gleaming with lewdness and a hint of greed. Satisfied with the sight before him, he nodded approvingly and slowly approached Mingzhu, extending his coarse fingers to gently caress her cheek. What a stunning visage. No wonder so many men vie for your attention, he mused, his hands roaming as he praised her beauty. Mingzhu frowned at his words, but in order to discern their intentions, she decided to endure for a few more moments. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, scanning Mingzhu's form with unabashed lust. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Mingzhu suddenly opened her eyes wide, and in that instant, a brilliant, captivating glow emanated from her gaze. The next moment, she sprang into action, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man was about to caress Mingzhu's cheek when she suddenly opened her eyes, startling him into taking 2 hurried steps back. However, Mingzhu's movements were too swift. As he retreated, she closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending him crashing against the wall, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. Before he could rise, Xiaobai had already regained consciousness, leaping onto his belly and threatening, "Where have you imprisoned old Mu?" "What old Mu? I know nothing." The middle-aged man, intimidated by Xiaobai's fierce demeanor and the fact that he could speak, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "How can you say you don't know?" Xiaobai bellowed, undeterred by the man's denial. No, I truly have no idea," the man cried, his face a mask of despair. Mingzhu rolled her eyes in exasperation. This fellow was clearly just a frivolous lecher, and Xiaobai was earnestly threatening him. After expelling the man, Xiaobai suddenly remarked, "I can sense a presence in this area. It's strange that there's nothing here. Could it be that Grandpa Mu hasn't arrived?" Mingzhu also surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of him. "Master, the atmosphere in this room is quite peculiar. It would be wise not to wander about recklessly," Xiaobai warned, his gaze darting around warily. Mingzhu felt an odd sensation as well. She trusted Xiaobai's keen sense of smell, believing there had to be something amiss. If there was a problem, it could only be with the room itself. At that moment, Mingzhu sat cross-legged and began to expand her mental energy, ultimately enveloping the entirety of Wanxiang building. Yet she still found no trace of Grandpa Mu. What puzzled her further was that during her earlier scan, the refined young man had actually smiled at her, as if he had detected her probing with mental energy. "Meow? I understand now," Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "My sense of smell is infallible. Grandpa Mu must be in this room. But he is in a space separate from ours, which is why we cannot find him. However, I am certain he is here. What should we do?" Mingzhu found Xiaobai's reasoning compelling, yet she had never truly attempted to breach a space and feared making too much noise. "Meow? Right now? Grandpa Mu's aura is stable, indicating he is merely being restrained and is not in immediate danger. You can try using the Tai Chi seal to absorb this space," Xiaobai advised. "All right," Mingzhu affirmed. She then placed her left palm on the table before her and slowly closed her eyes. Subsequently, she executed the Tai Chi seal, causing the enormous yin-yang symbol to spin endlessly in her palm. With her arm taut, Mingzhu directed her palm towards the enigmatic space. Instantly, a formidable suction force erupted from her palm. At that moment, the space before her began to tremble violently. Moments later, faint cracking sounds echoed through the air. Seeing this, both Xiaobai and Mingzhu were filled with joy. This was indeed effective. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie laughter pierced the air. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Xiaobai exclaimed, startled and on high alert. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from outside the room. Over a dozen of them, each with a ghastly, menacing countenance. At the forefront stood a man and a woman. The man, clad in gray, exuded a refined demeanor, reminiscent of a dashing young gentleman. Precisely the same youth Mingzhu had encountered at the staircase. The woman, adorned in a blue dress, was undeniably beautiful. Yet her enchanting peach blossom eyes were filled with malice, fixated intently on Mingzhu and Xiaobai. Upon sighting them, Xiaobai immediately sniffed the air, then turned to Mingzhu, saying, "Master, this woman carries the scent of Grandpa Mu. She might be the one who captured him." Hearing this, Mingzhu's gaze hardened as she focused intently on the woman in blue. The woman, noticing their scrutiny, couldn't help but curl her lips into a mocking smile. "I didn't expect someone would actually come to rescue this old fool." Realizing their implication, Mingzhu understood that they had captured Grandpa Mu and intentionally imprisoned him here to await a rescue attempt. However, she could not discern the woman's true intentions, though it was clear they were not benign. "Who are you? Why have you taken Grandpa Mu?" Mingzhu inquired, her brow furrowing as she braced herself for battle. Humph. It matters not who we are. Hand over the xianxiaaudiobooks, or do not blame me for being merciless. The woman in blue retorted coldly, releasing an aura of frigid hostility. It was evident that she was a practitioner at the xianxiang stage, and judging by her energy, at least a mid-level expert. Mingzhu was taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering such formidable foes in this place. Yet, she remained unaware of what the xianxiaaudiobooks truly was. I do not comprehend your words. Release Grandpa Mu, or I shall not hesitate to take action, Mingzhu declared, her countenance cloaked in frost as she glared at the woman. Humph. If that is the case, I shall eliminate you before claiming the xianxiaaudiobooks. The woman in blue sneered, casting a glance at the sapphire ring on Mingzhu's finger. Mingzhu deduced the situation. Clearly, these individuals sought to extort the xianxiaaudiobooks from Grandpa Mu, capturing him only to leverage those who dared to rescue him. Whoever came to save Grandpa Mu would be seen as a vessel for acquiring the xianxiaaudiobooks. As she spoke, the woman in blue signaled to the burly men behind her, and they all charged towards Mingzhu. Aware of the urgency, Mingzhu did not dare to underestimate them. She immediately circulated her true energy to its utmost limit. An icy aura emanated from her, causing involuntary shivers in those around her. Whoosh! In that instant, a flurry of wind rushed past as the burly men's punches descended upon Mingzhu. To their astonishment, they realized that each of them was at the golden core stage. Yet, what shocked them even more was that Mingzhu appeared completely unaffected, as if she was unscathed. Not even shifting her stance. How is this possible? How can she be so powerful? The woman in blue's face reflected palpable astonishment. Just moments ago, they had seen mere shadows dart past, and now, upon glancing back, Mingzhu remained steadfast, not having moved an inch. This was the essence of the divine movement technique, an illusion of proximity. Seizing the opportunity presented by their momentary daze, Mingzhu coldly snorted, forming a hand sign, and struck fiercely at one of the burly men. He was unable to evade, and with a sickening sound, a gash was torn in his arm, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, the remaining 9 burly men were paralyzed with terror and turned to flee. We stand no chance against her. They realized the opponent's strength was that of a xianxiang expert. They couldn't even touch a hair on her head. However, Mingzhu had long anticipated their escape. She immediately summoned her true energy, transforming it into a myriad of sword lights that surged towards them in an assault. The burly men struggled to fend off the onslaught of the celestial blades while retreating. Yet, it was impossible for them to evade the relentless barrage of sword light. Before long, 3 of the towering figures were struck in their posteriors, suffering grievous injuries on the spot. The remaining 7, upon witnessing this spectacle, were overtaken by terror and swiftly fled, their long legs propelling them away in a flash. The woman in the blue dress was taken aback by the sheer ineptitude of her subordinates. Watching their retreating figures, her eyes brimmed with fury. Despite having collected a substantial amount of spirit stones and elixirs from her, they had proven to be swifter than rabbits in a crisis. Yet, she had gravely underestimated Mingzhu's cultivation. Initially, she presumed that, given her youth, even if she were a genius from some sect, her strength would max out at the golden core stage. To her astonishment, Mingzhu turned out to be a formidable xianxiang stage cultivator, and her aura seemed even more potent than her own. With this realization, the woman in blue snorted disdainfully and approached Mingzhu, a mocking smirk gracing her lips. You insolent girl, I shall grant you one final chance. Hand over the xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron obediently, or else tonight, both you and this little cat will meet your demise here. You think you can take my life at will? Mingzhu retorted with a scoff. At the sound of Mingzhu's defiance, the woman's expression darkened. You are truly ungrateful. Do not blame me for being merciless, she sneered. As her words fell, a gleaming silver dagger appeared in her hand, emanating a faint chill and a subtle aura of malevolence. Upon seeing the dagger, Mingzhu's countenance shifted dramatically, instantly becoming alert. This dagger was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, a mere nick could spell doom even for xianxiang stage cultivators. Haha, this dagger is known as the bloodthirsty demon blade. Crafted from the skin of a 1,000-year-old blood demon python. It is both incredibly hard and sharp. Even a peak xianxiang cultivator would bleed profusely from just a scratch. Do you think you can withstand it, little girl? The woman in blue boasted triumphantly, brandishing her lethal treasure, renowned across the Tianxian continent as a deadly artifact. Moreover, every inch of the blade was coated with a lethal poison. Even a late-stage xianxiang expert would struggle to recover from its effects, akin to a mere mortal. Although Mingzhu sensed the chilling aura emanating from the dagger, she remained unfazed. Her Lotus Sacred Body granted her immunity against all toxins, rendering such threats trivial in her eyes. Since you are so inexplicably confident, Let us see you try. Yi Mingzhu replied with a smile. Oomph, you foolish wretch. The woman in blue's expression darkened at Yi Mingzhu's words, her gaze turning icy with murderous intent as she swung the bloodthirsty demon blade with ferocity. In an instant, a flash of silver erupted like a silken ribbon, slicing towards Yi Mingzhu's head. Seeing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted, and she promptly channeled her spiritual energy into her Qingfeng sword, swinging it with force to intercept the woman's dagger. Clang! A thunderous clash echoed as the two weapons collided midair, sending sparks flying. Though the Qingfeng sword was indeed formidable, it was no match for the power of the bloodthirsty blade, which sent it careening away. Meanwhile, the woman's dagger descended towards Yi Mingzhu's shoulder, aiming directly for the scapula. A single strike would render her entire left arm useless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Mingzhu was filled with alarm and swiftly dodged to the side, evading the lethal attack. However, the dagger seemed to possess a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing her. Despite her evasive maneuvers, the bloodthirsty blade remained undeterred. As the two engaged in their fierce battle, a refined young man nearby refused to be overshadowed. His palms danced with precision, unleashing torrents of domineering true energy that surged like a raging river towards Yi Mingzhu. Yi Mingzhu, wary of the onslaught, countered with her own strikes, dissipating the incoming force. Yet, she had underestimated the young man's prowess. When her palms met his energy, a sharp pain shot through her chest, nearly shattering her fingernails. The sensation coursing through her front and back felt akin to a searing flame, accompanied by an unsettling jolt of violet electricity. Yi Mingzhu was astounded to realize that this man possessed dual spirit roots, wielding both fire and an anomalous lightning attribute. At that moment, the woman in blue, with the bloodthirsty blade in hand, exuded a chilling aura, poised to pierce Yi Mingzhu's throat. In contrast, Yi Mingzhu gripped her Qingfeng sword, which radiated a soft violet glow, enveloping it in an enchanting brilliance. This was a technique she had never before employed, a creation of the Purple Mist Fairy, comprising 7 forms known as the Purple Mist Sword Cannon, a powerful secret art of immense potency. The technique's power escalated with each successive layer, and upon reaching the second level, it manifested true sword intent, exuding unparalleled strength. Just then, the woman in blue swung the bloodthirsty blade, producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air as it descended like a bolt of red lightning aimed at Yi Mingzhu's chest. Yi Mingzhu's eyes narrowed, a glint of icy resolve flickering within them. With that, she swung her Qingfeng sword, resembling a crescent moon, conjuring a fierce sword wind to meet the oncoming dagger. Moonlit embrace. Boom. In an instant, the two weapons collided with a violent clash, erupting in a shower of sparks. As they continued to wield their swords, waves of energy radiated outward in concentric circles. Boom. Accompanied by a series of resounding blasts, the floor of the entire room trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Waves of energy surged forth, toppling furniture and shattering it to pieces. Yet, their clash failed to collapse the roof. Instead, it merely left cracks in the room's walls, indicating that skilled practitioners had cast a barrier within the Wanxiang building. Initially, Yi Mingzhu believed the two before her were responsible, but upon witnessing their astonished expressions, she realized the situation was far more complex. Damn it, how is this possible? The color drained from the woman's face as she gasped in disbelief, her tone laced with incredulity. In her mind, the bloodthirsty demon blade should have cleaved through even top-tier spirit weapons with ease. She never anticipated it would fail to harm Yi Mingzhu, nor that the walls of the room would remain unscathed, leaving her wrist numb from the recoil. Mew. At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly leaped forth, exclaiming in astonishment that the barrier here seemed capable of withstanding the full might of a transcendent being in the divine separation stage. What? The full force of a transcendent being in the divine separation stage? Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, the expressions of the three were filled with horror, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the surrounding walls. In that instant of hesitation, the space where Old Mu was situated suddenly cracked and collapsed with a resounding snap, and in no time, that area had completely shattered. Old Mu's figure emerged, and upon seeing him, Yi Mingzhu felt a surge of joy, swiftly embedding her Qingfeng sword into the ground before leaping towards him. "Grandpa Mu, are you all right?" she inquired with deep concern, her gaze brimming with worry and affection. Old Mu shook his head, standing up with some difficulty. His eyes suddenly turned towards the blue-dressed woman and the refined young man opposite him, and he coldly snorted. "I never expected that the young Master Han Ing of the Ziyun Manor would assist my rebellious disciple in such nefarious deeds. It seems I have indeed underestimated your Ziyun Manor. But what of it? You shall never acquire the Qian Kuan Ding." In response to Old Mu's words, the refined young man Han Ing merely inclined his head slightly, smiling benignly as he replied, "Senior, I am naturally inclined to support Shuang'er, as we are deeply in love. It would be wise for you to hand over the Qian Ding, lest I find myself in an awkward position. Humph, young Master Han. The Qian Ding is one of the 10 legendary alchemical cauldrons. If it truly falls into the hands of your Ziyun manor, it may not bode well for you. It could invite untold troubles. That need not concern you, senior. Just hand over the Qian Ding. After all, you and Shuang'er share a master-disciple bond. It would be quite unbecoming to play this out too harshly, Han Ying said with a smile, his lips curling into a subtle arc, seemingly unperturbed by Old Mu's presence. Old man, don't overstep your bounds. Hurry and have this woman in white surrender the Qian Ding, or I shall not be polite. At that moment, the blue-dressed woman, with her brows furrowed, coldly reprimanded Old Mu. Old Mu snorted, casting a disappointed glance at the blue-dressed woman, and said lightly, "You stubborn girl. One day you shall regret this." After uttering this, he turned his gaze away from her and looked into the void, respectfully saying, "Thank you for saving my life." It turned out that the recent spatial collapse had been a deliberate act by someone. Upon hearing Old Mu's words, the blue-dressed woman Guoshuanger was utterly astonished. No wonder Old Mu was able to emerge. It turned out someone had come to his aid. The space had been sealed using a special spiritual artifact, one that only someone of the peak of the Xianxiang stage could break. She had initially thought the destruction was a result of the battle between Mingzhu and herself, not realizing that there was indeed a powerful figure acting from the shadows. Now, recalling Xiao Bai's earlier mention of the barrier within the walls, she suddenly understood. The Wanxiang building was indeed harboring a mysterious master. No wonder it had never faced an attack over the years. And no one dared to cause a disturbance. This was all due to the guardianship of a formidable expert within the Wanxiang building, preventing any forces from encroaching. In that moment, Guo Shuang'er's expression shifted between uncertainty and realization. Just then, as Old Mu's words faded, a gentle chuckle echoed through the air. Hee hee. The next moment, an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, slowly stepped into view. Despite the multitude of wrinkles adorning his face, he emanated a vast and profound aura, akin to a divine presence descending upon the earth. This venerable elder was clad in a robe of azure, with hands clasped behind his back, appearing both youthful and majestic. His tall and slender figure, complemented by a silver beard that flowed gracefully, gave him an air of ethereal grace, resembling an otherworldly sage. However, Yi Mingzhu sensed an overwhelming and intimidating aura radiating from him, akin to a ferocious beast awakening, poised to devour all life in its path. She surmised that this elder was the true master of the Wanxiang building, an entity whose power surpassed that of a Xianxiang expert by several magnitudes, making him a truly formidable force, the hidden ruler behind the Wanxiang building. Otherwise, how could this establishment have stood unscathed for so long? Who are you, to dare meddle in the affairs of my Ziyun manor? At this moment, the refined young man Han Ying regarded the elder with a wary glint in his eyes, his voice low and serious. "And who might you be?" The elder cast a casual glance at Han Ying, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes as he inquired. "I am Han Ying, the young master of the Ziyun manor. I trust the senior has heard of my name." "Oh, the Ziyun manor?" Upon hearing Han Ying's name, the elder's gaze flickered as he fell into thought. "Does the senior know the master of the Ziyun manor, Hanifeng? He is my father." "Ha ha ha, Hanifeng, you say? I am indeed aware of his existence, but to me he is nothing." The elder laughed heartily, casting a dismissive glance at Han Ying, speaking without the slightest hint of courtesy. Hearing this, both Han Ying and Guo Shuang'er were engulfed in a surge of indignation. "Senior, are you not being a tad too overbearing? Do you truly disregard our Ziyun manor?" Han Ying's eyes flashed coldly as he demanded. "I am indeed being overbearing. What can you do about it?" The elder replied nonchalantly, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. "Are you attempting to obstruct us? Then today, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Ziyun manor." Han Ying retorted with a cold smirk. "Then let us see what you can do," the elder replied, eager to witness the extent of the Ziyun manor's prowess. Very well. With that, Han Ying soared into the air, and the Soul Slayer demon blade abruptly materialized in his hand, transforming into a streak of black meteor as it brutally cleaved towards the elder. Han Ying had evidently attained the late stage of the Xianxiang realm, his power not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Soul Slayer demon blade was an artifact of the highest quality, possessing immense destructive force capable of rending the heavens and the earth, effortlessly tearing apart the fabric of space. As Han Ying unleashed this fierce and unparalleled attack, wielding the Soul Slayer demon blade, the blade sliced through the void with a whistling sound, seemingly aiming to rend the very firmament as it descended upon the elder. Hee hee. In the face of Han Ying's assault, the elder responded with a disdainful sneer, extending a hand with fingers splayed wide, as if 5 enormous fans were poised to meet Han Ying's strike. With a resounding crash, the Elder's 5 palms collided with Han Ying's Soul Slayer Demon Blade. Producing a thunderous roar, the 5 palms descended upon him like 5 towering mountains, overwhelming Han Ying with an immense pressure that distorted the surrounding space, driving towards Guoshuanger. Sensing this overwhelming force, Guoshuanger's face turned pale with shock. With a thud, Han Ying was sent flying by the Elder's strike. Crashing against a boulder and spewing blood, his form tumbling to the ground. His chest caved in, ribs shattered, as he coughed up blood. One strike, Han Ying was defeated. With a single blow, he was left bloodied and unable to withstand the Elder's might. At this sight, Guoshuanger's eyes filled with astonishment. Han Ying's prowess was abundantly clear to her. With his dual-element spiritual roots, coupled with the soul-devouring demon blade, he was undoubtedly a top-tier expert, capable of contending with those at the transformation stage. Yet, to her astonishment, he was defeated in a single strike by this unfamiliar elder, showcasing the terrifying might of the old man. Furthermore, Guoshuanger noted that after sending Han Ying flying with a single punch, the elder did not pursue his advantage but instead turned his calm gaze toward Mingzhu, a gentle smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" Feeling the elder's gaze upon her, Mingzhu's heart tightened, and she instinctively grew wary, responding, "I am Mingzhu, a junior." Upon hearing this, the elder's face lit up with a smile, exclaiming, "Haha, you are quite the charming little one, and your small kitty is delightful as well. I take a great liking to you. Why not stay at the Wanxiang Tower tonight?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from the elder, expanding outward and causing ripples to manifest upon the floor of the room. Tiny fissures in the fabric of space appeared, resembling a dense spider's web blanketing the ground, instilling a sense of dread in all who witnessed it. The elder's strength was indeed formidable. Merely releasing his aura had wrought such a significant impact. One could only imagine the terror his full power would unleash. A chill coursed through Mingzhu as she contemplated the sheer magnitude of his might, realizing why Wanxiang Tower stood resolute within this trijunction of power. Moreover, she perceived that the elder possessed an extraordinary force that effectively cloaked his true strength from her senses, rendering her incapable of gauging his depth. "Senior, I am unwilling to remain here. I beseech you to relent." Mingzhu bit her lip and spoke earnestly, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. The elder's enigmatic presence left her feeling like a mere ant, utterly incapable of evading his grasp. However, to her astonishment and discomfort, the elder's aura did not converge upon her, but rather enveloped the surrounding area, creating a protective barrier that extended for several yards. "Do not worry, I shall not harm you. Since this matter pertains to the Qian Ding, let us resolve it through that," he said with a gentle laugh, his demeanor remaining serene. Upon hearing this, Guoshuanger furrowed her brow, displeased. "I must obtain the Qian Ding today. I will not relent, regardless of the circumstances. This is a matter of my sect, and there is no need for you to intervene. Furthermore, as a 6th-grade alchemist, should you offend me, it would not bode well for you. Humph, unappreciative fool. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for employing ruthless measures." Chapter 57, Fair Competition for the Ding. The elder snorted coldly, and his voice turned icily severe. An aura of lethal intent erupted from him, surging forth like a venomous serpent, hurtling toward Guoshuanger with such speed that evasion seemed impossible. Seeing the elder strike, Guoshuanger's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated that he would disregard her status as a 6th-grade alchemist and unleash a lethal attack without a shred of mercy. "This is dire," she thought, sensing the impending doom of the elder's assault. Just as the crisis reached its zenith, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from the elder, revealing an ancient dark bell adorned with intricate runes that pulsed with an ancient aura. With a flick of his fingers, the elder struck the bell, producing a deep, resonating sound that sent ripples radiating outward, swiftly enveloping the surrounding area. In a heartbeat, the ripples reached Guoshuanger, ensnaring her entirely. Alarmed by the elder's formidable display, Guoshuanger was rendered speechless. Though her own strength was formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-transcendent stage, she found herself utterly helpless against the elder. Within the confines of the rippling energy, Guoshuanger felt her body grow rigid, no matter her struggles. She could not escape the binding force. "What is happening? Why can I not utilize any of my techniques?" Her complexion paled as disbelief washed over her, staring at the elder in shock. The elder, observing her plight, scoffed disdainfully, "Cease your futile resistance. Simply remain still and quiet." With a gentle wave of his arm, the ripples vanished, restoring her ability to move, yet her face paled as she dared not make another move, choosing instead to remain compliant. Seeing Guoshuanger obediently standing aside, the elder coldly remarked, "My dear girl, while your abilities are commendable, you are still far from being my adversary. If you have any sense, you would do well to refrain from acting rashly. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience the torment of confinement. Guo Shuang'er's expression was one of deep humiliation. She had not expected the elder to be so overwhelmingly powerful that he could nullify her techniques and energy, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Amused by her predicament, Xiaobai leaped onto Yi Mingzhu's shoulder, bursting into laughter. Meow, haha. Were you not the one who was so arrogant? You were just using poison. Why have you stopped being so haughty now? You. Guo Shuang'er trembled with rage, wishing she could exact vengeance upon the cat. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to restrain her fury, choosing to ignore Xiaobai's taunting demeanor. Meanwhile, the injured Han Ying remained cautious, refraining from making any rash movements. Once the tension subsided, the elder's gaze returned to Yi Mingzhu, a keen interest illuminating his expression. Little girl, I sense a familiar aura about you. Might I inquire which great power you hail from? Yi Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat, instantly growing wary. His words hinted at a perception of her innate essence. Her mind raced, quickly deducing that this elder was at least a formidable figure in the soul separation stage, if not even more powerful. The implication that he might be acquainted with her ancestor, Yi Xian, filled her with trepidation. She could not discern whether he was a foe or a friend. If he were truly an enemy, her fate would be sealed. I am but a disciple of the Mingzhu Valley, she confessed after considerable contemplation. Upon hearing her words, the elder stroked his beard, scrutinizing her with keen eyes before nodding in understanding. Ah, I see now. He then turned to Mu Qingyang, inquiring, and who might you be? The president of the Alchemist Guild in Beidao Pavilion? Mu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He had not anticipated that the elder would recognize his grandfather. However, knowing that the elder was acquainted with Mu Xuanyi instilled him with confidence, and he straightened, replying, Senior, Mu Xuanyi is my grandfather. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard once more. To be frank, I owe that young lad a favor. I trust he is doing well. Upon hearing the phrase little fellow, the eyelids of everyone present involuntarily flickered. Even the venerable elder Mu had been dubbed a little fellow, which implied that this ancient man was indeed a being of extraordinary age and experience. As for the Beidao Pavilion, it stood as the principal faction of the Beidao region, wielding tremendous influence throughout the area and embodying a true superpower. The reason for its prominence lies in the presence of the three oddities of Beidao and the enigmatic lord of Beidao who oversees them. It is said that the three oddities possess formidable strength, each being masters at the god transformation stage, while the lord of Beidao is an unparalleled expert, shrouded in mystery, whose whereabouts are known to none. At this moment, upon hearing the elder inquire about Mu Xuanji's status, Mu Qingyang's expression subtly shifted, and he gritted his teeth, sighing, Senior, to speak candidly, my grandfather has already perished. The elder, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of shock, exclaiming, Mu Xuanji, this little fellow, was a superlative expert at the divine separation stage, a hero in the Beidao region. Even when facing a fully realized divine separation practitioner, he should have had the means to escape. How could this be? The elder's face was a canvas of astonishment and confusion, clearly struggling to accept the news of Mu Xuanji's demise. After all, the Beidao Pavilion was renowned far and wide, its name known to all. Moreover, Mu Xuanji served as the president of the Alchemist Guild within the pavilion. In this world, alchemists are akin to walking connections, possessing vast networks of influence across the continent, making them formidable leaders. Yet, despite Mu Xuanji's tremendous strength, he had still met his untimely end. Upon receiving such news, a wave of sorrow crossed the elder's visage, and he expressed, Alas, what a pity for this young man, such talent squandered due to unforeseen circumstances. Let us not dwell on him. Instead, let us discuss the matter of the Qianquan Cauldron. At the mention of the Qianquan Cauldron, both Guo Shuang'er and Han Ying involuntarily tensed. The elder continued, I shall not prolong this. The Wanxiang Tower has always been equitable and just. Since the matter pertains to the Qianquan Cauldron, I shall be straightforward. I require a yin-yang transformation pill and can provide the recipe and ingredients. Whoever among you can successfully concoct it shall claim the Qianquan Cauldron as their own. I trust my request is reasonable? The elder's tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Ah, Senior. Mu Qingyang found himself in a quandary upon hearing the elder's words. The Qianquan Cauldron was his own possession, yet now, under the elder's declaration, it seemed to have become a bargaining chip. Observing his conflicted expression, the elder chuckled, I have just rescued you. Is it too much to ask for a favor in return? Mu Qingyang could hardly dispute this and merely nodded in acquiescence. Thus, they had no choice but to comply with the elder's demand. Meanwhile, Guo Shuang'er, upon hearing this, revealed a look of determination. With her alchemist rank having reached the 6th tier, she was on the cusp of becoming a 7th tier alchemist. Should she succeed in concocting the yin-yang transformation pill, she would officially attain that status and acquire the Xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron, a most fortuitous outcome. The method for crafting the yin-yang transformation pill had long been lost to time, and now she found herself with a chance to reclaim this lost art. There was no reason for her to let it slip away. With this in mind, Guoshuanger glanced at the elder, then at Yi Mingzhu and the elder Mu, a disdainful smirk forming on her lips. Elder Mu, still nursing old wounds and weakened in strength, would undoubtedly struggle to concoct the 7th-tier yin-yang transformation pill. As for Yi Mingzhu and that little white cat, they were clearly novices, devoid of any understanding. This time, the Xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron would surely be hers. Chapter 58, Alchemical Contest. Let us commence. With that, the elder waved his hand, sending a storage ring soaring towards the assembly. This contains all the materials needed for the yin-yang transformation pill. Take it. Following this, a plethora of herbs floated out from the ring. By Chao Lu, 1,000-year snow lotus, 5-colored flower, and golden thread vine. All exquisite materials suitable for concocting pills of the 7th tier or higher. Upon witnessing this impressive array of ingredients, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with exhilaration. Elder Mu, in particular, felt a surge of excitement. He had heard of the method to create the yin-yang transformation pill, but had long struggled to procure the necessary ingredients. Serendipitously, he found himself in this situation, encountering what he had long sought. Truly, fortune favored the bold. These herbs are sufficient for you to concoct a batch of yin-yang transformation pills. The elder surveyed the group, stating, I require only 1 pill of medium grade or higher. As for the remaining materials, consider them a token of goodwill. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with elation. The materials for the yin-yang transformation pill were exceedingly rare, invaluable treasures, and the prospect of receiving them was exhilarating. However, the condition remained that they must successfully concoct the pill. For Guoshuanger, success seemed inevitable. Although Mu Qingyang also had a slight chance of success, Guoshuanger was confident in her ability to produce the pill. At that moment, she cast a disdainful glance at Mu Qingyang, scoffing, Old man, do not rejoice too soon. You are destined to lose this contest. Only I possess the ability to concoct the yin-yang transformation pill. Hearing her arrogant proclamation, a flicker of anger crossed Mu Qingyang's face as he retorted, do not forget that your alchemical skills were taught by me. If you are so confident, let us await the outcome. However, I advise you not to sulk if you cannot bear the defeat. In response to Guoshuanger's brashness, the little white cat on Yi Mingzhu's shoulder had long been displeased. It let out a series of angry meows and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Guoshuanger. Upon witnessing this, Guoshuanger's expression shifted, and she hastily raised her hand to block. Yet, the little white cat was too swift. Darting past her arm, Guoshuanger immediately shrieked, feeling a piercing pain radiate from her arm. Glancing down at the wound, beads of sweat formed on her smooth forehead as she gritted her teeth, glaring at the little white cat. Damn beast. Just as she prepared to retaliate with a dagger, the elder stamped his left foot, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure that sent Guoshuanger reeling, preventing her from making any further moves. Enough. I summoned you to concoct pills, not to engage in childish antics. The elder's expression turned icy, his voice grave. At his words, Guoshuanger instantly subdued her emotions, though a sense of discontent lingered in her eyes. The elder continued in a dispassionate tone, both parties have 7 days. Should you fail to produce the yin-yang transformation pill, neither of you shall claim the Xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron. In response, both Guoshuanger and Elder Mu nodded in unison, refraining from further argument, aware that provoking the elder could result in the loss of the Xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron. However, a question lingered in Yi Mingzhu's mind. How could the elder know the location of the Xianxiaaudiobooks cauldron if Grandpa Mu had never mentioned it? How could he assert that neither party would obtain it? This thought traversed Yi Mingzhu's mind, and she soon arrived at a conclusion. The emotions stirred within the elderly man as he sought to deceive Guoshuanger and her companions, driven by a singular ambition, the acquisition of a yin-yang transformation pill. While the purpose behind his desire remained shrouded in mystery, Yi Mingzhu speculated that the elder harbored intentions aligned with their own. From their brief interaction, it seemed he was not a malevolent figure. Rather, she sensed a warmth and kindness reminiscent of her ancestors from the Yi clan. Very well, you have but 7 days. Hurry and commence your alchemical endeavors, the elder remarked, his tone measured. Upon hearing this, Guoshuanger snorted derisively, gathering a portion of the medicinal herbs before settling down alongside Han Ying to begin her preparations. Meanwhile, the old man approached Yi Mingzhu and seated himself beside her. My dear, he began, though the yin-yang transformation pill is merely a 7th-tier elixir, its refinement is fraught with challenges. To be candid, even during my prime, concocting a mid-grade or higher pill would have drained me of immense energy. Yi Mingzhu regarded him with a look of surprise. Grandpa Mu, is it truly that difficult to refine this pill? Indeed, Mu Qingyang nodded gravely. The process is intricate, requiring various spiritual herbs and refining materials, each step demanding precise control of the flame. Otherwise, the quality of the elixir will significantly diminish. Thus, even I harbored doubts about my success. His demeanor reflected the weight of his words. Mingzhu was taken aback by the daunting complexity of the yin-yang transformation pill. Just then, amidst their conversation, a thunderous sound resounded. In the next heartbeat, a pitch-black cauldron erupted from Guo spatial ring. The cauldron was adorned with ancient runes, emanating a dark glow, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Mu Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the Xianming black cauldron now in Guo possession. Although it did not rank among the top 10 cauldrons, it was still a rare treasure, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. In a moment, Guo summoned the Xianming black cauldron, which floated before her, her eyes sparkling with confidence. After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply, forming hand seals to initiate the infusion of spiritual liquid into the cauldron. Waves of potent spiritual liquid surged forth, merging seamlessly and beginning to swirl within the cauldron. Mingzhu observed with wide eyes, marveling at Guo mastery over the spiritual liquid and her adeptness in wielding true qi, showcasing no signs of hesitation or clumsiness. Before long, the cauldron brimmed with the spiritual liquid, radiating heat akin to a glowing iron, exuding a searing aura. With a flick of her wrist, tendrils of gray smoke emerged, coalescing into a mist that enveloped the cauldron, gradually transforming into a grayish hue, as if shrouded in a silvery aura. Within this haze, a nascent elixir, rich with fragrance, began to hover in the air. Mingzhu couldn't help but widen her eyes in awe, astonished by Guo exquisite alchemical skills. Yet, at that moment, the cauldron trembled violently, a torrent of intense spiritual energy erupting from within. The force was terrifying, sending a scorching wave that nearly blinded Guo and Haning. Crack! Moments later, the nascent elixir shattered, shards of medicinal materials scattering, followed by a ferocious wave of spiritual energy that erupted, pulverizing the remaining unintegrated herbs. Guo was sent flying by the force, landing ungracefully on the ground. Struggling to regain her footing, blood trickling from her lips. Observing this, Mu Qingyang scoffed, "I warned you before. During the alchemical process, impatience is your greatest adversary. Just look at your demeanor while refining the yin-yang transformation pill. You hardly resembled a true alchemist. Mind your own business, old man," Guo retorted angrily. Though she recognized the truth in his words, acknowledging her own impatience during the refinement. "Shuang'er, you should focus on recuperating," Haning suggested from the side. Guo fell silent, accepting a pill from Haning and beginning her recovery. Mu Qingyang, disappointed, shook his head and turned to Mingzhu, suddenly grinning. "My dear, would you like to become a revered alchemist admired by thousands?" Taken aback by his words, Mingzhu's expression brightened with excitement. "Grandpa Mu, could I truly become an alchemist?" "Absolutely," Mu Qingyang affirmed with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. "Your aptitude is commendable, and with your innate talent, diligence will surely lead you to become an alchemist. Given your potential and intelligence, it's not beyond possibility to ascend to the rank of a top-tier 9th-grade alchemist." With this, Mingzhu nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Although she lacked knowledge about the alchemical profession, she recalled the alchemical tome, Danjing, left by her ancestor Yixian. This comprehensive guide detailed the intricacies of alchemy, outlining essential considerations and foundational knowledge, making the journey to becoming a high-tier alchemist seem attainable. Her desire to learn alchemy was ignited by the tome's profound descriptions, yet she was acutely aware of her limitations. For someone like her, even refining a basic first-grade pill would be a challenge, let alone high-tier elixirs. Moreover, lacking a cauldron and alchemical flames made the endeavor seem impossible. Recognizing her thoughts, Mu Qingyang chuckled, "Fear not, my girl. I will teach you how to wield the cauldron and master the flames." With that, a greenwood cauldron materialized from his storage ring, towering over a meter and spanning 3.5 feet, adorned with vibrant life patterns and exuding a potent life force, a treasure of incalculable worth. This cauldron, known as the source of life, produces pills that enhance longevity for those who consume them. "I shall now impart it to you," Mu Qingyang declared with a smile, his hand gesturing as a strand of spiritual energy enveloped the cauldron, lifting it into the air. Mingzhu watched in awe, swallowing hard at the sight. Observing her astonishment, Mu Qingyang explained, "My dear, do not underestimate this cauldron. It can endure millions of pounds of weight, withstand flames of dozens of times the intensity, and even repel various attacks and toxins." Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The cauldron, seemingly fragile, possessed such formidable capabilities. "Now, pay close attention," Mu Qingyang said cheerfully. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, and a milky white radiance erupted forth, swirling around the surface of the cauldron. Gradually, pure spiritual energy was infused into the cauldron. The moment this pure energy entered, the previously dim cauldron suddenly burst forth with dazzling rays of light. Akin to a resplendent sunrise, the brilliance intensified, ultimately enveloping the entire cauldron, making it appear exceedingly radiant, much like a blazing sun. Suddenly, a faint rumble resonated, and above the cauldron, 9 small, golden fire dragons materialized, twisting and turning as if they were sentient beings. Is this the cauldron fire? Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. In her understanding, an alchemist's cauldron fire was formed from condensed true energy. However, these golden flames moved with a lifelike quality, leaving her utterly astonished. Noticing Mingzhu's expression, Mu Qingyang smiled gently and said, "You are indeed correct. This is cauldron fire, but it is no ordinary fire. It is the 9th of the heavenly unique fires, the 9 nether divine flame." After speaking, he slightly clenched his palm, and the 9 nether divine flame transformed into 9 small fire dragons that danced around him. The might of these flames was tremendously powerful, and Mingzhu felt an intense heat wash over her, nearly scorching her, prompting her to instinctively retreat several steps. "My dear girl, I shall impart the 9 nether divine flame to you now. With it, I shall undoubtedly mold you into a high-level alchemist within 7 days." As his words fell, Mu Qingyang's body trembled slightly, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed into the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron shook violently, and the 9 fire dragons roared as they soared from the cauldron, swirling in the air and emitting resonant dragon roars. Then, the little fire dragons began to entwine, ultimately coalescing into a small flame, crimson in hue, suspended in midair, emanating an intense heat that suggested that any proximity would result in instant incineration. Witnessing this spectacle, Guo, who was in a meditative state nearby, felt a surge of frustration, glaring angrily at Mu Qingyang. "Old man, I've followed you for so long, yet you refuse to impart the source of life and the 9 nether divine flame to me. That girl, who shares no blood ties with you, receives everything." Upon seeing Guo ire, Mu Qingyang snorted coldly and retorted, "Because you are simply unworthy. My greatest regret was taking you in back then, otherwise, I would not be in this predicament." His voice was laced with regret and anger. Years ago, at a critical juncture in his advancement, Guo had conspired with several elders of the Qingxian sect to launch a surprise attack on him, hoping to seize the Qiankuan cauldron, resulting in him suffering severe injuries and being left with an incurable ailment. On that fateful day, aside from the poison laid by Guo, the one who dealt him the most grievous blow was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect, Feng Qian. Thus, during that encounter with the Qingxian sect, he unleashed the full extent of his power to slay Feng Qian in a single strike. Chapter 60, Mastery of the Sword Control Technique. Upon hearing Mu Qingyang's words, Guo expression darkened considerably. Back then, she had acquired a rudimentary understanding of poisons from a fragmented tome and had no intention of causing fatal harm. Her sole aim was to seize the Qiankuan cauldron from Mu Qingyang. Unexpectedly, Feng Qian and the other elders, fearing exposure, resorted to lethal measures. Reflecting on this, Guo heart was filled with conflicting emotions, but since the turmoil stemmed from her own selfishness and greed, she found herself at a loss for words in response to Mu Qingyang's accusations. At this moment, Mu Qingyang paid no heed to Guo fury. With a flick of his right hand, the 9 small fire dragons took to the sky, coiling in the air like fiery serpents, intermittently releasing scorching waves of heat that raised the surrounding temperature several-fold. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in awe, aside from the elder. It was the first time they had felt the might of the heavenly unique fire up close. The 9 nether divine flame was indeed as formidable as rumored. Without hesitation, Mu Qingyang quickly formed hand seals, and pure spiritual energy surged into the 9 nether divine flame, causing it to tremble as though it might break free from his control at any moment. Roars echoed from the flames, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of onlookers. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Mu Qingyang's forehead, yet he remained unperturbed, continually shifting his hand seals, channeling pure energy into the 9 nether divine flame. As he executed the technique with remarkable skill, and a solemn expression graced his aged visage, Mingzhu understood that this impartation of the unique fire would not be an easy task. Before long, sweat dripped from Mu Qingyang's temples, cascading down to his snowy beard, where it quickly evaporated. He paid no mind to the moisture, focusing solely on directing his internal energy into the 9 nether divine flame. As time progressed, the hue of the 9 nether divine flame deepened, becoming increasingly dark. Just then, Mu Qingyang let out a long breath, bringing his palms together. Instantly, The 9 small fire dragons vanished, replaced by an exceptionally dark long sword, its blade exhibiting a deep brown hue, with a chilling glow radiating from its edge. Mingzhu's heart raced at this sight. Such a technique? The heavenly unique fire had transformed into a black flame sword. Not just her, even the elder appeared slightly astonished. At that moment, Mu Qingyang instructed, "My girl, attempt to channel your true energy and control it using both your mental and spiritual forces." With a gesture of his right hand, the obsidian sword floated before Mingzhu. As she gazed at the dark sword, a resolute glint flickered in Mingzhu's eyes, alongside a hint of emotion. For Mu Qingyang to transform the 9 nether divine flame in such a manner was to facilitate her control. As a novice, she had never encountered unique fire before. Attempting to wield its essence directly would likely result in backlash and injury. However, her mastery of sword techniques was unparalleled, and now, with the 9 nether divine flame transformed into a black sword, she would be better equipped to harness it. With this in mind, Mingzhu struck forth without reservation, unleashing a torrent of true energy and spiritual force. With a resounding impact against the ebony sword, a deep thud echoed, and the dark sword began to tremble violently, emitting a low buzzing sound, as if something within sought to break free, yet was held in place by an overwhelming pressure. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. While they were aware of the immense power of the 9 nether divine flame, they never anticipated that Mu Qingyang's technique could subdue it. Such a feat was unfathomable. The 9 nether divine flame was an ancient unique fire, brimming with potent fire attribute energy. No ordinary spiritual tool, even celestial tools, would dare to oppose it. Yet, Mu Qingyang had managed to bind it. "My girl, quickly use your mental force to control it." Seeing the 9 nether divine flame thrashing about, Mu Qingyang urgently called out. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu immediately summoned her mental and spiritual energies, directing them towards the 9 nether divine flame. Instantly, the obsidian sword, exuding a searing aura, hovered before her, gradually shifting its position under her command. With a resonant hum, as the blade quivered, Mingzhu penetrated the core of the sword. Within, the 9 small fire dragons began to sway gently. In that fleeting moment, she distinctly felt her mental and spiritual forces being drawn towards the tails of the 9 fire dragons, which were thrashing wildly, emitting deep, rumbling growls. Witnessing this spectacle, Mingzhu's pupils constricted slightly, as she sensed that each undulation of the fire dragons was aimed at her, seemingly intent on devouring her. This realization sent a wave of anxiety coursing through her, an icy dread enveloping her being, rendering her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Nevertheless, she gritted her silver teeth, maneuvering the 9 fire dragons through the void, all the while striving to comprehend their essence. Unbeknownst to her, Mingzhu began to perceive that, with her guidance, the 9 fire dragons seemed to resonate with her, gradually becoming more docile. As time progressed, the originally violent 9 nether divine flames settled into a tranquil state, slowly drifting towards her brow before seamlessly merging into her being, vanishing from sight. At this sight, Mu Qingyang let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Guo Shuang'er and Han Ying, who had been closely observing the unfolding events, were left dumbfounded, struggling to believe their eyes. Was it truly this effortless to subjugate the 9th-ranked flame in the strange fire rankings, the 9 nether divine flame? How could this be possible? It was well known that the 9 nether divine flame was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth, even among the Cunning Witch clan. No one had ever managed to easily control it. Yet now, Mingzhu had subdued it in the span of just a single incense stick's burn, leaving both women astounded. Feeling the small flame within her body, dark as ink, yet emanating a faint crimson glow, Mingzhu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her ability to tame the 9 nether divine flame stemmed entirely from her mastery of swordsmanship, representing the pinnacle of the sword path, sword control. Achieving this mastery allowed her to refine her sword techniques to an extraordinary level, enabling her to wield the 9 nether divine flame as if it were an extension of her own will. It must be noted that Mingzhu possessed exceptional talent in this regard, demonstrating remarkable comprehension in her cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to break through to the early stages of the Xian Ascension realm in merely 3 years. Chapter 61. Subjugation of the 9 nether divine flame. Well done, my girl. Now, leave the rest to me. Upon witnessing the complete control over the 9 nether divine flame, Mu Qingyang beamed with satisfaction. He then raised his palm, gently striking towards Mingzhu, unleashing a terrifying force that surged into the 9 nether divine flame within her. Simultaneously, he began to weave intricate hand seals, channeling pure wood and earth elements which flew into the 9 nether divine flame, causing it to quiver uncontrollably. As the flame absorbed these elements, it writhed even more violently. Observing the flame's agitation, Mu Qingyang's eyes sparkled with intensity. and a wave of spiritual energy quietly enveloped the flame once more. Almost immediately, the nine nether divine flame seemed to encounter its nemesis, settling down and surrendering, curling up obediently. At this sight, Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that the nine nether divine flame would be so fearful of Mu Qingyang's techniques. With the flame now thoroughly subdued, Mu Qingyang felt a sense of relief wash over him. My girl, I have now restrained the nine nether divine flame. It will not rebel for 7 days. During this time, you must fully subdue it. After that, you will be on your own. Mu Qingyang advised Mingzhu. However, remember not to rush. Should it exceed your control, the nine nether divine flame will retaliate, and the fiery energy within you will become unbearable. Upon hearing Mu Qingyang's words, Mingzhu was taken aback. She had thought she had already subdued the nine nether divine flame, only to realize it was merely a temporary confinement. It was no wonder she sensed a restless energy still stirring within her. Evidently, the nine nether divine flame had not yet fully submitted to her. Nevertheless, although the nine nether divine flame was formidable, her spiritual and mental powers were not weak either, particularly with Mu Qingyang's restraint now in place, alleviating her concerns. Meanwhile, Guoshuanger watched with wide eyes, incredulous. Old man, are you insane? You actually used your own life essence to suppress the nine nether divine flame? Are you trying to throw your life away? Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's heart raced, and she turned to Mu Qingyang. Haha, silly girl. This little sacrifice is nothing I can't bear. Moreover, I am aiding you in enhancing your strength. Though your prowess is formidable, your spiritual power is somewhat lacking. Only by rendering the nine nether divine flame completely tranquil can we prevent it from harming you. Seeing the worry in Mingzhu's eyes, Mu Qingyang chuckled heartily, offering an explanation while ignoring Guoshuanger entirely. Mingzhu felt warmth bloom in her heart at his words. All right, my girl. Quickly use your spiritual energy to guide the nine nether divine flame. I believe that with your talent, you will be able to master it within 3 days. Mu Qingyang encouraged her with a smile. Nodding, Mingzhu closed her eyes and began attempting to guide the nine nether divine flame. Beside her, Guoshuanger glared at Mingzhu through gritted teeth, jealousy radiating from her as if she wished to devour her whole. Yet, deep down, she knew Mu Qingyang's words were not exaggerated. Mingzhu truly had the potential to fully subdue the nine nether divine flame. It was worth noting that even her master, Mu Qingyang, had expended tremendous effort and nearly all his true energy just to suppress it, achieving only that, while Mingzhu had accomplished the feat in less than half the time it took to burn an incense stick. At that moment, the nine nether divine flame within Mingzhu began to tremble violently, and an explosive surge of energy erupted from her being. Instantly, the nine nether divine flames surged towards her body as if provoked, transmitting waves of dread-inducing energy, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, causing her to shudder involuntarily. When she had previously attempted to communicate with the nine nether divine flame through her spiritual energy, she found herself overwhelmed by a colossal pressure that forced her to withdraw. Furthermore, under the weight of the nine nether divine flame, Mingzhu's complexion paled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Hang in there, my girl. Do not falter. Successfully subduing the nine nether divine flame signifies that you have mastered it, and thereafter, you will wield it at your command. Do not forget, you are the hope of the Yi family. Sensing Mingzhu's predicament, Mu Qingyang couldn't help but shout encouragingly. In response, Mingzhu took a deep breath, forcing herself to stabilize her stance. Then, her body trembled violently, and a torrent of fierce spiritual energy surged from her mind, crashing towards the nine nether divine flame with ferocity. As Mingzhu's soul power surged forth, the nine nether divine flame trembled violently, followed by a piercing shriek that emanated a terrifying aura, retaliating against Mingzhu. However, as soon as the nine nether divine flame made this move, numerous runic inscriptions materialized around it. The moment these runes appeared, the struggles of the nine nether divine flame were instantly suppressed, as if it had encountered its nemesis, rendering it completely docile. It was astonishing to discover that Grandpa Mu's techniques were so formidable that even the nine nether divine flame could not break free. Seizing the moment, Mingzhu dared not hesitate for even a moment, swiftly controlling her soul power to commence the taming process. The nine nether divine flame, being a celestial anomaly, would never betray once it acknowledged an individual. Therefore, as long as Mingzhu's spiritual and soul energy could gradually evoke a sense of familiarity, ultimately overpowering it, the nine nether divine flame would willingly submit. Thus, Mingzhu continued to gently guide her soul power, recognizing that this was a lengthy and meticulous process that demanded patience, devoid of any rashness. For Mingzhu, this experience felt interminable and agonizing. Meanwhile, Guoshuanger, who had already recovered, cast a jealous glare at Mingzhu. gritting her teeth before adjusting her breathing to continue her alchemical endeavors. Before long, she once again retrieved the Xianming Black Cauldron. This time, she refrained from being impulsive, instead taking a deep breath and continuously infusing her true energy into the Xianming Black Cauldron. Under her control, the cauldron began to levitate slowly. Subsequently, she extracted various spirit herbs, refining them one by one before casting them into the cauldron. As the spirit herbs and elixirs merged, a rich wave of energy radiated incessantly from the Xianming Black Cauldron. This time, Guoshuanger did not act hastily, but patiently awaited the complete consumption of energy before commencing the refinement. Time trickled away, and after 3 days, the energy within the Xianming Black Cauldron grew increasingly potent. After refining over 10 rare herbs, the Yin-Yang transformation pill began to take shape. This development filled Guoshuanger with delight, yet she remained composed, carefully regulating the temperature of the alchemical fire. In stark contrast, Mingzhu found herself under the intense scrutiny of Xiao Bai and Mu Qingyang. Under their watchful gaze, Mingzhu finally opened her eyes. Suddenly, a small flame, as black as ink, flickered into existence on her index finger. This small, ink-black flame danced eerily at her fingertip, exuding a power that was both unsettling and captivating. Chapter 62, The Life and Death Pursuit of Alchemy. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this small flame on Mingzhu's finger, Guoshuanger's expression darkened, and she scoffed. Humph. Even if you have mastered the 9 nether divine flame, what does it matter? You have only 3 days left. You won't have time to form the pill. As she spoke, she slowly channeled her spiritual energy into the Xianming Black Cauldron. Under her infusion, the nascent pill within the cauldron gradually coalesced. With her input, the shape of the pill became increasingly distinct, appearing on the verge of solidification. Observing this scene, both Guoshuanger and Han Ying let out quiet sighs of relief. Knowing that it wouldn't be long before the Yin-Yang transformation pill would be fully formed and the Qiankuan cauldron would be easily within reach. Mingzhu, undeterred by her taunt, concentrated all her mental energy on controlling the inky flame. At that moment, she could sense a tumultuous aura emanating from the black flame. Yet she managed to command it completely. As she exerted her control, the 9 nether divine flame gradually descended into the cauldron. Seizing this opportunity, Mingzhu meticulously regulated the temperature of the 9 nether divine flame while swiftly retrieving a 9th grade spirit mushroom and a tianqing flower from the side, tossing them into the source of life for refinement. As Mingzhu introduced these 2 medicinal herbs, a rich and intoxicating fragrance wafted forth, invigorating her senses. Beside her, Mu Qingyang wore a faint smile, clearly pleased with Mingzhu's actions. In response, Mingzhu promptly redirected her true energy to continue infusing the cauldron. Before long, the medicinal properties within the cauldron began to coalesce. As time passed, the shape of the pill gradually formed, and Mingzhu, controlling the 9 nether divine flame, swiftly enveloped the pill. Subsequently, she directed the 9 nether divine flame to consolidate the energy of the herbs. As time went on, beads of sweat began to form on Mingzhu's forehead. At this moment, she had nearly exhausted her substantial mental energy. Were it not for her unique constitution, she might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite her evident fatigue, Mingzhu resolutely persevered. This was her inaugural attempt at alchemy, and she dared not afford any negligence. A moment's carelessness could result in the failure of the pill. Without Grandpa Mu's support and her understanding of the alchemy canon, she would hardly have reached such a stage. Time continued to slip away, an hour, half an hour, a day and night. Mingzhu maintained her posture, quietly seated. A look of exhaustion crept onto her face. She felt utterly drained. Yet, in her determination to bring the pill to fruition, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Just as she felt she might collapse, an extraordinary fragrance wafted from the cauldron. With the emergence of this aroma, a smile of delight graced Mingzhu's face. It was nearly complete. Witnessing this moment, Guoshuanger's expression soured immensely. She had never anticipated that Mingzhu would achieve such progress in such a short span. As Mingzhu's pill approached its final formation, Guoshuanger grew increasingly anxious. Currently, only one last ingredient remained in her Xianming Black Cauldron, and she needed to refine it swiftly, lest she run out of time. As Guoshuanger grew restless, Mingzhu's pill finally reached completion. Under Mingzhu's guidance, the last and most crucial ingredient, the lifebone flower, swiftly soared into the cauldron. This flower, derived from the spine of living beings, grew deep within the earth's veins and was exceedingly rare, possessing the power to generate white bones. At this moment, under Mingzhu's control, the lifebone flower quickly ascended above the inky flame within the cauldron. Upon contacting the nearly formed pill, the 2 entities intertwined and began to merge. Soon, they gradually fused, culminating in a flawless and smooth pill, with a faint layer of medicinal liquid still clinging to its surface. It was done. Seeing this, Mingzhu's expression brightened with exhilaration. The pill had finally been formed. Now, she simply needed to infuse a trace of true energy, and the pill would be completely refined. However, Mingzhu chose not to do so immediately. Instead, she maintained control over the inky flame, allowing it to burn slowly within the cauldron. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left astounded. She actually intended to enhance the quality of the elixir. Guoshuang's eyes widened, her face etched with profound shock. The elder beside her also displayed a slight change in expression, a glimmer of extraordinary light flickering within his gaze. At this moment, they perceived Mingzhu's actions as utterly insane. This was not merely alchemy, but rather a reckless gamble with her life. The formidable power of the nine nether divine flame would incinerate ordinary cultivators, leaving them scorched or reduced to ashes even with mere proximity. Yet, Mingzhu persisted. Her body drenched in a thick layer of sweat, her mental energy nearly depleted. If she continued to exhaust herself in this manner, not only would she fail, but she might also collapse under the strain. At the sight of this, a mocking smirk crept onto Guoshuang's lips as she thought, "Humph, with your meager abilities, do you truly think you can concoct a superior elixir? The fate awaiting you will undoubtedly be utter ruin. This girl is far too obstinate." Beside her, Mu Qingyang wore an expression of deep concern, his eyes filled with bitterness. Although he wished for Mingzhu's success, he felt a pang of reluctance witnessing her reckless determination to refine the elixir. However, he could not interrupt her at this juncture. In that moment, Mingzhu was wholly immersed in her alchemical endeavor, oblivious to the emotions of those around her. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 2 hours passed in silence. Mingzhu's complexion had turned ashen, the signs of fatigue increasingly pronounced. Just as she gritted her teeth to persevere, Guoshuang's voice rang out with excitement. "The elixir has been formed." Then, from her Xianming black cauldron, a pill suddenly soared into the air, its surface displaying a milky hue, surrounded by swirling black and white mist. Within this white mist, delicate arcs of faint purple lightning flickered, as if something were attempting to emerge from the milky elixir. Observing this spectacle, Guoshuang's face broke into a confident smile, her wrist flicking slightly as the milky elixir landed in her palm. "Senior, Shuang has successfully refined the elixir." At that moment, Hanning also appeared overjoyed, immediately cupping his fists in respect towards the elder. "Indeed, Senior, please verify." No sooner had the words left her lips than Guoshuang eagerly presented the Yin-Yang transformation pill to the elder. Chapter 63, Superior Yin-Yang Transformation Pill. Gazing at the radiant elixir before him, a smile graced the elder's face as he reached out to take the pill, scrutinizing it closely. The patterns etched upon the elixir were distinct, and it emanated a faint glow. Most notably, 2 circles of golden inscriptions adorned its surface, leaving no doubt that this was a mid-grade Yin-Yang transformation pill. As the elder beheld the pill, his expression radiated delight. He could distinctly sense the powerful fragrance wafting from it. The aroma of this elixir seems richer. It should not be inferior to an ordinary mid-grade Yin-Yang transformation pill. As he inhaled the potent scent, he smiled again, stating, "This is a mid-grade Yin-Yang transformation pill. Congratulations. In that case, the Qiankuan cauldron." Wait. Before he could finish, a feminine voice abruptly interrupted him. Everyone turned instinctively towards the source of the voice. There stood the white-clad maiden, her beautiful eyes filled with determination, her palm gripping a milky elixir, the very Yin-Yang transformation pill that Mingzhu had just successfully refined. Upon witnessing Mingzhu's boldness, Guoshuang was momentarily taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Mingzhu had truly succeeded. The elder's expression also shifted to one of astonishment as his gaze fell upon the elixir in Mingzhu's hand, his eyes brimming with incredulity. A complete novice in alchemy had managed to concoct a high-tier elixir. It shattered his previous understanding. Only Mingzhu herself knew that, in that critical moment of elevation. If it had not been for the Azure Lotus within her Lotus platform continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to replenish her waning vitality, she would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. This is indeed a superior Yin-Yang transformation pill. When the elder discerned the 3 distinct patterns encircling the elixir, he could not help but exclaim, his voice tinged with disbelief. "How is this possible?" Guoshuang was equally bewildered. 3 patterns? Impossible. Her eyes widened in shock. She could hardly grasp the reality that, despite decades of dedicated study in alchemy and possessing remarkable talent, she could barely manage to refine a 7th-tier elixir. Yet Mingzhu, a complete novice, had managed to create a superior Yin-Yang transformation pill. This was simply inconceivable. At that moment, the elder eagerly seized the Yin-Yang transformation pill from Mingzhu's hand, examining it meticulously. The elixir shimmered with a milky hue, faint purple arcs dancing around its surface, as if something within were writhing. Observing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this is truly a superior yin-yang transformation pill. No wonder you are a descendant of the Yi family. Gazing at the pill in his palm, which emitted a soft glow and appeared as translucent as crystal, the elder was filled with unrestrained joy, his expression a blend of exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Junior, even though the 7 days are not yet up, and my elixir quality surpasses yours, then the Qiankuan cauldron. My dear girl, no need for further words. Since you have refined a higher quality yin-yang transformation pill, I shall fulfill my promise." The elder chuckled warmly, waving his hand, and then conveyed to Yi Mingzhu. The Qiankuan cauldron is in the fire room of the Mingzhu Valley. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu was utterly taken aback. The Qiankuan cauldron was located in the fire room of the Mingzhu Valley? She turned to look at the elder Mu, who simply smiled and nodded at her. As the three exchanged glances, Guoshuang, and Han Ying remained unaware that the elder had already revealed the Qiankuan cauldron's location to Yi Mingzhu. As they strained to eavesdrop, only to be disdainfully regarded by the dozing Xiaobai. "Very well, I hereby declare the alchemical competition concluded. This young lady, surnamed Yi, is the victor, and thus, the remaining materials shall be yours. As for the two of you, your mid-grade yin-yang transformation pills shall be confiscated, as they were crafted with my provided materials. You may now take your leave." With that, the elder waved his sleeve, dispelling the surrounding barrier. At his words, both Han Ying and Guoshuang displayed expressions of unwillingness, especially Guoshuang who was seething with rage. After days of relentless effort to refine the elixir, it was disheartening to have it all come to naught, not to mention her pill being taken away. Clenching her teeth, Guoshuang shot Yi Mingzhu a fierce glare before coldly snorting and turning away. As the scene settled, only Yi Mingzhu and a few others remained. "Thank you for your elixir, young lady. Should any troubles arise in the future, feel free to seek me at the Wanxiang Tower." Having spoken, the old man's figure vanished from the spot, as if all that had transpired was naught but a fleeting illusion. "Meow, master. The old man Mu is nearing his end. We must depart from this place at once." At that moment, Xiaobai raised a paw and urged, "Grandfather Mu." Only then did Yi Mingzhu notice that Mu Qingyang's complexion was exceedingly pale, his visage resembling that of a dying ember, with cracked lips that betrayed his imminent demise. "Child, I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me." A feeble smile flitted across Mu Qingyang's face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. Grandfather Mu had sacrificed his own life essence to purify the malevolent spirit of the nine nether divine flame and had expended all his true energy to bind it for her sake. Coupled with his old injuries, it was a remarkable feat that he had managed to endure until now. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Mingzhu immediately channeled a strand of primordial true energy and swiftly took Mu Qingyang and Xiaobai away from the Wanxiang building. However, mere miles from their escape, a group of individuals followed closely behind them. Leading the pack were Han Ying and Guoshuang and to their surprise, there was a familiar face among them. Just as they were about to reach the borders of Qingqing Mountain, Yi Mingzhu abruptly halted, her gaze sharp and icy as she regarded the group before her. Guoshuang eyes glinting with malice, sneered, "Yi Mingzhu, I truly do not comprehend your allure. That old man has bequeathed all his knowledge to you. Yet alas, today you shall take nothing with you." With that, she vanished in a flicker, and a flurry of black streaks swiftly encircled Yi Mingzhu, trapping them within a cocoon from which there was no escape. In that instant, both Yi Mingzhu and Xiaobai's eyes fixated on a white-robed elder standing beside Guoshuang. To their astonishment, he was none other than Mingwu, the revered elder of the Qingxian sect. Yi Mingzhu, this time, we shall see where you can flee to." Before anyone could utter another word, Mingwu, eager for vengeance after the humiliation he had suffered at the Qingxian sect, launched his attack. In an instant, he closed the distance. One hand aimed at Yi Mingzhu's head, while the other targeted her chest. Observing this scene, Yi Mingzhu narrowed her beautiful eyes and swiftly executed the divine movement technique, retreating at great speed. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from Mingwu, a cultivator at the transformation stage, bore down upon her with overwhelming force. Yi Mingzhu's expression turned grave as she carefully placed Grandfather Mu aside, her gaze vigilant upon Mingwu and his cohorts. Today, if she could not break free, it would likely spell doom. Where do you think you're going?" Seeing Yi Mingzhu evade his strike, Mingwu sneered coldly and pressed his pursuit. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu spun around, her voice ringing clear, "Nine nether divine flame." As her words echoed, the temperature in the surroundings surged dramatically, rising several-fold. Yi Mingzhu's eyes sharpened, her hands forming a sword gesture, and a terrifyingly intense flame erupted, expanding in all directions, enveloping a radius of 100 meters in an eerie, pitch-black fire. Black? What manner of flame is this? How could it be so sinister? At this sight, Mingwu's visage twisted in shock. Elder Ming, this is the Nine Nether Divine Flame. Though it has been constrained by my master, hence its current hue. Guoshuanger interjected, unable to contain herself. Nine Nether Divine Flame? Upon hearing this, even Mingwu, a cultivator of the transformation stage, felt a twinge of trepidation. The Nine Nether Divine Flame was the most potent and scorching flame in existence. Renowned for its tremendous power and fearsome corrosive capabilities, a mere touch could obliterate one's very essence. Yet, as a transformation stage cultivator, he could not afford to show fear. With a cold snort, he summoned his true energy and directed it into his flying sword, charging towards the inferno of the Nine Nether Divine Flame. With a sharp whistling sound, the flying sword, glowing brilliantly, transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the sea of Nine Nether Divine Flame, merging with it. A series of piercing shrieks reverberated through the air as the ferocious Nine Nether Divine Flame relentlessly corroded and annihilated Mingwu's flying sword the moment it entered the fiery domain. Within mere moments, the sword was utterly consumed. The Nine Nether Divine Flame is truly formidable. Mingwu stared in disbelief as he watched his prized flying sword be incinerated. Shock etched across his face. This sword was a superior spiritual weapon, typically impervious to ordinary attacks, yet before the Nine Nether Divine Flame, it was utterly obliterated in an instant. Since you persist in your pursuit, today, I shall make you taste the flavor of death. Mingzhu, provoked, let out a fierce shout, causing the Nine Nether Divine Flame to coalesce. In less than a moment, it formed a pitch-black sword, exuding an eerie chill, suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this ominous blade, Mingwu's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking with foreboding. The aura emanating from that black blade was overwhelmingly powerful, sending shivers through his very soul. Before Mingwu could regain his composure, Mingzhu seized the Nine Nether Divine Flame and shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, Mingwu's face paled. He had not anticipated that Mingzhu, merely at the ascending stage, could evoke such a sense of impending doom. Old dog, perish! With a thunderous roar, Mingzhu swung the black blade down upon him. With a resounding crack, the obsidian blade struck Mingwu's shoulder, leaving a gruesome gash from which blood flowed freely, twisting his aged features into a mask of rage. Which, how dare you injure me? I shall kill you. Mingwu seethed with fury as he glared at the wound on his shoulder, thirsting for revenge. Yet, Mingzhu was no pushover, the more enraged he became. The calmer her demeanor appeared, as if she had anticipated such a turn of events, further infuriating Mingwu. Old beast, meet your doom. Nine Nether Divine Flame, go. At this juncture, Mingzhu lightly intoned, and tendrils of black flames erupted from the blade, morphing into a flurry of black sword energies that surged towards Mingwu. Damn girl, I will kill you. I swear I will. Mingwu cried out, dodging the onslaught of terrifying sword energies. Though these flames did not possess lethal force, they seared his flesh, subjecting him to endless agony. All of this stemmed from the formidable Nine Nether Divine Flame in Mingzhu's grasp. Old beast, do you think you can escape? A chilling smile graced Mingzhu's lips as she executed a peculiar incantation. Waves of intense flames rapidly coalesced into the sky, and in an instant, the sword energies expanded to several dozen feet, radiating an overwhelming heat that elevated the temperature around them dramatically. Seeing this, sweat beaded on Mingwu's forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. The Nine Nether Divine Flame was too sinister. He dared not approach it even a fraction. Mingzhu observed Mingwu's agitation with a cold gaze, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Old dog, meet your demise. A crisp voice echoed as Mingzhu, clutching the Nine Nether Divine Flame in her right hand, swung it once more. Rift wave slash. Die. With her words, a colossal shadow of a pitch-black sword materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Mingwu. Mingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. For Mingzhu had just executed the 8th form of their Qingxian Sect's Qinglian sword technique, Rift wave slash. How is this possible? His complexion turned ashen, shock coursing through his veins as he grappled with the reality that she had mastered the secrets of their sect, seemingly more proficient than he himself. Are you surprised? Let me show you that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. Mingzhu proclaimed, raising the Nine Nether Divine Flame once more. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a dark sword gleam pierced the sky, aiming straight for Mingwu's chest. It was the 9th form of the Qinglian sword technique, Flowing Light. Which, you dare to steal our Qingxian sect's ultimate technique. I will kill you. Mingwu's expression shifted dramatically, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed his true energy, repelling the onslaught of black sword gleams. Old rascal, You have yet to see the extent of my capabilities. A cold smile graced Yi Mingzhu's lips as she wielded her sword once more. 9 Nether Divine Flame. Incinerate the heavens and obliterate the earth. A deep, chilling voice resonated as the 9 Nether Divine Flame surged towards Mingzhu, transforming into serpentine black fire dragons that roared as they charged at him. This is bad. Damn it, shatter. Mingzhu, taken aback, swiftly channeled all his true energy into a new long sword he grasped. Swish. A vibrant blue sword gleam erupted, colliding violently with the oncoming black flames. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated as an immense shockwave surged from the point of impact, obliterating nearby trees and fracturing the ground beneath them. Chapter 65. The Blooming of the Qinglian. Thud. At that moment, Mingzhu staggered violently, blood spewing from his mouth as he was propelled backward like a kite cut from its string. Observing this, Guoshuanger and Hanning were aghast. Mingzhu, a revered elder of the Qingxian sect and a formidable expert in the transformation stage, was actually at a disadvantage against Yi Mingzhu. It was utterly unfathomable. With gritted teeth, Guoshuanger's eyes gleamed with determination. Let us attack together. Without hesitation, she launched the first assault, propelling herself towards Yi Mingzhu like an arrow loosed from a bow. Simultaneously, Hanning reacted with equal swiftness, forming seals with his hands. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, and a massive purple phantom began to materialize behind him, exuding an immense pressure that enveloped the world. Dark Night Demon Shadow. He bellowed, as the phantom roared and struck towards Yi Mingzhu. Merely a trifling skill, behold my sword. Yi Mingzhu retorted defiantly as the 9 Nether Divine Flame transformed into a fiery sword, unleashing terrifying purple sword gleams that surged toward the phantom. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks clashed with a cacophony of explosions that echoed through the heavens. A piercing scream shattered the air as the purple phantom disintegrated. However, this move had drained a significant portion of Yi Mingzhu's true energy, rendering her fair visage pale and strained. Meanwhile, Han Ying's countenance darkened, a trickle of crimson staining his lips. Although he had barely withstood Yi Mingzhu's attack, the repercussions had left him severely weakened. Yi Mingzhu die? Concurrently, Guoshuanger, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, lunged at Yi Mingzhu's neck. Meow, you shall not harm my master. In that moment, Xiaobai, the little white cat, roared in fury, clawing at Guoshuanger's rear. Infuriated by the sudden assault from the feline, Guoshuanger's eyes flashed with cold ire as she swung her bloodthirsty blade towards Xiaobai's head. Yet, alas, she was too slow. With its uncanny agility, Xiaobai evaded capture, leaving only a claw mark on her behind. Fool, come catch me, Xiaobai taunted, darting away with a playful laugh. That damn cat demon. If I do not slay you today, I shall not rest. Guoshuanger shouted, her figure like lightning as she frantically pursued Xiaobai, her eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Seeing Guoshuanger distracted by Xiaobai, Yi Mingzhu let out a sigh of relief. Her true energy was nearly depleted, and without the 9 Nether Divine Flame, she might have already faced defeat. Heh, Yi Mingzhu, even if you possess the 9 Nether Divine Flame, you are now but a waning ember. Surrender and return to the Qingxian sect to atone for your sins, and perhaps I might spare your life. But if you resist, Mingzhu, his gaze icy, interrupted her thoughts. Then let us battle. Yet before he could finish, Yi Mingzhu spoke softly, as the 9 Nether Divine Flame in her hand began to tremble, unleashing a vast, formidable power that radiated outward. This force was overwhelmingly potent, akin to the most fearsome energy in existence, inducing a sense of suffocation. Mingzhu's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he sensed an eerie familiarity in this power. Who are you? His face paled, instinctively retreating several steps, as the aura evoked a profound recollection tied to the Qinglian sword technique. He realized that the formidable energy emanating from Yi Mingzhu was intrinsically linked to the essence of the Qinglian sword technique. The earlier displays of swordsmanship had already left him astounded, yet this energy surpassed even the 10th form of the technique. Could it be the long-lost final 3 forms? Had she received guidance from the ancestral sword Immortal, by Go? No, it cannot be. As this thought crossed his mind, Mingzhu's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The imminent sense of crisis arrived with such swiftness that he found himself unprepared. As he prepared to make a hasty escape, he suddenly beheld Yi Mingzhu wielding a long sword engulfed in pitch-black flames, which erupted into a myriad of sharp, formidable black lotus sword shadows, enveloping him in a torrential onslaught. Blossom of the Azure Lotus, Yi Mingzhu cried out. In an instant, the sky filled with these black lotus sword shadows, carrying with them a terrifying sword aura, sweeping toward Mingzhu. His expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming dread surging within him as he realized that Mingzhu had indeed mastered the long-lost final 3 techniques. Specifically the most powerful 13th form of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, Blossom of the Azure Lotus. As the myriad black lotuses surged forth, Mingwu's face darkened, and he hastily summoned his energy to defend himself. Yet the ferocity of the sword aura was too swift. He had no avenue for evasion. In a heartbeat, his protective barrier was shattered, and he was consumed entirely by the black lotus sword energy. A piercing sound of friction resonated, followed by a gushing torrent of thick blood that painted the air in a splendid crimson rain. The once mighty elder of the sect was defeated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Mingwu's form was torn into shreds by the onslaught of black sword shadows, blood and remnants scattering, staining the hard stone ground a vivid red. Witnessing this scene, Guoshuanger, Han Ying, and even the recently awakened Mu Qingyang stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The fact that Mingzhu had slain a master at the god transformation stage felt surreal, akin to a dream. Yet, recalling the 9 nether divine flame in her grasp, they realized this was no mere fantasy, but a stark reality that left them utterly astonished. At the same moment Mingwu was vanquished. Mingzhu herself was left utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 66. He did not perish. When Mingzhu regained consciousness, she found herself reclined upon a soft, comfortable bed, the air imbued with a familiar scent. As the aroma wafted through her senses, she furrowed her brow slightly. It was reminiscent of something from her past. Glancing to her side, she soon recognized a familiar figure. It was him. To the left of the room sat a tall, slender man clad in white robes. His stature was imposing, his features strikingly handsome, with long black hair cascading down his shoulders, bestowing upon him an ethereal presence. His facial contours were sharp and defined, exuding an air of nobility that immediately revealed his distinguished lineage. He sat there peacefully, eyes closed in meditation. Upon noticing Mingzhu had awakened, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with a touch of tenderness. This man was Mengxinghe. Seeing him, Mingzhu felt a momentary disorientation, as if they had returned to that cramped cave. Yet she understood that after the battle at the Qingxian sect, their fates had diverged irreversibly. Their connection had been severed for good. How do you feel now that you're awake? Mengxinghe inquired with genuine concern. Gazing into his caring eyes, Mingzhu momentarily lost her composure. But she swiftly reined in the flutter of emotions within her heart, replying flatly, I am fine, thank you. Upon hearing her expression of gratitude, a hint of bitterness flickered across Mengxinghe's face before he masked it, restoring his calm demeanor as he gently reassured her, Mu Qingyang is safe. You need not worry. Once you regain your strength, you may leave. With the knowledge that grandfather Mu was unharmed, Mingzhu's anxious heart finally settled. She then inquired, where is this place? Qingxian sect, Mengxinghe replied. At the mention of the Qingxian sect, Mingzhu's expression tightened slightly. Rest assured, no one knows you are here, he added, sensing her unease. This place is known only to me. You need not fret. Mingzhu remained silent. For having slain Mingwu, the greatest threat she faced within the Qingxian sect, she felt secure here. Take your time to recuperate, Mengxinghe instructed, rising to leave. As he departed, Mingzhu released a slow breath, silently grateful for having fully mastered the 9 nether divine flame. Had she not possessed such a formidable trump card, she might not have stood a chance against Mingwu, nor could she have withstood the combined might of Guoshuanger and Han Ying. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, a figure sat cross-legged, enveloped in a dense black mist, transforming her into a creature of monstrosity, her skin entirely blackened, resembling ink. With her eyes tightly shut, her spiritual energy surged wildly, akin to a roaring tide. Above her head, a colossal shadow of a demonic beast began to materialize, vividly alive. At that moment, she was absorbing the dark energy released from the beast's shadow, undergoing a process of refinement. Surrounding her were swirling orbs of black mist, each exuding a nauseating stench, reminiscent of venomous creatures, evoking disgust. To everyone's astonishment, her refining speed was astonishing. In merely 2 hours, she had absorbed all the demonic energy, elevating her aura to a new zenith. As she finally opened her eyes, they revealed a pair of deep, pitch-black orbs, radiating a chilling brilliance. With the opening of the dungeon door, her figure gradually faded from sight. In another chamber, Mingzhu sat quietly in meditation. A layer of light green spiritual energy enveloping her, circulating continuously, healing her wounds. Within her dantian, the 9 nether divine flame floated serenely, its color deepening to a darker hue, teeming with immense and terrifying energy. This divine flame, the embodiment of the utmost yang and strength, possessed an extraordinary burning power. To her astonishment, she had quickly mastered it. a feat she attributed to the restrictions imposed by Grandfather Mu and the verdant lotus within her being. However, as she focused on her healing, a slight frown creased her brow. She distinctly sensed a powerful, suffocating presence approaching rapidly from the outside. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she withdrew from her meditative state. Upon opening her door, she was met by Xiao Bai and Mu Qingyang, both rushing towards her in a frenzy. Meow? Master, you're finally awake. Something terrible has happened. Xiao Bai exclaimed upon seeing her emerge from the room. Yi Mingzhu, taken aback, asked in bewilderment, Xiao Bai, Grandfather Mu, what on earth has transpired? Girl, Mengwu is not dead. Mu Qingyang's words left her momentarily speechless. Despite the terrifying power of the 9 nether divine flame and the destructive force of the 13th form of the Azure Lotus Sword Technique, he had somehow survived. Yet she had witnessed with her own eyes the utter destruction of Meng Wu's body and soul. How had he escaped such a fate? Yi Mingzhu queried in confusion. Because his nascent soul was saved by Meng Xingha, it is feared that, having narrowly escaped this time, he will find himself in even greater peril in the future. Mu Qingyang remarked bitterly. Upon hearing the name Meng Xingha, Yi Mingzhu's pupils constricted slightly, her gaze suddenly sharpening with intensity. Meng Xingha saved him? It turns out that he not only rescued himself, but also that old dog. A cold smile flickered across Yi Mingzhu's heart as she recalled how she had nearly perished at that old dog's hands on several occasions. Yet at this critical juncture, Meng Xingha chose to save him. Perhaps, all along, she had merely been an inconsequential passerby in his life. A twinge of discomfort coursed through Yi Mingzhu, but she quickly suppressed the bitterness within, falling into silence as her mind began to ponder. Although her current strength was formidable enough, rendering her nearly unmatched among her peers, Meng Wu's prowess was not to be underestimated. He stood a full realm above her. Attempting to kill him by mere chance would not be a simple task, and the possibility of a counterattack loomed large. If Meng Wu were to regain his corporeal form and strength, given his temperament, not only her life would be in jeopardy, but even Grandfather Mu, and perhaps even Xiao Bai would be at risk. Chapter 67. The Masked Man's Rescue. Where is he? Yi Mingzhu inquired again. If she could slay Meng Wu before he fully recovered, it would eliminate any future threats. However, before she could finish her thought, a powerful aura surged toward her with alarming speed. Yi Mingzhu, I never anticipated finding you here, came a sinister voice. Looking up, Yi Mingzhu beheld a strange shadow looming above. The figure appeared slender, draped in a long black robe, hair unkempt, obscuring its face save for a pair of chilling eyes that emanated an eerie aura. Hun Lady. Yi Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at her, astonished. This black-clad figure was none other than the Soul Tribe's Hun Lady, whom she had previously imprisoned in the dungeons of Qingxian Sect. Yet, why did her aura feel so peculiar? Moreover, wasn't she rendered powerless by Yi Mingzhu? How could she possibly possess such formidable energy now? Most startling was the fact that her aura seemed even stronger than before, which left Yi Mingzhu aghast. Surprised are we? The shadow's lips curled into a sinister smile as it coldly taunted. There's even more to astonish you. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted slightly, an ominous feeling rising within her. However, you have no time for further astonishment. As she spoke, the shadow suddenly raised its right hand and struck toward Yi Mingzhu with a fierce palm. With the swing of her hand, a tempest arose, sending waves of fierce energy crashing around Yi Mingzhu. Seeing the oncoming gale, her expression changed, and she quickly summoned her inner energy to form a protective barrier to shield herself from the blow. Bang! The barrier Yi Mingzhu conjured was instantly shattered by the black-clad woman's strike, and the tempest surged forward relentlessly. In response, Yi Mingzhu swiftly executed her divine movement technique to evade. Yet, that single strike had already left her greatly alarmed, for it bore the unmistakable energy of Qingxian Sect's Azure Vigor. You are Mengwu, Yi Mingzhu exclaimed, recognizing the figure before her. Hearing this, the shadow laughed heartily and nodded. I never expected you to recognize me. Indeed, I am Mengwu. Were it not for your actions, I would not have seized the Hun Lady in the dungeon for rebirth. To my surprise, she possessed a soul tribe technique within her, allowing me not only to be reborn but also to increase my strength, albeit in the body of a woman. All thanks to you. As he spoke, Meng Wu's face contorted with rage, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for your relentless pursuit, we would not have come to this. Yi Mingzhu retorted coldly. She had not anticipated that Meng Wu would fixate on her due to the previous incident. Furthermore, she believed that there was no deep-seated enmity between them. She had merely intruded upon Qingxian Sect to seek justice for Yi Wanwan and her companions. As for the death of their elder Feng Qianji, that was tied to Grandfather Mu's past grievances. Enough of your prattle. This time, let us see how you turn the tables. Meng Wu sneered, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. With that, he lunged downwards, launching a direct assault on Yi Mingzhu. Huh, Yi Mingzhu shouted, unhesitatingly employing her divine movement technique, simultaneously defending herself while retreating rapidly. Noticing that she chose to confront rather than evade, a smirk of derision crept onto Mingwu's face. He continued his assault while taunting. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? With your current abilities, do you think you can contend with me now? Such delusions. Ignoring Mingwu's mocking words, Yi Mingzhu deftly maneuvered through the air, evading his attacks. Yi Mingzhu, you might as well surrender. Boom. A tremendous crash reverberated as Mingwu's palm struck against Yi Mingzhu's energy shield. The dull thud echoed as Yi Mingzhu felt her energy stagnate before being overwhelmed by a forceful impact. Puffed. Blood spewed forth as Yi Mingzhu's face contorted in pain. Staggering several steps back. Girl. Meow, master. Both Mu Qingyang and Xiao Bai's expressions turned grim upon witnessing Yi Mingzhu spitting blood, and they shouted in unison, rushing to aid her. Yet, in that moment, the black-clad figure unleashed another maniacal laugh. Descendant of the Yi family, you shall die without a fight. As her words fell, her form transformed into a blur, charging toward Yi Mingzhu once more. Seeing this, Mu Qingyang and Xiao Bai's faces paled, both leaping towards Yi Mingzhu in haste. Alas, they were a moment too late. Swish. The black-clad figure flickered and appeared beside Yi Mingzhu, a dark blade suddenly materializing in her hand, aimed directly at Yi Mingzhu. Girl. Mu Qingyang's face turned ashen as he watched the pitch-black dagger draw closer to Yi Mingzhu. His heart raced wildly, and even Xiao Bai's feline features tightened in anxiety, preparing to employ the life-burning enchantment once more. Humph. Die. Just as Mingwu's dagger was about to strike Yi Mingzhu, a whistling sound pierced the air, and that razor-sharp dagger was suddenly grasped by an invisible hand, struggling futilely to escape. How is this possible? Mingwu froze, halting his attempts to withdraw the dagger, and gazed in astonishment at the masked man before him. Who are you? The masked man regarded Mingwu with indifference, his raspy, emotionless voice echoing in the vast sky. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you are about to die. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Mingwu's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling sensation beginning to swell within him. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu finally turned her gaze towards the masked man. Clad in a flowing black robe, his face was obscured by a sinister black skull mask, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Though his features were indiscernible, an overwhelming aura of danger emanated from him. Who could this individual be? As she contemplated this figure, a vague impression surfaced in Yi Mingzhu's mind, though she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Just as her thoughts wandered, the masked man had already struck. Bang! Boom! With a deep, resonant roar, a pitch-black heavy blade suddenly materialized in the masked man's grasp, crashing down with ferocity. Mingwu's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Initially, he believed that with his current strength, it would take merely 2 moves to deal with Yi Mingzhu. However, he had not anticipated the masked man's swift and decisive attack, which was nothing short of lethal, and his power matched Mingwu's own. Chapter 68. The Impending Battle. Swish. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Mingwu's expression shifted dramatically. He deftly propelled himself into the air, narrowly evading the deadly descent of the black blade. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Mingwu was violently hurled away by a powerful strike. Puffed. Unable to suppress a spurt of blood, Mingwu felt an excruciating pain in his chest, his heart racing perilously close to bursting forth. The masked man's strength was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. He had come to resolve matters with Yi Mingzhu, but now found himself confronted by an opponent far more formidable than he had imagined. Moreover, the most unsettling aspect was the chilling aura of bloodlust that surrounded this individual. As if he could consume everything in his path. Not only Mingwu, but Yi Mingzhu was equally taken aback. The suddenly appearing masked man radiated a heart-stopping sanguinary essence, one that felt vaguely familiar. Whoosh! At that moment, as Mingwu was sent sprawling, the masked man deftly maneuvered his wrist, the heavy blade hovering ominously in his hand. Then, with a light step, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Mingwu in the blink of an eye, raising the dark blade high to strike down upon Mingwu's head. Feeling the chilling glint at his throat, Mingwu dared not underestimate the threat. He immediately summoned his internal energy, a grim smile creeping onto his face as a vibrant green glow erupted from his arm, reaching for the black blade. Bang! A resounding thump echoed as Mingwu seized the heavy blade with one hand, while his other hand swiftly struck towards the masked man's chest. The speed of that palm was astonishing, even causing the air to crackle with a sharp sound. However, the masked man seemed to have anticipated this move. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, while the heavy blade traced a sinister arc through the air, crashing down onto Mingwu's shoulder. Uft! A soft sound rang out as the dark blade cleaved through Mingwu's shoulder, blood gushing forth. He let out a pained scream, stumbling back several steps. His complexion pale as death, utterly devoid of the earlier arrogance and dominance. What in the world is this creature? Mingwu clutched his injured shoulder. A look of sheer horror etched across his face. That eerie sanguinary attack had suppressed his internal energy, rendering him momentarily unable to harness his strength. What kind of being is this? How could it release such a terrifying pressure? At this realization, Yi Mingzhu's expression also shifted dramatically, a sense of dread swelling within her. The earlier bloodthirsty aura bore an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent energy emitted by the blood demon of the Blood Mist Hall, leading her to suspect that this sudden intruder might be a bloodkin. However, she quickly dismissed her conjecture. The techniques employed by this individual differed fundamentally from those she had witnessed from the blood demon, who she had personally vanquished. Surely, he would harbor an intense hatred for her and would never come to her aid. Blood awakening? Are you of the blood clan? At that moment, Mingwu finally grasped the situation, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the masked man. The masked figure offered no response, vanishing once more. This is bad. Mingwu's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The enigmatic masked man reappeared, his heavy black blade descending once again upon Mingwu, the thick aura of bloodlust swirling around it, enveloping him like a tempest. Feeling the overwhelming bloodthirst, Mingwu's expression changed dramatically. The ferocity of this aura was so intense that it set his internal energy into a state of unrest. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as a brilliant sword beam shot towards the masked man. Clang! The resonant clash of metal echoed as the sword beam struck the black heavy blade in the masked man's grip, the collision producing a cacophony of sparks. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. The onlookers looked up to see 7 elders in white robes hastening towards them. These individuals were none other than the elders of the Xianxian sect. The combined strike just now had been their doing, successfully thwarting the masked man's attack. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated the presence of bloodkin outside Xianxian city, which now rendered their expressions grave and watchful. Who are you to dare intrude upon my Xianxian sect? The leading elder, clad in white, demanded coldly. Beside him, another elder furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes glinting with icy malice as he regarded the masked man as if he were already a corpse. Humph! The masked man scoffed, disregarding the elder's admonitions. His figure vanished once more, reappearing before the elders, the heavy blade swinging down fiercely towards them. You seek death. The elders' expressions darkened as they shouted in unison, each activating their speed to evade the incoming strike, then unleashing their own formidable counterattacks against the masked man. Clang! 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 The sounds of clashing blades rang out, sparks flying as the elders of the Xianxian sect joined forces to combat the masked man, yet they found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. Witnessing this, Mingwu's expression hardened. Suddenly, he called out to the 7 elders, I am the sect elder Mingwu. Form the 7-star sword formation. At his words, the 7 elders momentarily froze. In their haste to arrive, they had not noticed the black-robed figure beside them. Now, hearing the voice of the sect elder Mingwu emanate from the figure, they were momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't this figure trapped in the dungeon? How had they ended up here? You fools, what are you waiting for? Quickly form the formation and eliminate this scourge. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Mingwu's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed in fury, unleashing his azure essence with unwavering resolve. This time, he was resolute in his intention to eliminate Yi Mingzhu. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face annihilation. She must not be permitted to escape alive. Chapter 69, The 7-Star Sword Formation. The azure essence was indeed a manifestation of a venerable elder. As the azure essence emanated from Lady Han, the 7 elders momentarily faltered, their expressions betraying a flicker of surprise. Subsequently, a palpable aura of lethal intent surged forth from them, their eyes glinting with murderous resolve. Their energies surged in a frenzy as they grasped their spiritual artifacts, preparing to deploy the formidable 7-star sword formation. In an instant, a colossal sword formation materialized in the heavens, adorned with intricate mystical inscriptions, slowly rotating in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of sword lights cascaded from above, dense and numerous, resembling a starry night, enveloping the masked man in a breathtaking spectacle. As 7 resplendent beams of suffocating sword light plummeted from the sky, akin to meteors streaking through the night, a resonating hum filled the air. The sight of these 7 celestial projectiles sent a chill through Yi Mingzhu and her companions, their eyes reflecting a weighty gravity. The 7-star sword formation wielded tremendous power. its aura reaching the zenith of the late-stage spirit transformation realm. This was one of the most elite killing formations of the Qingxian sect, once unleashed. Its might was terrifying beyond measure. Even united, they could scarcely withstand its onslaught. Moreover, the formation was executed by the 7 elders in perfect synchrony, their combined strength formidable beyond imagination. The masked man's expression shifted slightly. He understood that the 7-star sword formation was no trivial matter. Once fully set in motion, breaking free would demand an extraordinary exertion of energy. As he beheld the myriad sword lights descending from above, his eyes narrowed. Subsequently, the masked man formed intricate seals with his hands, his voice resonating with a low chant. Beneath the dark mask, his eyes burned with an inferno. Boom! Blood-red electric serpents coiled within his gaze, imbued with an aura of annihilation that sent shivers down one's spine. As these crimson serpents writhed, an astonishing momentum radiated from him. A whirlwind of violent, murderous intent permeating the air, distorting the very atmosphere around them. It was as if the entire space had succumbed to a blood-red gloom, dimming the celestial bodies above. Boom! The night of blood descended. The crimson lightning surged wildly behind him, ultimately coalescing into a bizarre, conical pattern that exuded a chilling aura. As if mountains were entangled within, terrifying beyond comprehension. Upon witnessing this eerie design, a sense of foreboding enveloped all present, an inexplicable aura of danger constricting their throats, leaving them breathless. At that moment, the 7 elders launched their assault, sharp sword beams cascading towards the masked man, accompanied by the deafening sound of slicing air, cleaving through the space above with a fierce, whistling gale. As the overwhelming sword light bore down upon him, the masked man scoffed, raising his right hand with a swift gesture. Before him, a blood-red sword materialized, emanating a profound aura, waves of eerie energy rippling from it, instilling a sense of dread. In that instant, the peculiar blood-red sword thrust forward, and the crimson sword light surged forth, colliding with the incoming waves of Azure sword beams. Mountain-splitting, earth-cleaving slash. With a resounding explosion, the blood-red sword light clashed violently with the Azure blades, erupting into a cataclysmic force that sent shockwaves throughout the Qingxian sect, stirring clouds of dust and debris. The terrifying energy radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path, reducing structures to mere rubble. Even the weaker disciples not present at the scene were thrown back by the residual force, blood streaming from their mouths and noses, sustaining grievous injuries. Some of the least powerful disciples were torn apart by the overwhelming aftermath, their bloodied remains strewn across the ground, a horrific sight that was nothing short of harrowing. As they beheld this scene, the expressions of the onlookers turned ashen. They had never anticipated that the masked man possessed such dreadful power. Incredible! Gazing at the figure before them, stern-faced, with blood-red glints in his eyes and an aura of terror emanating from him, the 7 elders felt a tremor of fear within their hearts. Boom! Within the confines of the 7-star sword formation, the Azure sword lights roared once more, sending forth waves of terrifying energy that radiated outward in concentric circles. Yet, the masked man showed no sign of trepidation. With a swift movement, he transformed into a shadow, darting to the edge of the 7-star sword formation. His arms extended, hands imbued with a sanguine aura, he struck at the descending sword beams, shattering them with thunderous detonations. Witnessing this, the 7 elders' faces blanched in horror. The 7-star sword formation, conjured by their collective might, was intended to rival even the most formidable spirit transformation experts. Yet now, in the hands of the masked man, it seemed as fragile as paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. A sense of dread and shock filled their hearts. Damn it, this fellow is too powerful. We are utterly outmatched. We must summon the sect master to activate the protective formation. One elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with terror. He had never anticipated the adversary's overwhelming prowess. That even the 7-star sword formation could not thwart him. He is far too strong. We stand no chance against him. The sect master must activate the protective formation, or the Qingxian sect may face annihilation today. The other 2 elders hastily concurred. As their words faded, a figure clad in white robes approached at a rapid pace. The sect master has arrived. Upon sighting the figure in white, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. The anxiety that had gripped their hearts began to dissipate. For the figure was none other than Mingzhu, the sect master of Qingxian sect. Though Mingzhu's strength was merely at the ascendant realm, all within the sect understood that he was not only extraordinarily gifted, but also possessed command over the protective formation. Once activated, it had the power to thwart even spirit division experts. This protective formation was the trump card of the Qingxian sect, deployed in moments of life and death. At this moment, all the sect's powerful members turned their gaze toward Mingzhu. Clad in white robes, he stood tall and elegant, exuding an imposing presence that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Chapter 70. Celestial Beauty Beneath the Moon. Upon perceiving the blood mist emanating from the masked man, Mingzhu's brow furrowed in concern, his eyes revealing a grave seriousness. This blood mist was the accumulated malice of the blood clan over millennia, capable of corroding the soul and spirit. Any ordinary cultivator encountering such malevolence would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions, if not face death. This masked man's cultivation was unfathomable. He could manipulate such gruesome malice. At this moment, the masked man stood suspended in the void, his gaze fixated on Mingzhu. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust enveloped him, as if he had transformed into a demonic deity, his entire being pulsating with a torrent of sanguine energy. Strands of blood light erupted from within him, illuminating the surrounding realm and instilling a sense of dread in all present, sending chills down their spines. This was a terrifying presence of slaughter. The intensity of this murderous aura was so profound that it was nearly suffocating. The masked man, with an icy demeanor, locked his eyes on Mingzhu, a glint of chilling malice flickering within. He advanced step by step towards him, feeling the oppressive aura of violence emanating from the masked figure. Mingzhu could not suppress the flicker of gravity in his own eyes. "Are you intent on a relentless vendetta against the Xianxian sect?" he inquired, his tone laced with a hint of frost. The masked man remained rooted in place, his eyes shooting forth two piercing beams of cold light. His voice a low rasp as he replied, "What of a relentless vendetta? If the Xianxian sect dares to harm Yi Mingzhu, then I shall annihilate it." Upon hearing the masked man's domineering declaration, Mingzhu's countenance darkened. "As long as I am here, the Xianxian sect shall remain unharmed, and Yi Mingzhu shall be safe. Yet, you seem rather overly confident." He regarded the masked man, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. He was a proud individual, utterly unwilling to tolerate any challenge to his authority, especially as the leader of the Xianxian sect, the towering pillar of his sect. Overconfident? The masked man's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. "Do you truly believe that your pitiful group of ants and your sect's protective formations can hinder me? Such delusions." His voice dripped with arrogance, as though he regarded Mingzhu and the others as inconsequential, igniting fury among the members of the Xianxian sect, seeking death. At this, the elder at the core of the seven-star sword formation darkened, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. With a swift stomp, he lunged forward like a ferocious beast. Whoosh! The elder's figure transformed into a streak of meteoric light, hurtling towards the masked man. In his grasp, a 3-foot-long sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, akin to a miniature sun, as he aimed a ferocious strike at the masked figure. As the sword swung down, a piercing cry of the blade echoed through the air, its sharpness reminiscent of a colossal mountain crashing down. "Humph!" The masked man sneered disdainfully at the elder's assault, then extended his right fist, meeting the attack head-on. Bang! Bang! Crack! With a series of resounding cracks, the sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the elder of the seven-star sword formation was sent sprawling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a towering ancient tree, which collapsed under the impact. The elder was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, vanishing without a trace. Gush! 3 seconds later, blood gushed forth, splattering across the void and staining the sky crimson. The elder of the seven-star sword formation had been slain by the masked man in a single blow, leaving all present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, incapable of withstanding a single strike. After dispatching the elder, the masked man's eyes remained filled with contempt, as if taking a life were no more significant than crushing an ant. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Xianxian sect members turned ashen, their hearts swelling with despair and terror. This was the stark chasm of strength. Even when employing the seven-star sword formation, they were powerless against the masked man, let alone now, bereft of their core elder. "Since you remain obstinate, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you first." Mingzhu's expression fluctuated between darkness and light as he gazed at the masked man, his indifferent eyes aflame with murderous intent. With a flick of his wrist, a moon-white longsword appeared in his hand, the Moonlight Radiance. This sword shimmered with lunar brilliance, exuding a sacred and vast aura. Bathed in its light, the sword emanated an air of unfathomable mystery, its overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire realm. Moonlight slash! A thunderous shout resonated across the skies of the Xianxian sect as the white longsword carved an elegant arc and, with an unstoppable momentum, descended fiercely upon the masked man. In an instant, the world dimmed and the void trembled. The white sword light seemed capable of cleaving the very fabric of reality, carrying an aura of boundless destruction that caused the eyes of all onlookers to constrict in shock, their faces reflecting deep astonishment as they sensed the cataclysmic intent of the blade, a profound fear rising within them. This terrifying strike could effortlessly bisect a mountain. Even more astonishing was that under the moonlight's radiance, Mingzhu's aura surged dramatically, as if he had transformed into a true god of war. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from him, creating ripples in the air, a tumultuous force sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, stirring a frenzy. Is this the Xianxian sect's secret method for enhancing power, the moonlit ascendants? The masked man, sensing the sudden eruption of this formidable energy, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet he felt no fear. Rather, a glimmer of exhilaration emerged. Boom! The sword descended with ferocity, its terrifying light erupting with blinding brilliance, tearing through the void as if a full moon had plummeted to the earth, cleaving the vast landscape in half and creating a colossal black hole in the air. As the sword descended, the masked man's eyes glinted with a chilling malice. Sheathing his previously bloodied sword, he gripped a massive black blade with his right hand and retaliated against the colossal sword light with a fierce strike. Chapter 71, The Battle of Men. Clang. As the two forces clashed, an overwhelming surge of power erupted. Accompanied by a sharp metallic clash that reverberated through the air, a deafening sound that unleashed a terrifying energy, causing everything around to dissolve into nothingness. Dark fissures appeared in the void, spreading like a spider's web into the distance. The residual force of the dreadful sword energy caused the surrounding trees to shatter explosively. This scene left all witnesses in a state of profound shock. At that moment, the two combatants engaged in close combat, the masked man wielding his black blade, exuding a terrifying aura as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Mingzhu. Their forms flickered rapidly, leaving behind afterimages in the void. Mingzhu's aura surged dramatically, his cultivation skyrocketing. Boom, boom, boom. Their figures intertwined in a relentless dance of collision. Waves of surging energy rampaging through the void, erupting with astonishing roars. The prowess of the two individuals was formidable. Each clash unleashed a terrifying force that stirred a tempest of energy throughout the surroundings. Their confrontation left onlookers utterly dumbfounded, their hearts brimming with awe. Particularly, Mingzhu's expression was one of heightened astonishment. She had not anticipated that Mingzhu's recent use of a secret technique could elevate his strength by an entire tier, rendering him nearly equal to that of the masked man. At that moment, as they closed in once more, their weapons interlocked, and both combatants became overwhelmed with fervor. You coward! Lacking even the courage to draw your sword against an enemy, how do you intend to protect Mingzhu? Today, I shall raise your Xianxian sect to the ground. The masked man shot a frigid glare at Mingzhu, his eyes glinting with a deadly intent. A palpable aura of murderous energy emanating from him. Upon hearing these words, the typically taciturn Mingzhu felt a flicker of anger rise within him. He understood that the masked man's reference to an enemy pertained to Mingwu and his associates. Yet, as the sect leader, he prioritized the safety of his sect above all else and could never resort to violence against his own elders. He was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. In response to the masked man's taunts, Mingzhu retorted coldly, "Do you truly believe that such monstrous behavior will win her affection?" The masked man's derision intensified at this, as he replied icily, "You would do well to consider your own circumstances. Today, the Xianxian sect is doomed. The Xianxian sect shall not perish, and Mingzhu will remain unscathed. Today, you shall learn who the true victor is." Mingzhu's gaze sharpened to an extreme, radiating a potent pride as his garments rustled with a fierce battle intent. "We shall see if you possess the ability to back it up." As his words fell, the masked man's figure abruptly vanished, appearing before Mingzhu like a specter, his heavy blade descending with devastating force, unleashing a barrage of blade lights that hurtled toward Mingzhu's form. The speed of this strike was akin to a thunderbolt, traversing the distance in an instant. As the blade descended, a resounding thud echoed, and the fabric of space seemed to shatter under the weight of its power. A gash extending hundreds of meters emerged in its wake, effortlessly dismantling the defenses surrounding Mingzhu, aimed directly at his chest. Witnessing the masked man strike, Mingzhu's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly retreated, evading the attack. In the same motion, he wielded his longsword, unleashing a dazzling array of sword energy that surged through the air, each blade of light cleaving toward the masked man with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The moment they engaged, the battle escalated into a fervent clash, their figures flickering with such speed that they became nearly indistinguishable, with only bursts of radiant energy erupting between them, accompanied by deafening roars that reverberated through the atmosphere, instilling a sense of suffocating terror that compelled onlookers to avert their gaze. However, amid this fierce confrontation, Mingwu, who had just recovered, revealed a sinister smile. In a flash, he was enveloped in a thick shroud of dark energy. appearing beside Yi Mingzhu and the others with an overwhelming force emanating from him. Yi Mingzhu perished. With a swift motion of his right hand, an eerie power surged forth, coalescing into a grotesque visage of a ghastly face composed of countless vengeful spirits. The horrifying countenance exuded an atmosphere of dread, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld it. Upon seeing this terrifying visage, Yi Mingzhu and her companions felt a chill run down their spines. The malevolent aura was overwhelmingly potent. We must flee. This is a secret technique of the Soul Clan. It will devour our souls. As the ghastly face descended ominously, Mu Qingyang's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted urgently. Hearing his words, Yi Mingzhu hastily retreated, but the horrifying visage was closing in, now within mere 3 meters of her. Should she be touched by this dreadful force, her soul would shatter, leading to her utter demise. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, a crimson blade light abruptly appeared directly above the ghastly face. Boom! As the blood-red blade light emerged, the grotesque visage shattered explosively, dispersing into wisps of black mist that scattered through the air. Witnessing this, Mu Qingyang and Xiao sighed in relief for Yi Mingzhu. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions turned to shock as they gazed upon the fierce battle, for that very blade light had been unleashed by the masked man, and it had inadvertently exposed a weakness that allowed his opponent to drive the moon-white longsword deep into his chest. Crimson blood spilled from his mouth, his complexion paling significantly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his lips, clearly indicating a grievous injury. Observing this, the remaining 6 elders of the Qingxian sect displayed expressions of excitement and joy. Ha, what of the Blood Clan? In the face of the Qingxian sect, they are but a trivial threat. Indeed, with our sect leader present, anyone opposing the Qingxian sect is destined for slaughter. Now is the time. Let us join forces and deliver these foes a crushing lesson. The 6 elders of the Qingxian sect shouted fervently, their eyes ablaze with a fervent desire for vengeance as they gazed upon the masked man and Yi Mingzhu. Chapter 72. The Blood Demon God. Witnessing this scene, Yi Mingzhu and her companions' expressions shifted as they hastily retreated. Just then, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the direction of the masked man and Meng Xingha, prompting all to involuntarily look up. In the void, a terrifying blood-red beam of light emerged, carrying an apocalyptic weight. This is dire. The elders of the Qingxian sect gazed in horror at the blood-red beam, their faces etched with disbelief, clearly astonished that the masked man, despite having his heart pierced, was still alive, for this fearsome blood-red beam was conjured by him. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated, releasing a vast and terrifying wave of energy that surged outward, causing devastation in its wake. The ground was torn asunder, boulders disintegrated into dust, and a mountain collapsed, reducing it to ruins. As the blood-red beam dissipated, it transformed into a miasma of crimson mist that filled the air, exuding a pungent metallic scent that instilled terror. In the wake of the dispersing blood-red light, the masked man's figure re-emerged, his attire reduced to tatters, a gaping wound the size of a cup puncturing his chest. Blood seeping slowly from the gash onto his bronze skin, droplets of crimson trickling across his abdomen, creating a grotesque and chilling sight. However, even beneath the mask, his face bore an expression of indifference, as if the injuries he sustained were utterly inconsequential. He merely gazed at Meng Xingha with a hint of a bloodthirsty, devilish smile gracing his lips. Observing that he was unscathed, Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted between uncertainty and relief, her eyes revealing a flicker of shock and incredulity, yet predominantly reflecting a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, when the masked man had been pierced through the chest, her heart had skipped a beat, an inexplicable sense of panic washing over her. Fortunately, it seemed this individual had emerged unscathed. At this moment, she felt a profound sense of relief, a smile of reassurance blooming on her face, but it was swiftly replaced by a look of stark realization. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly potent. The sanguine aura surrounding him was even more pronounced than before. What was this person harboring within? Why did he exude such an intense scent of blood? The elders of the Qingxian sect, sensing the thickening stench of blood in the air, found their confusion deepening. They simply could not comprehend why a member of the Blood Clan could absorb such a vast quantity of blood energy. It was utterly unfathomable. Even should he be a direct descendant of the ancient Blood Clan, with a lineage steeped in blood, he should not possess such extraordinary abilities. Unless he himself bore the essence of a pure ancient bloodline. A thought raced through the minds of the Qingxian elders, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows, their astonishment beyond words. Not just them. At this moment, Old Mu, Meng Xingha, Meng Wu, and even Xiao all stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at the masked man standing before them, still adorned with that bloodthirsty smile. Could it be that this individual truly possessed the essence of an ancient bloodline? In ancient times, a veritable apocalypse for humanity, countless cultivators vanished into the annals of history. Yet, hidden within those epics were innumerable superlative masters, their bloodline powers formidable, wielding terrifying strength. Among them, some descendants of the blood mist practiced the cultivation techniques of the ancient blood clan, endowing their blood with a rich ancient aura, and the potency of such bloodline power was intrinsically linked to their status. However, the masked man before them radiated a rich ancient bloodline power that evidently surpassed even those of his ancient kin, eclipsing even the might of the blood clan's ancestors. Meow? It is indeed the blood demon of the abyss. At that moment, Xiao Bai's pupils dilated, surprise flitting across her face as she gasped in a hushed tone. The blood demon of the abyss? Who is that? Upon hearing Xiao Bai's words, all present displayed expressions of uncertainty, their faces a canvas of confusion. The blood demon of the abyss was a superlative entity within the blood clan, the progenitor of their lineage. It was said that this blood demon was a brutal and bloodthirsty fiend in ancient times, rumored to have slaughtered countless formidable beings and even vanquished hundreds of divine stage experts, rendering him invincible, one of the most preeminent superiors of the ancient era. Unparalleled in strength, hailed as the strongest of the blood clan. As Xiao Bai's words echoed, a grave pall descended upon all present, their expressions laden with shock, their eyes flickering with trepidation. The blood demon of the abyss? Meng Xinghe narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flickering within, as he silently repeated the words blood demon of the abyss. Girl, do you know him? What is his identity? Mu Qingyang inquired, his astonishment palpable. Yi Mingzhu cast a complex glance at the figure amidst the blood mist, pausing in contemplation before responding. Grandpa Mu, I am not entirely certain of his identity, but he should harbor no ill intent towards me. Just then, a deep, raspy voice emerged from the blood mist, sounding as if it were a creaking wind instrument, sending chills down their spines. The scent of blood is truly delectable. At the sound of that low, guttural voice, everyone shuddered, goosebumps rising on their skin, a wave of dread washing over them. Phantom sword dance. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Meng Xinghe dared not linger, inhaling deeply as he gripped the moonlight radiance tightly. He abruptly propelled himself towards the masked man, the moon-white long sword slicing through the air with ferocity. With a hum, a series of sharp sword lights erupted. A dazzling blade, akin to a keen edge, rocketed forth from the blood mist, carrying boundless cutting energy aimed directly at the masked man. This strike was immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly severing any object. Yet, in the face of such an assault, the masked man did not budge an inch. Just as the impeccably sharp sword was a mere 2 inches away from him, the masked man raised his right arm, his wrist twisting slightly as that jet-black heavy sword swiftly swung forth, meeting the onslaught of lethal sword energy head-on. Soul-devouring seal slash. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the dark heavy sword collided with the fierce sword energy in midair, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes and sparks flying in all directions. However, within the tangled energies, the piercing sword energy was instantly cleaved in twain, dissipating into the ether, while the dark heavy sword retained its formidable stance, advancing towards Meng Xinghe with relentless intent. Witnessing this, Meng Xinghe's pupils constricted, a wave of horror surging within him. Though he knew the masked man's move was imbued with tremendous power, he could scarcely fathom that his own attack had been so effortlessly countered, failing to stir even a ripple in the air. Truly, this was the legendary blood demon of the abyss. This fellow's strength was utterly astounding, and that mass of blood energy was simply too eerie. As this scene unfolded, a tempest of shock roiled within the hearts of the onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief, each silently astonished. Chapter 73, Guardian Sword Formation. All swords returned to the sect. Amidst their astonishment, the dark heavy sword struck down hard upon Meng Xinghe's moonlight radiance. The brilliant sword light shattering instantly, splintering into a myriad of jagged fragments. The moonlight radiance was severed. Simultaneously, Meng Xinghe felt as though lightning had struck him. His handsome features contorted with pain, his entire form being hurled backward, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, his body swaying perilously, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that instant, his white robes were reduced to mere dust. Now, upon his body lay a ghastly, bone-deep gash, bloodied and horrific, a sight to behold. At this sight, all present inhaled sharply, their astonishment beyond articulation. This individual had managed, with a single strike, to reduce Meng Xinghe's defenses to such a state. It was simply inconceivable. It is worth noting that after employing the secret technique of moonlight ascension, Meng Xinghe's prowess had subtly approached the peak of the divine transformation stage. And with his innate talent, he could rightfully be deemed the foremost of that tier. Yet, even he, when confronted by the blood demon of the abyss, found himself utterly powerless, being struck down without the slightest ability to retaliate, to the point where his very form was nearly reduced to mere fragments. This was a spectacle so shocking that it defied belief. Witnessing this scene, Mingzhu and the 6 elders of the Qingxian sect wore expressions of profound gloom. If the sect leader was defeated, their own fates would be equally dire. Master, swiftly activate the protective array of the sect, or it will soon be too late. Several elders urged in hushed, but urgent tones. Upon hearing their words, Meng Xinghe's complexion stiffened momentarily, then he clenched his teeth, inhaled deeply, and gradually closed his eyes. A surge of azure spiritual energy erupted from his body, enveloping him completely, resembling a translucent cocoon of light. Simultaneously, within the radiant aura of his spiritual power, peculiar patterns began to emerge, akin to strange runes that writhed and shifted in color, seemingly undergoing some extraordinary convergence. As these runes transformed, the ethereal cocoon became increasingly refined, and an ominous pressure began to emanate from within. Come forth, swords. At that moment, Meng Xinghe abruptly opened his eyes. As his voice resonated, countless flying swords soared into the sky within a 10-mile radius, hovering around him, trembling and emitting low, ominous hums, radiating an aura of terror. These swords varied in hue. Some were a deep emerald green, others of vibrant azure, pale blue, crimson, or gray, each imbued with a lethal intent that sent chills down the spines of all present, as a palpable scent of death permeated the air. Should these myriad blades unleash their wrath, it was likely that neither the masked man nor Yi Mingzhu would survive. Such a formidable secret art. The masked man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he surveyed the multitude of flying swords under Meng Xinghe's command, his gaze indifferent. All swords returned to their master. Meng Xinghe's eyes were icy, a fierce light igniting within them as he uttered this command. In an instant, the countless flying swords, as if summoned by an immense force, transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the masked man in a dense barrage that obscured the void itself. The air was rent with the sound of piercing blades, as these swords tore through the heavens, leaving behind a cacophony of shattering silence. Furthermore, with their arrival, an intense radiance erupted from each sword, coalescing into a vast expanse of sword light that surged towards the masked figure. Observing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted to one of concern. Be cautious. Just as her warning left her lips, she saw the swarm of flying swords suddenly halt in their advance as they neared the masked man. Master, do not hesitate. Strike him down, or the consequences will be dire. The elders of the Qingxian sect urged fervently. Ha ha ha. The masked man's lips curled into a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with derision. A swarm of ants daring to kill me? How utterly foolish. Begone. With that, he extended his right hand and lightly grasped the air before him. The flying swords, as if confronted by an unfathomable terror, were sent hurtling back in retreat. Today, all within the Qingxian sect shall undoubtedly perish, and let the sect vanish from the annals of history. As he spoke, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, and his aura surged with a ferocity akin to that of a primordial beast awakening. As his words echoed, the stench of blood thickened in the air, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Kill. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, his voice hoarse and laden with a palpable bloodlust. In an instant, an endless tide of sanguine energy coalesced around him, forming dense clouds of crimson mist that enveloped his form. Then, with a single step, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before the 6 elders. In that fleeting moment, a wave of horrific bloodlust radiated from him, engulfing a radius of several thousand meters. The oppressive stench of blood suffocating, as if it were poised to consume all. The 6 elders, startled by the masked man's sudden appearance, instinctively brandished their swords and charged towards him. Yet, just as their voices rang out, a series of dull thuds echoed, and the bodies of the 6 elders exploded, blood spraying forth like vibrant blossoms. The 6 elders had perished. In the blink of an eye, they were dispatched, leaving the gathering in profound shock. As the onlookers struggled to comprehend the scene, the masked figure surged toward the remaining disciples of the Qingxian sect, intent on complete annihilation. However, to their astonishment, just as he approached, a commanding voice rang out. Halt! If you harm anyone further, they will undoubtedly perish. As the words fell, the masked man narrowed his eyes, glancing up to see the multitude of flying swords now aimed squarely at Yi Mingzhu, Mu Qingyang, and Xiaobai. It appeared that should the masked man dare to advance even a single step, these swords would pierce through them. Witnessing this, the masked man's expression darkened, a sardonic smirk playing upon his lips as he uttered, "Humans cherish the light, yet resort to the darkest of means." Chapter 74, Identity Revealed. His voice dripped with derision and disdain. Meanwhile, Mingzhu, unperturbed by the thousands of swords aimed at her, remained calm, knowing that Meng Xinghe would not harm her. For the swords bore no trace of malice. Moreover, she felt revitalized enough to ensure her safety, even if Meng Xinghe chose to act. In response to the masked man's taunts, Meng Xinghe spoke coolly, "Stand down." Upon finishing his words, the swords surged closer to Mingzhu and her companions, poised to strike their throats in an instant. "You have won." The masked man's face flickered with a sinister intent as he spoke in a low tone. As his words fell, his bloodlust dissipated, and he sheathed his dark blade. Observing this, Meng Xinghe recalled the flying swords, yet he was far from finished. Suddenly, he redirected them, and all the swords shot toward the masked man. With a whoosh, the swords sped forth, arriving before the masked figure in the blink of an eye, producing a cacophony of slicing winds, tracing beautiful arcs across the sky. Meanwhile, Meng Wu let out a cold chuckle, showing no hesitation as tendrils of strange black energy surged from him, coalescing into a vast cloud that surged towards the masked man. Facing the overwhelming onslaught from both sides, the masked man displayed no emotion. He simply extended his right palm and struck the air before him. Blood energy explode. Bang! Suddenly, beneath his palm, a series of visible ripples swiftly surged outward, expanding in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire area of the Qingxian sect was enveloped in a thick shroud of blood mist. Under the veil of this sanguine fog, countless razor-sharp flying swords shattered into fragments, tracing elegant arcs in the air before plummeting to the ground. Splatter! Within the blood mist, torrents of crimson erupted, accompanied by anguished cries that echoed through the air. The disciples of the Qingxian sect, shrouded in this ominous fog, were utterly unable to withstand the terrifying pressure it harbored, succumbing to violent hemorrhages from their orifices, leading to their immediate demise. One strike, merely a single strike. The weaker disciples had no inkling of the calamity that befell them before they were lost. Witnessing this scene, Meng Xinghe felt a heavy weight in his heart. He never anticipated that he would ultimately be unable to safeguard his fellow sect members. The Qingxian sect had transformed into a hellish battleground, permeated by a stench of blood, with wretched howls resonating from the mist, causing his heart to seize painfully. His eyes reflecting profound anguish and fury. Perhaps unable to bear such a callous disregard for life and the brutal bloodshed, Mingzhu suddenly clenched her teeth and shouted, "Cold Feather, cease at once." Upon hearing this, the masked man's body stiffened, seemingly taken aback by Mingzhu's recognition of his identity. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Meng Wu seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing behind the masked man, channeling a dark aura into a black longsword aimed directly at the masked man's vital point, his speed astonishingly swift. In that instant, to everyone's shock, the masked man did not evade. Instead, he braced himself to absorb the attack. Splatter! The sword pierced through, the black blade instantaneously puncturing the masked man's back, blood gushing forth and staining the air a deep crimson, while the blood mist before him collapsed violently, dissipating into the atmosphere. In that moment, all present were rendered utterly silent, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. As they focused, they beheld the masked figure reveal a ghastly pale smile, while the blood mist, which had been poised to further engulf the Qingxian disciples, came to an abrupt and silent halt, slowly vanishing from sight. It was revealed that, prompted solely by Mingzhu's words, he had recklessly risked his life to retract the blood mist. The Qingxian disciples stood frozen in shock, momentarily unresponsive to the extraordinary turn of events. Not only they, but even Meng Xinghe, suspended in the air and poised to unleash his swords, was momentarily struck dumb. He could scarcely believe that the masked man would disregard his own life upon hearing Mingzhu's plea. At that moment, as the blood mist dissipated, the masked man's mask finally fell to the ground, unveiling his true visage. He appeared to be a youth in his 30s, with a stern countenance and eyes like lightning, emanating a formidable aura reminiscent of a dark deity, exuding a chilling, savage, and bloodthirsty essence that instilled fear within the hearts of onlookers. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Mingzhu, it brimmed with possessiveness and a fierce desire to protect. Ha! Perish! Just then, emboldened by his successful strike, Meng Wu's figure flickered above the masked man, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed squarely at his head. This blow would surely lead to his utter demise. Whoosh! In the nick of time, a sharp sound of slicing air erupted, as Mingzhu suddenly appeared before Meng Wu. Her fingertips surged forth, unleashing a jet-black flame that morphed into a scorching black longsword, slicing through the air with a trail of afterimages, targeting Meng Wu. Damn it! It's the Nine-Nether Divine Flame. Realizing the terrifying power contained within the flame, Meng Wu's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly attempted to withdraw, But his reaction came a fraction too late. As he narrowly evaded the black sword's assault, he was caught off guard by the silent white cat, which suddenly sprang into action. Meow! With an indignant cry, the cat's claws lunged at Mingzhu's shoulder, leaving 5 gory wounds that gushed blood. The excruciating pain compelled Mingzhu to cry out in agony. He had not anticipated that this white cat possessed such astonishing speed, coupled with lightning attribute attacks. Seizing the moment, Mingzhu swiftly pulled Cold Feather to her side. We must leave. She grasped Cold Feather's arm, intent on moving forward. However, at that instant, she heard Mingzhu's menacing voice from behind. You think you can escape? Not so easily. Leave them all behind.